EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win.
Welcome to Omega League.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Omega League. Yes, that's right, we're here. Welcome to heaven. And of course, if you're going to be in heaven, you're going to be joined by me, Sir Action Slash, your host for the day. So good to see you. I'll be acting as the Kaiser here today. That's Caesar, for those who didn't play Fallout New Vegas. Joined with me, however, we have our two beautiful analysts here. The man himself, Hermes. We've got Banana Slammer Jammer. How you doing today?
Is that who I am, Hermes?
Well, to me.
Okay, that makes sense.
You're
I'm doing
quick-witted.
good. I just feel like when you just like, it's just Hermes, that's Banana Slam. Like, and then you introduce yourself as
that was
this great heavenly.
kind of
What do you
lackluster.
want from me?
I don't know. I feel like you're establishing a tone. I don't like it so far, so we'll give it some chance. But other than that, I'm doing great.
Oh, fantastic. And, of course, we have Jenkins,
Hello.
who doesn't get a Greek. Who would you be as a Greek god?
When I asked Kyle at first, I said Athena, and he said that wouldn't work with the issues there, and
Yeah.
so I just picked Poseidon.
Poseidon.
Yeah.
The master of the ocean.
Yeah, could command some fish to attack people, and that's
Lame as hell.
That's not lame. What would you be? You didn't say what yours
Why would you
was.
pick Aquaman out of all
What's-
the gods?
What's wrong with Aquaman? What? You didn't say yours. Who's yours?
I mean, Zeus, of course,
Oh.
the king of the gods. Why would you be anyone else?
I don't know, man. I don't think you could pull off Zeus.
Well, no, of course not. I have no facial
What's
hair.
the devil in Greek mythology?
devil?
Yeah.
Hades?
No offense, I mean,
I just want to not have offense of being called the devil.
I feel like you could torture people, and things would be all right for you
In
there.
his own right, he does torture them.
Kyle is certainly, if there's a devil out there, it would be Kyle.
I see him as more
100%.
of like an imp.
An imp?
Yeah, is there like an imp character?
Yeah, he'd definitely be in the guy in the background going, yeah, do it, yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, enough with this. Unfortunately, we do have a ton of Dota here to show you. Gentlemen, it is time for the Immortal section of the tournament. We have gone through the fighters, but we've got the true warriors, the guys ready for the arena. And in fact, we have a video here to show you guys about that journey. Let's go ahead and take a look at that video. So, as you guys might not know, Omega League is a unique tournament with 1 month of the best daily Dota 2 matches. We divided the teams into divisions according to their skill and gave a chance to every single one of them to show their best and to get more skilled divisions through the qualifiers. Now, all of these weeks we were watching the closed qualifiers in the Divine Division, best teams of which were promoted to the Immortal Division, where we are now, and here they will face your favorite teams starting from today. That's right. Up through the nasties into the mountain of Olympus, gentlemen, much like our ranked careers. We must go through the dirt and rise above. How have your pubs been here in Europe, by the way? You been surviving?
All right, are we being honest about this one?
Yeah, let's go for it. You go
All right.
first.
I gotta say, Europeans, they're not that good at Dota.
Come on, dude. What? What?
It's just easy coming from North America. This is the region where the pubs are so difficult. People are obviously much better, much higher skill. We have the Bulbas, we have the Ritsus, and so forth. Like, these are, gods amongst men. And coming into Europe, playing against people like Puppy, Seb, it's a lot easier. It's a lot easier. These guys, they don't know what they're doing.
Feels like we've had training wheels on, now we have our training wheels on.
Right.
After riding a dirt bike all of our lives out in NA. But I'm actually going to give a completely different answer in the same way, right?
Sure.
I think pubs here are super easy, but it's because rather than in NA where you have to try to make up for your teammates being terrible, you just say, okay, I can play as a team player, and if I make a play that's good for the team, I can trust my team to actually capitalize on it because the average competency of players in this region is much higher. I would say it actually makes games easier because in NA, you're like, okay, if I die like twice in the first 10 minutes, no matter what role I am, GG. It's like in EU, as long as somebody else is having a good start at your own expense, you can trust that they'll do it for you.
Right.
So.
That's definitely the real answer.
Yeah, that's actually
that's the real answer.
Well, I mean, there's plenty of theories. Maybe a theory could be that all the good players in the EU have already been scooped up in the teams, whereas all the good players in NA are on teams, but nobody actually gives a shit. So they're just stuck in their in pubs. So yes, I guess that's what happens when you never win anything. So sorry, my boys over in NA, but in the EU,
not awake yet anyway.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
No one's going to watch this VOD in NA. It's all good. Anyway, we have got, speaking of games and some European/CIS teams, we've got a heck of a match coming up for you today. Today, gentlemen, round one, we have Na'Vi, an incredible history team, a team that's been around for so long, who has had many changes. New roster, I think last March, I believe, correct?
I think it was right after TI. TI 9. So.
Well, they did switch it up a little bit after that.
Yeah, because they put 9 Pasha, who came from VP.
Yep.
And
Seneko.
Yes.
My boy, Senekio. Gonzo.
Yeah. I was going to say they've made another change. That one was a little bit more recent, but yeah, I think we all came to this thinking the same thing. Na'Vi looks a little bit underwhelming for what you'd expect. You look at the roster, Crystallize, 9 Pasha, some household names, and I don't know. You just look at that roster and you say, okay, they're going to be a solid, tier 2, maybe taking some games off of tier 1 teams. And that is not how the results reflect that.
Not so far, unfortunately.
Yeah, so far. But hey, that's what this whole league's about. I was there for the close qualifiers. All the teams proving us wrong for whether or not they belong in the Immortal division. And 5 Men, one of those teams that was just a stack, kind of came out. It is players we know.
Yes, of course.
Captained by Misery, but very new team. Only been scrimming for about 2 or 3 weeks now.
Yeah.
And they proved themselves. They looked a step above the tier 3-esque type teams that we saw in the qualifiers, and even beat out some established teams. So
yeah, I don't think they lost a single series, and they only lost one game.
One game. Yeah.
One game.
Yeah.
Surprisingly, though, who they lost that game against, though, Baked.
Bait Gaming.
Yeah.
I mean, what can you do? They're the wild card factor.
I mean, I
They're the
guess
team
that's
that
what you
wins the
call
hard
it.
ones and then loses the ones that are up by 40K. I was on the panel for that game.
How did that one go?
That was... We used it way too many times, but we got baited, man. We thought, we were like, wow, they're looking really solid for this game. Controlled the game for 40 minutes, lost control for a minute, lost the game.
You know what? I feel like that's possible in this patch, though.
It really is.
It's just so slow. There's Spectres, there's Terrorblades every game. Some guy that can just, win one team fight, and all of a sudden they're literally unkillable.
Yeah.
It can be rough out there.
Absolutely. But this should be an interesting match, though, because we have seen Na'Vi showing a couple signs of greatness, not really getting there, though. And then you have this very established group of players on 5 Men. I can't get over that name. 5 Men. Sounds like a terrible sitcom. Yeah, it's just a dude with a mustache, right?
No, it's literally like a dude that's like a anthropomorphic version of all of them just...
Oh, that's horrifying.
Is it?
Yeah, that's what they're.
Oh, that's what that is. I thought it was a dude with a mustache as well.
Yeah, it's like a little bit of all their faces, like a little bit of Misery.
Who does the stash come from?
Yeah, no one has a good mustache.
I don't think they have
team.
good mustaches.
You seen Pylai Dai's mustache?
Maybe Chessie has a mustache now.
Chessie has a mustache.
Does he?
I'm saying maybe.
Maybe.
I
Okay,
don't actually know who the mustache comes from.
Goodness gracious. Well, I will say one thing now to our community. Liquipedia does not even have a page for 5 Men yet. All right, that's how new this stack is. So A, get on it, Liquipedia, and B, Who has a mustache? Please put their pictures up there because I need to know immediately. But anyway.
Yeah, T-Gov talked about it because he's been working with them a bit, and he was in charge of making their emblem.
Well, great job.
Oh.
T-Gov. No one has a mustache, you idiot. You failed again.
Where did you get that from?
You fool.
I'm worried about his coaching if he just puts a mustache on the person. Like, it's just a random thing to put on there.
Yeah, it's horrific. Anyway, come on. So, impressions on the first match. The matchup, as we said, so many big-name players from these 5 men. You know, you got Pylon Down, you got Misery, you got the other big boys.
I like these type of series because you have one team that is performing above expectation, and you have another team that's performing below, but the team that is performing below is supposedly the more established, better team. So I put them about even. But who's going to come out on top of that whole thing? Like, is 5 men really just coming along that quickly, or is Na'Vi, have they stepped up their game?
Right. Yeah. It's easy to criticize Na'Vi just because they're coming off of a loss streak, and they've lost quite a few of their recent matches. But with that being said, when you look at the teams that they are losing to, it's Team Liquid. They actually won a game versus Team Liquid. Team Secret. Gambit, these are really solid teams. And, it's not so.
That's what I mean by you have the Tier 2 team losing to Tier 1 teams and the Tier 2, 3-ish team that's been stomping the Tier 3 teams. We get to see what those tests have actually meant up until this point.
Yeah.
We're building the narrative. This is the moment. This is the big test to see if Na'Vi is still that Tier 2, Tier 1, or if the 5 men will be the grandest of all champions. Is that what you're saying, Bob?
I think it's a legitimate shot for either team to win this series. That's why I'm saying that I don't have too much faith in Na'Vi, and I have a pretty good amount of faith in 5 men for where they're coming from. But could one of the weakest Tier 2-ish teams be better than 5 men? Absolutely.
My God.
I'm looking forward to this one.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I saw the odds, and it was I think it was favoring 5 men, actually.
Really?
Yeah. At least a couple of days ago.
That's surprisingly so, just because of I doubt they have biased fans, the fans of 5 men that are choosing them just because they're fans.
There's been some fans of 5 men before.
Yeah.
What are you trying to say?
Me. I like the team.
Burger joint, isn't it?
That's right. 5 guys.
Yeah.
Oh, these dudes are going to get sued. That's too close.
They really are. Maybe that's why they put
and 5 men.
the mustache to differentiate.
Oh, that's a great sponsorship opportunity, though, if you are listening, Misery. 5 guys sponsoring 5 men.
Yeah.
That'd be dope as hell.
Would be.
Absolutely.
I feel like by that time, if they've gotten big enough to be sponsored by 5 guys, they'll probably have changed their name. You know what I mean?
I don't know.
No, just stick with it? Okay.
I think so. I mean, the logo's obviously so great. Why wouldn't you stick with it?
T-Gub approved.
Yeah.
My boy. I gotta say, though, one of my favorite parts about Dota is these stacks that come together and get these ridiculous names before they're picked up.
Yes.
It's like being able to know the cat burgers before they're picked up by somebody else. It makes you feel like, I'm part of the crew. I was there back when these guys were just 4 anchor sea captain. I wonder who's gonna pick these guys up. Well, I guess they have to win the series first. No one's going to pick them up if they're a bunch of losers. So I'm crossing your fingers. This is the Immortal series, all right? We don't deal with that. Leave that stuff back in Divine, okay?
Do other esports work like that? Is that just Dota?
I hope so. I
have no idea. I don't watch other esports. All I do is play Dota.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like...
You do Hearthstone.
Yeah. Those are much more individual games, though.
But they get sponsors and stuff, right?
Yeah, I'd say in Dota it's very cutthroat compared to a lot of other esports. But I think the online leagues that have formed because of all global shenanigans going on right now have actually been good for the Dota scene. It's given teams, even for Zoomers in NA or even stacks like 5 men, it's much more exposure, much more practice, just sheer amount of games you get to play.
Yeah.
Consistent motivation for these teams to play. Previously, it felt like if you had a stack and you tried to go to a major and you barely whiffed it, say you were the team that didn't qualify, the first team to not qualify, you guys might just disband.
Instant disband.
For the next 2 months, what are you doing? What are you doing with your life for the next 2 months? But suddenly you're in these leagues, and as long as you have something to do with your time, you guys as a team have a reason to grow, a reason to practice consistently.
Yeah.
So I think it's actually been a better environment for these tier of teams, despite the fact that there hasn't been as many or any really big lands. So I've been enjoying watching this aspect because this is the tier that I was stuck in for a really long time, and it's nice to be able to see other people have a chance to get out of it.
It is.
Absolutely.
It is. I always love watching Zoomers for the same reason. It's Look at them. They're doing it.
All right, well,
doing
speaking
what
of
we couldn't.
Zoomers, we've got a game going on with some of the best Zoomers around right now. We have got our first draft of the Immortal portion of the tournament, and look what we have here if it isn't Invoker. Now, I've been hearing some rumblings from a lot of our analysts here that Invoker is kind of getting kind of good these days.
Yeah, he's a good hero for sure.
Yeah?
And EU, at least, you see him almost every pub. And I've seen him mainly mid. I've seen a bit of support here and there, but yeah, he just comes online quickly enough. If you go for the Quas-Wex build, you can be very active mid-game. If you go for the XOR build, you can put him with something like a Mag, something like a Legion with like an early game ult that is guaranteed to lock him down for that Sunstrike damage. So there's multiple ways to play the hero. Gives him some flexibility, versatility with what he goes with, like the pace of the game wise. If you have a more mid-game ES carry, then you pick XOR Invoker. Boom, you got a carry. If not, you go for the Quas-Wex. And another hero we see a lot of is the Spectre. That is in every region, every pub. Very scary carry in all of it, in all rights. It's very hard to commit onto any of her teammates.
Easiest carry in the game.
If you are stuck playing carry in a pub and you have no idea what to pick, just pick Spectre.
Pick Spectre.
Yeah.
At very least, you'll do 22% of your health and damage to all those around you.
It's the only carry that you want to get beaten to death with, right?
Yes.
One of the only ones. Speaking of heroes that love it when people get beat to death, I would say in this series, keep your eye out for Oracle. Na'Vi running Oracle in almost every single game. And then in the inverse of that, 5 men run a lot of Troll Warlord. Almost every game they've had a Troll Warlord.
Interesting.
Is that hero any good, guys?
I don't think so.
I don't feel like it's good either. I can't see a Troll Warlord out carrying any of like the top carries right now. I feel like a Slark will munch on him. I feel like a Spectre will destroy a Troll in the late game. Terrorblade.
Troll does put you in the we're going to win our lanes and snowball in like the first 15 minutes game plan, and I think that was more viable for 5 men in the previous, like in the close qualifier against most Divine bracket level teams.
Against noobs, basically.
Yeah, basically noobs.
Yeah.
Great.
I don't think that's as viable. Like if a team of like tier 1, tier 2 caliber sees that fruition coming, they're like, okay, all we got to do is like be in a playable game state at 15 minutes. Whether we're down 1 to 2K, whatever. As long as the game was within our reach, we win one team fight. Suddenly, like this Troll Warlord-esque hero doesn't scale nearly as well as the Spectres and Terrorblades.
Right, exactly.
But that point requires a lot of skill to get to. So it's like much more punishing to the newer teams if you go for that like all-in early game route. And Clockwork, another one of my favorite heroes this patch. I love any disruption hero against Mag. Like any hero that says, okay, you went on my teammate, throw myself in there. It can be Axe, it can be Clockwork, and Clockwork is the perfect take my body kind of hero, like take me as you will, take me away. Like as long as the rest of my team lives and kills you, that's my job.
And when you have a Spectre and Phoenix on your team too, you just kind of want to fight to start. You don't really care how it starts. You're just like, let's just engage in combat and we'll probably win the fight. So Clockwork obviously very good at doing that, and he does not care if he dies.
Yep. Big hero that we see, of course, first banned out is Doom and Venom. This is something you're going to see a lot, guys. If you have any bets with your friends, say that you can predict who's going to get banned every series, and it's Doom and Venom.
I don't know what Undying's final win rate was, but in the Divine League, he got his first win, I think, on his 11th game. So not so hot.
Wow.
Yeah.
In regards to his actual record. I'm a bit nervous about this Undying pick because they haven't picked an offlaner yet on 5 men. Like Clockwork could be offlane technically, but they haven't picked that strength offlaner that Undying is supposed to destroy in the lane. So they could go some like ranged like Necrophos or that's really the one that comes to mind.
True, but
Veno's all banned out.
But Na'Vi also hasn't picked their carry, so if they do pick like some offlaner that does fine against Undying, you could have like the carry to counter pick. So I suppose they're
like setting themselves up for an advantage because of the 1-to-1 support duo.
Yeah, exactly. That's kind of where I'm at with that. But I mean, I just feel like Undying's not a good hero. I definitely personally overrated it when I saw the change where his ultimate does raw extra damage.
Yeah.
Just get damage amplification, which is always insane in Dota.
That's how it used to be.
Yeah, which I think that was underrated back then too. And I think Undying was still a good hero back then. But the problem with Undying is like, let's say you're Undying, you're bored in a game, you're sitting in trees, you're like, I want to go do something. What are you going to go smoke and do? Like, oh, my tombstone cooldown, guys, let's go. Like, nobody said that ever. You do nothing after the laning phase other than just wait for fights to start and put a tombstone down. And in the laning stage, like, what if you just don't do well? What if you just get countered?
Yeah, I was going to say, he doesn't really have a backup plan if the laning stage goes to shit.
Can't farm.
There's no way to come back. Farming, tower taking, Like, none of it sounds good. You're pretty much sitting behind people at that point and pushing like W and maybe summoning a tombstone.
It's so boring.
Yeah, I like
So
Quap. I think it's like it's a potential offlaner. You're not, by no means am I saying it is offlane, but it could go offlane if they pick some carry that's really bad against it.
Yeah.
And it goes naturally in lane decently against Invoker. It pretty much dissuades the X-Sword Invoker. Usually you go for the Quas Wex just because you have like the whole sustain plan in lane rather than the damage plan.
What?
They go for the Slark.
That definitely means it's not a Quap off lane. There's
They'll probably put the Quap mid now.
Well, you know what? Actually, if it wasn't on an Undying, Quap offlane against Slark's not that bad if you go for the max Scream. It's not the worst. You're still a ranged hero who can poke him. But when you're going to be sitting on like 200 HP because Undying, I don't think that sounds
In my
good
experience,
at
I've laned Slark against Quap like actually 3 or 4 times already. It's only hard when the support is ranged. Because
They can just
as
both hit you.
Slark, you're just getting hit by 2 heroes, and you can't actually ever go on them because you're always at half health. So I don't think a hero like Clock.
That's literally nothing.
Yeah,
Literally nothing against the Slark.
I will say in game, I don't love playing Slark against Clock. It's super obnoxious.
Oh yeah, it's
You disrupt him going on anybody. It's like really hard to go on the Clockwork himself, and
it's a double-edged sword though, because at least it's a hero that can jump out of cogs. You know,
yeah,
it's
not reliably though. If the Clock's really good, he'll get in your way. Just saying.
Little guy. Hey. Sorry.
What is that?
I just gave him a little kiss, and he got really excited. He
what
got
was
very
he?
happy. A little smooch for a little Slarky Malarkey. He likes it.
Oh,
That's a good boy. Stay there, little guy.
there he
You're
is.
gonna die today.
Yeah, see, he likes it. See?
He likes it. He wants it. Oh, jeez. Whoa, relax.
He almost hit him with that
Calm
knife,
down, all
man.
right?
He almost shanked him.
You give a little bit of love to something, it freaks out. You're like my ex, okay? I'm
fish-
not that interested.
fish
Get
get
out of
very
here.
attached.
Jesus.
What I've heard.
Anyway, so last picks coming up here. I gotta say, a unique draft. I haven't seen a lot of these heroes in a bit. Of course, we, have metas constantly changing here, but I mean, Slark's kind of weird.
To be honest with you, the one thing I noticed about competitive as opposed to pubs is that it happens a lot of patches, at least in the last year or so. It seems like there's 4 or 5 carries that are just way better than all the other ones. So in this patch, I'd say it's like Faceless Void, Spectre, Terrorblade, Anti-Mage. And you actually get to see heroes that aren't those, because heroes like Slark, I think, are pretty good. They just match up poorly against Void and Anti-Mage.
Sure.
So in a pub, you'll just never see this hero, because if you pick Slark and the enemy team picks Void, you're like,
Well, bye.
right. But since there's bans in competitive, you actually get to see the less picked carries, simply because a lot of them are only not picked because they suck against the meta carries.
Yeah.
So it makes sense they want to ban out like 2 ranged offlaners that are super annoying for Slark in lane. They go for the Enigma and Nature's Prophet. I'd say Necro's my prime pick. It's not the best against Invoker, but it's nice against all the other heroes as a 5-man last pick. It leaves them a bit initiation-less, though. Like, they do lack... Other than Clock, you don't want Clock to feel like he has to start the fight.
That's his job, though, you know?
Well, he also wants the option to be like a follow-up or like a counter initiation.
Right, the counter initiation.
Yeah, you want him to have like a couple options, so based on the situation in the game, he can look to play one or the other. But like now, if he's your only initiation, it's hard for him to ever look to counter initiate. He always has to worry about initiating.
Yeah, it's also like he doesn't really offer any like, guaranteed disable. It's a whole bunch of like wacky kind of clunky disable.
Yeah, it is.
Right.
So having some other hero that can kind of do it as well is pretty nice.
And I think that's why the Enigma was their first ban. It's like a ranged offlaner that's annoying, but also represents a guaranteed initiation.
And they don't have much to deal with an Enigma either.
With Spectre, you always want something. I even think since they're against Bad, it may not be, or they're against Slark, it may not be ideal. I think Bad is super good with 5-men's lineup right now. Like it's good for their lineup, even though it's not great against Slark, and it's also good against all the other heroes on Na'Vi that are not Slark. So they may even like kind of sack this quad pick to get a better initiator in the mid lane. Like
I mean,
Bad.
they do have the last pick, so if you see, like, if we see something, okay.
Like I still like Bad a lot here.
Bat mid or something like that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, is where you give Quap a not perfect game, but she'll do fine.
Yeah, she'll be fine, yeah.
I just think they're either going to go the lane domination Necro route, or they're going to go, like, we need to give a hard initiation Batrider route.
Yeah, Necro would absolutely destroy damage-wise. There he is.
Jesus. Anyway,
Yeah.
last pick here. I agree with the gentleman. I feel like we need some lockdown here. Not too much, but we got clockwork and a lot of damage. Very scary damage, but too many people start hitting that egg, we're going to have some issues.
Yeah, you could do something like Axe as, like, a game plan thing, but then you have Axe clock against Undying,
that's
right?
not
Like,
a
that's
good
what I'm
lane.
saying, is this
Yeah.
Undying kind of shuts down all these initiators.
Whoa.
They actually they do go the initiation mobility route, not a strength hero. Which one do you think's which, Jenkins, in terms of off lane to mid here?
I feel like the Quap is not that bad against Invoker. Like, I know people say that's like a counter matchup for the, Invoker just gets like Quas and you deal with the dagger. But if you have 3 points in dagger, there's like no levels in Quas that you can get to actually deal with it. Or you can just go the route of going Scream and ganking and be totally fine in the mid lane.
Well, our odds from EG Bet, of course, it's pretty close, I gotta say, but it looks like it is in 5 men's favor. Assuming you guys agree with that?
I don't think you understand odds.
How do odds work?
Well, the higher the odds, the less favored the team is. So
higher number, more money back.
Yes, so that means it's in favor of the other team.
Huh. That makes sense. Okay.
I think those odds were still a little too close.
Really?
I feel like Na'Vi should win this. I mean, we haven't seen 5 men play against these like tier 1 teams, but just the fact that they beat Team Liquid, that Na'Vi beat Team Liquid, like says to me that they should be able to stomp out like a tier 2 stack, and it was fairly recent too. Even though they lost the series, like they won a game, that still means like they're relatively even if they're going to win a game against Liquid.
I think it's a hard game for Slark to get off the ground, but if he does, it's an easy game for Slark. So I'll go for Na'Vi here.
Na'Vi, okay.
I'm going with Na'Vi as well.
Na'Vi as well. Well, very interesting, almost as interesting as mathematics, which we will get to during this break. But until then, while I'm trying to learn basic math, why don't you guys get introduced to our 2 casters? Who could it be? Well, the only person that looks like he would actually be in the movie 300, and then also Fogged. It's Capitalist and Fogged.
Thank you, Slacks. Something about the insanity of Slacks, part of it is an act and part of it's real, but that last part was definitely real.
That was real. He had no idea about the odds. He's like, oh, well.
The higher number equal more money.
No wonder I've lost a lot of money. Oh, God.
What do you think, Fogg? Are you also back in Na'Vi like the rest of the analysts?
Yeah, I agree a lot with what Brian was saying. There's like no lockdown really for the Slark, so I feel like if he does start to get a good game because he has the Magnus also backing him up to get that like increased farm, I think he could definitely run away with this one. This looks like a pretty good Slark game because of that lack of disable. He's just going to run rampant.
So what is it that Jenkins said that was wrong? Because you said specifically that you were agreeing with BSJ, so I assume that means that Jenkins said something.
I was just giving credit to Brian, I like making my panelists look better, and they also make me look better as well. It's give and take. It's
give and take.
Good love.
All right, well, it's going to be an interesting opening match here for this Omega League, for us anyway.
Yeah, I have not gotten to watch a lot of these teams really lately. I have not been playing or watching too much Dota, if I'm totally honest with you, but
30 seconds to
I have gotten to do a lot of the SEA games, especially with Owen, like a month back or so. I have not gotten to see too much of these games, though, especially these teams. I know 5 men have been on a pretty decent streak. I think they're 8-1. Na'Vi, I think they were struggling a little more, but they did take that game from Liquid.
Yeah, I was going to say, you really only had 9 chances to be able to see 5 men in action, as their only matches have been through the Omega closed qualifiers. They only lost 1 match, as you mentioned, which was against Bait, surprisingly enough, because Bait has obviously been a suffering team for quite a long time.
Obviously.
Yeah, it's a rough story, but hopefully they will finally get the roster that they need to pull in some Ws. They are going to be running that offlane Quap and mid for Chessie. So what do you think about this this situation? This matchup, I'm presuming like Quap is actually going to be, even though, yeah, sure, you can get rid of Shadow Strike, it's still a ranged core against the Slark.
I think that's exactly that. I think that Brian was saying that, right? It's like they were trying to ban out the 2 annoying ranged heroes that just always put pressure onto those melee carries. Slark, he definitely can get annoyed by that, even though if he can't, he can remove actually both of the abilities, right? Both the Shadow Strike as well as the Fire Spirits up in that top lane, but just constant harassment will definitely add up. And then they don't have to worry about the decay, right?
Yeah.
These 2 heroes can spread out pretty nicely to actually play around LES, although they did just get double decayed right there.
Got to be a little bit more careful. Good to see Misery back in action, though.
Yeah.
It's nice seeing him again.
For sure. I actually was talking to him a bit because I'm pretty sure a lot of people know I've been playing a decent amount of WoW and stuff like that. And he actually was for a good time in the beginning, and he quickly fell away. And I always was just asking him, I was like, what do you plan on doing? He really wanted to get back into Dota. Young G, Chessie actually getting good aggressive plays there on him.
Certainly a moment for Young G to show up on the big stage here, because he is not a player that has a wealth of experience. He's played about 6 months on each of the teams that he's been on. I believe he's been on Windstrike. I think his very first team was Namiga, and that was about 2 years ago. But he started off there, and every 6 months he pretty much changes the team and is working his way up as, going from Windstrike, which is a pretty notable team in CIS, to now going on to the big boys of Na'Vi is certainly a growing accomplishment for a player like that. And this is certainly one of the heroes that is most in his wheelhouse, an SF and Invoker specialist.
Yeah. I'm always excited to see Invoker. Favorite hero, definitely by far. Not the easiest matchup, though. I think it'll start to get better, of course, for the Invoker, but Void Spirit's just, his animation is just so damn good. And this looks
nice
like it could be potential.
A lot of stick charges, though, as well as the Fairy Fire. Zibe's actually got to be a little bit careful there, as he almost gets popped by that Soul Rip. Always dangerous. The Undying Soul Rip. It can surprise you, catch you off guard.
It's one of my favorite lanes. This is, like, when you're playing versus melee heroes, this is the worst lane to play versus. The double stat steal, right? They're just like, the Slark's hitting you, stealing you, the Undying's decaying you, and you're like, oh my god, I have no armor, I have no health. Yeah, it's a tough one, but they are the double ranged. They're not actually doing that well up top, though. Only 7 on the Queen of Pain, and Slark is starting to be able to get that farm built up because he has that sustain, and Undying usually eats the pressure. But they're getting their levels, and I think they more so prefer just having Chessie be the snowballing, right?
Yeah.
Get those early levels online. He can make rotations and he can pressure those side lanes. And he's also very mobility based. And I think the key thing that we're going to be looking at in this game is lack of lockdown from both sides.
Yeah, that was something that we were kind of talking about early on in the draft. Is it was like, okay, this is kind of a weird setup they've got. They've got a Phoenix and a Spectre, no protection for this egg, and not the best sources of initiation. What do you think about the Clockwork 5, by the way? This has been one of the most popular heroes of the current meta. Very strong. But I've seen it, as it's been on for the last month, I feel like it's gone from, okay, it's definitely a 3, and then I saw it kind of moving into a 4 position again. It's like people are getting greedy again with their supports.
Yeah, I mean, he does the job. He does exactly what he's supposed to do. He's very tanky. He's just obnoxious, and he has such good matchups versus so many heroes, right? Like, I think for the majority of always Dota, it's like your Ogre, your Undying, and then Clockwork just breaks the 4/5 positions because you can't actually trade with him. Rubik is actually one of those heroes that does well because you can just throw him away if he does get on top of somebody. But yeah, that hero is always going to be pretty annoying, especially when he gets buffed a ton because he just doesn't get played for so long.
Yeah. I don't know about you, but I feel like for the mid lane matchup, these power runes are so important now. I'm not sure if it's like they're more emphasized because there isn't a 2-minute rune now, but like it feels like 4 and 6 minutes, like mids are just saying to their supports, you have to babysit the power runes, otherwise my lane is done.
Yeah, I think it's like for Invoker, for this one, I feel like he doesn't go bottle, right? So they maybe want somebody to go check it, but it's not that imperative that he actually gets it. But yeah, for like majority of other heroes, I feel like everybody's just, it's bottle, bottle, bottle every single time now again. And he's actually gets to play aggressive now too because of it. You see Chessie, he's going actually aggressively into the Dire side to get their bounty rune.
Yeah, this is kind of a classic move. Both mids try and spam out their wave. You can hit Ilias one more time, the Soul Rip comes out to protect himself. He will be fine. And yeah, Chessie and Young G will take each other's bounty runes. And Chessie actually TP back to the mid lane immediately, while Young G will actually take the opportunity to grab the other bounty rune as well, and may still try and sneak in a gank here.
Should probably just go back to his lane. Invoker doesn't want to waste time going for those, especially if, I believe we saw he was what? He's Quas Exort, right? If you're Quas Wex, you can make those type of moves, but...
Yeah, I feel like just the very setup of that is just a bit questionable for an Invoker. Quap off lane is not going to be the easiest hero for you to gank.
No, definitely not. Sara carries farming. Spectre 30, excellent. I feel like I never see Spectre that can't get pressured anymore. It feels like it's always he's always getting free farm because he's got such great. I think it's like what 5 HP per second or something crazy early on, and he always has some type of like Clockwork, Undying, Ogre, someone securing the lane.
Nice catch here from Chessie. Might be able to get the kill on a Young G, but he does manage to get off the Ghost Walk. Still costly, though, as he's going to be missing most of this CS underneath the tower.
Oh, and he did go. He is full Quas Wex, actually. Okay, so He's going to have to be pretty active to be sure that he can actually utilize that.
Surprise kill. Turnaround as Ilyas comes in from behind as they tried to go for a bit of a dive here and actually catches Misery in the act. Looks like they really wanted to make a big play around this mid lane with this first push coming in from the Siege Wagon.
Yeah, definitely a good opportunity versus a hero like Invoker. Invoker can't wave clear this early on very well. Sure, you have Tornado, but that's your aggressive tool. So, yeah, nice aggressive move. I think they got that tower down to almost, what, a quarter HP or something like that.
Yeah, it's real low.
Got to refill the bottle as well.
And that's something I always like that because it's something that Na'Vi now have to keep in mind the next time, right? The 10-minute lane spawn, they're going to have a plan already in motion to be able to defend that mid tower if they want to keep it alive, because everyone still wants to keep their mid tower up.
Yeah, now it's like Invoker, when you are Quaswex, now this is where you do want to start looking to make moves around, but now you can't actually leave the mid lane as easily because of that.
Yeah.
So his game is it's gonna be a little bit awkward for the moment as top Pounce actually does not connect.
So close. But the Queen of Pain does manage to get away for now. Ilya's still on the chase, but I don't think he's going to be able to get her. I don't think a Decay is enough to get that one.
Oh, but he gets the salve.
The salve, though. Nice catch on a Young G, but a Tornado onto 3. Is that enough to get him away? No, he had a dust on him anyway, so no opportunity for a Ghostwalker or anything like that. And that mid tower, it may not be falling to the 10-minute spawn of the Siege Wagon. It might just be dying to a couple ganks. Immersion's going to have to rotate over to try and protect it, but this 5-men team is not going to let up so easily.
I'm really liking these moves by 5-men. They're bottom secured. He's not getting pressured at all. Top, you may not be getting the best farm, and we may not be pressuring the Slark so much, but now mid lane is just dominating.
Yeah.
We're going to have this tower taken, and it's going to open up the game so much for Aces. Pi
pulls him back in, but Pi did have a healing salve. Pops it as soon as he got out of range of the Magnus. Bit of a pause here is 1-1. With just a slight lead for 5-men, but it's going to be a lot larger once that mid tower does go down.
Yeah, it's a pretty big deal. I feel like anytime I see these type of games where it's like Spectre's already having this type of start, he's playing versus these two supports that are food for him in the mid game. It's looking really good for them here for these first 8 minutes. Already had Drum with the raindrops. He's looking great. Level 7 too, making sure they're giving him a lot of solo experience. Really good lane setups at the moment here by 5-men. I'm getting so confused trying to remember their name. I'm saying OGC, C9.
C9, yeah.
Everybody else has a different tag.
Pi, he heads on back, but it's not like Ace really needs him in lane right now besides Chessie. He's actually going to rotate down to bottom lane, see if he can catch Pasha. Pasha, one of his quintessential heroes here on the mag, is going to be able to hit the 2-man RP, but Misery was lying in wait and is able to catch him on the way out. It's not like Pasha would have survived anyway without mana for Skewer. Chessie would have caught him anyway, so that's an RP down and still managing to get the kill. Misery, he's pretty happy with that, and he'll tip Pasha, knowing that Pasha made a grave error.
Yeah, phenomenal right now. Phenomenal start for 5-men. And Na'Vi, it's really difficult for them to really make moves since they lost this mid tower. I feel like it's really obvious when they do want to make a move, because either Rubik tries to make a gank happen, or the Invoker has to in this game, right?
Yeah.
And if Invoker leaves his lane, you know 100% because that mid tower is already gone.
They're going to try and catch Ilyas here. Young G is there to be able to help out, but Chessie comes in with a swift amount of damage. Puts it out nice and easy, gets the kill, and they can set up now for the 10-minute bounties.
So much mobility, too. Like, Chessie just TP'd back to base, and bam, he's just back into the fight. They're able to make these moves and just match Na'Vi if they try to make anything is... Yeah, it's really concerning right now for these next few moments.
I've been seeing a lot of Orchids lately. Seems like a really value item right now, and Chessie, he's going to try and make use of that. Crystallize going for the TP out, should be fine.
Yeah, Orchid's so cheap.
Yeah.
It feels so nice to play with it. Now, you get it such an early pace. I see most games, it's like even these Invokers I've seen have been going for it sometimes. But yeah, Chessie getting this early on is really, really strong for the team versus a Slark and Invoker, even versus Magnus. Just great item pickup.
Yeah, it's really notable when like non-intelligence heroes will go for an Orchid now, or like Void Spirit has his Aghanim Scepter, which is another form of silence, an AoE silence he could have, but instead he says, no, the Orchid's much better here.
Yeah, you get their mana regen, you get the straight damage, and that hero really does ramp up so much with your ultimate with that.
Okay,
Tombstone farm. They're trying to. That feels like it's like, we're getting pressured quite a bit right now. We need to make sure our Slark has the best game possible. Because they can't actually match right now. what 5 men are doing around the map and pressuring towers. Just Phoenix is 6 now, Sonic Wave is up, Spectre's got Haunt, he's got a lot of farm too, and they know that the mid laner is having a phenomenal game, so I feel like their map is getting a little bit more difficult to make moves around on the side of Na'Vi.
It feels like to me, Na'Vi has to go and take that bottom safe lane tower at this point. If they lose their mid and safe lane tower, then they are left with just the triangle. That's all they can really farm confidently.
Yeah, I mean, they have to, like, Young G has to start to look to make some type of move here. He's staying in the mid lane for the time being, and they have just the Magnus and the Undying set up around bottom, but yeah, this tower doesn't look like it's going to get slowed down at all, brought down at all bottom, so.
Yeah. I mean, if you're a 5-man, if they start showing themselves, would you go for a team fight here?
I think they can. Let's see their mana levels. Chessie's a little bit low on the mana, but Phoenix is 6. They've got majority of what they want. Yeah, I think they might be able to just smoke down here. Tower is so healthy. That's the thing, too.
Yeah.
It's going to take them a long time. Na'Vi does not have great tower hitting because it's not an Exort Invoker. He can't, like, Alacrity his Slark. They have Empower at least, but let's see what the choice is.
They may end up feeling like it's an unnecessary risk. They don't necessarily have to defend this, because if they try and lose that team fight, it'd be really bad. But Na'Vi, they actually get a bit skittish and back away. I feel like they almost had to make a move here because they're left with so little map control if they leave that safe lane tower up.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like they almost had to, but it's so risky. They saw the bottom rune. They see Chessie. He was relatively decent on mana. Picks up an Arcane rune or something. It's just like, oh god, now it's way too problematic. Arcane probably the best rune on a Void Spirit too. You just have this insane mobility and damage burst.
And I guess there are some upsides to the heroes that they drafted. Slark, for example, thanks to the Empower, is going to be speed farming through the neutrals, but also is a slippery enough hero that he can play in the enemy jungle, even with towers up, and not have to worry too much. Yeah,
like especially when there's like limited disable and stuff like that he's playing versus the Orchid is definitely going to change that though. When Chessie gets that, it's going to make this Slark's game way more difficult for him to really play inside the shadows and just farm up. There's a lot of pressure going to be coming out.
Drums complete for the Invoker. So he's got the attack speed to put out with that Cold Snap. You see the odds. Still favoring 5 men, as Slacks would say.
Oh,
bigger number equal more money.
Poor Jake.
2,000 net worth lead for 5 men right now, and a 3-man smoke from Na'Vi.
Quiet game still. It's only 3-2.
Yeah.
2K lead. They've got some information on the map with these 2 wards. Not the greatest info though. These are just like, okay, we're unsure about. We can't really get deep to get these wards because we lost the early game. We lost the laning phase. So I think they're trying to just get a little more information out of the map here with this smoke. But we see bottom, like, look at Ace.
Yeah.
Ace knows this is going on. He's like, all right, you guys got any smoke? I'm just hitting your tower as a Spectre, and you guys aren't doing anything about it. This is even more in favor of just 5 men over and over again.
Yeah, very obvious. He's hitting the bottom tower. Chessie pushes in the middle lane.
Yeah.
So it gets a bit of vision there, and nobody's really showing on the map. So as a result, Zibe quickly backs out of that top jungle area. Doesn't get caught by the smoke gank or anything. And looks like they're going to take this bottom tower for free. No defense. Ace. Look at that last hit. And well on his way to a Manta.
Oh, man. And this is a Quaswex Invoker, 14 minutes in, has no involvement so far. This is pretty brutal already. It's only the 2K lead, but you're starting to really feel that he could just fall off insanely hard, and he's already starting to. This Queen of Pain has now surpassed him. The off-lane Quap has now passed that mid-Invoker.
It's at this point in time, you'd much rather have an Exort Invoker where you have later game options. Cold Snap does manage to get the blink away. Cold Snap, unfortunately, doesn't keep him in place long enough. The hookshot comes in from Pylai. Blocked by the Spectre Illusions. Ace will jump forward, and they have a dust on the Young G. Crystallize going to turn back, and Pylai actually gets popped there by the Soul Rip, but in the back lines, there is still Chessie going at it. Crystallize gets a little bit low, managed to pop his ultimate. They're playing nicely around the Tombstone, and 5 men will respect that buyback, as well as the Tombstone. They'll back away equally.
Chessie got a pretty decent wraparound there, and yet they only lost the Clockwork, and they're walking into high ground aggressively versus Na'Vi. I think you're pretty happy with that as 5 men. You didn't expend a crazy amount of stuff either. You used Haunt, but you still have got Egg. You still got your Quap Sonic Wave.
Yeah.
Still got a decent amount to do. But Na'Vi also does. They still do have their RP at least too.
Yeah, I would say if anything, Na'Vi, maybe as soon as Tombstone's up, I think you kind of maybe have to smoke and look for a fight somewhere. Maybe, what does Pasha have anyway?
He just had the mech that I saw before. I don't think he had the full Greaves just yet. I think he had like 1,000 toward the Greaves. He had Arcane Boot and mech. Jesse's stalking. He's gotten every rune, I think, right? Is that every single power
rune?
rune?
He's gotten like almost every single one. It's going to pop out quickly, try and take down the Rubik, who did buy back. There goes the mech coming out from Pasha. That'll keep Immersion alive. He would have otherwise certainly died to that... oh, what is the active of Orchid called? It's like
Soul Burn or something?
Soul Burn, yeah, that's probably right.
I think the crazy thing right there is Chessie just jumped into 5 heroes and they couldn't actually like, bring him down and chase him out. That just shows the extensiveness, how the catch in this game is pretty lackluster. Up to 4K lead. Misery just takes that whole space top. Spectre Ace is farming the jungle during it, and now finally, Navi's going to get to take out this tower, but it feels very late for them. As a tier 2 is going to go down, so now we're going to have opportunity for 5 men to take outposts.
So there's no question that Young G's game kind of got ruined as those heavy mid rotations were nicely designed to shut him down. But
top tower has fallen.
After that, like, how much of this game is his responsibility? Like, he just hasn't really had a whole lot of impact. Should his team be helping him a little bit more in that situation? Should he have never been put in that situation where he got ganked mid so heavily without any kind of support? I mean, what went wrong that we are now looking at 5 men just kind of running all over Navi?
I think the lane's a little bit tough too, but that movement where he walked top too, he lost a lot of time walking back to the mid lane. I think Chessie had hit 6 already, so I think it was level 5 Invoker walking back to the mid lane, and I mean, he hasn't been able to make any aggressive moves or anything on the map because it's just, I mean, 5 men are just beating them to it every single time. They just outnumber them, and the lanes are just so advantageous. And yeah, those early rotations. I think runes are just, you said it, right? Those power runes, how important they are. Look again, like Chessie is, I'm pretty sure he's gotten every single one this game.
It feels like a snowballing effect where it's like, okay, this power rune, it represents a certain amount of strength, but if I can utilize that strength to either gank the side lane or maybe kill the mid laner, then that just kind of snowballs from there where once I take that mid tower, then I'm going to get even more power runes, and I'm going to keep on making these rotations. In certain plays like where you pointed out, oh, because you got the arcane rune at bottom lane, they couldn't push that bottom tower, right? Like that, there's so many of those things that can happen.
Yeah, this is a bit of a bold move here by 5 men. I like it though. They get Manta on Spectre, and that's when their lineup is actually able to do Roche, right? Because the Desolate damage. They try to actually go for it, but Na'Vi does move quickly. Magnus, we see Pasha. He has like no mana right now if this fight does commence. Does get himself some Arcane Boot usage, but still very limited on mana on this mag.
Still trying to get their neutral items too. 5 men, kind of looking for that opening, not quite finding it.
Yeah, not quite trying to force it super hard. They have a lot of vision tools as well. I've just been noticing. They have like the dagger and then the rocket always to scout out on top of those high grounds too. Yeah. So they can play a lot easier into those high grounds with this lineup.
Nice big stack, which, while Na'Vi did have the Tombstone to help a carry that isn't the best at usually clearing Ancients, was able to do a little bit better because of the Tombstone. We got similar situation here thanks to the fire from the Phoenix. They are going to catch Pylai Die here. That's a 5-position clockwork, so not the biggest kill in the world.
Finally, though, we get Young G. He gets kill involvement. I think it's super important that he has to be able to do that, and they get it before the 20-minute mark, reclaim their outpost.
You know, one of the reasons that I've heard that Quaswex Invoker really fell by the wayside is that Urn just kind of sucks now.
Yeah, it does kind of feel like that. Oh, Chessie.
Yeah, he's going to pop the illusion. Rudy gets skewered, RP'd, and that is a killing spree for Young G. 400 gold in the pocket, and they can push forward. No bounty rune to be found there, though, so it's still 3 bounty runes picked up for 5 men. But a good pick-off when you're behind like this.
Huge one. Now they should be able to probably get this top tower, too. And yeah, Chessie was pretty damn large. And when you're a team, when you have Magnus, too, those type of kills mean a lot more because then Slark backs up, farms at that increased rate.
I think he felt like he was in really good place because of the dispel offered by the illusion rune. Now he was like, what are the things that can touch me? You know, like almost nothing. Well, you're still Pounce.
Yep. Okay,
Hook
they're
shot
actually looking to fight.
They're actually going to go for this one. They do throw out the ultimate, but Crystallize hops away just in time. Ace is going to come through. Dagger going out, landing on a number of heroes there. The Tombstone, though, is going to allow them to retreat Na'Vi actually going back in here underneath his tombstone with a deafening blast. The tombstone's not dead yet. One more hit. Pilot Eye finally gets it. But they've already done so much damage, they've had to retreat. Pi in some trouble. A beautiful telekinesis drop on a Chessie and Ace. They're going to be able to jump forward, though, and grab Young G. Can Chessie finish him off? It looks like the Orchid should be enough. He jumps forward even farther now to be able to get a few heroes. That healing from the Phoenix is actually just barely keeping both Zibe and Chessie alive, enough to be able to turn around and get the kill onto Ilias before they go down. Immersion with a successful TP out, but Pasha, he won't be as lucky. He's got to skewer up in a second here, but he is just surrounded by heroes. Ace gets in front of him, and Chessie will claim the triple kill.
Whew. They had all their ults up. They decided Chessie was not gone from this world long enough. He's going to be able to come back in time and actually clean up that fight. And look at that damage from both of those cores. Insane.
Yeah.
Just really cleaning up. And the Sunray, like you said, healing them up. Now they're all back up to full. They can easily get this Roche too. And yeah, going for that top tower, maybe not the best idea. They did a decent job of like kind of resetting the fight too, but yeah, 5 men just pushed through it. Chessie leading that charge.
I can't decide if like the bad decision from Na'Vi was going back in general or not going back in fast enough. Yeah. You know, because it was a really successful tombstone that they had out.
Yeah, especially with like, I mean, it was the clockwork that was hitting the tomb though, but they have the deafening blast disarm, so there was a chance where he could maybe get, you know, more of those zombies built up, but yeah, too many ults from 5 men, and they're just with that little bit of a lead. And Chessie also having this, like, I think Imp Claw in particular, like one of my favorite items on Voice Bear 2. You do so much damage to the back lines. Right when he gets on top of like the Rubik and the Undying, it's total chaos in the fight.
Well, Silver Edge complete for the Slark. One of the few heroes that I'm pretty sure is actually happy with the Silver Edge change. Mm-hmm. Not many of those heroes are happy with that, but Slark has got to be one of them.
They've got a lot of items to deal with him now, though. I actually love this item build by the Queen of Pain. We didn't get the point down and out, though, but the Force Staff and then the mech.
Yeah.
The Force just breaks everything when you're playing versus Little Catch. Pi, doing what Pi does. Space.
Space created. Does signal the ward that they had on the high ground, so that's actually worth almost more than Pi's life.
Yeah. There's a Slark in the game anyway. It's going to get dewarded anyway, whatever.
All right, Spectre. Another huge power spike after the Manta. You get the Fuser Blade. You still have a Drums charge in there as well. Pounds up. Is it going to be lasting long enough? It looks like it. Misery. He gets picked off. Crystallize showing off that Silver Edge to great effect. Can they take that one little pick off? They turned into another pick off into some actual objectives. Doesn't look like it. I thought maybe they would poke at the mid tower, but no.
Just too scary. You don't know if the Phoenix has buyback, right? And then they still have all their ults to utilize and still catch up to you too. Chessie even having, I mean, another power rune. Look, another BKB, another DD rune for him. And he has a BKB now. He's ridiculously strong. And I mean, they're playing versus Aegis too. And these two supports, I'm worried for them. I'm worried for poor Rubik and Undying. I've been in this position a lot, playing versus Spectres. Manta Diffusal. You've no way to actually get yourself out of it here. They're tanky-ish because they've got like bracers, double bracers on both of them, but that's not going to save you versus those illusions.
4-man smoke. Spectre just playing in the jungle right now, has the ultimate up.
Full Greaves now is one Zibe, so he's got the matching sustain versus that Magnus. Walking into the high ground.
Yeah, they just don't seem to care with the Spectre ultimate going off. He tries to jump into the back lines. A nice tornado interrupts a lot there. Pasha, though, unable to find a good grip in this situation. Doesn't hit a good RP, and they're going to try and take down this egg. Crystallize really going for it, but he doesn't quite get it. There was just one hit left. Half a second at best, and he would have killed that egg and maybe gotten out as a result. But Misery triumphantly squawking his way out of that sticky situation. He survives. They beat Na'Vi in a team fight, and it's looking like Fog. This is just going to keep on rolling from here.
Yeah, this is going from bad to worse. I mean, when it's a game with a hero like Spectre, when you're playing versus these easy frail heroes in the back lines, you see how easy it is for Ace to just choose what target he goes for. Easily gets onto Pasha, and they're actually continuing into tier 4s onto Ilias. Ooh, this one's getting out of hand.
Yeah, it certainly is. Like, when the highlight of a team fight is, will he kill a support? No, he doesn't. And so they get, you know, whomped on without getting a single kill in return. It's a pretty bad sign. 10,000 net worth lead. Successful Sunstrike. Well done.
Got him.
Got him good. That's mental damage going into game 2.
Tips him. He's like, all right, you got me. Yeah, I mean, we're seeing just because of that lead, having BKB on Chessie, Ace with an Aegis, they have no fear of running into a high ground like that. It puts Pasha into a weird position. He gets silenced. Sure, he removes it. The Greaves can't get a good position for RP because they just have all the information in the team fight from Han. So just, yeah, continuing to get harder and harder.
Very structured and well-disciplined, though, from 5 men. They didn't even stick around to try and get the last hit on the Tier 2. Somebody called back, and they all got out of there. Nobody was greedy. They just backed up to their side of the map. Gonna farm away. They're gonna make sure they don't throw this lead in a game 1. It certainly would be a throw because it feels like it's one of those games where Dota Plus is telling you it's a 95% chance. But we'll see. It's still a Slark. Still one of the better late game heroes. He's gonna open up onto Crystallize here. Now they do have the BKB, so he's easily going to be able to get out every single time, but at least it's a charge that was expended, and they do get to keep Astral Step on the Rubik. So.
Okay, that's a really nice one, actually. Gives him that like, free Blink Dagger kind of way.
Yeah.
Man, Misery level, I'm just looking at these levels, and that's another big disparity that was coming out. Misery level 14, Pasha just hit 15. It's the 4 position versus the offlaner.
Yeah.
Pasha now has Blink, so they actually have a form of initiation because they didn't really have that before. It was Crystallize just running in to try to give info. But there's just so many, you know, like we said, there's so many different ways that 5 men can just start the fight.
Yep. Mindbreaker, that's a pretty good one for Slark.
Yep.
It's all the little things at this point. Boy,
Radiant are
I know we talked a lot about why it went that way, but just continuing the thought process of Quaswex Invoker looks like it sucks.
It does not look like it's the yeah, especially not in this game. Especially because like I was looking and I'm like, how does he actually rotate? Like, how do you rotate to Spectre's lane as a Quaswex? You don't have the damage, especially with the laning partners they had too. They had Magnus, Rubik. You don't have damage to kill this Spectre in the early, so. Yeah, definitely did not work out for him in this game so far.
It wasn't the most amazing Exort Invoke, like with the Aghanims, and you've only got the RP for that.
Yeah.
But at least you've got an RP.
And you would have had earlier points of like Alacrity and stuff like that if you were to just have that right click to go pressure towers in particular. That's what I've seen a lot of players do. Just taking objectives earlier on with that Invoker, especially if you get like the drum build.
Spectre pops the ultimate, immersion.
Supports
outside of the base, so immediately he's dead.
Can't get the dust quite onto Crystallize, so he's going to be the one that gets away. But yeah, I think that's going to be the story of the entire game for these poor supports. Every time a Haunt pops off, I think it'll be surprising if both don't die. So I think Undying has to be pretty happy. Mid lane.
Yeah, soon to have an Abyssal Blade too, so even if you do get that Force Staff or Glimmer Cape or Ghost Scepter, it may just be that the Spectre gets on top of you too quickly for you to actually activate that self-defense.
Yeah, looking at the net worth, you'd think the Spectre has the Magnus or something on his team, right? Look how much, he's just got 4,000, he's full item ahead of the Slark because of how this game has gone. Never a position you really want to be in as Slark. You want to be in that position. You want to have your net worth lead over the Spectre if you were a Slark, but yeah, not the case. And they claim the second outpost, 5 seconds until they get that. Nice little benefit, and Na'Vi is going to be sad as they get no XP.
Ace just plays wherever he wants at this point.
Yep.
He knows it's just going to cost them way too much for them to try and go on him because he's so tanky at this point in time.
Another rune? I actually want like a rune counter right now. What is it, like 15 or something, or 14 runes for Chessie and the boys?
Yeah, I feel like the only rune that didn't go to 5 men was like the double damage that I saw the Invoker deny.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's true. That's one of them. It's been a lot of DDs as well, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
That's like the 5th or 6th one.
Gonna catch the Magnus here. Does have the Guardian Greaves. He skewers back Chessie and waddles his way back to the base. The supports, though, well, Ilias at least won't be as lucky.
All right, it's go time.
Yeah, with a DD and a Siege Wagon on the way, it's a good opportunity to just kind of poke at this tier 3, see what happens.
Oh, and Misery just has to be flashy with, you know, the Meteor Hammer dive.
Yeah. He could have just held the dive there for the time being. Pasha does manage to get away from that initiation from Chessie. Chessie actually boosted forward right as Ace gets a bash onto the Rubik, so he gets double teamed and brought down. That egg, I guess, was just kind of outside of the edge there, but Ace is going in right now. Forstaff is going to be able to get him out of there. Chessie going back in, completely fearless. Oh, an RP that is only on the Pylai die. Questionable.
Ooh, oh, that's painful. Now they're not going to have it for the next sequence either, and that's, I mean, it could have been potential for them to chase out. Now, if they did have RP, right, there's no egg, there's no haunt, they could have maybe tried to go to make an aggressive move, but Pasha jumps the gun trying to go for that there, only getting the clock.
Yeah, right as they picked up the Aghanim Scepter too, so if they had an RP for this smoke right here, you'd feel a lot more confident about it.
Exactly, yeah. They're trying to camp this rune out. Pi.
Oh, will this be the one rune that something good happens? We'll see the Forstaff! Zibe gets him out of there, away from the telekinesis, brings it back down to earth and away from that cataclysm. Crystallize will die as a result, with no buyback up for him. It's just going to be cleanup time. 5 men run down whatever heroes they can. It's going to be Pasha, who's to pick up, and probably another one, Immersion. Yeah, he's going to be a support that certainly dies. 3 dead, no buyback. That feels like the last hurrah there from Na'Vi.
Oh, man. They tried to chase out. They almost had Chessie. That Forstaff, though, way too damn good. Zibe, we were talking about that item, the item decisions that he went for.
Yeah.
Playing versus the limited disables, limited catch, only really worrying about Rubik. Like, Rubik lift, you Forstaff, you're free. You free whoever's getting gone on from that one, too. Magnus RP, we just saw the similar thing, too. Just easy ways to save, and yeah, just great overall play here by 5 men. And you can tell they prepared themselves. This looked like some nice planning, too, because they switched the lanes up. They itemized correctly versus the heroes that they're playing against, and yeah, they executed super well this game.
Yeah, the qualifiers for this was not that easy. They had to go through some pretty notable teams in order to get where they're at now. And it's certainly showing up against Na'Vi. 5 men look very, very clean. Haven't seen like any mistakes coming out from them.
Dire are scanning.
They're gonna have a level 18 Phoenix, so I guess you don't really need protection for the egg when you're got that high levels of Supernova.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Radiant are scanning.
Almost the same level as the carry. Okay, they're gonna get that alacrity going, Chessie.
Chessie, man, he just knows when he is untouchable, and he goes in anytime he feels like an ace. Almost managed to get the chain bash there on Young G to finish him off, but nice pushback there from Pylai Die. They're gonna try and chase down the mag while he leaves that Invoker up to the easy kills. Crystallize doesn't manage to get off his ultimate and TP's away successfully. BKB protecting him from that Ether Remnant. Immersion, he'll die as well. So it looks like Pasha and Crystallize both barely got out, but still, it's just getting worse and worse and worse for Na'Vi. And maybe I spoke too soon. Zibe, he tried to chase down Pasha. He was actually almost out of mana there, but once again, Pylai Die there to protect him just in case. He actually completes his Scythe of Ice while the rest of his team still doing Roche.
And the Forstaff again, Reign Supreme gets him right out of there. These 2 heroes now do the Roche by themselves. Aegis Cheese. Yeah, you don't see a way back in this one for Na'Vi at all. It's just so easy for them to just collapse on top of Young G in every fight. He just ults, haunts, abyssals, mantas, and the Invoker just has to play fully defensive from there. Can't even reset.
Have you seen the logo for 5 men?
What is it?
You can see it over there on the big old screen.
Oh.
Who do you think that is? I feel like it might be a compilation of various characteristics.
I can definitely see a little bit of Pi.
Yeah, those are Pi's glasses.
Yeah. And they have their flags too, right? So
yeah,
that's probably what it is. It's cute. I like it. Unique.
Ward on the high ground. Sentry dropped as well. Na'Vi knowing that they can't just sit inside their base and wait for 5 men to come out to them. They've got to find some way to get a good RP to surprise. And
oh no!
Sasha, has he hit an RP?
Oh, and Crystallize is dead. They just call it. They just
wants out of this game. He hates his life right now. He's over it. Let's move on to the next game, boys and girls.
Wrap it up. Oh, man. Yeah, that... You know what? Let's be real here. Even if he lands the RP, very unlikely they can do much out of it because there's still a Spectre with a full Aegis, and I believe that Void Spirit had a cheese on him too, so even if they can try to burst him down, it's very unlikely to get it through. Yeah, overall 5-man, I feel like everything that they did in that game was just very well executed. Loved their early game rotations, loved their item and decisions, and yeah, it just was super solid by them.
Super solid indeed. But yeah, I believe the favorite team won. Is that right, Slacks? The big number. So favorite team, 5 men, showing that the favorites at home.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Cap. Yes, indeed. The favorite for many, not for our particular panel, but no big deal at all. Gentlemen, Na'Vi, not able to do it. 5-man, went 5-man for most of that game.
Yeah, we were wrong.
Yeah, I was surprised with how fundamentally sound they were at all stages of the game. It's funny, what I was thinking during the game was how often as a Dota like analyst player, anything, you'll go, yeah, Slark's actually just really bad against co-op when you have 2 ranged heroes and you just hit them a lot. Like, I say that on panel, and then it just doesn't occur to me that they're just going to put the Phoenix against the Slark and then dumpster his lane.
Yeah.
And then, but you'd think like, oh, the Clockwork is not the best 5-position hero, Spectre's going to suffer a bit. And then you're like, wait, against Mag, every carry farms pretty much freely anyway. So it's like this idea where you're like, okay, I think the Slark's going to have a tough time getting off the ground, but I think it's going to be fine. And then the lanes go way better for 5-men because of like all these little things they tweak in the draft. And I love seeing it. It's like, wow, this whole vision of how I thought Na'Vi could win the game was clearly seen by 5-men, and they just shut it down completely. They had a complete idea of how they were going to approach it. And these things add up so much, especially for these tier 2 teams, that for them to be doing it like this, for me, is very convincing already in just one game.
Yeah.
I actually noted, like, a few months ago, I made a mental note that was one of the big differences in NA between the tier 1 teams, at least in terms of NA, and the tier 2 teams, is that the tier 1 teams in NA were willing to basically throw a Void Spirit or an Ember Spirit position 4 or a Clockwork in the safe lane, just so that way they stomp some other lane, or they'll try lane for 2 minutes. Like, they'll do these interesting things with the lanes that aren't just standard laning, and it gives you such an advantage in a draft where it's like, you know, you said, we look at it, it's like, oh, how does a Clockwork do anything in this lane? It's like, you don't lane there.
Yeah.
You know? So
It's just a pace of the game thing. You're putting your priorities in the right lanes. Like, the total sum of the 2 lanes added together will be way higher if you swap these 2 heroes, and that is a hard thing to see. It's a hard thing to recognize. It's a lot of understanding of matchups. It's a lot of understanding your priorities on which heroes you're supposed to shut down and enable and all that kind of stuff. And it's like, Spectre, bad lane doesn't look about that much different from a good lane, so just give her whatever support and we'll prioritize the other lane. Impressive stuff.
she's just good in any lane. That's one of the most BS things about playing against Spectre right now is that the old narrative was like, oh, Spectre loses the lane. Like, she's so good in the late game, she's so easy to play, but at least you can beat her in the lane. Like, who plays off lane against Spectre and feels like you're beating her in lane now? I almost never beat a Spectre. She just sits there and tanks. If I do too much damage, she gets 2 Ring of Regens. And dispersion.
Let's take a look at some highlights about said Spectre and that horrific laning phase that they were under. I mean, it was pretty rough all around. A lot of running, a lot of jumping, a lot of killing. Seems like not a popular hero here.
I think people have figured out Mag. I really do. Mag at the start of the patch for me in pubs was doing incredibly well. Even during this tournament, it looked pretty damn good. And the last like 4 or 5 Mags I've seen in pubs, the last 2 or 3 I've seen in the closing bits of the closed qualifiers, as well as this game, it just is too greedy, I think. It doesn't create any pressure on the map. It tells the enemy team this is exactly our game plan. We're going to empower the Mag, we're going to empower some other melee hero, and then you're going to try to farm. And the enemy team picks a hyper greedy carry like Spectre, like Void, who's always going to have a good start because it's against a Mag, and then like just invade the map with these other 4 heroes. Like, look at these other 4 heroes, right? Clock, Quap, Void Spirit, Phoenix. All have mobility, all have like relatively low cooldown potential. It's like, yeah, they have egg and such, but Phoenix can still contribute without it. And it just says like, hey, we're going to be up in your face. We know you want to be farming with Empower. You don't want to be dealing with us. And then in the meantime, Slark's like struggling to have any space on the map because he has a mag that's not making any space for him. While the Spectre's like, okay, I'll just push Haunt every 3 minutes. And, and meanwhile, I'm farming. So it's crazy to think, but for some reason, it works out that the team that doesn't have Empower, that carry will almost always have more farm at like the 20-minute mark than the team that does. So I think Mag's been solved. I'm curious to see as this league goes on if people will continue picking him as much priority.
I think that's the main thing, at least with this particular game, is that Mag was abysmal. Like this was not a possible to play Mag game. You have a Spectre who can press Haunt. There's no way you can get a Blink RP off. We were talking about like, okay, well, obviously the Spectre Slark matchup is like Spectre destroys Slark because you can just throw a dagger on him. He can't get his passive off. But you can still munch on a Spectre with Slark and possibly kill her. But you're going to need an Empower. You're going to need somebody to lock down the Spectre. How are you going to do that when your guy who's supposed to be locking her down is not able to get his Blink RP off because you just press Haunt and it instantly, now, this was very recent, instantly hits you. Like every single fight that we're watching with Pasha in it looks so sad. Like, it looked like such a hard game for him.
Especially that last one. That whiff was pretty rough for Mr. Pasha. I mean, but this is Pasha, for God's sakes. This guy is one of the most experienced CIS players in the world, and he can't even pull off the
It is proven from time and time again, no matter how good a player is, if they are put in a terrible, unplayable situation, they will look horrendous. Like, that is just Dota for you. Whether or not you're playing against a team that's way better than you, whether or not you're playing a hero that's just not given the right tools to do well in the game, you just can't overcome like the limitations the game puts on a hero.
This is such a carry player thing to say. Jesus, BSJ, you get over it.
He's an offlane.
Come on.
I don't care. I know what you
feels worse on offlane. It feels worse on offlane because you're like, I'm supposed to be this team fight stunner and I'm supposed to like set up the fight for my team, and it's like, how? You know, like usually as an offlaner, one of the crucial skills is like I envision the fight going these series of actions in some way. Like, I'm going to go second, I'm going to go first, I'm going to use my spell after this guy goes in, whatever. And it's like, when you think of, like, you know, Doctor Strange, where you're like, all the permutations of this fight, and this is the one where I win, and then you can't come up with that one.
There are none.
There are none.
And you're like, with Spectre. Not with Spectre
you just feel
Phoenix.
helpless, man. It's the worst feeling.
It's like, okay, Spectre presses Haunt. Okay, guys, I waited for the Haunt. We're good. I can get the Blink off. All of a sudden, you RP Phoenix eggs. It's like all of a sudden now you're fighting into egg in this one central location where you've RP'd people. And you're just standing there waiting to get egg stunned. It's such a hard mag game. Poor Pasha, man.
Poor guy. Well, it looked like he was having a pretty challenging time. But, I mean, that's kind of an easy thing to fix, right? Just don't draft Mag again.
Maybe just not so early. Because, like, all the heroes on Radiant were really good against Mag. Phoenix, like, may get the egg off. Clockwork can disrupt it. Wop can blink. Void Spirit can push W or R. Like, you can get away from it. To Spectre, do you really want to RP a Spectre? Spectre makes it hard to RP the rest of her team. It's just like, I think he's a hero that requires somewhat, like, he has to be good against one or two of the other heroes. He can't just be first picked and then 5-man. They did a really good job on 5 men of 5-man countering the Mag pick.
Which sometimes wouldn't matter, right? Like, if you have some other condition to win other than, like, Mag hitting some big RP with, like, Slark hitting, it's fine. Like, if you have some guy, I don't know, mid popping off, like, let's say Invoker had a better game or something like that, or, I don't know, you have some other win condition hero mid.
But you have Undying as a support
instead
of a Phoenix.
It's really just the Magnus that can set things up, and when you're putting that much of a burden on somebody's shoulders, and then all of a sudden they're countered by 4 heroes on the enemy team, it's rough.
Just sounds like whining to me, all right? As a laning support in, may I say, high skill games. Not very high skill, but hey, that's just whining. You could get done. All right? I've seen miracles before. Just go do it, Magnus. Just go do it. All right? You got the farm.
Do we need Shia LaBeouf in here or what?
What?
Just do
it, all right? You're on a pro team, for God's sakes. But no, very difficult game for Navi there. But I got to say, though, these kind of moves, these kind of decisions to be swapping out heroes to different lanes and stuff, you really have to be a super experienced Dota player to do it. And I think that's the big strength that this team has. I mean, these guys might not, have too much history. They might be kind of a newer squad, but I mean, 5 men have just been everywhere. They've been in Dota for like 10 years. These guys know what they're doing, man.
It's a lot of experience. That's really all it is, because a lot of Dota is all about having the foresight to know, like, if we do this, it'll be better for us. And the only way you really get that is by having done something similar in the past, and you be like, okay, I think this is going to go this way. Either you're right or you're wrong, and then you learn, okay, this for future reference, we're going to do it the other way. You know, it's a lot of matchup experience, a lot of like hindsight 2020, such that in the future you can have foresight 2020, and just like in this game.
I also think there's an element of like this swapping like a clockwork to be like position 5, at least in terms of the laning stage. Like this is like a 1 to 2 year old concept.
It's
like
very new, yeah.
At max, it's like pretty new. So I think there's also a level of these players are not only like experienced enough to be really good at improvising and really good at like picking up on trends, but they're also like still fiending the game. They're still playing a ton. Like I've seen all of these players like spamming pubs. Like Misery, I watched his rank 1 up from, he was like rank 300 NA. Then unranked, and then he went from like rank 1,000 Europe to like rank 200, and he's still climbing. I think he was like close to top 100 the other day too. So they've all been fiending. They've all been clearly watching games. They're all still really motivated. And I think without that, even with experience, it wouldn't matter. Like you need to keep up on like basically the Zoomer trend.
Oh, you fall behind in like a week. Honestly,
Oh, yeah.
like that, it's depressing to fall behind in a week. Because what happens in a week is there's a hero like Doom, people realize it's broken, and then people are like, okay, we have to pick really good heroes against Doom, otherwise we lose this game. And those heroes become more popular because they're good against Doom. And then you're like, okay, these heroes are more popular now. We need to know what's good against these heroes. And then a week later, you have no idea what's going on.
Right. Imagine telling somebody about like double drums.
Yeah.
2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? The move speed doesn't even stack. Well, it actually does.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would sound
Or just
crazy.
drums in general.
Drums in
literally,
general, yeah, true.
3
true.
per team per game, something like that.
Yeah.
So a little bit off topic, but I am interested in this. You guys seem to feed a lot of player streams and stuff like that. Who are your favorite people to watch? As people that, stream yourself.
Oh, definitely BSJ is my favorite. Like, I feel like he
my
just does all the latest builds and trends and
Latest
really great
trends.
insight into the game. Yeah.
Oh, fantastic.
I like to watch myself as
Oh my God.
No, I like to watch like any super high MMR, honestly, any role. I've watched a bit of Excalibur because he's on EU time, so I'm having more time to watch like during the morning. That's when I'm seeing stuff. I watch Kezu. I watch obviously if Arteezy streaming.
Arteezy's great. Yeah.
Crit's great.
Crit. I'm a big fan of Crit stream. There's
Yeah.
nothing like watching Crit play Clinks for 8 hours straight and then lose and then get
The only
very,
thing better than
very
watching
sad.
Crit spam a hero is watching Eternal Envy play PA for 10 hours.
Oh my God.
Those were the days. After about 40 games, you realize the hero is indeed shit.
Thank you, Envy, for
He
that
never, he
wonderful.
never gives up on that.
Yeah,
though.
you got to respect
Yeah.
it though. You're like, I know by the end of this, Eternal Envy will have solved whether or not this hero is indeed not good.
Yeah. I love watching Arteezy because I feel like he has the best map awareness, period. I will legitimately say it. Like, I seriously think that he has the best. His camera's always in a really great position. He always sees things. He's clicking his teammates. He's clicking the enemies.
Can I tell you why? I think that
Okay, I
is?
thought you were
Oh,
going to
here we go.
disagree.
No, can I tell you why?
Sure.
I've come to EU, and I think my like general map checking is like way better than it was like 2 or 3 years ago. But in EU, people make missing calls. They tell you, I think this guy's going here. Hey, he has bottom rune care, it might be invis. Stuff like that. And NA, none of that.
No.
Never
That's
freaking
true.
happen. You have to supply yourself with all the information. And
playing with
Arteezy,
weights. Yeah.
if you watch his stream, he somehow, like his camera movement and crap, you're like,
He's everywhere.
am I on a roller coaster? Am I vomiting right now? Like, am I,
Dude, he's got like 12 or something different camera settings where it automatically goes to like the top bounty room.
Yes.
Or automatically
Wait,
goes to the
what?
bottom.
seriously, you can set hotkeys to specific locations.
He has
Are you
hotkeys
serious?
for every location. He sometimes does camera grip. He sometimes does edge pan.
Yeah.
I feel like the guy might even use number keys.
I'm saying
sometimes.
he has to. He's been in the trenches of NA where he's like now the #1 ranked MMR player. Almost always is at some point.
3
And-
accounts in the top.
Yeah, and
So-
he has to supply himself with this information. You don't get these calls. In EU, I've been like, wow, I feel like my map awareness is actually just way better.
Yeah, this is great.
Because I'm actually as a core like busy farming, laning matchup and stuff, and somebody will say, hey, Storm Spirit's missing, care top. Because like if I'm mid and I see the enemy missing, I'm like, okay, who's he likely going to gank? Okay, he's missing, he's probably going here. And people
Right.
make those calls. Like, and so
People-
as the off laner, I'm like, oh yeah, totally, man, I'll back up.
people
cool.
really don't want you to feed to the guy that like very obviously went missing, but in NA it's just like, that's their problem.
Yeah.
I get to free farm now.
Didn't he notice the storm walk out of vision?
Yeah.
My greatest, I love when they are constantly talking on the mic, except for the missing calls, and then they just relegate that to the chat wheel. You know, let me just talk about my goddamn day all day, but when my mid is missing, don't worry about it. You know, I'll just relegate that to some text. It feels real good. Anyway.
Dude, I miss it, but I'll miss it half the time when it's in text. I'm like, guys, I did not see you pinging that.
No, you know, we could spam the razzle dazzle 100 times, sure, but we can't say. I'm sorry, I'm getting off topic here, but yeah, that is one thing I'm very excited about. A tournament has come after Agnum's Labyrinth, so we get to hear the pro players just spamming those wonderful lines. I love Bok Bok Bok. It drives me absolutely insane.
I'm so
My
sick.
favorite's how if you spam it, it gets like higher and higher pitch.
Oh, it's real good.
It's perfect.
You know who the noobs are at Agnum's too, because they'll spam like the
Oh
lower
yeah, their
one.
highest level.
And it's like, come on, that's the one you're gonna spam?
Friends, let us
Are you-
skirmish.
Oh, peasants!
Pathetic.
Peasants! What a joke.
The Bok Bok's where it's at, boy.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Anyway, what is this? A beautiful visage? What are we watching here?
It's like Kung Fu Panda.
Oh my goodness, great. Is that what is outside?
Dude, oh,
there we
my
are.
God, I haven't been outside in
literally
so
right
long.
there.
My goodness gracious, it's beautiful out there.
Right out the hallway.
I gotta admit, I love the set. I love the visage that we're at. I do, however, with the robes, feel like I'm kind of on the Jedi Council, which I really dig. I really...
So you feel like you're a ancient Rome Jedi?
A little bit. I mean, I think this thing has a hood, actually. And that would really put me in... Oh, yes.
I feel like you're more like Palpatine or something like that.
That's good. I like that a lot.
Like murdering children is more your vibes that I'm...
What it done? You've made it to the council, Jedi. Is that good?
You look like my grandma.
Okay, great. Your grandma's
Was that
very
before or
handsome.
after the hood came off?
Both.
Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate it. So anyway, game 2 coming up here. Do we have a chance for Navi to come back from what you saw? It seems like the discussion has been mostly draft issue.
It really did seem like Fiveman kind of just dissected them strategically. Like, it just seemed like they were at the upper hand. They knew exactly what to do against the heroes presented. So with that in mind, I always say, like, okay, if Navi brings it back this game in the draft, I basically didn't give Fiveman enough credit where the weaknesses in Navi's draft that I thought were potentially exploitable, they just exploited it even better than I would have, like, been able to theory craft.
Yeah.
So I'm going to give a lot more credit to anything Fivemen do with all of their picks, because if there's an optimal way to play it, I'm convinced they will do that.
It's really hard to gauge them, though, because like the teams that they beat are not of the same caliber of the teams that Navi has recently beat. But they still have won the vast majority of their games.
They
only
were
losing one.
convincingly winning the games, too. It's not just that they won the games.
Yeah,
like,
right,
every
right.
game looked very smooth.
Right. And
Which is what you would hope for against like the tier 3 teams.
yeah, and that's the thing. It's like I personally feel like it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell the difference between like a win's a win to me.
Yeah.
I know you and T Governor BSJ were disagreeing with that. I think it's
How do you disagree with a win's a win?
well, no, they're just they
He
said
has
it's
DNA
like
mentality. It's like if we fed 10 times and we won the game, it's like, I'll accept it. We got.
yeah,
that's a win.
That's exactly. There we go.
Correct.
All right.
There
Agree
are
with me.
100% competitive games I remember playing where I won and it did not feel like I
A
won.
win's a win.
a win's a win.
There we
Ryan.
go. This is great.
Did you win the game?
Yeah,
Did
I'm
the
definitely
ancient
getting-
explode?
I'm definitely getting
You
changed
won.
up on here.
All right, sorry.
I'm just
Anyway.
going to predict a Spectre pick real quick. just
Thank
in
you
case.
very much. Oh, Ryan, wonderful prediction.
Nice, I'm a genius.
I did want to say one thing, though, before we move on. We talked about how Navi in the last series was a little predictable. Magnus, you know exactly what he's going to do, where he's going to rotate.
Sorry, continue.
Yes, terribly. But Warlock, also kind of a predictable hero. No? I mean, he does his ult, and then...
We have seen Warlock Spectre a pretty good amount. I've seen it in pubs now. This is an example of the meta where Warlock Spectre was TI-8 stuff. That was one of the best support combos with Spectre. It's overwhelming team fight. The sustain in the lane is insane. There's really no way to pressure Spectre in general, and now it's even harder in the laning stage. She just sits back and farms. She doesn't really need to go for kills. She's going to out-trade you. She's going to dagger for CS. And because of Spectre being absolutely broken, Warlock becomes a hero in the meta. Like that, it's just that simple. Like, because if Spectre was not good, I don't think Warlock would be a hero. But I was wondering if Fivemen potentially were going to first pick Spectre in order to shut this down. Enchantress to me has only really worked when you put a hyper carry with it because it secures the lane and that's it. So I want it to be a hero where it's like, nice, since this hero has a good lane, we're gonna like, this game's gonna look a lot better for us. And that immediately tells me Terrorblade, because of the Spectre Terrorblade matchup. Faceless Void would be reasonable, but it's not as convincing to me. With Phoenix Mag Band, I think Terrorblade goes up in value. We'll see.
Wow.
They're taking a long time on the second pick.
Yeah, they really are. I feel like Okay.
Whoa!
That was not what I was expecting in the slightest.
Yeah, thank you for that tangent for no reason.
Yeah, they're going to ban Terrorblade. If they don't ban Terrorblade now, you can blame me, but
Okay,
I'm pretty...
fantastic.
Okay, so they ban the Anti-Mage. They're going to ban probably Anti-Mage, Void, Terrorblade, something like that.
Yankees, talk to me about Brew.
I do like the Brew versus, like, I generally think Brew is like a, I don't know, B or C tier hero. I don't think it's that good. I think a lot of people overrated it after the buffs to the ultimate.
Yeah.
But the ultimate still has a massive cooldown. Like, that's still the problem. But when you're fighting into a Warlock and a Spectre, do you really care? You're going to have your ultimate when they have their ultimates, as well as you have this this Purge on Illusions, so the Haunt, and then as well as the Warlock summon. I think it does like at least 60-70% damage to the Warlock summon. I'm pretty sure.
It does 1,000 damage to summons.
It does a lot of damage to the Warlock Golem, so it's a good counter to these two heroes. But I don't think it does anything in the laning stage versus a Spectre Warlock. I don't see how you would need
toss the Golem?
Can you what?
Tornado the Golem?
Yeah, I think so. It's not magic immune, so.
Okay. Until
But
the talent.
Still, laning phase is hard for Brewmaster. He
Yeah.
suffers a lot.
Yeah, he's not the greatest.
I am shocked so far that they're not considering Terrorblade. I think with Brewmaster in lane, they might go like Venge Terrorblade as their second round.
If you
for
say
5 minutes.
Terrorblade one more time on the
Maybe I'm missing something. I feel like this hero's like super busted, and I've seen it a lot in EU too, so it's not like my NA bias coming. I think...
I don't know, dude. You know carry players, though. It's like, people will be like, oh yeah, it's Spectre Terrorblade. Like, that's an overrated matchup. Like, Terrorblade's not that good against Spectre. Like, Spectre owns TB. Like, it really depends on the mentality of the Spectre player in this game. You know, it's like mid players too. It's like, oh, Void Spirit dumpsters Ember Spear, and then Ember Spirit players are like, oh, Ember Spirit just craps on Void Spirit. Like, it just depends on what they think. Because Spectre does have like tons of pure damage. It's difficult to like sunder the actual Spectre.
I don't think the Spectre Terrorblade matchup is all that bad. I'm just saying that I think Terrorblade and
Is a
Spectre
hyper
are,
carry?
like, two of the like if I'm saying Terrorblade just one of the best carries right now, and it's like decent against Spectre. There's like so many carries right now that you don't even want to pick against Spectre. Like, they just don't feel good at all. So for me, it's not about the fact that he hard counter Spectre. It's like, hey, he's pretty decent against Spectre.
Okay.
And it's like good with our lineup, so that's why I would pick it. I feel like if you wait for the carry pick till like super late in the draft, it's not going to look any better than it does now. Like, no matter what they pick, your carry will be about the same pool of heroes anyways. Maybe I'm mistaken, but for me, I feel like the reason why Spectre and other carries are so viable to pick first round is because they're just so much better than these other carries that their game is going to be decent enough that, hey, like, you'll see like Chessie last game, you know, they 10th pick his hero, he goes crazy. And that's all because they first rounded the Spectre, and then he gets a later pick in the draft, has a more situationally strong pick. And that's the power of like having these hyper carries that is like, we'll just pick him first. And even if it's not the perfect Spectre game, it's
like
still a Spectre.
Everybody's kind of playing around you too, so it's like it's more like your team's job to, if you're countered, they kind of, I don't know, it's like impossible to counter. How do you counter a Spectre? She just gets like 3 or 4 items and kills you.
Oh boy, always with
Spectre's
this stuff.
so annoying.
You analysts, you know?
I hate Spectre.
It's so defeat.
I love winning with Spectre. My win rate this patch is like 85%. I'm not exaggerating with Spectre, but like it is just so freaking annoying.
My strat for pubs has been I pick Veno and then I say any Spectres, and then somebody picks Spectre, and then we win.
Is that the counter? The Venom?
No, like
No,
I'm saying,
on
like,
his
yeah,
team.
I don't care what they have. Honestly,
okay, great.
I've noticed a lot of this in this tournament as well. Is a lot of people seem to be picking for just comboing their draft and almost totally ignoring the enemy draft. Like, they just pick stuff that's good against anything together. Like, they're more. I guess people are more focused on synergy than they are on counters.
Well, some teams
right
have
now.
always traditionally been like that, but we have been seeing that a lot in the meta with these very, like, these are good heroes kind of things.
Yeah,
Don't
definitely.
worry, Ice Frog will fix. Trust in the Frog. It's coming. Hopefully
Based
not
on their
during the
bans,
tournament.
It's telling me a lot more.
Lion!
They go long. Okay, this is a misery hero, it feels like. Like, only teams with misery on them pick Lion. Even if he's not always playing it, it's like, I don't know why. He just seems to have this bias towards Lion. It makes the game easier if Lion's allowed to play. Jug, another hero that's pretty decent against the Spectre. The healing ward's really nice for your entire team. Spectre's biggest issue is the opponent can kind of just like 5-man down lanes and just take objectives, especially when Haunt's on cooldown. like the game plan of Jug is good against Spectre. So it's whether or not they can get that game plan online. They have really early tempo with the support Enchantress.
Yeah.
The Brewmaster is going to buy all the pipes and the Vlads and all this stuff that helps the rest of the heroes kind of just build whatever the hell they want to build. The Lion gives them some pickoff. I think their game plan is pretty well-rounded right now on the side of 5-man. And I think for Na'Vi, it's going to come down to, okay, I think we're going to win the fights if we get 5-on-5, if we push our buttons. We have Warlock Spectre. That's like always the case. But what can we do during the downtime? Like, how do we deal with this Jug hitting buildings? How do we deal with Brewmaster running at us?
I think they need some sort of like persistent fighting guy in the off lane. Some, I don't know, Centaur or something like that. I mean, it's not particularly good against the Juggernaut, but they definitely need somebody that just isn't playing off of cooldowns and somebody who also has some
like Underlord
form of disable. Yeah, Underlord would be good.
Underlord, or if you want to go like the pickoff route.
It's a bad matchup
Legion.
though. Legion would be amazing. I love Legion here actually.
I think Legion's a super good hero, but I think she suffers the same problem of them like 5-manning down a lane though. That's my only concern of Legion right now.
You can max the Q. You got Fade Bolt. You know, I think it's deal withable. I really do like the Lion pick from 5-men. Just in this particular draft, like I normally hate Lion. This is a hero who goes 3-17 in pubs. Like he's the biggest feeder in the world.
Yeah,
but when you have some of these players on your team,
many times on many different heroes, am I right, Slex?
Shut the hell
Sorry
up,
for interrupting.
BSJ.
it's okay. No, that was
Stupid
definitely
idiot.
very important to get out there. But good disable for the Spectre. Like you can pick her off before she gets the hunt off. She's really hard to kill unless you have a lot of lockdown. And then also, it's an illusion killer. Like they have so many ways of dealing with the Spectre Haunt right now. You can like enchant a Manta illusion with the Enchantress. You can kill the illusions with the Brewmaster. You can use any of Lion spells on the illusions.
Now, I'm going to say something here that many might consider stupid, but only the elite will think it's not. Maybe they're focusing too much on Spectre. Because as you said, they got illusion killers, they got the Brewmaster to deal with that, they've got all this stuff. They're not playing their own game, they're falling into the Spectre trap. Is that not as dumb as it sounded?
No, I don't think that's that dumb. Do you
There's
think that's
reason to
dumb?
that. Yeah, there's.
It's like I want to say it's dumb because you say it in a funny voice, but
Yeah, the way you said
It's
it.
just
might-
my voice, Jenkins.
I'm sorry about that.
Continue.
I mean,
He can't change that.
No,
I can
I've tried.
relate.
The surgery went completely the opposite direction.
Really?
It just went higher. Yeah.
Didn't-
Every day I wait for puberty, and it never comes.
Do you go to one of these like herbalist doctors where they like new medicine?
Can I go off on a tangent about my wife, by the way?
Yeah, go ahead.
She brought home a crystal a couple weeks ago.
Oh no.
She said it was a money crystal. I said, the only person making money off this crystal is the asshole who sold it to you. What is a money crystal?
She didn't buy it from Gwyneth Paltrow, did she?
No.
Okay.
No, luckily for us, our house doesn't smell like that. But
Okay.
no, she rubs the crystal and says that.
That
well,
sounds like it could be a good.
All right, let him finish. I don't know. I don't know where this is going. I don't know
Don't
where this is
interrupt.
going. There's suspense here. What happens with this crystal?
We'll get back to it after we talk about Queen of Pain, but we've made no more money. Don't buy crystals and rub them, expecting things to happen, people.
Okay.
All right?
Okay.
That's good advice.
That's good advice. BSJ. Now talk to me about Quap.
Well, I'm just gonna say, out of sheer stubbornness, I refuse to go for Navi's draft because they drafted the exact 3 cores that 5-men had last game. So
Well, maybe they learned something
I'm
after
just
getting
gonna say
whipped
this
by
is
them.
like some copycatting shenanigans,
Shenanigans.
and I'm not a fan. Even though it is a really good quad game. So.
Oh, Dragon Knight. Speak of not a fan.
I think that Na'Vi did a really good job of addressing like this whole long cooldown problem they had with picking these like mobile, low cooldown cores, last 2 picks.
Yeah.
But, man, I think 5-men just looked like the better team last game, and I think they're gonna do like the whole. Yeah, the odds are now favoring Na'Vi according
Oh,
to
wow.
Slacks.
Well, hold on. Let's not confuse the audience here. Everyone knows that the smaller number equal better money.
Yes.
So 5-men are favored by our odds, EGB.com.
I'm gonna go for 5-men this game just because I think their game plan is like super high tempo, super low cooldowns, constant pressure, and the Quap and Void Spear are gonna have a lot of weight on their shoulders, and there's some beefy heroes. Jug's hard to kill, Brew's hard to kill, DK's hard to kill, and then if they ever overextend slightly, the Lion's gonna punish them pretty hard. So I'll go for 5-men. Please don't let me down. I don't want to start the tournament 0-2.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And Jenkins.
I think I would also go for 5-men. I just think
Ah.
that they looked like the better team by a pretty big margin. You know, I wasn't able to catch their run through the qualifiers, I believe, where they were stomping, so I wasn't exactly sure how good that they looked, but against Na'Vi, they looked very solid last game. So I feel like they're just better.
All right. Well, we have had many good times discussing it here on the top of Mount Olympus, but now we must throw it down to Hades, where the little demons are frolicking around. Please enjoy our demonic casters, Capitalist and the Fago. Enjoy. Hades, bring them to...
Hey, thank you. Hades here with my good friend Thanatos. Isn't that your dog's name?
Thanos.
Thanos. Okay,
which was inspired off of Thanatos,
True.
actually. The spirit of death.
Oh, very nice. Well,
A good dog name.
good. Yeah.
Anyway.
Not sure about that one, but we'll just keep on moving to this game 2 of 5 men versus Na'Vi. Do you agree, though, that 5 men just looked like the better team? Because they sure as hell whomped on Na'Vi in that game 1.
Yeah, I mean, overall, everything looked better. The way they set up their lanes, the way they moved, the way they itemized, like, just overall, it seemed like they just had a better grasp of the current patch and just what could happen. And I see their lineup, and they drafted heroes that they're very comfortable with. They love their Enchantress, they love their line, they like their Brewmaster. So, yeah, looking forward to this one.
Yeah, and I hope that at least Na'Vi puts up a better showing for one person in particular. I want to see Young G show up a little bit more. Otherwise, he may not make 6 months on this roster. The game 1 was pretty rough. So hopefully he'll be able to do a little bit better in this game 2. As we get underway, and our analysts are now allowed to leave Mount Olympus, descend down with the rest of us mortals.
Our analysts and Slacks. Slacks, are you good? He's working on it. You're blocking the whole screen.
It was an excellent Palpatine impression earlier, by the way.
He's doing really well. So I'm seeing, just at quick glances, I see a pretty fast-paced lineup coming out from 5 men, right?
Yeah.
They open up with a Spectre and a Warlock, which very slow-paced, right? These are just, we're going to sustain in lane, and then we're going to get to a point where we get to late game, and these two are like the late game, late game kings at team fight, if they can get to that point. But yeah, I really do think that 5 men, they're going to really press the issue forward here, and they do have some great ways to address that Spectre, like Panel mentioned. Lion, he can get rid of the illusions. Brewmaster can easily get rid of the illusions. Enchantress can easily take over the illusions. So, looks like they've got their planning set.
Zibbe pops the Drunken Brawler, goes back in, doesn't quite get the bounty rune, though. So it is going to be just a 2-2 split.
Yeah, and the other thing, I really like this Brewmaster pick, actually, for a couple reasons this game. I love the Dispel, as we were mentioning. It's now buffed as well, because Wind Panda has an insane amount of mana, so you can actually use that constant Dispel to get rid of illusions, do a lot of damage to the Golem, get rid of Fatal Bonds, get rid of Shadow Word Pain. Really strong, but also, one thing that always was my big gripe about Brew is making sure he can get away with his lane. And I feel like now you can do that pretty easily, especially if you're versus like Spectre Warlock. They're not going to pressure you that hard.
No, that is definitely a very defensive lane in nature. One of the classic Spectre lanes, right? It's like Warlock used to be one of the best
Pasha.
babysitters in the game. Pasha
dead, I think.
certainly in some trouble here. Oh, Ace kind of missteps there and gets far enough away from Pasha that he couldn't really chase. Instead, puts the damage onto Immersion.
Ooh, I think they may have had him there. Would have been really close, because he did have the Fairy Fire as well, but yeah, could have made a missed kill opportunity there for Ace from that.
That's a mid-lane matchup. DK versus the Queen of Pain. I feel like we've seen this matchup in several different patches now.
Yep. DK's fine. If anything, he wins. And Young G's really got to make a, like we said, we want to see him perform really well in this game in particular, because he's kind of got to kind of set that tempo for his team.
My concern is he's put in a very similar situation. Oof.
Oh no!
Pro players not controlling their couriers, man! Misery with the double kill. Very nicely played. Well done cutting through the tree like that to get that last hit.
You thought to tame the lion? I like how he's spamming it before he even finishes killing the second one.
But yeah, going back to Young G, my biggest concern is it's very similar to game 1, right? Where he is put into a position where he's more of a tempo controlling mid, needs to move around, get kills, but he's up against a mid laner that will punish you by taking your tower once you leave.
Yeah, that's definitely tough. He's gonna have to play this game. I mean, he's gonna have to do a lot though. Like we said, it's like Void Spirit is. I think Void Spirit should have a decent time down bottom, at least what it looks like, because they missed that first kill. He's now actually able to do something. So Pasha could make the game a little bit easier for Young G if he has a good start, because then he can be the more active guy. But yeah, he's a qual, so he's gotta He's got to be able to make those moves around. Oh, double deny.
Well done.
I'm very surprised how low those CS on that Jug is. I guess just really going for that first kill just really messed him up.
Yeah, I feel like Jug is incredibly hard to outlast hit. His animation is really good. His damage is quite standard for cores in general.
Yeah, and it's like Fade Bolt in the past used to be very annoying at level 1, but it's changed the way it works now. It actually just scales better and is worse early. Nice TP by Immersion.
Pulls him out of the lane and TP's back as soon as the spin goes off. So Pasha got a little free CS time. Ace probably missed a CS or two there. What do you think about Enchantress, by the way? I was actually reading an interview with Celery. And one of the things that they were talking about was his idea of Enchantress versus Puppies. And they actually have different skill builds. And Celery kind of commented it didn't go into too deep, but he talked about how he feels like he has a different idea than Puppy has for Enchantress.
Does Puppy max enchant, I'm imagining, or something like that? Yeah, because he's a farmer.
Well, no. He actually goes for the higher levels of the heal at some point in time. So he goes it's like 2-2, and then like at some point in time he'll get enchant and then max out the heal. Whereas I believe Celery goes 4-4-0. I think that's what it was. I couldn't swear to it though.
Huh.
But yeah, I was just curious. What do you think about this hero right now in general?
I mean, I don't like that 4-4-0 build at all personally, especially if you're playing like a 5-position role. I feel like your whole point of your laning thing is just to soak spells and then click your heal, and then it's like, oh, I got you, you know?
Yeah.
And then your enchanted just allows you to do so much in the game. At least when I watch Puppy, I'm looking and I'm like, where's the 5 Enchantress? I see a 3 Enchantress, but I don't see a 5 Enchantress, so there's different ways to play everything, right? That's the beauty of Dota, is like so many different weird things can work. As long as you play to the strength of it. If you're just trying to do the style and you don't have the right skill build, then sure, but if you're playing to that skill build style, then it can be nice.
Damn. Zibe and Misery they're just merciless in their attempt to just run down these denies.
Loving look at those last hits too on the Brew, like we were mentioning. It's going to be a lane where he gets a lot of farm in this game, and it's pretty important in this game for a Brew to get that kind of farm, because he has very good matchups versus so many of Na'Vi.
Once again, Chessie making the same maneuver. 5-minute bounties are coming up. He pushes in his lane. He runs over, takes the enemy bounty rune, immediately TPs back.
Yeah.
This is his way to kind of combat, because normally mids will stay there to push the lane in first, but he just kind of abandons the lane, says, I'm going to let him push it in. I'm just going to TP back in time to get there.
This looks identical to what happened last game. This time, though, we see Na'Vi does have more aggressive wards down, so they can see these movements, but also 5 men, they have wards down, so they're watching that move from that level 6 Queen of Pain. Now we mid DK hits level 6, so he's going to look to pressure tower and not allow that Queen of Pain to actually move around as easily. And look, Enchantress already set up, so exactly the same rotations coming out from 5 men. They want to look for this tower in that mid lane.
Dire's structures are fortified.
And Ace is certainly a hero that they can leave alone for now. Let's see if Na'Vi makes any difference here. They gotta try and get some rotations here. A Centaur coming in from behind leads into a chain stun from Misery. But, okay, this time around, Immersion and Ilias, they will at least punish Misery, get the first blood, and they're not going to lose as much of their tower HP as they did the last time.
Exact same rotation, though. They brought the 3. Even Misery makes the rotation over, and ooh, that tower is
okay, I lied.
Just kidding.
Yeah.
It is pretty much dead.
That's a DK and a Siege Wagon for you.
Yeah. This time, though, we did see Na'Vi. They did respond with their 2 heroes, so nice rotations coming in. Not the best to respond. Of course, Warlock doesn't really contribute a whole lot, but their Spectre is getting good farm up top, so they can make these moves.
It's like they learned a little bit, but I feel like they still didn't react fast enough.
No, yeah, it seemed like it was a little bit too late. It was not the best, but at least able to get these kills up. Young G is able to pick himself those.
I feel like those kind of DK pushes are just kind of like a war of attrition, where it's like, as the defending team, your idea is to delay it like 2 or 3 dragon forms. Giving it up on the very first one is a pretty harsh blow.
For sure. And they do not really have like the best way to just push the creeps away though, right? It's really just like Rubik nuke, and then like Quap has to walk in kind of close to actually nuke the wave down. Top Crystallize, he's very low. Zibe
being left alone because his support had to make their rotation mid. Misery and Zibe, they take advantage of that.
Keep him at 0 mana. Misery, I believe that's 2 points in Mana Drain and only 1 point in the stun.
Yeah, and that's it's usually been a big problem for Spectres in the past. It's why we saw this really memey Meteor Hammer build recently. Everyone likes to get mana. And they're going to pop it here. Crystallize. He does have enough to be able to get the dagger out. If only he wasn't stunned for so long, but that drain takes away the dagger opportunity into the trees. Misery spams once again, and good old 5 men. Another very successful rotation. It feels like, again, that's another story of this matchup, is that 5 men is putting the tempo always on Na'Vi. They're always the one making moves first.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm going to comment on Misery right there. 2 points in Mana Drain, right? That actually just got them that kill, more than likely. Probably, maybe would have died anyway, but the dagger could have potentially saved him. A lot of times I feel like you see like your pub teammate have 2 points in Mana Drain and only 1 in stun, and you're like, dude, what the hell are you doing? Misery made it work, as long as they play around it. Now they're reacting, but this tower is getting beaten down pretty quick.
Yeah, I feel like this is going to be one of those rotations. Maybe the team fight will work out for them, but the damage is kind of already done. They've lost their tower. They're going to pop out, try and catch this Brewmaster, but a beautiful stun from Misery. It's going to give a little bit of room. Zibe will manage to just TP away because the Rubik's too far out. In fact, he already used telekinesis, so they didn't have another stun to throw out in the first place. He could have TP'd immediately.
Yep. Oof. And that's pretty big, getting that tower. Now Spectre's game is a bit awkward. When you're playing in this position, you did not have a free farm lane. There's lots of ways for them to look for you and just to take out towers. You don't really have a home. Now, he doesn't want to really go bottom. Now he can't go top. Mid is probably the best.
Nice kill. Nice.
Great rotation.
But yeah, last time Ace was just chilling in his safe lane. He had a nice, comfy home. He didn't feel threatened. Even when they came to push his tower, he was like, I can still kind of stick around, and my team will probably TP in time. Misery in some trouble here in the top lane. Crystallize at least gets a kill to be able to make up for some of that last farm when he was kicked out of lane.
Jesse gets the farm. Yeah, this game, it's different because Chessie can't be as explosive, right? He's not this Void Spirit that just snowballs out of control. He's a DK. He's just going to click his ult, walk from lane to lane, and put that pressure on.
Worthy tribute.
We'll see how Na'Vi chooses to react to that, as they should be getting their level 6s on their big heroes pretty soon, that Warlock ult in particular. Yeah, both carries not having the greatest start.
Where are you on the stance of Juggernauts and how aggressive they should be? Because I feel like every Juggernaut I play with recently, granted this is NA, NA's terrible at this, but you know, it's like 15 minutes and nice kill. Young G just gets popped by the Finger of Death. That was so much damage from Misery, and gets the first stack on his Finger of Death as well. So there you have it. Juggernaut gets a little active. That's what I was basically leading to.
Rather than what? What do you get in your opposed Mask of Madness every game or something? Like?
Yeah, just not like, you know, Omni Slash has been off cooldown for 20 minutes, dog. Like, you want to fight or what? Immersion.
Ooh, pops the drum.
Let's breathe fire.
Just to get away there.
Yeah, just a little bit skittish that he was going to get caught, I guess.
I mean, look at mid. Look at this. Ace is hitting tier 2. They're hitting tier 2 top, too. So Jesse's like, they probably have to be making a move down bottom. So he jets himself away kind of quick. Now he's starting to poke himself forward as he's full HP again. And again, Na'Vi not able to make pressure at all onto those objectives. They can't actually look to set up onto towers, and 5 men are the ones continuously doing that.
Fortunately for Na'Vi, tier 2 towers are a lot harder to take. Spin out, though. They're not able to punish Ace whatsoever for his very deep positioning.
I'm really still really liking the moves by 5 men, though. Just they're playing this very aggressive style, and they're forcing Na'Vi to kind of react around all the time, rather than Na'Vi just being like, hey guys, we're going to group up and we're going to take this tower. They're constantly having to move back all the time.
As seen there from the Brewmaster, just kind of running at the quap.
Cert dominance.
To blink away. And while Young G may still be in that top 3 net worth, everybody else is falling farther and farther behind. It's certainly concerning for, well, I guess it's kind of concerning for both. Spectre, sure, you're a carry, but also the Void Spirit, I feel like, is a hero that once you start getting underfarmed, you can become really lackluster.
Yeah, I feel like they need to start making some aggressive moves, especially around Pasha here. Misery hiding in the trees nicely.
You know he's somewhere, and they do catch him with the Aether Remnant. Zibe's here, though, and he's already gotten the chain stuns out onto Pasha. Pasha's going to try and double jump away, but there goes that stone boulder to catch him. Dissimulates to be able to dodge it, but he could still be tossed up in the air by the tornado and dispelled down as soon as they're ready for a fight. Another boulder thrown out, but the Wolven, it's going to go out. Nice Sonic Wave on through, does a good amount of AoE damage. That Omni Slash getting completely soaked up by the Spectre Illusions. Crystallized was able to run down Misery, but Zibe's doing so much damage to him. The Breathe Fire over top, and Chessie, right in the front of everybody, was able to turn around quickly, kill that Spectre. Got to be careful, though. Young G and Pasha, they still represent a lot of magic damage in the DK. Very susceptible to that. Gets hit by the Dissimulate. Ace comes back in with the spin. Pasha, who no longer has that Astral Step up, may be in trouble here, but a nice stun coming in with the Aether Remnant pull back that AoE damage from Young G. Helps get the double kill for Ilias.
Very nice reaction there by Na'Vi. Great rock, getting the combo on everything. I love the way that golem looks as well. Just the samurai golem coming in. But
super sick.
So much magical burst damage. That's the big thing I'm seeing coming out from Na'Vi. They've got the Rubik Fable, even like a Spectre Dagger. They've Quap Scream and all. Void Spirits, nukes all being high leveled because he's that off lane too. Heroes just got crushed down very quickly when they moved forward there. And I believe the Fatal Bonds caught on, I think, like 3 heroes.
Yeah, it looked like they were pretty grouped up when he managed to get off the golem bonds.
And he got it also on top of the Bruce Split. He actually killed off the Wind Spirit. I think he killed off the Fire Spirit too, and it was just the Earth one running away. Great moves there by Na'Vi to respond, and maybe some slight over-aggression coming out from the 5 men on that Bruce Split, diving toward the tower.
That is something that 5 men will have to keep in mind this game, is the clear team fight that Na'Vi has that is very strong. That being said, it's on cooldown now, so maybe 5 men can make some plays. It is that awkward stage where you're like almost winning too much. You know, where you're like, okay, we have this opportunity to go take an objective, but it's kind of too early to take tier 2s. You're already taking tier 1s. Young G, the combination, this is going to be enough. They need another crit, but Ace, he doesn't get it, and they actually steal Finger of Death. Ooh.
That's a big one. Worried about some like Brewmaster splits getting off last second. Now you've got that instant burst. That's a very big steal there.
Do you keep Finger of Death stacks if you're Rubik and you get a kill? I assume you do.
Unfortunately not.
Oh, really?
Unless they fix that. I know for a while it did not work. It gives you the little, you have like little icon, but then when you get the kills and then you get rid of it, they just disappear. Unless it was changed again, which is definitely possible. So we see Pai's build. Yeah, he's got the 3 points in. 3 points in enchant, 2 in the heal, 0 in the actual impetus.
And once again, very aggressively positioning himself on the enemy side of the map, almost kind of daring the enemy team to jump on him. Half the time, you're not sure if this is a free kill or a bait. In this case, it's a bait, which Chessie tries to lure in Young G, but he's found that this was a 2-sided trap. Bounces back, Sonic Wave, not quite enough to finish off Chessie, though. And they have to start backing away. The golem's getting dropped in, and that is enough to finish off Chessie. Probably get the kill on Pylai Die as well. Zibe, he should maybe be able to get out. Young G, he actually does manage to get in range of the Shadow Strike. That'll slow him down a lot. And there is that Void Spear coming in from the side. They're actually going to be able to catch Misery here. 1, 2, 3, and a 4th that will get away in Zibe. But still, another great team fight for Na'Vi. Another golem that just came off cooldown.
Perfect spot for it to come up, too. Just a bit too long of a wait there from 5 men, Na'Vi able to get that one back up. And they didn't have to use everything either. They did have to use, you know, the Sonic Wave, the Stolen Finger, but they still have Haunt. They still have Void Spirit as well, who can make aggressive plays too for that Haunt. Now it's go time, right? 5 men, you've got your ults, you've got everything ready. You know they just expanded everything. I feel like you have to press the issue forward here versus the Spectre lineup. There is now an Orchid already finished up though on Young G. Nice Orchid game versus that Brewmaster in particular.
So what do you do when you're in the position where you're like, okay, we used a bunch of our ultimates to team fight. We know they're going to get aggressive. Do you just like do the thing where you like sit together on a high ground?
Yeah.
Do you like play a lot of split pushing?
I think you camp a ward. That's usually one of my favorite ones. You sit on a high ground and camp a ward and wait for them to smoke into you, especially into your jungle here, which you kind of anticipate them to, but this is a really heads-up move here by 5 men. You know, those ults are down. They're probably not expecting you to go into the Roche pit either. It gets scanned, though.
Question is, can they actually stop it? The dagger's going to come on through. Ooh. But they're just going to keep on going here.
Sidesteps it. Pi, look at this. Pops the heal preemptively, just stands and faces them.
Just going to run in, upheaval. Looking to kind of, again, put something in the pit that maybe makes 5 men skittish, but they're not scared at all. The dagger comes through, though, and gets the last hit. Well timed by Crystallize.
How much XP did he get for that? He probably got actually a decent chunk. I think he may have been like the only one in range for the XP, because the rest of his teammates were all on the high ground there. All right, good snipe. Actually pretty huge for a Spectre.
Yeah, real massive.
Pasha denies the rune from Chessie.
A spiteful stun from Chessie. He wanted that power rune, but it's not for him.
Time to get those neutral items. 18 minutes. 1 minute passed. Everyone's going to farm jungle. Crystallize has fully caught back up. Still a little bit behind Ace. But with the way that this game is going, you know, this is a Spectre lineup with Warlock where I don't believe 5 men has pressed the issue forward enough here to have that good feeling for themselves just yet. As
The Remnant pull back. Good amount of magic damage. Immersion trying to use that stolen spin to be able to get away from Ace here. Ace is going to pursue. A lot of healing coming out from Ilias as well, and Ace is finding that he's run out of damage. Now the Golem's going to get dropped with Yorkin on top of the Brewmaster. Zibe gets popped like that. And now the Spectre can jump forward and grab another. With the Remnant pullback, they're going to be able to get Misery. Pasha, Yule's Scepter on up on Ace, trying to slow him down. But eventually they're going to run out of disables here, and they don't want to just dive into Chessie underneath the tier 1 tower. Yet another successful team fight for Na'Vi.
Great positioning for them, and it seems every single time it's like, oh, we're, you know, we got everything back up in time before you guys look to actually make your aggressive move. That rock gets dropped again. And that Orchid, like we said, big problems for the Brew. As now, though, Blink from Chessie. Do they have enough for Pasha?
Double hop away, but he is so slowed down at this point. He's not going to be able to get out of this. Dissimulate will buy him a little bit more time, but he still has so much more time until Astral steps back up.
In the void.
I will say, Na'Vi, they look a lot better when they have this sort of this better, like late game, better team fight trap card they can throw down. When they can let the enemy kind of run into them and respond. It seems like when they just don't have a good idea of like being the one setting the tempo. But on the other side of the coin, they look great like this.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely looking super good, and they know it's like you always have that. It's in the back of your head too the whole time. It's just like, you know, we're leading right now. Late game is invested. Late game is secured for us if we get to that point with this type of lead building up and building up. Young G definitely fixing his game from the last one.
Yeah.
Almost has a BKB finished up on top of this Orchid. Rotations have all kind of worked in his favor, even though they've actually moved. They've been the rotations that have gone into him. He's just been there to react. Pi found in no man's land.
It'll take a little bit. Thanks to Strength Treads and Bracers. But eventually it goes down. Misery, though, he actually gets caught in the bottom lane as well. And Zibe!
They commit a split for this. They have to get this kill.
He does manage to get the tornado off, and I think with that, with the Dragon Tail stun,
nice silence.
Nice Orchid. Pursuit, though, he does get the stun now. The blink is up, but Zibe, his ultimate is worn off. Young G's got to be able to get out.
Oh, they weren't able to proc the Drunken Haze. Didn't quite clap on him there at the end there. So close to end the kill, and that's Bruce Split committed. That's really painful. Na'Vi they can do anything now.
Yep.
Pretty much on the map for the next 3 minutes. They're going to have Golem up pretty soon, too, for themselves.
Na'Vi, they pretty much copy some of 5 men's draft from game 1. And they make it look good. Stun goes down. Pasha should be just fine for now anyway.
Misery wasn't quite in time there to get that blink off to get the catch follow-up. He does at least have the blink at a pretty good timing that we didn't touch upon, but yeah, just a little slow there.
Big catch the Brewmaster.
Again. He's got the hood. Not quite enough to keep him alive, though.
Even though they've gotten the Aegis for themselves, it's 5 men who have been losing fights for the last 2 or 3 minutes as they're going to get another pick off, this time on Pile Die. Na'Vi seems like very similar to 5 Men about this time, game 1, where they felt very confident. We're just kind of running. Na'Vi's doing the same thing. They're just kind of running at 5 Men. They sense when they have an advantage and are capitalizing on it really well.
Yeah, especially, I mean, during this moment especially, right? Like, Brewmaster ult down, DK ult down. You guys don't have anything to respond to us unless we trickle in one by one. That's the only thing they really had to be worried about versus this Lion. And yeah, they really do just rely so much on the Brewmaster the more when you look at it, right? Lion and Chantress as your 2 supports. These 2 they're really going to start to fall off.
They can also be pretty cooldown dependent. Finger Death, Primal Split, Dragon Form. Now, this game still has some legs in it, for sure. It's far from over. But judging by how this first 25 minutes has gone, how much of it would you say is the draft? Because it's got to be noted that, you know, they did copy a lot of what 5 Men had in game 1, and this game seems to be going very well. So, was it the draft?
I mean, it really does feel like it, right? It feels like even though 5 Men is trying to make these moves, they're just getting matched out by this Queen of Pain and this Warlock. These 2 heroes they're clicking their ults on these, and even though 5 Men are making the aggressive moves in the right place, they're not able to actually have it successful versus these great counter initiators.
One thing I've been surprised is the Void Spirit feels just as potent as it did in game 1.
Yeah,
except
exactly.
It's off lane and it had kind of a rough start.
I felt like that bottom lane was going to go a bit better for 5 Men. I feel like that first botch where they don't get that kill, it really hurts Ace's game because he had what 5 last hits compared to the 10 of the Void Spirit or something at that point too. I feel like that lane was probably the biggest one that I'm looking at that should have gone better for them.
Yeah, I mean they just straight up had the Enchantress counter to he pops his what's his third ability called on
Resonant Pulse.
Resonant Pulse, thank you. He puts up the shield. You dispel it and slow him down. It feels like a good opportunity to really punish that hero. But.
Yep. And then you're a melee hero versus Jug when you're very slow, which is not the greatest. But you have a lot of, you have a lot of armor and you have a lot of your base damage. So if you do end up not dying to the spin, you can turn and actually get a good lane. And now it's really just been chain deaths across the board for 5 Men. That feels like actually 9 kills in a row or something, or 10 kills in a row. 4 to 19. It's another one. 4 to 20.
They're all over the place.
Yeah, look at this quap. 10, 1, and 6. 16 of the 20 kills. Orchid BKB, perfect itemization.
And I like how he's protecting the lead that he has with the Linken's follow-up as well.
Right. It's a good Linken's game, though. Right? He's playing versus Lion as well as DK. It's pretty great.
For sure.
Pasha walks up without much fear. When the Lion is dead, there's not really the craziest amount of lockdown, just that DK. And Spectre's we can say not critical mass, but the point where he just ruins your poor supports and doesn't let them play.
Well, 26 minutes in. 4 to 20 with an 8,000 net worth lead for Na'Vi and a second Roshan that's going to be coming up soon. So we're going to take a quick look back at one kill as we bounce back into the game where, it's not a big deal. It's just old Pile Die performing his signature move, which is die, die, die.
Die, die, die.
But yeah, I feel like if this game's going to turn around for 5 Men, it's going to be with this next Roshan.
They have to try to catch people that are trickled in 1 by 1 or out of position. They have to try to find this Warlock in the back line.
Okay, well, starting off with an initiation onto the Rubik, that would be nice if they could pop him real quickly, but Jesse doesn't output the damage to do it by himself, and Pasha already kind of got in on that back line, and Misery took him out. What a big sonic wave. I think that hit all 3 cores with the telekinesis drop on top. Woo! This is looking like it's a stomp, just like game 1.
Yeah, this is definitely over now. Jug, you have a Jug DK Brew lineup, and your Jug DK Brew have died 3, 4, 5 times in a row on the 3 of them there. These cores, they're all about setting the tempo. Once you start dying like this, it really is a snowball effect for them. And yeah, this one's definitely in the bag here for Na'Vi. they never get into the back lines. They never can actually find this Warlock in the back, and it's just like every single time he's just like, okay, Brock, Fatal Bond, Upheaval, free game for Ilias to just get all his spells off.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Well, 5 men, they certainly can't afford to buy back. That would just kind of ruin their games, but then again, can't really afford to be given up a mid lane of Barracks up against a lineup that has better late game either.
I'm surprised they didn't call it there, to be totally honest.
Yeah.
With like their lineup, but okay, Zibia has a Midas apparently. I just saw, so I guess they're going for the big comeback, but they don't scale like Navi does.
Slacks, what went wrong?
Clearly not ready.
Slacks is bullying
Slacks
us.
is yelling at us to keep filling. That's why I was cutting to you, Slacks. I thought you were going to give me an amusing thing to pass on to the audience. Instead,
like,
you berated me.
It looks like they're going to try for one or two more team fights, but
Yeah.
I just saw the Brewmaster pick up a Midas, so I thought maybe he's just like they're trying to go for the later stage, but they're going to look for this last fight. BKB
They
Blink.
got scanned.
Oh, and they got hit by that too. And Navi's going to back up. They were trying to take advantage of the Warlock ult being down and everything too, but now Haunt's going to be back.
This feels like that smoke move to bottom that Navi did in game 1, where it was like it was the last hurrah.
They're like, oh, Roche? Yeah, let's go to Roche.
Yeah.
Oh, God. This is probably where it's going to be disaster. Sonic Wave back up.
Ah, nice.
Haunt back up.
They had the courier
Courier's
there.
chilling. Ooh, what is that courier, too? What does that affect?
Yeah,
sick.
it's got some...
Curry has been killed.
Well, Crystallize does lose his courier, but it doesn't really matter. Look at the circle around. They're going to make sure there's no retreat possible. Immediately back into the back line. Misery goes down with the double silence going out. And it looks like Warlock could be in trouble before he actually gets anything off. He doesn't have the golem anyway, so I guess it doesn't matter. Sonic Wave from Young G. Okay, that doesn't quite finish anybody off, but Ace goes down, and there goes most of your damage with that. And GG is called immediately by Misery. Once their carry is down, there's not many options for 5 men. So, okay. We've got a real series on our hand. I thought it was just going to be a real quick 2-0, judging by that game 1, but apparently not the case. Maybe it's all in the draft, Fog.
Yeah, I mean, it's very much so in the draft, but also it's like these type of drafts where I see Jug and DK and Brewmaster, it's like this is and you're playing versus, let's say, something like Spectre. You can't make mistakes in this draft. I feel like you make one mistake, okay, that's all right. The second mistake, the game feels pretty much over from there because you're playing this whole catch-up game versus Spectre. And Spectre's just like, okay, I'm just sitting back farming while my team gets all these successful team fights because of Warlock. So, yeah, I feel like that's a game of just got to play perfect.
All right, well, I guess with that, we should probably ask the panel what went wrong in game 2 and what went wrong with their predictions. Maybe we should ask Slacks instead.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Capitalist. What a unique caster Fogged and Capitalist says. Never before in my career has a caster tried to throw back to the panel during the game before it ended. So true innovators there. Thank you so much for our wonderful casting team, if you can call them that. Gentlemen, we're back, and it is I'm not going to harp on you. You know, I believed it too. I saw that game 1. I thought 5 men were looking great, but you can't bet against the Spectre.
That was the crucial mistake that we made.
I am all about setting the audience's expectations really low at the start of the tournament.
Well, obviously.
It's only upwards from here, right?
The tournament, you said.
Yes. So I'm saying that, I've got like 3 or 4 more weeks where if I started really good, just predicting every game correctly, then the minute I start falling off, people are going to start raising suspicion. But we all know the viewership numbers. They go up over the course of the tournament.
Nice.
People that were there for the whole thing, they also are going to remember the end of the tournament more than the beginning. And that's why I'm just here setting it down here. So I'm alley-ooping myself to just be a rising star as an analyst throughout the course of this tournament.
A couple steps.
And I also bet against Spectre twice.
Yeah.
It's also more exciting, too, if you think a team is going to lose and then they end up winning. It's like that underdog story, so there's a little bit of
I was
that
making the
there.
game more exciting for myself as
exactly.
well. Thank you, Jenkins.
Incredible excuses here today. But let's go ahead and talk about why this happened. I mean, it couldn't have been 100% Spectre, right?
I think what Fogg kind of said was with the lineup they had against a hero like Spectre, you just can't screw it up at all. Like, you can't have 1 or 2 moves or 1 or 2 team fights that you just get shut down. And I think the problem with Spectre is not only is the hero like really good, but it's super punishing for any slight mistakes. And I don't know. I don't want to say it's just Spectre, but it feels like the team that had Spectre in this series looked like a way better team. Like if you just ignored the first game, it seemed like Na'Vi had 5-man's number as like at a strategical level that game. And I think it's just the ease of execution and the high punishing nature of Spectre that makes it look that way.
Right. And I know we were saying that Na'Vi was kind of copying their draft a bit by picking the same 3 cores. But to be fair, there aren't that many cores that are just like broken tier in this patch. It's like these players are going to have experience playing with these cores and also playing these cores themselves. So, I kind of feel like the solution is just if you don't give the enemy team Spectre. I think you just ban the hero. It's like a 58% win rate in pro level pubs as one of the most picked heroes. Like that's too high. Venomancer 2, Doom as well. I think these 3 heroes need to be out of the game or on your team. Just these 3. That's it. I'm not saying any more than that. I'm not saying anything crazy here.
But are we actually going to be able to see a Doom or a Veno? Because as you said, they're first banned every time. You got to ban the Spectre, but now you're opening yourself up for that. And if Spectre was better than these 2 heroes, we would see her banned out first.
Well, that's the nature of how like metas shift, especially during a long LAN tournament or a long league tournament like this, where teams initially say, okay, we think Doom and Veno are the absolute scariest. We can deal with Spectre, like that hero we know is strong, but if we let it through, we'll know what to do against it better than we would Doom or Veno. And in this case, it's like sometimes you're gonna have to start reprioritizing what you first ban. Right now, with the way they reworked captain's mode, you only get 4 bans total between the 2 teams.
True.
So first pick team could technically ban none of these 3 heroes and get one if they wanted it.
Right. Which is actually why I want to say something that's like a bit controversial, and that's that I think Doom is overrated. I think that I know it's shocking. I do think that there are counters to it. You can pick Oracle, deal with the Doom. You can pick Wisp and just relocate people out. You heal them. Like, I'm not saying that he's not a good hero. Obviously, he's broken. Even if you have these heroes, he's still really good. You just doom the hero that's doing the saving. But with that being said, they are not popular in the meta. Same thing with Venomancer. What deals with Venomancer? Lycan owns Venomancer. You have regen. You run through his wards at max move speed. You don't care if you get slowed. You just munch on him. You destroy him. Weaver also deals with Venomancer to some degree, to a lesser degree, but you run through the wards. Like, nothing in the current meta deals with these heroes. And I don't think these heroes are necessarily bad enough that you can't pick them. So I honestly feel like less deals with Spectre than the heroes that deal with Doom and Veno. I think there are options that are underrated heroes.
I think what's missed in the balancing of Dota sometimes, where this isn't like, I'm not trying to be like, hey, I'm better than the people who balance this game. But last patch, Spectre was not picked all that much, like 7.26 or whatever. And I think that was largely because of Beastmaster Lycan being like the most 2 popular heroes in the game, where you have this Zoo summon meta where all your towers are dead in the first 10 minutes, and that directly counters Spectre. She wasn't a bad hero. She was just bad against what's good. And then you nerf these good heroes, and you give Spectre a slight buff, and suddenly Spectre's just bonkers. It's like, I think in balancing you have to be a bit careful, where if you nerf heroes that are really good against another hero, to be like very wary that hero is suddenly going to jump in popularity. So,
right.
Like you said, that is a lot about how these heroes work. Not only are they some of the premier heroes in the game, but also their counters are very bad.
Yeah.
So I think Spectre's just way overtuned right now. I know we keep talking about Spectre, but when it comes to like Doom and Veno, I don't. Dude, those heroes are such a nightmare. I've had several EU pubs where I'm against a Veno and we're ahead by like 4K gold at 10 minutes. And
Walks
you
in
can't
and
take
presses
towers.
R.
Oh no, I'm just saying you can't take towers.
Yeah,
because he just puts like 10 Veno wards in front of the tower. You can be ahead by 3K gold and you can't walk through Poison Sting for 200 damage over time.
Lycan can.
Well, I'm saying then you have a Lycan though.
That's true.
It's like that's the problem, right? Is it's like right now like Necrobook's a bad item. Helmdom got significantly nerfed. So like all these other heroes that do the job that Veno did, where he just plants summons, quote unquote, the wards in an area.
Right.
Nobody does it as good as Veno now. He's the best hero in the game at doing it. That's what Veno's always done. But when other heroes could have bought items to do it, Veno's stock drops. But right now, if Veno puts 5 wards down, no hero in the game can take that tower. So that's the problem with the hero. Every one of these heroes is annoying, and it was for me. It's a bit frustrating to watch those 2 games because I was like that first game, like wow, 5 men, they looked good. And then the second game, they're against the Spectre, and they just looked terrible. So for me, it says so much about the hero, and it irks me a bit.
Well, okay, so moving away from the hero, there's a lot of different things that, guys can pick. Again, some of these big ones that we talked about before that they've kind of been their comfort pick. We've seen Oracle coming out, we've seen Troll coming out, even saw some Lina, I think, a couple in the group stage. So there's got to be some meta stuff. I mean, Ice Frog's worked pretty hard on the damn game. He knows that there's counters for everything, right? So are there any heroes that you think are kind of unexpected that you'd like to see coming out?
Not so much like unexpected, but I feel like there are things that can rival Spectre's late game prowess. Something like in IO Gyro, for example, I think would do extremely well. This is a hero that's been buffed quite a few times in the past few patches. His rocket is very difficult to kill before it hits you now. They've reduced the cooldown on Flak, and every single time they do that, he seems to come back into the meta. Every single time they nerf the cooldown on Flak, he falls out of the meta. It seems that there's not a coincidence there. And so I do think that there are counters to it, but they're not getting picked that much right now, at least in terms of in competitive. In pubs, IO Gyro is very popular.
I was about to say, I think IO is like super busted. I've played against it a lot on EU, and it feels really hard to play against. It's also very good against Doom. You already mentioned that, but I think it's pretty good against what's meta. It's good against Veno because it sustains the carry through it. So I am personally shocked out of all the heroes in the game of Dota right now that IO is not highly prioritized. I feel like 1 or 2 bans in the first round targeting counters of IO could, like the Grimstrokes or the Disruptors or whatever you're afraid of, I think could be very strong for IO as a hero.
Right.
You could even pick it like 4th in the first round where teams are picking this like more situational support heroes, and then you ban 3 supports that are good against it. Like if you were to pick IO 3rd or 2nd, you could go like, Disruptor, Wyvern, Grimstroke bans or something like that.
See, like what you're saying to me is like it's so important for, honestly, for either team in terms of drafting, because both of these games, we saw like relatively similar drafts. It seems like it's all just this stale, same meta. You throw an IO in the mix, all of a sudden you have to think about Disruptor, you have to think about Winter Wyvern, you have to think about Grimstroke, which is kind of a garbage hero. Well, it's better.
I'd say a decent amount of Grimstroke.
It's good in competitive. It's pretty garbage in pubs, so I'm used to saying that it's garbage. But it's
a hero that relies on his teammate to enable his abilities.
Very much so.
Usually
Very much
that's
so.
not a very good pub hero.
Right. So, but still, you throw this one IO hero into the mix of a potential for picking this. All of a sudden, the bans totally have to change. And I think when we're talking like, okay, how do you get Spectre without worrying about a Venomancer getting through or a Doom getting through? Well, if you throw like a weird niche hero in like IO, all of a sudden you don't have to worry about the Doom. You don't have to worry about the Veno. You don't have to worry about this kind of figured out stale meta of, if they just get Spectre, they win, because the IO opens up so many other heroes. It means that the enemy team has to pick so many other heroes. Completely changes the draft.
Yeah.
I like to call that the Arteezy Luna effect. Pretty much in every single international, Arteezy will just pick Luna in a game, and then everyone's like, oh shit, this hero exists? What do we do? And then it's back to the Luna, every single TI.
Yeah,
it's kind of that thing.
People have to pick like Lifestealer to counter the Luna ult.
Right.
It's like Lifestealer's a garbage hero otherwise. Yeah, no, it is nice. And, with these players, I'm sure players of their skill level and of their experience on both teams are fully capable of playing these heroes, or at least learning to play them. So the question is, like, have they scrimmed with it? That really is the question to me, because we've talked about this. Just because you know how to play a hero on an old patch doesn't mean you're up to date with the new trends and with the new spells that are on the hero, the new items. Like, you have to know all of these things.
Like, again, how you match up against the popular cores now.
Right.
Like, sometimes it's like I've played 800 games of Slark, but what if I've hardly ever played Slark and Veno? Like, what if there was no patch in history where Slark and Veno were both pickable at the
When do you
same
leave
time?
the lane? Do you have to leave the lane? Yeah. Can you beat a Veno with, like, a range
How do I
support?
scale? Like, what items do I have to build to tank through his ult level 2? It's like, it's stuff like this that really...
2 bracers? 3 bracers?
Yeah.
1 bracer? Hood? Who knows?
Yeah, it really is crazy how in Dota, if you've practiced a hero a bunch of times, the only thing I say is, like, if I've played a ton of games of one hero, it'll only take me like 1 or 2 games of a meta to like catch up.
Right,
like,
but you still need to play the game.
No, I'm saying, but like as a team, if they haven't picked these heroes to practice with,
right,
they're not going to play them optimally anyways. Then they're like a slightly off meta hero that you're not playing optimally. So it doesn't surprise me all that much that a team like 5 men who have scrimmed limited amount, only in a short amount of time, are kind of just sticking to the hard meta and saying, hey, like, this is how we interpret it. This is what we're going to do with it. But I think another major difference I see between tier 1 teams and like tier 2 teams is they'll always have these like random niche picks that come out of nowhere and they just crush them.
Yeah, and that's
in any meta.
kind of what I was expecting from, this team. I've seen Misery pull out like a random Slardar sometimes as a support to get around stuff. So a little surprised by that last game that we didn't see some kind of crazy counter to the meta. But maybe they tried it, just didn't work out. I think Warlock was a pretty big part of it.
I think they thought too much about the Spectre, almost as I was mentioning during the.
No, I mentioned it. All right.
I remember
it's
an
like-
analyst saying that. Somebody who was more like of an analyst
Yeah.
caliber.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think like the
I am a
lion,
top player.
the lion pick was just a bit too. It just let them. They had this like pace of the game set up that I really thought they would hit, and that's why I predicted them in the draft. And they had like a level 4 or 5 lion at 11 minutes, and
Dude, I'm just going to say it. Lion's a garbage hero.
Whoa, dog.
People who play Lion, people who are like, oh, Lion is so good, they're the people that really like playing Lion. It's like Pudge players, too. Techies players. Come on. You know about this. Come on. You just want to play the hero no matter what the meta, so you give it a try. You lose horribly, go 3-17. You're like, all right, we're putting this on the sidelines for now.
Yo, real personal story. I actually do spam Lion a lot, and I thought I was good at it, and I looked at my win rate. It's like 42%. But every time I play Lion, I'm having a good time. I'm
good,
seeing
man.
those fingers. I'm seeing those stinky pinkies, and I'm
see
like,
the
baby.
number counting up,
Woo!
telling you how many finger kills you have.
I mean,
yeah.
no other supports like that. You don't get to see Crystal Maiden be like, 4 frostbites, yippee! Like, no one gives a shit.
I love playing Crystal Maiden. She's actually my favorite 5.
Oh, yeah, but you're boring. But, a normal...
How is Crystal Maiden boring?
I mean, I will admit, you got to play that offensive Crystal Maiden, get in their face, all magical damage, right?
No, I love Crystal Maiden because she's a hero that can farm. So if your teammates don't want to do anything, you're like, yeah, I'll just go hit some creeps. And then she's a hero that, like, if you actually itemize her, for your own game, like a BKB potentially, you can like solo kill people by like frostbiting and ulting them. So I don't know. I feel like that, to me, any support with playmaking potential. The thing about Lion is in the early to mid game, he's mostly stuns, not damage. So you need like follow up. You need like to be the guy that's setting it up. So
Yeah, well, that's why you got to max mana drain,
is that your strat?
I have actually seen people do that occasionally. It doesn't
good.
seem that bad.
It's not.
If you're against some like Centaur or Bristleback, who's a garbage hero, but some hero that doesn't.
I remember when Bristleback was picked.
Those were the days.
Yes.
Back in the
Back
day,
when he-
Eternal Envy, Bristleback mid, cutting the wave from level 1.
Sweet Jesus.
Oh yes.
People should talk Lion mana drain, okay? But I'd like to remember the Slacksby Purge 1v1 where he lost to the mana draining Lion. That was me on his Pugna. Because guess what? Pugna can't do anything without mana. Dumbass.
Yeah.
Anyway, speaking of Crystal Maiden, by the way, Navi has picked that up a lot. They like the CM, by the way.
I'm surprised more teams aren't picking her. I've actually seen her be flexed as a 4, where she's like played as a 4 in the laning stage and then becomes a 5 later. Her nuke is like, you just buy like 4 mangoes to start the game, and then surprisingly, as many carries, I couldn't tank through it. She shoves the lane into you and pulls the big camp. So I just think the hero has more flexibility than people are giving credit for. The aura is like kind of meh, but her 2 abilities are like pretty insane early. So.
Yeah. To me, like CM is always just good if you can press her abilities. Like her abilities are just good. They're some of the most standard. They nuke.
AoE slow.
Their slows, their damage. It's a root. It's like they just generically are good abilities. She's like a Mario of Dota. She just does everything kind of good. So the question is like, can she use her abilities? And right now she can.
Yeah.
So,
I will predict throughout the course of this tournament, even if it's not a meta hero, we will see more Crystal Maidens than we do now. But that and Io, those are like my 2 big supports that are flying under the radar.
I'm 100% on the Io train. I feel like that hero is really good and counters a lot of BS that's currently in the meta. And it also combos with heroes like Gyrocopter, for example, that will out-carry Spectre, TB. You don't care about any of these heroes if you have an Io Gyro. It's like you've got 2 carries,
Well, gentlemen, we've talked a lot about the games, about the drafts. We got a little bit of time while the teams are setting up. So I have a kind of a meta question for you. Well, okay, production says that the draft is ready, so we'll get to that meta. He just screamed in my ear, do not stall, let's go. So our draft is up. But real quick, while they're picking their heroes, the lore says, secret lore says that the next hero might be a mind control hero. We covered it. With secret voice lines. What do you think about that? Do you think that's good?
Like, would it take over?
It takes over heroes.
Yeah, there's nothing like that in Dota. I mean, any new mechanics are.
I think it'd be really cool if it was like a Bane type hero where like your ult stuns the guy for like 5 seconds or something, but you actually become the guy.
That is the theory from Reddit. That is what they are thinking.
But if you like
the
break
lore
the channel or
enthusiasts.
something, then they can't do it anymore. I think
What
that's something.
do you think?
I think that would be pretty neat.
Seems a bit tough to balance though, because you know you can just
Be like a
grab the-
morphling. That's annoying.
Yeah, but morphling at least he's got his own items, right?
Don't you just balance it with channeling though? Like meaning if you break the channel, it doesn't work.
Sure,
anymore?
sure. But what happens, like, I'm just saying, hypothetically, let's say just 100% mind control. Obviously, this is not going to happen, but,
Yeah.
I could drop the guy's BKB on the ground, delete it. I could,
I don't think it's gonna allow
That's
item
okay.
manipulation.
Well,
dude.
can I use items? Like, that's my question. Is like, how do you?
No, it'd be like Rubik or some shit, right? I mean, you just use their spells and
Okay.
and move them out of position.
Well, so
Yeah, you obviously
you
won't
take
be
a
able to
ti-
influence their item inventory.
sure, okay, but you
Just
take
drop their beacon.
so what if I take a Tidehunter and I just use Ravage immediately?
Oh, yeah.
Or-
I don't know. I mean, this is
I think
all,
his abilities would still have to work on your own team, but you can force him to use them. I think that would be fine.
Well, that would just be toxic. It's just like, I'm telling you to chrono, you won't listen to me. Now you're going to chrono. But anyway, these are theories from the lore community. Might
Mind
not
controlling your
happen.
teammates would be good.
Yeah.
That'd be very useful in North America.
Agnum Scepter for sure. Anyway, let's look at the draft here. We have a Spectre.
Oh, GG, this has been an interesting series. Congratulations to Navi.
How interesting here. And a
my
Magnus and a Void Spirit. Now, Void Spirit getting picked up a lot in these series. We kind of haven't talked too much about this hero. Ton of mobility, ton of stuns, ton of everything.
He does everything.
But any reason not to pick a Void? I mean, he seems to be so good.
His laning is not the strongest. You're never gonna like really crush a lane with Void Spirit. It's very very skill dependent. Like if you put him in a side lane, for example, you're never gonna like. Void Spirit's never gonna be the hero that's the reason that lane is owning. It's like the support that's always, or the core if he's being played as a support. So it's not like a lane dominator. But when you go into the mid to late game, you have a stun, you have a thing that gives vision. You have 2 mobility abilities, BKB piercing, a slow, physical damage, magical damage, AoE, single target, manipulation of where somebody's standing. Like, I listed off way too many things for the hero not to be good. That is way too many things. Like, the list is just endless. So, if you have a Void Spirit player, you just pick it. It's going to do fine no matter what.
It's just a lighting stage thing, I think. As
Yeah.
long his
Oh,
damage
Lord.
issues become a real thing if he falls behind even slightly. It kind of seems like if the hero gets like an early Ags or an early Yules to set up ganks, he kind of just runs over the game. But if he falls behind, where even if the team can just tank through the Ags or doesn't die to the Yules combo full to 0, then it's like, now what are you? Like, what do you actually represent to your team? It's like you're a core that needs help to kill somebody.
Yeah, basically, you set up fights.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
pick
So
off.
it's a very feast or famine hero to me. Like, his kit either excels ridiculously in all the things that Jenkins said he does, and that's like very scary to get from one hero. But if he falls behind even a bit, I don't know how he ever gets items. Like, it seems like the hero doesn't get items.
I feel like he's still good if he falls behind. I just think my argument for Void Spirit is just that he's the single best hero for jumping people in the game. Like, once you have a Yules,
Sure.
if you're out of position
Unavoidable.
even remotely, you just get double jumped and then he Yuleses you and you're caught.
right.
And you need a team, but you're still caught.
So, the draft, boys, we've got an amalgamation of both of these games already. We got the Magnus that was on Na'Vi, now on 5-men, and we've got the Spectre Warlock combo again, which was so effective in the last series. But, I mean, surely 5-men is going to pull out some kind of stop for this. They know what's coming. They know exactly what this game's going to look like, right?
Do they?
I would hope
Well, they just
so.
played this game. They just played it 10 minutes
If
ago.
they want to win, I would say that's probably a good idea.
I really like Legion or some save for Na'Vi right now.
Yeah.
Like initiation / save. I think it's like super good for their lineup right now. So, like, if I was off laning for them, I'd be like, yeah, give me some Legion.
The Grimstroke coming out there. A garbage hero, according to some of our panelists here.
Okay,
But that
it's
I
not.
like
It's
it.
not. Let me be clear.
You realize this is the double fatal bonds is what they're going for.
Garbage. And
Oh my god.
I also
It's actually legit.
maybe I'm reading too much into this, but if they did pick something like an Io Gyro, for example, I mean that's not going to happen with Magnus, but Grimstroke does block pick quite a few things.
Yeah.
Pangolier, Io Gyro, like we
Oh
talked about.
god. Undying again. Guys, I don't understand. Magnus is predictable. Undying is predictable. We know exactly what this team's going to do right now. How are they going to win this game? I mean, it's... Why would you draft such a way?
This is simple, right? Usually I wait till the end to give you the wrong answer about who's going to win.
Okay,
the draft.
sure.
And I'm going to mix things up for myself as well as the timing and say that I refuse to say Spectre will lose all 3 games and then watch her win all 3 games. So regardless of what happens in this draft, I am taking the Spectre.
Okay, great.
At the first 3 picks, I am not convinced that they are punishing a first pick Spectre. Like, I'm like, oh, okay, I'd play Spectre in this game. Like, yeah, it's not like perfect or whatever, but I'll play Spectre. It seems nice.
I don't see what on 5 men does anything to Spectre. I don't see why you like wouldn't want to play Spectre in this game. Ooh, Kunkka. That's not too much of a hero these days. 42% win rate, something like that in pro level pub.
Yikes.
Not looking so good.
That's pretty rough. Even though we got that cool cosmetic from the Aghanim's Labyrinth.
Yeah.
How do you say that word?
Labyrinth.
It's not Labyrinth.
Labyrinth.
Labyrinth. Why is there a Y in there?
Labyrinth?
Like Labyrinth.
Labyrinth. L-A-Y.
I think he's right.
Is it really not Labyrinth?
No, I think it's Labyrinth.
Is it?
He's
Anyway, hey, Troll Warlord, I've been talking about this hero
Look at that.
this whole time, saying that 5 men
Can
pick
somebody
this
like
hero,
tweet
and
me
here
that
it
or
is.
something? Like I need to go Google have the Google word voice.
No, I was
thing.
just going with what he's saying.
Yeah, ain't you ever watched that movie?
Oh, okay, okay.
I was just seeing if you.
I'm like, wait, I've definitely pronounced it Labyrinth my entire life.
That's not how David Bowie said it in Labyrinth. He said, "Welcome to the Labyrinth!"
Well,
and then he danced with the puppets.
I mean, where's David Bowie at now?
Well,
you
he's
know?
dead, I
Obviously-
think.
Obviously didn't work out for him.
Is he
So
alive? Anyway, Troll Warlord picked up. We've got some unique picks here, but we've seen this team spam and troll. What makes them good, BSJ?
There's not really any stuns on the opponent lineup right now. Like, Inkswell's kind of a stun, and Torrent Boat's kind of a stun, but none of it's like instant disable burst damage that's going to prevent him from navigating the fights in the way that he wants to and prevent him from ulting, so that's nice for Troll. He's also got the steroid from Mag and Power. He's one of the best traditional Mag partners, but they're all in on the lane train right now on 5 min. I also think Mag is a hero that never really wins. If they put Mag mid, I'll be more optimistic for their lineup. I just don't believe in Mag offlane.
I don't either. It doesn't. Mag mid is nice because you have this, mid-game guy. You don't necessarily need to get a blink. You can just skewer in and be this like kind of pseudo right-clicking guy, which is really great because when you're against a Spectre, you're not going to get a blink off anyway. And then so you have the early game and the mid-game dealt with because Mag will kill everybody in the team fights himself. But then you have a troll to empower in the late game, so you have the scaling as well. So I definitely agree. I would much prefer to see the mid-mag because I think it gets countered less.
Honestly, I'd rather a mid-mag or a 4-position mag. I do not want to see a 3-mag.
Because the 3-mag is all about blinking and getting the RP off.
Yes, that is what you are. You're
and empowering
a
your guy.
utility guy, and that is not going to work here, I think. So
No.
You do not want the mag to be an RP. You want him to be empower farming-centric for himself or empower farming-centric as a 4. That's like how I look at this. We'll see what they end up going with, though. I just think that they do need some sort of other way to start the fight on the side of 5 min. Void Spirit's like kind of nice, but I think the Bat Rider would have been a really nice choice for them. That was banned out from Na'Vi.
Yeah.
I think anything like that, right? Something that's like just a hard initiation, single target would be nice for 5 min because they kind of have a little bit of lane prowess with the Undying Troll Warlord. That's also like an early group up lineup. I don't know how to explain it this time around. Usually I have an idea of what I think a team's missing, but their draft just lacks something. So I hope whatever this last pick is, I'm like, oh, yes.
Ah, yes, wonderful.
Perfect.
Can we talk a little bit about the Kunkka? We kind of glossed over that a little bit. And as you said, terrible win rate right now.
Yeah.
Any particular reason why you think they brought that bad boy in?
Why did they bring it in?
Gives them a dangler, man.
Yeah, they do kind of need a frontliner, and it does depend on what they want for their offlaner too. Kunkka's a hero that without a blink dagger he can initiate team fights, which is always really nice. If you want an offlane, Queen of Pain, for example, something like that. Basically, any of these int guys. There's like back in the day, a couple months ago, there's the whole train of thought of like there are 2 types of offlaners. There are the int heroes like the Death Prophets, the Quaps, and then there are the traditional Brewmasters and stuff. So seeing a Kunkka makes me think they're going to go with the int guys. Like that's always what that looks like to me. If you're going to pick a Kunkka where you're not picking it to counter something, because it's not like it's a broken hero right now by any means. So this really to me reveals that the offlane I think is going to be, or the Kunkka's offlane.
Yeah. I mean, Brian, you mentioned Fatal Bonds before and how cool it is with Grimstroke, right?
Yes.
So, I mean, Kunkka even more with that. I mean,
Double X.
Yeah, you know, double X's, even the cleave damage spread amongst everybody with Fatal Bonds. And
Oh, that's true. Yes,
Yeah, yeah.
AoE. I thought you were going for the Grimstroke synergy, not the Fatal
no, that'd be
Bond
pretty
synergy.
dumb. Double X Grimstroke. Is that
Oh.
something that people do?
Earth Spirit.
Hey!
Oh, I was so close to calling that one.
Well, talk to us about
That
it.
was
Why,
my
sir?
fourth guess.
I was thinking, so Earth Spirit #1 can be played in any position right now, other than like, you know, carry obviously, but he can be played in most positions. So if you wanted to run an Earth Spirit offlane, that'd be totally fine. But really, like, I totally agree that they need something other than just the Void Spirit to start fights. They need some guy to go in and be a complete maniac. And so like Earth Spirit is good, Clockwork is good. I think Clock is probably banned. I can't see it right now, but you know, usually
No, not yet. They actually banned
Oh, okay.
Lion and Beastmaster.
that's interesting. But Earth Spirit is a Spirit Vessel builder, good against the Kunkka, good against the Spectre. Really great at any silence is nice against Spectre because it's just kind of like and any hero who can get on top of her from a long distance through fog or through a smoke. Because if you can't jump her or silence her before you're on top of her, she just presses Hun. She gets away from you.
Yep.
Like, she's so difficult to gank because of that. Or she just uses her dagger and walks across trees. So Earth Spirit is surprisingly good against Spectre in terms of just killing her in the game.
And there we go. The Lina picked up by Na'Vi.
So it is an offline Kunkka.
That's a bit strange that they're doing offlane Kunkka into Troll. Doesn't seem great. Troll Undying. Seems like a really weird lane setup.
They could be doing something interesting again, though. You know, switching it up, taking a page out of Five Man's book.
You know,
Aggro
just make-
Spectre.
I'm just gonna make the statement that I haven't really fully understood what's happened in this series. Meaning, like, obviously, I've been wrong with my predictions and all that kind of stuff. And I think, from what I've learned, you know, I'm reflecting and saying, okay, this is what I had wrong. This is what I think I need to learn from
Yes.
this game. And I'm gonna go with Na'Vi. And if they lose, I officially have not learned anything.
Okay, great. Well, our odds guys have certainly learned something. Things are a lot more even now. Looks like we're in the favor of 5 men. Jenkins, do you agree?
He said Na'Vi.
Well, he did say Na'Vi.
Yeah, you
but-
please don't agree with me because
I'm actually going to disagree with it this time.
God.
Oh my goodness.
The reason I'm going to disagree is because that last draft with Brewmaster, I have not seen them run anything like that. Not once. The only thing that I've seen is the Enchantress. But this draft with the Troll Magnus, this is something they have run a lot. So I feel like if they are playing something they are comfortable with, I think they're going to do really well. That's I think they are I still think they are the better team. I think Spectre is a broken hero, but I think now they're playing into a broken hero with something they are very confident with, and so I would favor them.
the Kunkka offlaning is a little bit iffy for me, but
Garbage.
Sus, some would say.
sus.
In fact, perhaps our casters have something to say about such a sus thing. Will the Kunkka man be able to survive his offlane, or will he not be offlane at all? Well, it's time to find out by the two competent people in the studio. We have Fogged and Capitalist.
Slacks, you're being so sweet to us. I thought that harassing you earlier on would eventually just make you snap back at me really hard, but no, you're still being really nice to me.
He's changed during these last 6 months, I guess.
Maybe it's because he's in the role of professional host now. He has to be, you know, a little bit less him and a little bit more corporate.
I think he's trying. I don't know about that one.
I miss the old Slacks, personally. All right, let's get into game 3. 5 men versus Na'Vi. It is weird.
I'm like,
Right.
I don't want to like. I like agreed with Brian on some stuff before. Now I'm like, I don't know. I'm
It's
backpedaling pretty hard right
It's
now.
dangerous.
You know?
Agreeing
Maybe
with
Jenkins
Brian.
was right. No, maybe this is why Jenkins he has like all these views on his videos and everything. You know, he's just like.
They just recognize his genius.
No, it can happen.
No, that can't be it.
It can't be that. No, it's. I mean, the Spectre really just looks like it's been absolutely insane. They have a lot of cool potential too with it. I'm glad they pointed out that Grimstroke Fatal Bond thing. That's one of my favorites that I used to see in the past quite a bit. Yeah, I'm a little weirded out by the Kunkka though. I think that one's a bit of a concern for me. And I do love that 5 men, they got 2 ways to pierce into backline. That's well, even like 3 ways if you include the Magnus. But Earth Spirit, Void Spirit, you're gonna find Warlock and Grimstroke. You're gonna be able to catch them, and you're gonna be able to mess up their combo spells pretty easily. And they're actually setting themselves up for triple aggression right here. Ooh.
Almost gets him. Immersion did manage to win that Bounty Rune pick off there, so. He does that, and as they were talking about, it is going to be a mid Lina versus Chessie's Void Spirit. We've when Void Spirit first came out, this is actually a relatively common matchup, right? I remember seeing this a few times.
Yeah, and I've seen the Void Spirits do pretty okay in this matchup. I've also seen the Linas get kills randomly because like the Void Spirit oversteps his bounds, but that hero just seems to do really well in a lot of like matchups that you wouldn't think that he would because of the damage blockers. As we said, this Kunkka, he's not gonna have fun up here at all.
Yeah.
And Pi might actually just be able to kill him.
It's looking like it. If he got another swing and then a decay, I'm pretty sure that kills.
I wonder if the immersion.
I guess he's got stick charges.
Okay, this top lane's over.
Yeah, this is. I don't know why they thought this would be okay.
He's literally just taking out both of them by himself, pushing them away. They're building up their stick charges, but denying full experience.
And even when they get to lane, it's still a troll.
Yeah.
Troll has really strong impact. If you have a strong laning support, the fact that he has this range slow is so good.
One more hit. One more decay.
One more and then a decay. That's what he's going to go for, and that's your first blood. Pylai Dice says, perfect. I've used most of my mana. I'll just run it down. He did manage to TP back in time. He got the experience for that kill, so...
The Kunkka TP'd from the lane to get that experience. So now, I mean, now if Kunkka dies...
Yeah, it would actually be a huge blow.
Yeah, but he gets the experience. It pays off at least for him a little bit there. But yeah, they're going to put no pressure onto this Troll Warlord at all, and that Kunkka's probably going to be pretty low level and very low farm.
Yeah, in the words of the panel, I believe they used 3 different words. I think it was questionable, sus, and garbage to describe this off-lane Kunkka scenario, and all of those are panning out to be correct.
Yeah, he's going to suffer. Taking a look at mid. Youngji's actually doing a very good job. 11-5, 7-0 on Chessie.
Yeah,
pulling him away.
I actually have a story about this matchup.
Ooh.
Because I actually got to watch Blitz 1v1 some random pub Void Spirit Lina because, you know, classic Blitz.
Classic Blitz, yeah.
They're arguing with each other, and the guy challenged him to a 1v1. And what Blitz said about this matchup, he was trying to tell the pub that got really mad at him, was that you can't do a whole lot as Void Spirit because your lane just gets pushed in all the time. Okay. You're just going to span, like, even if you can, like, go dissimilate, which was what the guy was arguing with him about. Even if you go dissimilate, your lane's just going to be pushed in constantly into you. Lina has full control of runes, which I believe at that time there was still the 2-minute power runes.
Okay.
But then, like, you know, just that act alone is going to make it so you fall behind. A big creep wave goes underneath your tower. Lina hits you a couple times while you're trying to get CS.
Yeah, definitely makes sense. He's getting bullied pretty hard, so I take back my statement.
It was pretty funny, though. The random pub, he maxed out Dissimilate in that matchup, and he just held on. I think they played the 1v1 mid for like 10 minutes. The guy was so far behind in CS, but he refused to die.
How many times has Will gone into 1v1?
I don't know,
because I'm pretty sure I watched at least twice where he was...
He's stubborn and spiteful.
I remember watching the SF versus SF one pretty recently.
Oh, yeah. 4-minute power runes coming up, and old Pylai Dai parked himself up at top. Stole away that regeneration rune that Youngji certainly would have liked to have.
Is it this one-sided, though? 25-11 to 13-0? That seems a little excessive, but...
Well, it was that one-sided with Blitz versus that random pub, but that was a random pub and not a professional versus professional player matchup, so I have no idea.
Fair enough.
I feel like maybe it shouldn't be this one-sided. It is pretty crazy how far ahead he is. Youngji just flexing his mid muscles.
Yeah. Important thing for him to have this really good start though in this game, because like we said, there is a lot of ways to just get on top of those squishy heroes, right? And Lina is always going to be one of those that if you do get collapsed on top of, you're very likely to die. So Earth Spirit, that Void Spirit, that Magnus, definitely going to be some concern. So Youngji having a good start will be very beneficial.
Especially since he may not be able to rely on Pasha for a whole lot if this kind of pace continues. He currently has 9 CS.
That is for sure. Oh, Ilias, this could be an opportunity. Misery actually decides not to. That aggressive Shadow Word.
Yeah, Warlock, man. It's a hard hero to fight into. Pasha is going to be cutting some creeps behind the waves now that you can do that. It's 5 minutes in.
Love it. has to do something, right? And I love that Pi, he started with boots, and he's like, oh, he's got boots now. I'm going to get a wind lace to make sure I can keep right-clicking him and chasing him down and keep securing that Troll's full free farm. So the biggest things I guess we can take away from all this is mid win for Na'Vi, but these offlaners, we see that huge win for 5 men. Magnus 26-4, Kunkka 9 last hits, and not a whole lot of experience to boot.
Okay, so neutral creeps are more value comparatively to the previous patch, right? Because lane creeps are worth less.
Yeah.
And then you can get more gold from stacking them than you used to, right? So maybe this is their idea of maybe it doesn't matter so much what the lane matchup is as long as the 4 position stacks up. My Kunkka's going to be able to clear through that, and that's how he'll make his recovery.
Okay, yeah, I can definitely see that working. As long as they don't get the stack stolen. So they really have to make sure. Misery already has wards to watch out for it here. And they're already starting to make these aggressive plays and look to get in there.
Yeah, when the Kunkka pulled the creep wave, Pi walked right past that camp. So they're like, nope, we're not going to let the Kunkka get that. Lina, too. Lina obviously would be real proficient in clearing through stacks like that.
Yeah, Misery's literally just standing on top of that area. So they're probably going to look to deward that pretty soon. Bottom, Shibe. Actually forced you to use RP.
Yeah, and he goes for the skewer, but actually hits Ilias, which probably gets him killed, as Ilias is going to get a few more hits in, and is actually the one to take that last hit. Immersion comes in to be able to kill the ward, but he dies in the process. Spectre Ultimate's going to go off here. If Young G can actually hit something here, they can get some real kills. They're going to go for Ace, see if they can blow him up before he gets off anything. Oh, he isn't actually even level 6, but Young G, he's the one in trouble as he got surrounded by the 2 supports in Chessie. Double kill for him. And all of 5 men, almost said Cloud9, hanging around this stack.
Nice aggressive moves there. And we saw exactly what we were talking about is Lina in this game, you're very fragile. So even though that mid matchup went so well, look at Void Spirit now. Off of one little movement there, he's now ahead of the Lina just because of that fragileness versus these heroes that can collapse on you. So Chessie fully caught up, gonna get himself a raindrop so he can stay sustained a bit more. Is anyone gonna fill up his bottle? Nah. Doesn't look like it. So 8-minute rune, definitely going to see 5 men look to set up for one of those 2. So Chessie can stay on the map.
Are scanning.
8-minute rune.
He's not going to be able to.
Kick him away if he wants to, but he actually doesn't go for it. And Ilias actually managed to pick up the illusion rune, blocks that rollout, and now if Young G, oh, nice sidestep there from Misery, but unfortunately, that little dodge wasn't good enough to keep him alive. Hey, we're finally gonna get it.
Yep, he gets himself a jelly too. Does not give any experience or anything to the Kunkka, but now we see Pasha, he's actually gotten a lane to get some experience in because of all those movements and everything going around. So they're just trying to boost up the Lina as much as possible. As we said, I think Young G is going to need all the help he can get in this game because of the fear of them just getting on him.
He's going to rush straight to that Eul's as quick as possible. Kunkka, almost level 6. Once he does get that 6, I mean, he is a pretty formidable frontliner for a couple reasons, right? He's got that X, which is a nice catch, but then also the damage reduction from the Coco's Rum. And just being a general soak for attention. Maybe he can create the kind of space that Young G needs to be able to work around, but pretty much assumes that 5 men plays along with that.
Pasha, they're considering it too. The one thing I'm concerned about Na'Vi really is it's really going to come down to it's going to change a lot because of Fatal Bonds, but I feel like they're actually lacking a bit of damage. I think Fatal Bonds is the thing that really changes everything besides that, but Lina Kunkka are really the majority-esque. The Inkswell is going to start coming into favor when Crystallize starts getting involved more, but I'm a little worried about their damage early on. But yeah, I mean, Fatal Bonds and Rock will change the majority of it.
Chessie. Hoping he has enough damage, but Warlock is a tanky beast, man. Thanks to those raindrops, he's going to survive for a while. Eventually he does get it, costs him both his astral steps, but get that kill. Nobody rotates or anything like that from Na'Vi.
Pi wants the rune. Gets the click off. Does he get it in time? No, he does not.
Immersion wins it again. Second time he's managed to outclick Pili Die, and this time Pi will die for an attempt like that.
I think he's always fine with giving his life like that. I mean, it seems like it, right? Pi does it every single game they play. Well, that he's played for the last couple years. then they're still in a comfortable spot anyway. Troll's getting very, very good farm. Now he should start definitely being careful. As Brian would say, now it has become the dead lane. We're at 10 minutes. Being up here is very risky when you're playing versus this Lina Kunkka, who's now level 6. Probably going to see Ace swap to the other side of the map very shortly.
So one trend I've noticed over the last year is that more people, I noticed this from Secret, for example, more people are willing to actually defend their safe lane tower.
And that's
how do you decide that?
I think it depends on how well your lanes went and how many mana availability, everybody having TP availability too. Because sometimes it's just oh, I just TP'd back to my bottom lane. I can't actually make it. I think they all have their TPs available right now, and they actually have made the move already up top to set up. So this one they can set up to defend for it easily. And Magnus, like we said, Jibe, he's pressuring the tower, and he also has his TP available. So that's one thing I'm always trying to watch out for these is just how much mana people have. Because a lot of times I see these teams they want to defend their tier 1, and then the offlaner TPs, and it's he has 150 mana, and it's just wait, why the hell did he come down here?
Yeah.
He gave this illusion that he would actually be more impactful for his team.
Jesse pops out with the Invis rune that he found, and okay, they're really going to drop this out. The Fatal Bonds goes out. They call for the Spectre to pop the ultimate. They're saying they're low. They've got Fatal Bonds on them. You can get both of these kills if you just come and show up, and Crystallize does just that. Unfortunately, they missed out on the kill on Misery. He only needed one more hit, but Crystallize wasn't fast enough.
Oh, the Golem. He's feeding it. Shippy's going to get the money. Oh, he got the money.
How much gold is that? 100?
100, right? And then 150, and then 2, something like that?
Yeah,
I can't
think it scales from 100. That sounds right to me. Barely getting away. Crystallize, though. Zooming out of that bottom lane because his team is making the play towards top.
I think it's pretty good go time right now for 5 men. Yeah, Crystallize, he shows himself mid. Whoa, Rainbow
showing
TPs.
up. He's got the RP, and he may have to use it here to be able to save Jesse or even save his own life. Jesse's fine. It's himself he's got to worry about, and he's kind of stuck out here. Jesse limp away, just a little bit of HP thanks to the Fatal Bonds, but that kind of fast rotation from Na'Vi. All 5 heroes into the mid lane, and they got a pick. That'll turn into a mid tower. Very nice.
And it was, I actually find that move very clever, right? Because you just use Golem, you just use Haunt. I feel like 5 men was probably oh, there's an opportunity where we can look to outnumber them. Oh my god, they just Rainbow TP'd all 5 heroes to counter push us away. Ace gets a lot of space out of it, though. Down bottom, I think he got 5+ waves, couple neutral creeps out of it, too. So kind of even trade there coming out, at least from that one, even though they lost their mid tower.
Top tower will die eventually anyway, right? So
yeah.
Na'Vi, it's not like they really lost an opportunity with top lane pushes. You could see 5 men aren't trying to defend it.
Yeah, we see this game a bit different for Chessie. He's not able to actually go full aggression like he did the last time. He actually is going for the Yule Scepter, it looks like, to go for those catch plays. Super nice to go for those backline heroes, and also to play around Torrent, right?
Yeah.
Doesn't have to worry so much about X, then he has his own defensive mechanism always. All right, now we're gonna really see, this is Ace's time to really shine, right? Empower's online, I think it's only still pretty low level, it looks like, but he's able to get that quick farm faster than Spectre now.
And by shine, you mean hit a lot of creeps.
Hit a lot of creeps, yeah. That's the dream for these carry players.
Yeah, and Ace, he's living his best life right now.
Yep. Looks like we will probably have the Golem and the Haunt back up pretty soon. So 5 men, they weren't able to capitalize really, at least on those ults to make an aggressive move, but they still were able to get good farm on the map. I'm going to jinx us right here and say, looks like this one is the closest one that we've had of this series so far. Right as we say that, it's probably going to turn quickly.
Run, run, run. Oh, don't block yourself with the illusions. Uh-oh, Jesse. Doesn't have to dissimulate now, so he's in real trouble, especially as the silence from the Grimstroke hits him. He tries to get rid of the spirit, but it's too late. Crystallize gets him and goes straight for the enemy bounty rune. Nice, clean move that gets them a kill and 2.
Whenever you can get those type of pickoffs without having to expend an ult and you have a Spectre on your team, it's just super good.
Yeah, make that 3, actually. They got the bounty rune thanks to Young G as well.
Oh, wow.
So.
Yeah, that's very nice for them.
as a result, Na'Vi, they really shut down this net worth lead that 5 men did have at some point.
Yeah, doing a great job of protecting their side of the map early this game. That mid-tower defense was just, yeah, that was definitely really unexpected. Now it looks like 5 men, they're a little bit in a weird spot because Chessie, I think he wants to get that defensive item after that point because he just died super easily.
Looking a bit farther into the future, what does this Spectre versus Troll matchup look like? Where are the different power spikes?
Well, I mean, I feel like the Spectres, I feel like always go for the same thing, right? This Manta Diffusal build, and I feel like Troll, he's probably looking to be ready to fight. I think he can actually start getting involved with this SNY, and he can just go for the mask, and then he can look to actually join at the same time, if not earlier than the Spectre. Spectre's quite a bit weaker than him right now. I think Troll I think they can just look to get involved. The thing is that Spectre 2 in this game, he can get involved differently because he has Grimstroke, so it enables him so much more to be able to play the game a little bit easier.
Yeah.
Ace is going for standard build too, but yeah, I think this is still pretty okay fighting point for Ace. With that Empower too, he's not much stronger.
Na'Vi hanging around here with the smoke. They see the 2. Nice catch. A double silence, holding the 2 into the boat combination here. The Fatal Bond's going to do some work as well. But both of these heroes are rather tanky. An opportunity to try and get some damage out, but a Eul Scepter stalls up the Troll. They look to blow him up, but Ace does manage to get off.
He's on the Spectre.
And now he's going to lean onto the Spectre. Spectre in trouble. Pops the ultimate. Jump, 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 but can't get away fast enough. He gets locked down by the Troll. And what, says Misery? How did that happen? How did this fight turn around so easily? They found such a beautiful initiation, but it seems like perhaps the Troll is too farmed from all that empowered farming he was doing.
Oh man, yeah, just that stat, all the stats that he has, right? Just from being able to back up farm, he'd finished all those items. Jebe with the mech comes into play, heals them up, tops them off, gets Ace at that livable point, or he can just pop ult, root goes off, sticks on that Spectre. Mech, you know, sometimes you just don't have the damage to go through all of that one there.
Yeah,
even though
I kind of wonder where Young G was at the start of that fight, right?
Yeah, definitely. They looked like they were lacking a little bit of that extra burst damage at first.
Yeah, if they had the LSA to follow up after the boat, and if they got double Laguna Blade in as well, maybe that could have been enough of a difference maker, but...
It was one of the things that I was touching on, right? I was like saying, I'm a little worried on this damage front. Like, if you can get this big Fatal Bonds and you get this cleave and boat and stuff like that, you have this nice damage, but there we saw it right there. They got this like beautiful setup onto the 2 heroes, and their damage was just a bit lackluster. Jibbe.
2100 HP for the Magnetar. Eul Scepter actually gets rid of that Inkswell, but it doesn't matter. Jibbe is still dead to the Laguna Blade.
Still such a big swing though off of that one fight, right? When you're playing with a Magnus on your team, it was flat, it was even, and then it jumps up all the way to that 4K for 5 men.
Yeah. If they lose another fight like that, they start bleeding out some map control. I think that's when the Troll really starts taking over, right? Because then he's got so much more geography to just run around hitting creeps.
Yeah, and then like it's like a Roche starts becoming an issue, and then you're playing versus SNY Satanic and an Aegis, and you already are lacking damage in your draft. Pasha.
Roll it up.
Uh-oh.
Catches Pasha, slows him down enough for Ace to lead out with the damage. Nicely dodged with the Torrent there. He's actually going to go for TP out. The roll is not going to hit him. Pasha actually gets away there.
All right. Did not think that he was going to get out of that one.
No. Certainly not, but he's good. Still, they chased him away, and it looks like they'll take over this area and claim this off-lane tier 1 tower.
Yeah, it looks like Na'Vi's kind of making the move to set up some wards around the area here to prepare for any type of further movement. 5 men, they're looking to just get super aggressive. They don't have actually any vision on the map. They have no wards, but looking to try to find probably the Spectre farming on his own somewhere here.
Who needs wards when you are 4 or 5 man, you know?
Yeah. Oh, they see Pasha there for a second.
Smokes on both sides break. He did have the vision on Chessie. Dissimulate makes it rather easy.
Oh, Tombstone on high ground, run.
Yeah, this is not looking so hot. They got to get out of here, but unfortunately the Kunkka is stuck. Rolled on by Misery, slowed down by the zombies that Coco's Rom will certainly help him out for a little bit, but eventually he'll go down the Spectre. Nice double Laguna Blade on the right-hand side. It looks like they might be able to bring down both these cores.
Ace is in.
Zibe, he's trying to get away, but Crystallize is going to be able to chase him down. RP not quite going off there. He holds on to it. Ace is in deep right now, but look at that golem with the Inkswell on. It looks like he is still in range, barely clipped by it. And that's going to be the Aegis. First life, second one. Hit by the LSA, controlled up, immediately silenced, and he's dead.
Oh man, 5 men made a big mistake there. They split up so hard going for those 2 different kills there. They could have just maybe settled to go for the one, but they really wanted to press the issue forward. And then Pasha just buys back. He's able to join the fray back in. But Ace popping battle trance, right? You can't control yourself. He just charges into almost like tier 4 areas.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good comeback there for Na'Vi.
At the same time, they had that nice soul bind with the double Laguna Blade.
Mm-hmm. Those are always the scariest places when I see those trolls, like they're between the tier 2 and tier 3, and they click battle trance, and you're like, oh god, they're gonna pull me into tier 4s. Yeah. And yeah, it ends up happening pretty close to that.
Yeah, and that means Pasha, he's gonna be getting the halberd pretty quickly here. Big item up against a troll. Looks like Aghanim Scepter is going to build up for Young G after the Yules, Aether Lens, and Boots of Travel that he went for.
Cool with that. I always like those, like, especially versus a hero like Troll. Like, you just have that like high quick burst damage, and they have the they have the Grimstroke anyway. So double Ags Laguna is actually pretty potent. Here we see this one coming out. The great setup by the 2 of them there.
Tried to get off the RP you saw there, but Yules stopped it. Set up the double Laguna Blade. As a result, Ace popping his ultimate, who just chased in so deep. Still, 5 men, they're still up by 5k net worth. They shouldn't really panic too much. They still have that ease of just like, okay, we've got a troll that's in power farming, guys.
Yeah.
Like, might have thrown a little bit of a team fight, but it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, it's Troll Magnus, and I mean, Void Spirit, he uses Empower a tiny little bit too, you know, gives him a little bit more farm. But they're always going to have that really big window of, they're going to be able to fight toe-to-toe for the most part throughout all stages of the game, because they have this Magnus Troll versus that Spectre. Like, sure, Spectre, for the most part, reigns supreme in late games, but if a Troll is big enough, he can fight toe-to-toe pretty decently too.
Yeah, certainly. In which case, it'll come down a lot to the initiation and what's, supporting team fight we have. One side has a Magnus, which is big initiation, big team fight, but at the same time, Navi's got one of the best supports for the late game in a Warlock.
Yeah.
And a Warlock Grimstroke, like he talked about at the start, that makes it even more potent.
As long as they can get the spells off, that's the big thing I'm looking at. Void Spirit, Earth Spirit, if they can change the entire tides of the game if they get into the back lines and just shut these 2 down from getting their combos off.
So a lot of eyes on Misery and Chessie for 5 men and see how they pull off their execution of the team fights and disrupting and discouraging Navi's heroes from casting spells. Na'Vi, in the meantime, we are going to be watching them as they 4-man smoke through the mid lane. Got their Spectre up top. Ready to go with the ultimate, ready to join in as soon as they find an opportunity. And it seems like they think Jibe is a good opportunity. Pull back into the boats, trying to keep their distance here and blow them up from the side. And it looks like they do that pretty nicely. Crystallize does jump into one of his apparitions and will quickly deal with the Tombstone before they commence with the tier 2 tower push.
Probably one of the most ideal targets that they can catch there. The Magnus, the big initiator up in that front line. Pasha, Chessie. Watching each other a little bit, but there's no Tombstone. Remember, it was just killed, so this is a bit of a weird defense here for 5 men. They have to be careful how they approach this, because they can get sandwiched on pretty easily when there's still a golem up. But Na'Vi, they're a backup reset. They used Haunt, they used Laguna, they used Boat. They don't want to force anything they don't have to now. It's a pretty decent win for them.
And they know 5 men certainly wasn't going to give up that tier 2 so easily. Yeah. Combination of the tower aura getting buffed up a little bit more, right? That happened in 727, I think. And then also the big notable change of the outposts. Getting that unlocked as you take a tier 2. It feels like nowadays, like before we were set in this like very standard pattern where it's like, okay, you lose like both towers, your safe lane towers, but nowadays it's like you just keep all your tier 2s alive.
Yep.
Everyone will hard defend that.
Ace does not have a neutral item. Did I see that right? He does not have a neutral item. I guess they just haven't found a decent one for him.
Yeah, well...
Oh, there it is.
There it is.
Okay.
This is swapped in something.
I was like, they have to have one that he can use.
Yeah.
Like anything is pretty decent. Even like a clumsy net can work wonders on carries at times. So does pick that one up. Playing on a decent aggressive stance, they can definitely look to make a Roshan happen. If Na'Vi botches any of their ultimates, we could see 5 men quickly back up for that one there. So staying in this area.
I like that Ace is really utilizing his strength of the SNY Satanic. Just kind of like always pushing forward onto the enemy side of the map. He knows that Na'Vi feels uncomfortable going on him.
Yeah.
And what an opportunity.
Perfect timing for a DD rune. I thought you were going to say I like how he's utilizing his treads and Vambrace because he double swapped them to int when he uses Whirling Axes. Actually.
Really?
Yeah, I was like, damn, nice, hell yeah.
Okay, free Roshan.
Free Rosh,
doing
DD.
double damage.
Where's Naz?
Roshan has fallen to the dust.
Be spitting on the TV screen.
Yeah, he hates those DD. Yeah, out of context, but yeah, Naz hates DDs out of Rosh Pit, by the way, for anyone.
Yes.
Not a fan.
He's adamant that it should have limited impact on Roshan. It should do like 50% less damage or something.
Yep.
Which
Gets the Yules, but the X timing was there. Probably not.
BKB for Misery. Ooh.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Dude, Misery is huge.
That
What?
boy's farmed.
Oh, that's the dream as an Earth Spirit too, to be able to get into like the back lines. Then you have no fear.
Yeah.
You're just like, whatever, I'm BKBing and rolling and finding this Warlock Grimstroke. And it'll be pretty hard to prevent. Pylite die, but he's got the Holy Locket. He's got the heals for his
Yeah.
team.
Top tower has
All
fallen.
right. Pretty sweet item pickups from those supports there.
Ever since that item was introduced, Ice Frog has been trying to work around with it and also buff it. And maybe it's finally been buffed up enough times that it's worth for some heroes to get.
Oh my god. Crystallizes in such a scary spot, but he's got the vision. Ace, far up. So has Aegis and everything.
Okay, this is pretty good for Na'Vi. They managed to take an Aegis with very little committed.
Yeah.
Laguna Blade is a super short cooldown for an ultimate, so...
Friends, let us skirmish.
That was great. I mean, you just completely counteracted that whole DD Roche move.
Radiant
Then you're going to push them
structures
back,
are
and your Spectre's farming. Yeah, nice. Very nice.
They got vision.
They see him for a second. He's got vision of them, though. You see him looking at... I love how we have the camera of the players, so you see him like looking at the mini-map so intently, just
Yeah.
knowing where they are right there.
Crystallize completes his Diffusal Blade and is ready to jump back in with his ultimate if his team finds the right opportunity again. Laguna Blade comes back up just now, so they are at peak strength. They've got all their ultimates if they wish to try and fight for control of this game again, because right now it feels like Navi's just letting 5 men turn a lot of it. It looks like they found an opening here. The Yule Scepter into the Aether Remnant. It's going to be nice pick off onto the Grimstroke. Look for more, though. Chessie popping his BKB. Doesn't run down any other supports. Seems like he was rather nervous.
If he just really wanted to press forward to try to get that extra kill, that +1, but yeah, 10-second BKB wasted for it. But now maybe with this smoke, they can find this Spectre.
Dire are scanning.
Crystallize has been doing a lot of split pushing in these side lanes.
He's doing good. Look at him, there's that awareness. He's just constantly looking at his map, trying to see what's going on when he can take the opportunity to
Radiant's
continue
middle
moving
tower
forward to
has
farm.
fallen.
Misery seems to know something's up. He's paying it. Dude, he knows.
He's running along the side, so his smoke will break when he comes a little bit close, and he does manage to find Crystallize. He sees
Spotted.
him now. Manages to slow him down, silence him, hits him with the 1 stun. Crystallize turning, fighting a Misery, knowing he has no other option but just to stay on to Crystallize for now. His allies are going to be in soon, but it's a bit too late, it looks like. Unless
It's worth
he grabs him just in time. Now, Crystallize has to make some fancy moves, though. Gets to the other side, jumps on an Ace with his ultimate, and tries to get away with the dagger. They pop everything they have to be able to catch up to Crystallize, and it looks like now he's been caught. Misery sacrifice was all worth it. He tips him. He says, "I got you."
So worth it. You know, he's I especially with a person like Rasmus, right? Like you picture the face that he's probably making. He's just like, "Get him!"
Yep.
Screaming the whole time. Like
he's screaming at his team. Combination of furious and joy.
Yeah, that was super nice. Super well done by him. His team gets the nice movement to catch up there. Now Chessie, he's making the move bottom.
He knocks down those trees and sees, uh-oh, that's a lot of teleports. As a result, he will die, but he'll get a spiteful kill on Pile Die before he goes down.
Okay. I mean, he got a good, decent chunk of gold there as a trade, but Ace gets that killing spree, 550 for him too.
Okay, so he was worth 460 gold, so I'm going to say that's worth it. But in a weird way, right, he amped himself up into a killing streak.
Yeah.
Which did get buffed. Like, those are worth more than they used to be, so...
Not worth it.
Not worth it. Wrong. You're wrong for killing somebody.
It's a bit surprising to see them press the issue forward and go for that tower. That is the... every time I see people go for those type of towers in these situations, it's like you're gonna get get sandwiched. So... Definitely an over-aggressive move there by Na'Vi.
Especially if they have, like, really good catch. Right?
Yeah.
Attacking the off-lane tower, you don't have your safe lane tier 1. That is so much room for them to chase you.
And you don't really gain that crazy amount of anything out of it.
Yeah.
It's just like, well, we got the bottom tower, you know, like some extra gold. It's not like you're getting this insane map control or anything from it, so...
I yell at my pubs all the time. Off-lane tier 1 tower, most worthless tower.
It's like the mid wave when you're killing the catapult and you're like, dude, don't kill that catapult. That catapult is always a bait in the mid river.
Yeah.
When you go for those off lane towers like that, it's always a bait.
Yeah.
Yeah, now they've got such a big window there. Those type of kills on 2 cores, you see the troll just take such big advantage. 8,000 ahead of the Spectre now, just because of these last few moments. And he's got, the dream pickup, of course. When you're going for your status resist build, the game just blesses you with the sliver almost every time, it feels like, as he does get that one.
Thank God the stacking is a bit different
than
it used to be.
Thankfully. And it's also not as relevant because the Laguna is pure damage, so the magic resistance isn't going to be as effective versus the Lina in particular, but versus everyone else, that magic resistance will be nice from that sliver.
For sure. Isn't it wild that that's still like a build, stacking status resistance, and it used to be additive? Right?
Yeah.
Instead of multiplicative.
It's just so value, right? Like, there's no... What else do you build, right? It's good stats. It makes you tanky on top of the status resistance. Maybe if they moved the status resistance to, like, intelligence items or some agility items where it just made it, like, you don't get tanky, but, you get, like, some more damage and stuff. It would change stuff, but, that's a huge rework, and who knows what will happen. But yeah, status resistance still just feels too damn strong because you're resistant to stuns and you have such a high HP pool from the build-ups. Give me an Eagle Song instead of that Reaver on that Satanic or something. Just ruin the build. Or make it better.
What kind of bothers me about it as well is it's not even like we see a whole lot of strength cores.
Yeah.
It's not like, oh god, this is so good, all of these like really tanky here. Like we're seeing it on like very often these trolls,
Oh, crystallized the TP.
Oh, they almost see him.
Oh, he saw them for a second there.
Yeah.
Now they probably run to the opposite side of the map, right? You assume Spectre TP to that top lane, and if they did assume that they're right, they actually will find a Kunkka instead in mid.
I can't believe Pasha even tried to do this, but maybe they can still kind of fight around it. They need to deal with the Tombstone first. Young G is going to put out some damage, deal with the Tombstone as quick as possible. Zime is in trouble, though. He's still silenced up. He can try and skewer away now, but it's too late. Those last couple shots. Ace on top of the Spectre with the help of Chessie quickly brings him down. They do have the buyback, though. Can he come back in and win this fight for him? Not with the Young G being gone. Pasha bought back too, but this is just looking like a fight that couldn't be won no matter how many heroes you bought back and brought to it.
Like you said, I'm surprised Pasha showed his face in the mid lane there. That was insane. They just all showed bottom, and you have to assume they're going to continue to make the move to look for somebody with that type of smoke. I'm very surprised he showed his face there. That's without a Magnus RP, and they roll the fight with ease.
It's looking spicy.
It is looking spicy.
Maybe like they just saw the troll. Like they did just only see the troll, right?
That is
he was
true.
the only one who smokes, and maybe they thought it was one of those situations where troll was just kind of farming more solo.
I guess, but
Or maybe there were heroes like quote unquote behind him, so farther to the right on the map. I don't know. Either way, there's definitely better options there for Pasha.
yeah, just a risky play to go for just like a creep wave, right?
Yeah.
Now
He wasn't even doing the X marks the spot play, which he'd been doing the entire game, I feel like.
Yep. Now it's ramped up from what, an 11K lead up to a 20K lead real fast. Look at that. Just a matter of moments.
And Jesse is so farmed, he's thinking about an Octarine.
Yeah.
Big boy item.
He's having a pretty good time now. 6-2 and 9. Void Spirit is just owning the series, right? Seems to be doing really well in this one.
Certainly not the spirit that I think of being the most effective for this meta. I think like Ember Spirit just seems crazy strong. This Void Spirit looking real good in the mid lane for this series.
Oh boy, Ace is yeah, he's pretty strong. Now he's 25 as well, so good luck getting him with the combo. He can just click Battle Trance and remove your stuns. That strong Dispel doesn't really care about much of anything. So now, yeah, he's got free reign in the fights. Magnus also has Lotus Orb to protect himself versus the annoyance. Remove that Fatal Bonds in particular so he can always get his blink off. Oh, he actually chooses the Whirling Axe's cooldown. That's a bit of a surprise there.
I saw him holding on to that skill point. I was just like, I was listening to you talk about it. I'm like, yeah, you definitely go for that one. Apparently not.
Okay. Interesting.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Well, you can try and slow down Ace as much as you want, but he is going to take your buildings unless you make a real initiation here.
Yeah, I wonder if his thought process with it behind it is like, nobody can man fight me if I have this. Spectre will never be able to actually just like go on me because I'll just always have the miss rate on him and he never builds MKB. I'm not sure. Interesting.
He's got Aegis as well, so he's like, I don't really need that direct save because they won't be able to kill me twice.
Now this continued aggression, suffocation, leave Na'Vi in the base.
Take a moment here to get their tier 4 items.
Yep. Is that, did I see that? His Misery almost got like an AC or something?
I bet he does because he did have a BKB
oh, I think he has it already.
early, so jeez.
I think he actually has the full thing. He does. Holy moly. Misery. I mean, 1, 2, and 12. He's having a great time. Lina.
Catching young G. And he's going to be in serious trouble as he comes back down to earth. He is greeted by both Misery and Chessie, and eventually he does die. Misery was able to get that as the BKB wore out. Misery staying on the front lines with his BKB. A nice RP from Sibe is going to be able to pull them all back into death. Triple kill for Pylai die. Even Pi is getting in on this action and getting some kills. That's how you know it is truly done and dusted. It is over. Dropping cheese on the ground. Just to show that 5 men, they didn't need it. They did need 3 games, however, after losing that game 2, but both game 1 and game 3 pretty dominant, I would say.
Yeah, the laning phase was relatively close, but they ramped it up super quick once they started finding their footing. And I think Jenkins was the one who said it, right? Like when they're playing their comfort, they look a lot more comfortable, and you could see them making the right moves around, making just these comfortable plays. And yeah, they did a really good job in this game in particular.
They're still showing the winners on screen, so yes, you're more than free to walk in front of us, my analysts.
Who did Brian go for that one there?
Yeah, who did you go for, Brian? Oh, was that?
He doesn't even remember
that
anymore.
That was a serious question, was it?
But then Na'Vi a couple of mistakes in that game really costing them. They showing some heroes that I feel like were just showing themselves in lane a couple of times, which was such a dangerous position. And yeah, 5 men just really capitalized and were active and looking to make the moves all the time.
Yeah, Jenkins, his prediction certainly seemed pretty sound in the fact that it just looked like 5 men was the better team in game 1 and 3. And, well, I guess we'll have to see more action from them later on. But for now, we've got our panel.
Thank you so much to our wonderful caster team of Dota Capitalist and Fogged. So good to hear from them. I love Dota Capitalist. He does make sure to put that in every one of his names there. You guys don't? Is it Banana Slamma Jamma? and simply Jenkins.
Yeah.
Any reason that you're lacking the Dota in front of that?
I've been warned about doing it a few times, just like, hey, what if you ever want to do something else? And people remember you as BSJ Dota. Banana Dota Jamma.
What a horrible mistake that would be. Yeah. My heart goes out to the Dota capitalist there. But
yeah.
At any rate, let's.
Well, he's already accepted that. He's hit the pinnacle of his career.
Such a shame. But anyway, let's talk about that last series there. It looks like Mr. Jenkins, you were right. It felt like more of what we saw from game 1. What'd you think about that last game, buddy?
So I think that the Magnus against the Spectre, it's usually bad, I mean, there were some fights there that looked pretty bad. Like, they weren't so great for the Magnus actually getting off an RP. But when you have a troll running around who's just cleaving everybody with a Satanic and a 2-item advantage, it's different. You don't really even need the RP. And that's the thing is, I feel like Troll is this hero that can out-carry anything, but with like an asterisk there. It's like if you have a 2-item advantage, if you're really good at playing Troll and you can pop off like you were mentioning, then Troll is really great against Spectre in that matchup. Yeah. And with the Magnus, with the Empower, that's kind of all you need to pop off, especially if it's something that they're comfortable with. Yeah. So that's basically what it looked like in that game is comfort, Troll got huge, he just basically 1v5'd every fight with the supporting cast, and, that's life.
Yeah.
I am running out of excuses. I had plenty in the first game, I had like a couple in the second game, and I had to check my notebook, and I don't have any left for this game. So I'm going to say that the Troll Warlord with the Mag made a big deal to me because the Mag usually loses his lane, or at least like doesn't create pressure in his lane. I feel like Troll is one of the few carries, if not the only carry that's pickable right now, that straight up applies pressure in the lane that he's in. Like, you can rotate to the Troll, you can take towers with the Troll. He's like usually a kill threat on whatever offlaner he's against, and that kind of alleviates the weakness of Mag. Like, I think when you picked it with Slark, and what was the other Mag partner? There was only one Mag game, right? Yeah, the second game it was banned. It was picked with the Slark the first game, and Slark just isn't a solo win the game kind of hero from the laning stage. He needs to get to like the 15-20 minute mark on somewhat even footing, and then Slark takes over the game. And I feel like that with Mag is maybe just a bit too greedy, and it never got off to the game plan they needed. That's kind of what I saw here. As Jenkins kind of said, like, Troll can get the steamroll going quite early. And even though I said I learned nothing from this game, or if they lose, I would learn nothing from this game, obviously I was just doing that for dramatic effect, and I really did think no, I'm kidding. I did not think the Spectre was going to lose. I think it really was just the pace of the game. I was also very upset with the Kunkka against the Undying offlane.
That was rough.
Very confused why the third pick Undying got countered, quote-unquote, with a fourth pick Kunkka. That was quite peculiar to me.
He was solo zoning 2 heroes.
Yeah, Troll was like denying and last hitting every creep.
It was the easiest game ever
for Troll.
Yeah,
that's like the dream game you get in a pub where you're like, wait, there's opponents when you're just hitting creeps. And
Ace was having a great time.
Yeah,
that game.
Void Spirit seems pretty damn strong in this series. Seemed like the hero's 3-0, I think, right?
Yep.
Yes, absolutely.
Maybe it might be just in the hands of the right players. Maybe the hero's just. It's not like I think the hero's bad, but he may be better than I'm giving him credit for. The Earth Spirit did some serious work from Misery.
Yeah, that was.
I like the Veil BKB build. It's like, okay, I amp up the damage of my entire team. For those who don't know, Veil amps all spells, including Cleave.
What?
So you do get Empower bonus damage on enemies that are veiled. So
gracious.
Because Cleave is considered a spell. So.
Right, it's not magic damage anymore, it's spell damage.
Yeah, so it does amp that. It's kind of nice for that. And then he just becomes this like unkillable support that throws his body in, making it much easier for Mag to play his game. Even though Mag's RPs were not needed, it made it so that they did have some sort of AoE control that they were lacking prior. So
yeah, and jump too. Like he was that one play where he ran in and kind of quote unquote fed the Spectre. We were having a good time watching that. It was kind of funny looking. But then he actually sets up for his team to get there soon after and kill the Spectre in the trees.
That was a sick play.
It was really sick. It was really sick. And obviously, like, if that didn't happen, where he goes in and he dies and then Spectre just runs away, we probably think that it's not so sick. But he knew what he was doing. He knew better. And he killed the Spectre. And I think that's a thing that Earth Spirit's really great at doing, is hunting a hero like Spectre who likes to sit in trees, who likes to just run across trees and very difficult to catch. And Earth Spirit can catch her, and then when he does catch her, she can't TP out. There's no way she can TP out. She doesn't want to haunt. Even if you do want to haunt, you're silenced for 8 seconds with the talent. So, yeah, just amazing play from Misery this game, and good pick too.
Yeah, we saw earlier the stats from Pasha, man. Still didn't really understand the Kunkka. I mean, we saw the Fatal Bonds once with the
That was
Tiebreaker.
cool. Yeah. He
that
killed
was
the whole
fun.
creep wave. That was
Wow. But
very impressive.
yeah, I just wish I could wrap my head around why they thought that was a good idea.
The only thing I think Undying does as a hero is win the lane, and they kind of gave him that one on a silver platter. So I was a bit disappointed with that. I really do think the Spectre was not given enough. Wasn't a valid showing for the Spectre. I'm not convinced suddenly, okay, maybe Spectre just looked better than it was in the first game. I think the Kunkka pick was very strange, and I'd like to see it run back with not a strength offlaner into Undying. It's kind of like when they pick, AA, you don't pick super tanky heroes with
Agreed.
sustain.
Yeah,
you don't pick strength offlaners against Undying.
It just puts you on the back foot for the entire game. You never want that in a Dota game, to be always battling this uphill battle.
It's not just the lane, though, too. All strength heroes are just bad against Undying in the game, too.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. It's weird.
I mean, that is his strength, right?
Damn.
Stealing strength. With that fantastic joke, welcome to the end of the first series that we have here on the Immortal League, baby. On the Omega League, the Immortal section. But we do have more games to come. Next up, the long-awaited rematch of OG and Viking GG. Immortal Faith, I know you've been using his guides in your games. I know you're done with that Tortellini stuff. Well, don't worry, boys, because he's the coach of Viking, and he's going to bring it back to OG. Will they win, gentlemen? We'll find out right after this break. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome to Omega League.
EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win.
Omega League.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Omega League. What a fantastic intro there. And of course, we have Jenkins remaining on the panel, but a new panelist in Lacoste who actually did the intro there. That was his voice.
Yeah, no, it was not. But at least I'm gonna get the one game predicted correctly,
Oh, okay.
unlike BSJ.
Well, you know, we have a very low standard here. We have Kyle, one of our premier analysts, followed by BSJ to Lacoste. So I can hope you get more than one, my friend.
I'll try. I'll do my best.
Right, fantastic.
It's gonna be easier if it goes to game 3. You know, more games, more chances.
That's right. Well, that's what our teams are looking for here today. We have 2 teams looking for the chance to become champions of the Omega League and gain the Omega symbol. I don't know if we have a trophy at this league. I hope we do. Get the symbol, right? Later, maybe. You'll see. Don't worry about it. For sure,
Probably
the producer
expensive
says.
to mail that. I think a lot of the mail services, too, are shut down.
No, they got the Pegasi.
Ah, yes.
Yes, the Pegasus.
Yes.
Fly from the mountain.
Of course.
And deliver them the Omega symbol.
Yeah.
As Lacoste takes notes on our talkings here. We have a new series for you, ladies and gentlemen. We have 2 big teams, Viking and nobody special, just the 2-time TI winning back-to-back OG. Is here with us today with Seb now back on the roster.
Yep.
Yes. What do you think about this team, Lacoste?
What I think about this team now that Seb is back, no disrespect to, you know, Sumail, but with the Seb, their mental coach, I would say, it feels much, much different. I think we might have 5 OG players for the next TI. Who knows? You know, they're coming back slowly, but always good to see Seb back in the action. Like, he's one of my favorite players. The way he itemizes, what he does for the team, like, it's just a pleasure to watch him always.
Yeah.
My opinion on Seb is that if I could choose any player in the world to build a team around, Seb is literally the first choice.
Really?
Yes, 100% by like a big margin too. Just seeing in the true sights what he did for his team, that goes way beyond playing Dota. And I mean, obviously he can play Dota as well. Guys like even when he was a coach, he was what, like top 10 in Europe for forever.
Yeah.
I just made that up.
He just made it up.
Yeah, like I was like thinking, do I say 3 months? Do I say a year? Then like unlimited amount of time.
Yeah. I mean, I have a different view of Seb. I first met Seb when we both worked a event in, I think it was an ESL event, and we were both talent. And he was on, you know, the desk with me. And I thought, you know, who's this loser? Never heard of him. And now he's gone on to become a multi-millionaire, without a doubt, one of the greatest Dota players of all time.
So what are you saying? We still have a chance to win a TI?
Yeah.
Is that it?
No, I'm saying that we had many years to try to do that.
He's saying you have to be talent first, and then you can win a TI.
That's right.
He's not saying we have a chance. It's you have to do it.
I mean, that was back in the day. That was when Seb literally won no tournament in history. He went to a lot of them, but he never won a single LAN. And then he just, you know, he goes and wins TI. Makes me feel like a loser. Makes us all feel like losers who are here on the analyst panel. I mean, it's like, when's our TI, boys?
Yeah.
Team Leviathan coming back?
You know what? Yeah. Officially. Let's do it.
Oh, my God.
Right now. Where it's coming back.
Woo!
Who are the other 4?
I don't remember.
Well, moving right along. Fantastic. Thank you very much. But OG aside, we all know a lot about OG. We all know that eventually one of the people will be kicked for Anna. The question is,
one of the people, you say?
One of them. Who knows who it will be?
One of the people. More like.
Hey.
I'm here all week.
Viking. What do you guys think about? Or Viking.
Vicken.
Vicken.
.gg.
.gg. That is a little known fact. It actually, oh my God, the draft is up.
Oh.
Production moving things right along for us here today. So we do have Viking, or Vicken, as they like to be called, drafting here as well. Interesting team. I gotta admit, probably one of my favorite kind of upstart teams.
Yeah, I wouldn't call them up-and-coming teams anymore.
Yeah.
They were that like 3-4 months ago, but they've been pretty stable, I would say. And as you said, definitely one of the funnest teams to watch. And the thing I like about them is staying together for so long, just grinding and having the opportunity to play against any top-tier teams. And they were winning games against them. Like they went through the qualifiers. I believe that they earned their spot even before, but you know, it was just a good practice for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's great to see this team coming out here today against their wannabe rivals, OG. And guys, the draft is pretty interesting. We talked a lot in the last panel about people sleeping on Io. Io first pick and a Tiny. When's the last time? Last September was the last time I saw first pick Tinys.
Well, we've been watching a lot of Dota, especially in the Divine League.
Yeah.
Tiny was very popular.
Oh, was it?
Combined with the any offlane that gives him a kill opportunity, mostly with the Darkseer. I just love the combo, you know, the back toss surge, Iron Shell, ton of damage. He always does stuff, you know. Tiny is a position 4 hero that you can always rely on, has that reliable stun, has also, if you want to call it a save, a back toss of your allies, and he scales.
Yeah.
He's the most picked hero on pro level pubs too, currently.
What is
by
this?
A pretty wide margin.
I know Fogged will be happy.
Okay.
All right.
Now, a lot of people say that OG plays their own game. They don't care about the opponent. They do what they want to do, and they kind of define the meta. This is defining the meta, right? I mean, ET, what the hell does this hero even do? I don't even remember his skills.
I'm gonna bet that this is a core ET.
Oh, I hope so.
I feel like that's something that I could see Thompson playing. You know, you just get the Aghanims, permanent BKB, basically. Run in, hit people for 300 damage a hit. It's very hard to pull off, but there are some edgy players out there that are trying to make it work. And if anybody is going to do it, I feel like it's Thompson. I honestly feel like this hero as a support, especially with Io, probably isn't that great. But as a core, who knows how to play against that? Who knows?
Absolutely.
What do you do?
I don't know. I mean, it's a Chad move from Chadson himself, picking out that potentially carry ET, who I have seen just mess stuff up. And then Darkseer, also a sleeper pick. Incredibly good offlaner with his tanky abilities. Lacoste, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I just mentioned it. This is the combo that a couple of the teams have been running through the Divine League. It looked very, very good. You know, it's going to be good at every stage of the game. You have initiation, so Tiny doesn't have to get the Blink Dagger. Even if he's, you know, not having a good time, you still have a form of initiation with just the Surge on Tiny. ET could be core, as you mentioned, but also could be just a support. There's some downsides to it, like having Io and ET, like no reliable stun, but then you need to have your position 3 with the like lower cooldown ability that can control the heroes. That's what I would like to see.
They can also lane with an ET or a
and
Wisp.
ET, he just melts these heroes, like late game heroes, removing their armor like a Spectre. And I have some notes, if production can see it.
What do we got
I
there?
just wrote it down. I'm going to use that every single day.
Okay. Spec good and no spec is bad.
Yeah.
Thank you, Lacoste.
That's
very
good analysis.
informative.
I mean, I feel like it's definitely correct.
Spectre just feels like a broken hero at the moment, like she
no,
does.
Not this again.
Back on
What do you mean?
There
You
are
had
no
this
broken
conversation?
heroes, okay? There's not. It's a balanced game. Ice Frog works very hard. Every hero has a counter. It's just undiscovered yet. It's like you, Jenkins. I mean, your perfect other half is out there, undiscovered yet.
Are you coming on to me? Is it what's going on?
I'm not saying I'm the other half. I'm just saying that they're out
I
there.
I really like you. Like, you're a great guy.
All right, Jenkins, focus up here.
Just do that on
Next up.
on camera.
We're seeing a lot of anti-mage bans. Anti-mage that good? I think it's been banned in a couple games.
Yeah, I think it's good against the Darkseer in particular. I don't think Tiny really does that much to an anti-mage. I mean, it's just magic damage against a guy who is literally about resisting magic damage, and then great against the Darkseer. He sits on like 2,000 mana pool, so you just hit him a couple times and pop him with the mana void, kill his entire team. It's also a lane counter to him as well. So I think that's just because you have Darkseer, you ban it out.
I believe this is the undiscovered side you were talking about.
Oh!
How anti-mage is good against the Darkseer. Like, Mind blown.
It's really...
All right, you don't have to mock me, Lacan. But yeah, it's pretty good. I mean, the pointy head lore there too, you know? That's where he keeps all of his intelligence there. I don't know if you're a lore fan, but a very smart boy, and he considers anyone that doesn't have a pointy head to be an idiot. Now, Anti-Mage with his Dota capitalist like Fohawk also has a pointy head, so a little bit of a danger there as well.
That's true.
So we're picking on the people who are not here, who can't defend themselves.
I mean, the guy constantly talks shit every day.
He'll be back. He'll be
He's
shit-talking.
coming back.
No, I mean, he seems to just really enjoy it. I don't know. It's something sadistic.
Absolutely. So while we're on these kind of out of meta drafts here, surprised, do we not? Okay, the Spectre was banned. I was about to say, no ban Spectre.
Second phase ban. I mean, I suppose like when you see the Tiny come out, they wanted to go for the Darkseer, and I mean, this OG draft, obviously they're completely ignoring the meta, so we don't have to even look at Spectre, Veno, Doom. I don't think they care.
So what other secrets can you tell us from the Divine League, my friend? Any other big heroes? We're hearing a
Yeah, Undying. I believe he won 1 out of 10 or 11 games.
Oh, that must have been
just
fun.
Doesn't seem playable. I don't know. It's fun to play first couple of minutes, but after that, you're just, walking creep.
Yeah. Well, we saw him do pretty good last game.
Yeah, we saw that. Like, he won the game, so, Pylite dies. Something different on the hero. He was completely zoning out 2 heroes at once.
Grimstroke going to be picked up here as well. A little bit of synergy here,
Love that hero. I think before I checked the heroes that they were playing, like, there was a lot of similarities. Like, both of these teams were picking Io, they were picking Grimstroke. I think, and I've said that during the Divine League, that Grimstroke is a sleeper hero. Like, none of these tier 2.5 teams were not picking the hero that much, but this hero does so many things. Like, you have a stun, you have a silence, you have a leash, you have a wave clear, you name it.
And any synergy there with Darkseer as well?
Not really.
Come on, he goes fast
Wait,
with the ball.
what if you use Iron Shell on the enemy?
That's genius. What happens if you have the 400 health talent and use Iron Shell on the enemy? Do they get 400 HP?
I hope not. Someone test it and tweet at me. Does that actually work?
Oh boy, we see Invoker. Invoker has been coming back as of late. Now he's in the hands of potentially one of the best Invoker players in the world. Could be exciting.
I'm feeling the Void. I mean, is Void banned? I can't see the little...
No, he's still in the pool. Like,
yeah.
I think Viking right now is just thinking, do we get the Void?
Do we
for
pick Void?
ourselves?
Yeah, exactly. Man, because you have the ET Earth Splitter.
Yep.
You have the Invoker Cataclysm. I mean, that alone is enough damage to kill literally anybody. You need Eon Discs.
Okay, so this is core Tiny, right?
Is that good?
Yeah, looks like it. Yeah, there it is.
Wow. We're good. I would have thought, you see Invoker ET
Void.
on one side, Faceless Void still in the pool. Like, this is just a nasty combo.
Yeah. And I guess what you guys are referring to, of course, is the Faceless Void Chronosphere, and then a lot of pro players just been Cataclysm, and does a lot of damage. Not to mention the ET, who's throwing out that stuff as well. So, pretty easy setups there, pretty incredible damage, and the only answer is Aeon Disc. Can all 5 of you buy one?
That's actually it. It's very sad. If you wanted to, if you wanted to counter that, you could still pick like a Wraith King. You could still pick an Abaddon carry. I mean, I don't think we see that too much in the Europe CIS region, but that's a big thing in NASA.
Yeah.
Wraith King would probably be fine. Yeah. I really feel like they need something to counter this, or at least play around it. Like, play to not fight at all and just get pickoffs, and then, fight only when things are on cooldown and fight with an advantage. That's also a way of dealing with it.
What about... Am I dumb here? But it wasn't Silencer used to be good against these kind of combos, right?
Yeah, that actually, I mean, that would definitely be pretty decent. I think the hero's garbage, but I think like just the counter potential is really good. It's really great against Invoker too, and Io too. It's like if you just global on the relocate sound,
right?
Doesn't that stops the relocate, right?
Yeah,
that literally stops it now. So does it? They've changed it like back and forth a few times.
It's channeling, right?
It's not channel anymore.
It's not channel,
but I think
never mind.
Stunning does interrupt it. I know stunning does.
Stun interrupt.
But it doesn't matter if it interrupts. If it doesn't interrupt, if Io relocates in and there's a silence, like you don't do anything.
You don't do anything anyway.
So we have someone who's smart here. Fog, does global silence stop relocate? It should. That's what he said.
Great.
Yeah.
I don't know if it does. Somebody test that. Test that and tweet Lacoste.
Oh. We have a lot
Why
of
do we
tests
have to
coming
tweet
out.
everything at Lacoste on this? Every single thing ends
I mean,
with
he's
tweet at
the
Lacoste.
only competent one on the panel. I mean, I don't want to
easy.
speak for you, but
Take it easy, sir. All right, oh my God, a Phoenix. Don't anyone get caught by anything. If you get Chronosphered in this game, it's over. There's no hope.
It's all about the Chronosphere.
This is horrific. Horrific amount of... I mean, I don't want to beat on a dead horse, but Alchemist is definitely not what I would have gone with, but
yeah,
there it is.
Alchemist, it's a great pick. And oh, look at that, picked Alchemist.
Oh my goodness gracious.
That was just a...
Why Alchemist?
You have the timing. You know, I think that these heroes on OG don't particularly pressure enemy jungle for like 15, 20 minutes. I don't see how a Wisp or an Elder Titan or whatever support they use, like Phoenix, can walk into the enemy jungle and stop an Alchemist from farming. So they're basically trying to win before the team fighting stuff happens.
I see.
They have good ways of protecting it. Like Phoenix is great and the Elder Titan are taking the stacks, but they have nice heroes to just deal with that. Like all these heroes are pretty mobile on side of Viking and they can punish you. I'm really liking Viking GG's lineup.
Really?
Yeah, I think they used this ban that OG spent on Ancient Apparition, and it allows Alchemist to play extremely fast. Also, there's no real tower damage on OG, so like they're relying on a Chronosphere. You have buyback against the Chronosphere, or like they misuse it 1 or 2 times, and you can easily punish that. Also, this is the lineup that plays extremely fast. They can take the Roche with the minus armor. Imagine like 700-800 move speed Alchemist with Ion Shell Radiance running at you.
That does sound pretty good.
Yeah, it just looks like a very, very strong lineup.
I would honestly just go OG because I feel like if any team knows how to deal with an Alchemist, it's them. They
That's true.
basically won the last TI with like half of the game's Alchemist they played. So I feel like if there's any team that can assert themselves into an Alchemist jungle without good heroes at doing that, like OG will figure it out. And they have Seb. So I imagine he was probably largely making those calls during TI. So
Gracious.
I'm confident he'll do that again here.
Boys, you are wrong.
Well, I mean, the bets, even the bet agrees. I mean, 1.24 for OG. That's a big difference there, Lacoste.
3 games before, you didn't even know how odds work.
Well, I'm a quick learner, Lacoste. All right.
Bigger number equals more money for me, more chances.
I hate you. Thank you for coming on the panel. But should be an interesting match, though. Of course, we are kind of split up. Very interested to see what goes down here. A rivalry that we hope to see lives up to expectations. But will the casters live up to your expectations? Well, I know one of them will. It's Fogged and Dota Capitalist.
Thank you for that lovely intro, Slacks. You know what's funny is, like, I'm not sure if it's a good sign or a bad sign for Viking GG that even Slacks doesn't know what the hell they drafted. Initially, I was like, oh, Jesus, Viking GG, they must have drafted some real garbage. And then I remember it was Slacks, and it was like, it's probably for the best that he doesn't know what's going on.
You guys have something for it this tournament, huh? You got something for each other. It's like me. I'm gonna guess I'm gonna be the bully to Brian, and you guys are gonna bully each other. All right, let's do it. Why not? Sure.
This will be the dynamic for the rest of it. I mean, we don't have to worry about it because fortunately Slacks won't be hosting for long. We'll get real hosts. That's pretty soon.
That's pretty true.
This is the series that I've been looking forward to the most today. Viking GG versus OG, because Viking GG has proved that they can take down Tier 1 teams. They've done that through several tournaments. They did it at WePlay, Pushka Lead. They did it at the 2 ESLs. Like, they have consistently proven that they can take down the best, even if they haven't shown that they, like, will always make top 3 or something like that. They're improving every single time.
Yeah, no, absolutely. They're a really fun team to watch, and you can tell they have a really good understanding of the game. That's the biggest thing that I like to see, because they always look to make these aggressive moves. They don't play like passive at all. That's the biggest thing that I love seeing teams do. Like, especially these European teams that like to be aggressive. Right here, we see the start mid one, body blocking very nicely here. Try to protect No-Tail. He's going to try to tether away.
The best part is he doubled back to get the bounty rune, which may leave No-Tail a little high and dry right now, as he doesn't have a tether partner to get away. But if he doubles back right now,
he's going to get the tether. Fine. Oh my God, I can't believe he lives there. Those body blocks from mid one.
Well played.
All right, well, that's pretty big. What, how many? That was what, 3 strokes?
Yeah, a lot of mana expended.
And he TP's bottom, so 0 mana on Grimstroke. Hopefully he has clarities for himself to be able to actually have an effect in that bottom lane. Pretty huge.
The 2 little tiny boys in the mid lane, Kid Invoker and small pre-level 6 Tiny.
Why don't I see the Invoker's orbs? What the heck was that?
Yeah, is he holding?
No, he went quas, but he wasn't holding orbs. What?
Weird.
Does the enemy not see that? That would be a little bit crazy if they don't see that. Okay. This is a pretty fun draft. As soon as I saw Invoker Void, I kind of called GG from upstairs. Okay, now they show. That was weird. Did he not pull them out?
No, he didn't pull them out until just now.
Oh, okay, cool. But he had the quas skilled. All right, interesting. Huh.
Is there a reason why you would keep that information secret? Like maybe threatening a Sunstrike or something?
My God.
He's gunning for it right now, but the Fairy Fires, it makes the difference. And Saksa, as a result, takes just as much damage as he dealt to that Grimstroke. Celery, he dares him to keep going a little bit farther. Aramis, meanwhile, the top lane is playing a back-and-forth game of chicken against No Tail.
So yeah, I was saying like this. Oh, they actually go for the vacuum level 2.
Level 1, they do have the cogs going out. That controls a mid one. He did go for Bash, so they could have killed him.
They get No Tail.
By God, Aramis wants this kill on No Tail.
Oh,
They're
no.
not going to get it, are they? Aramis, he's going to run it down with the Ion Shell. No tether up for a while. One more second. He jumps, but it's not good enough. First blood for Aramis.
And he walked his courier in, though, and Midwin was able to just smack it because of that. So, I mean, some crazy aggression coming out here up toward that top lane.
I can't believe they could have killed mid one.
Yeah, they could have actually gotten it.
He had Bash level 1, wasn't level 2 yet.
Bottom, we're seeing some insane aggression, as we would expect. I mean, it's an Alchemist, and it was a Grimstroke who ported to lane with 0 mana. So Alchemist already can't really do too much down here at the start. He will definitely get pressured. This is a scary lane, actually, for Alchemist. There's a lot of magic damage that can come in, and I mean, ET, once he gets level 3, can really beat down that lane and chase it out. Mid lane is probably the one that I'd say is the only one that they should come out ahead on a little bit on, but those other two side lanes, I feel like OG is going to have real good times in. Just be able to get super solid farm on their Phoenix as well as their Void.
Aramis trying to interrupt the block and stop both the pulling and the stacking.
So looking at OG's overall draft, I was just, I was talking about it a little bit before. It's just, I look at this grand scheme of things, and the team fight's just insane that they really have built amongst everybody here. Void Invoker 2 is one of these combos that I feel like it can hit to a point in the game where you just lose, right? Like, if they get a certain Chronosphere off, like, unless you all have Aeon Discs, you're all going to probably die or start the fight almost dead.
Yeah,
So
I played a game recently where it felt like we were winning pretty hard, and it was up against this combination, Void Invoker. And we're winning pretty hard, and we stumbled into one team fight where we got Chronosphere pretty nicely, but we didn't know that Invoker had literally just picked up his Aghanim.
Oh, God.
And we got, like, nearly wiped in that fight, and the whole entire game turned around off of that.
I've seen it happen so many times in like these pub games. I've seen it in a couple pro games like in the past too. Before it was his Aghanims when you just got the talent. It was like you have to win the game before this Invoker hits 20. As soon as Invoker hits 20, GG. Like we've seen it happen a bunch of times. No, so able to get the tether out of there, and they're keeping mid one. I mean, mid one's getting great farm up here. He has the extra sustain. Now he's actually trading though. We'll get the heal though from his IO.
Fortunately, because the IO, he probably hasn't had to invest into a ton of regen, despite all the damage he's taken.
Yep. Chad only still up to 10 last hits. This Phoenix really slowing him down, the core Phoenix. Even though it's the 2 kills right now for Viking GG. One of them was a suicide, I believe, from Saksa to the tower. But you see that 1k gold lead. Because the lanes and the mid lane, it's actually not a lead for the Tiny. The Invoker's just evening it up anyway. He's going to be going for the Quaswex build.
Boom. Gets there nice and early for the Bounty Rune.
This is actually, when I look at it, this is a really good EMP game. These are some strength heroes with some very limited mana pools. Top, they actually are able to get the kill because of this time dilation skill.
Double denies there from Thompson. Everywhere it looks, it seems like OG. They're getting just a bit better of Viking GG.
Yeah.
It looks like it could be another one here. Shad has to body block in order to keep Celery alive.
Oh,
he will survive because of the Ranger up.
But even, I mean, now they just forced their support. They forced the support out of the lane, out of an Alchemist who's not getting farm anyway.
Yep.
This Phoenix is going to be hitting level 6 soon.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Looking to make an aggressive move. Okay, I like this, though. They're bringing the tiny top.
Catches him with halfway through the tether with that Battery Assault, stopping him from being able to jump over to the Void.
He wanted mid one there, but he will be able to TP mid, and he does see that the rune was not top, so makes his move to this DD rune.
Dire are scanning.
And here's that damage. Level 5. Yeah.
You knew it was going to happen at some point in time that they were going to pressure this Alchemist while the Grimstroke was gone. Tornado MP just to try and burn Boom out.
Well, that really feels bad for a Tiny. Even you have a full bottle, even you use all your bottle charges, and you can only really go for one type of combo if you want to make some type of move. And the other thing that this Invoker provides, because he is going for Quaswex, now that they've pressured these Alchemists, they're going to have a lot of ways to get into the jungle to really hunt for him whenever Thompson does choose to do so.
Let's see, Seb is certainly feeling himself right now, as he should.
Oh, yeah.
Top net worth. Saksa has been creating mountains of space.
7-minute veil.
Look at him. He's going to go for this kill on a Celery. You should be able to run him down with the Sun Ray. And Saksa just beating him to a pulp. Now, Seb is deep behind the tower, though, and this was certainly not worth it for him. Maybe he shouldn't have stopped that Icarus dive. Celery sees the opportunity to give him a tip back. If you haven't seen Viking GG, if you don't know who these guys are, they are probably the most exciting, I would say, Tier 2 team that's kind of coming up. In fact, Celery himself said, yeah, probably Tier 2, just because they haven't had the consistent results that would consider Tier 1, but they are certainly one of the freshest and hottest names in the scene right now. And they've got a bit of everything. I mean, they've got a bunch of new blood that is very talented, and they're willing to talk some smack, which they did the last time they were going to match up against OG. Didn't work for them, but I appreciated the willingness to make the match a little bit more exciting. And you do get a nice pick off there onto Toby. Viking GG did go for the two-man smoke, and they're going to wrap right into Thompson. They can get the kill. That's worth the trade-off.
They did. With that DD rune plus that Ink Swell combo, too. Able to sandwich him when he goes for his own rotation. But this tower, early on, 8 minutes of IO Void. You probably wouldn't expect them to be taking a top tower at this moment.
Yeah, certainly not.
Oh, and Sox able to deny that rune from the Tiny. Very, very significant there, as he can now make an aggressive move into the jungle. It is spotted, but now Shad actually has to back away from his stack that he was farming on the Alchemist. And we're likely to see Soxa get some aggressive wards down. Yep, one down right there. To be able to watch wherever that Alchemist does go, because Alchemist can't lane anymore versus this Phoenix, and...
Is he gonna guess? Oh, I thought maybe Boom would just guess and throw out the avalanche. He did not, though.
Nice TP. Top 3 net worths. OG. And yeah, you said Seb is just having the freest time ever. Sox is now just starting to run around, and he's giving Phoenix solo experience.
What do you do on a core Phoenix at this point? Like, do you go for the... No, he's not going for the Midas at all. Remember with like when Core Phoenix last time was a thing, Midas, because the experience is so value.
I feel like because they're playing versus Alchemist, you can just play this like more aggressive. Just you know, they have like Void, they have all this guaranteed later game style anyway. I think he can just be, he can just go for his own type of damage build. I thought maybe he might just go for like even like Radiance or something a little bit crazy this game, but.
Spirit Vessel may have got nerfed. We were talking about it for Quaswex Invoker earlier. Seb's going to pop the Supernova here to make sure they get this kill on a Celery. Meanwhile, Thompson going down again, though. Big kill. Boom picks it up. It looks like almost solo.
Toby, good one. He's trying to get the rune here. He's got the Javelin picked up, too, so his damage is actually can be pretty significant if he has the IO. If he has the IO with the overcharge behind him.
They take each other's bounty runes, and that's exactly what happens on the other side of the map as well. So 2-2 split.
How's this Blink looking? Okay, about 1,000 away. How's the Radiant? Alchemist is so slowed down. It's going to be one of the poorer Alchemists in the next few moments.
I like the choice of the Blink Dagger from the Tiny, though, because this Alchemist is so slowed down. He's just got to play for a 15-minute window where he just gets as active as possible.
Yeah, I feel like he can't actually like show himself in lanes at all this game. I feel like he actually just has to run from lane to lane to lane, teleport, run lane over and over and over again.
Yeah, because otherwise, like, what threat is there on the map? It's pretty much just clockwork. Obviously, Darkseer isn't. He's one of those heroes that's a little bit more static in his lane presence. Doesn't usually play that ganking role.
Yeah, and he's not off to a good start either. No. 0, 2, 3. You know, usually you'd want your Darkseer like level 7, level 8, trying to cut waves, doing all this kind of stuff. Right now, he's very, very slowed down.
Oh yeah, I never finished, but Spirit Vessel, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, way more value than in this game than the game we were talking about earlier, because the healing reduction on an Alchemist.
Did Thompson end up going for it, or did he just go for Drum? He did, okay.
He got her, so I'm presuming he's going to go full out Spirit Vessel.
I figured one of them would have. I figured because Seb wasn't buying it, one of them had to have been getting it.
For sure. Teleport into the mid lane. They actually managed to get a hook shot onto Thompson. If they can stay onto Thompson, maybe they can get this kill. Shad, meanwhile, he's actually going to turn and fight. He might be okay until the Chronosphere and the Sunray comes in. That will certainly put him in the grave. It might be the end of Boom as well, but he actually gets a surge. They TP back out with a relocate, and Boom is able to get Saksa all on his own. So double kill for him. They stem the aggression there in that mid lane, and they walk away pretty happy
Seb
with that trade-off, I think. And maybe even Seb's going to die here as he's going to be silenced up, hit with a stroke of fate. Aramis. This is not the game that I imagined it was going to be super good for Clockwork, but he is turning up big time. Dominating streak will bounce back No-Tail into the open hands of Boom. That is 4 kills they just got there, all thanks to OG perhaps getting a bit overly aggressive.
Wow, yeah. I mean, this Clockwork actually just did so much work just being able to utilize Inkswell plus that surge. He's able to always get on the right targets. And they kill Thompson again instantly as the fight's commencing. He just gets popped, so they lose one of their big cores right before the fight does start. Good responses coming out from Viking GG. OG. They still turn up right back to that mid lane.
Yeah.
And look to pressure again here. As we're taking a look at this. There we go.
And they still have the Supernova, but they don't have the Chronosphere.
Yeah.
Arcane power.
And look at this.
They go right back as well.
War in the mid lane.
Gotta do it. Nice hook shot in with Inkswell as well. Getting on top of the Invoker didn't get him inside the cogs, but pushed him over to the side, back into the Avalanche. A clean combo from Viking GG that gets 2 core kills. And maybe even a third one in Saksa. Maybe Seb. Nope, he dives away before Boom could catch him with the toss.
Great plays by Boom right now, yeah. He's got the Blink Dagger finished up, so I feel like he's done his job even more so than anything, right? He's now making all the space. Alchemist is caught back up completely. And now it's a lot harder for OG to do, I think, what they would want it to have done with their aggressive wards that they placed down, as we see on the map, is get in and slow down the Alchemist. Now Tiny can always react, and they have the mobility from Clockwork and Darkseer. You're not going to be able to actually isolate this Alchemist as easy as once was maybe thought. So many ways to help him.
They just run right back to the mid lane. Yeah. OG have just ran mid, died, revived, ran mid, died, revived, and ran mid. See if third time is the charm for OG in taking this mid tower.
They really don't like tier 1s, I think.
Well, they're going to find themselves a little bit more stymied this time around, so they're going to back up, just farm some neutral creeps. They still have the better hand in map control, but I guess that's just what happens against an Alchemist. You kind of have to be the aggressors at all times.
I kind of want to see them make a move right now, though. I think they should probably expect that the Alchemist is getting close to that Radiance, but not quite finished because of how much they pressured him in lane. I do think they more than likely want to make that aggressive move because they have the Chrono.
Yeah, let's see the Chronosphere with the Supernova. Something that was missing last time. Boom, thanks to the surge, gets right on top of Saksa, but is met by a Tornado EMP that puts him in a nasty position. They're going to throw out the Chronosphere to make sure they actually get this kill, and catching the Darkseer in the act as well means that with the help of Saksa's damage from that ultimate, they can actually get 2 core kills themselves, not having to expend a whole lot for it either.
Straight to that mid tower off of that, for sure, from OG. Oh, it's very, I mean, a little lucky, but also just good placement there from Midwin to get actually the Darkseer inside the Chrono. And we are seeing the Alacrity constantly being thrown on him to buff him up with that Quaswex build.
Yeah, Chronosphere for 2 core kills. and a tier 1 tower, and they still have the Supernova up if they want to choose to take another team fight. But the Radiance is up on Shad. He's going to start putting it to work on to No-Tail here. He's going to try and go for the relocate out. He will stay alive behind the trees. He's up for now, and we could see if they're going to be able to bail No-Tail out with a tether opportunity. And boom, it's going to take 2 Seb. Nice kill there. No-Tail does manage to slide away, but boom, he's on the hunt. And he's got things, well, that should surely get the kill. Whoa, God, his attack speed is so slow. No-Tail getting back to the tier 1 towers. They're going to have another round of surge up soon, though. They're going to have to break the tether and give No-Tail an opportunity to jump away, but the rocket flares too much with the urn. Now Void, he's been silenced. Midwatch trying to get out, quickly deals with that Phantom, and time walks away. He's good to go for now. Thompson TP's into this tier 2 Viking GG. And you put a stopper on this aggression for now.
I love how they're just reacting to and fighting every single time. When they have this Alchemist draft, the other 4 heroes that they have are able to fight at that pace, right? They're not really relying on ultimates or cooldowns really at all for those 4. They're just constantly spamming their Inkswell, spamming their Stroke of Fate plus Tiny combo. So just bringing it to OG, who does have to rely on those cooldowns to really take those fights. Then great play from Boom there, really. Just finding Seb, getting that opportunity to just blow him up before he gets a single spell off. And that fight's pretty big. But we do see the build, Thompson not going for the Vessel, just the drum into Urn and then into the GG item.
Okay.
And just max out Exort now. Just put all your points into Exort, and then if you can get the Chrono, we've already said, you know it's probably going to happen if they do get good ones.
Yeah, who needs healing reduction when you could just one-shot him?
Yeah.
With the Cataclysm combo.
It's going to be some time, even if he finishes the Aghanims in the next few moments. He's only got like 2 points, I believe, in Exort, so.
Yeah. It's going to be a bit of a pitiful Sunstrike the first couple of times, but boom.
They're hunting. Thompson.
Smoked up with the rest of the team. Gonna find Thompson once again, toss him back into his team so they can silence the Invoker before he gets off that pesky Tornado. Now, a nice 2-man stomp comes out from Saksa after the fact. Not enough for Mid-One to go in. He's got his Chronosphere, but he doesn't have the best damage behind it right now, seeing as Seb is currently in the mid lane.
Dire are scanning. Dire's
Such quick moves. Like we said, they're going to be really mobile on the side of Viking GD to look to set up for those. Thompson playing a little reckless, I feel. But Aramis is just, I mean, this Clockwork is really just, he's owning so hard. He's 7-0-4 in this game, I believe. Him and Boom have done a fantastic job of just utilizing their Darkseer and Grimstroke. Because they're the ones, I mean, they're the ones who have to until the Alchemist is online.
It really is Thompson to a T, though, right?
Yeah.
Got to push it to the limit all the time. He looks great on the TI main stage when he is outplaying literally all of the best players in the world, but it does have its downsides. Sometimes that constant aggression does get you into some hot water.
Yep, high risk, high reward. Seb's still only level 11. So it doesn't quite have that level 2 egg. There's not the best egg hitters, though, on the side of Viking GG. If the Alchemist can start hitting it, sure, but they're all kind of just like these melee heroes that can get punished pretty hard by it. So there's still the factor of, once we do start having those straight-up team fights coming, OG still has insane ones, but these small little, small little battles right now from Viking GG are where they thrive.
Bunch of melee heroes up against an Invoker.
Yeah.
It's going to be really easy tornadoes and deafening blasts.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Especially, yeah, he's got the 3 points or more, or 4 points also in Wex. That disarm, definitely something we're going to have to watch out for versus that egg. Mid-One, nearing that BKB, very defensive build, but you feel like he kind of has to because of the insane magic burst and control that they do have on Viking. And I think he realizes a lot of the damage is probably just going to come from Thompson. And he'll be getting Alacrity during the fights too, so.
4,000 net worth lead for Viking GG. It is an Alchemist lineup, so it's about what you would expect, I would say.
I think that's Seb telling both of them to back off there, right? He's very close level 12. I saw both of them move immediately away from the creep wave. He's probably like, I need 12 for this next fight. And I think this is them smoking, right? Probably looking for some type of fight. If Seb did just hit that level 12. No, still not quite. It's actually going to be Viking that goes for the smoke first. See what they can find.
One side of the river, Seb. He's going to dare to cross over now. If he's met by the Tiny, then he very likely will get comboed down with the silence coming in from the Grimstroke, preventing him from casting any spells. The Inkswell stun is there as well. The Cogs push back just to ensure Seb has no opportunity to get out. With the Surge, Boom, kind of run around and see if he can find somebody else. But I think for now, it may just be an attempt at Tier 1 tower, because they're feeling pretty good about themselves right now. They've got Radiance, BKB, and the Plate Mail, so this Alchemist should be able to ignore most of the damage coming his way.
Yeah, he's actually going to mitigate the majority out of OG, except for when that Cataclysm comes out, because you can't mitigate pure damage.
Yeah, and that's the real scary thing, right, is that OG have such a clear initiation point that if they get a good Chronosphere, say he doesn't get a BKB off, he can be Earth Splittered, he can be Cataclysmed, you've got Sunray on top. There's like, that's a bunch of either high pure damage or percentage-based damage.
Yeah. They have to just keep at the pace that they're doing right now, though, and keep finding Seb, really. Like, that's the biggest thing that I'm taking out of all. Like, Boom just, he's got Seb's number. He knows every time. They actually saw him blink. They're going for an aggressive move onto the Tiny, but he blinked more toward the south, and they are not going to be able to capitalize.
That is what you sound like.
Chat wheel goes out from Boom. Immediately Seb with the response. If you ever chat wheel OG and they don't respond, something has gone terribly, terribly wrong.
Ooh. Hobson? Yeah, he saw them there for a second.
Aramis 804.
Yeah.
Goddamn.
Doing a very good job. Very, very good job. Great item build too, of course, that Vessel versus the IO. Always going to be very nice. And a full AC now also on the Alchemist, so he's getting to the point where he is pretty scary if he does not get hit by the insane
next
amount of
step
spell
is like
damage. Yeah.
Abyssal Blade, right? And then you're just gonna run at people. That could very easily 100 to 0 the Faceless Void. So it looks so much like it's going to come down to the initiation. Who finds that? Like, the opening combo is way easier for OG to execute, no doubt. But if Viking GG get that single target pick off with the Tiny or the Alchemist, they have the catch to just keep going.
Yep, they've got the Ags online. It looks like Mid One and OG, they want to take a fight with it. I'm not too sure what level the Exort is yet. But they really want to press forward for this fight.
Kind of walking around right now with this BKB. He's going to be comboed up, though. Oh, he showed himself for a bit too long, and now here comes that catch we were talking about. Vacuuming back in, trapped inside. No Tail looks for another opportunity to get out, goes for the relocate. No such luck. He's denied that. Shad boosted forward, tosses out the unstable concoction. That'll catch Soxa, as I believe he should burn out to the Radiance. He's going to try and get the stomp. No such luck, though. Supernova, and
it's gonna pop.
I feel like it is gonna. No,
oh, wow, they actually got it. Oh my God!
It's there in time for the triple kill.
It was about to pop, and Shad may have died if it popped there too with that Sunstrike. Woo.
The Sunstrike, if he gets hit by the stun that goes on afterwards, and then this core Phoenix puts out all the damage that he has.
Oh damn! Big moves by Viking GG. That was the fight that OG wanted to take, and Viking GG, they just, you know, this tiny combo. This burst damage, you don't click your BKB early and you get punished.
Yeah.
Mid One was really trying to hold on to it as long as possible, and that can happen.
It looked like, to me, Mid One felt like he could not get 100 to 0'd.
Yeah.
Maybe that would be true if, like, Io was actually tethered to him. But as it was, he was kind of completely alone. One thing about OG, though, gotta love watching this team play Dota, man, because even when they are on the losing side of engagements, go again, go again.
Yep.
They always want to be the ones determining how a team fight starts. And you do that through being crazy-ass aggressive.
Absolutely. They still have to be... It's starting to get to the point, though, that they are falling pretty far behind, but it's really all, just like you said, that one Chrono plus a Cataclysm, if it's a high-level Exort, will change pretty much everything. And now with this DD, they're going to be able to finish this Roshan time.
Aramis, he's looking for the opportunities. Rocket Flare's going to be coming to bat up in a second.
He got the last hit.
How does this keep happening today? Rocket Flare of all things. It's like 200 damage. Oh, and he goes in. Looking to be able to catch Thompson here. They get a nice wall out too with the bind. They do actually have to relocate. That's going to be able to bail him out. Mid one pops his BKB and tries to go for Boom, but it's not really the best target for him. He's kind of looking around, trying to find his opportunity for a Chronosphere. Now he sees it. A 3-man with the Cataclysm. Pulled back into the Meteor as well over the top. Shad, he managed to get off his BKB though, and Boom, going back in, almost finishing off Zoxa. Tosses forward to be able to finish off Zoxa. On the second life up mid one though. Unstable Concoction doesn't quite get it off in time. Now he's going to be Supernova stunned. Now he's going to be Unstable Concoction stunned. Now he's going to be in some serious trouble and maybe bashed up as well. But mid one, he's got to remove the sounds first. Shad running forward, but he's caught in a trap. Nice toss up in the air. Boom finds another opportunity. He just keeps on going in and out. What a brilliant Tiny player. As he managed to find the kill onto Thompson, but it's still a big win for OG.
That damage coming out from Seb. We see the combo from the Invoker. It was there, but not the max level. Boom again, jumps in. Ooh, not able to quite find mid one there, but
you know, I said big win, but they actually, that was a 3-for-4 exchange.
Yeah, it ended up being not as significant, but mid one lives the whole time, right?
Yeah.
So he gets the big chunk of experience for himself to at least slowly try to match up with the Alk, but Boom, look at this guy.
Man, don't stop.
Time dilation doesn't quite hit him.
Oh, mid one. Been caught in this before. He's immediately going to pop his BKB because he is terrified of that combination who's killed him one too many times. What is happening here? These bashes. That's illegal. Boom. Immediately to the back line.
He's too
tries to
deep.
threaten Seb, but a vacuum actually pulls off, aggroes the rest of OG away from Boom, trying to keep him alive, but another bash comes in from mid one. He's able to stay on top. Aramis zooming around, hits a nice 2-man Inkswell stun. And once again, will allow some heroes to retreat, but another OG engagement that I'm sure they're kind of happy with.
That one's definitely a really big win for them there. Just an overextension a bit there by Boom, just really trying to press forward to kill No Tail. Has to be very careful, because the Surge, you know, you probably feel pretty immortal when you have it, but you always have to watch out for this Tornado. And now, Exort's maxed. So that last one, I didn't see if it was a level 5 or a level 4, but now with maxed up, it's a much bigger chunk of damage coming in.
Looks like he's going to be going for Bloodstone. On top of that, they had the Shivas complete for the Phoenix.
Spell Amp, right? From the Bloodstone, I think that's what he's looking at.
Yeah, probably.
It just ramps up so much, and then Cataclysm pure damage with Spell Amp is pretty nuts.
And it'll certainly give him the stats that he won't have to worry so much about being 100-0.
Absolutely.
And that is a big problem for Boom now. We've seen it in these last 2 engagements that he can go in on somebody, but he doesn't actually have that damage anymore to just straight up combo and wipe them out in a team fight. He tried to do it to mid one earlier, tried to do it with Seb shortly thereafter. He's going to have to change up his play now.
Yeah, I actually really like the Bloodstone for both those reasons, right? Stats, he can click it to heal himself up back in the fight, play around the Tiny, who constantly jumps in and out of the fights. He'll be able to heal a lot, and then also that Amp. We'll see mid one, he's going to go for his Satanic, just try to tank up as much as possible so he doesn't deal with getting comboed down in one shot.
Is there at any point now, like Scotty's just not a natural item for any of these heroes. Is there at any point, do you consider it because of that workaround that it had with the healing?
Because
that was something that I wanted to mention about the Shivas, right? Is the Shivas, that's another item that has it as well.
Yeah, I just don't think it's just such a bad item on Void. You're getting bashes anyway to control people through BKB. Like usually that's why you see the Scotty most of the time is just, hey, we have control and slow down for BKB, but Void does that anyway with Chrono and his bashes. So I don't think there's not room for it. Boom. Looking to go for a fight here. Everything is available for OG if they're in position for it. But Boom wants to use this power spike that they have right now with this Alchemist, who's still very strong. Zeb?
Okay, catch him with the Avalanche and the Abyssal Blade on top of him, so. No chance to get out.
Easy kill. COG using the ET Spirit plus Forge Spirits, trying to push out lanes as quick as possible so they can always get these fights in favorable positions for themselves. Viking, they're just still like running around, and they're also doing the same thing, using Ion Shells to push out waves, and then also looking to try to take fights at a number advantage.
Oh, what is this sneaky play? They have vision of him. So they think they could possibly catch him. They get him with the toss first. No BKB going off, but he still gets the time walk again. No longer has the damage just to be able to one-shot that Faceless Void, but maybe we go follow up. Aramis coming in, stopping the relocate out, pushes No Tail back into the rest of his team. They bring him down. Now can they catch the rat? Shad using his Abyssal Blade to get up the cliff, catching on a bash. That was perfectly timed right as mid one was about to go for the time walk out.
Nice move. Aramis again, just from downtown, getting the perfect hook shot onto the IO. Beautifully executed, playing super well around their vision, which they have a lot of on this map. Now they get some time, 40 seconds where they can look to play super aggressive. They don't have to worry about that chrono combo.
There's the Bloodstone from the Invoker. So the Cataclysm gonna do that much more now.
Buying himself some tomes as well. All right, tier 2 taken though. Unfortunately, just past the 30-minute mark from Viking GG. They can't actually snatch an outpost. But can still look to play very aggressive here now. With this Abyssal Blade, it changes a lot more here now too, because they can, like you said, they have ways to go through that BKB on top of just follow up with the Tiny. That Alchemist can get very involved in the fights.
I'm just gonna say this, but acknowledge the fact that I have no idea what the numbers are. But I feel like I don't care as much about the whole tier 2 and like my shrine being exposed after 30 minutes. I feel like, or the experience aspect. Obviously the map control I think is still really important, but I feel like that experience isn't as impactful as the 10, 20, 30.
Yeah, no, definitely. As support, sure. You know, if you're one of those supports that keeps dying in the start of the fight, you're always begging for those. But yeah, I feel like the map control really is the bigger part. Just that TP availability, buyback and TP into a fight that you normally wouldn't be able to. Yeah. Just changes it.
It just feels like for me, like percentage-wise, 10, 20, 30, those outposts are big. The relocate up the top, and they're going to try and get there before the relocate goes back. I just don't see how they could do the damage fast enough. And yeah, they're not going to go for it anymore.
See, Boom, he's going for a scaling build as well on that Tiny. He's gone for the Aghanims. Toby will zoom himself away. Looks like it's Aeon Disc on the menu for Seb after getting exploded over and over and over again inside of the team fights. That'll prevent that for sure.
That's fair.
And all right, looking for the smoke play here. I mean, they're still always looking to get these fights. It's just all about positioning. Viking, they cannot get caught standing together.
Celery, he's going to be the one to break the smoke here. Gets away from mid one.
Uh-oh.
But caught by the tornado and may just be that freebie pickup. But oh, Aramis actually going back in because on the side, Boomy's made his initiation, but the Supernova went down and they don't have the attack speed to be able to protect that. The Chronosphere going down with the Cataclysm. They actually do catch the Alchemist as well as Aramis inside of that one. And Shad in some trouble, does manage to bring down the IO first, but he's already on to half health. Midwan though, he keeps on going forward, gets hit, Stomp goes out, onto 2, nicely done. Toby, he managed to get a nice Soulbind silence there on the right-hand side, so Midwan doesn't have a whole lot of help on the left, but he's still trying to man it up with the time walk away. Undoes a lot of the damage. Nice tornado into the Stomp as well. That finishes off Boom. Shad tries to get that kill on the Phoenix and does manage to do so with Inkswell stun onto Midwan there. If he can get a bash, right here, they can kill Midwan. He does go down. An Abyssal Blade active allows him to catch up to Thompson as well. And Saksa prays that it'll be enough, but it won't be. Shad with the ultra kill.
Holds his ground. He has a heart even. Now they're probably not regretting not having that Spirit Vessel because he healed up so much inside of that team fight just standing his ground. And great eye there. Celery on that bottom side. I feel like he actually turned the tides of the fight. Because the Phoenix as well as the ET were coming in to join and help versus the Alk. He gets a Soulbind, a Silence, breaks the Sunray. Kind of changes the way that fight might have looked.
And the initiation of Boom to start off the part on the Phoenix, like even though they didn't kill him, making the Supernova go off in the first place. And then making sure there's no Sunray on Shad.
Yep.
Right? That would be a lot worse if he's caught in the Chronosphere with the Sunray.
Now they have to deal with an Aegis on top of this humongous Alchemist. 15,000 gold lead. It's been staying around that for quite a bit of time here from Viking, but that's a big fight win for them, as that was OG really looking to take that one. It was level 20, hit by the Invoker, by Thompson. They really wanted to press forward it, but and Viking, looking good.
My favorite Ags.
The one that you give the
clockwork.
people? Oh. They're talking about the Alchemist one. I was like, the one that you make your teammates happy.
Yeah. Now Aramis has got an Aghanim Scepter now.
All right. I mean, sure, he's having such a spectacular game. Like,
Yeah, seriously.
he can just... I feel like he's just going to make No-Tail's life miserable. With this with his Aghanims, too. Just so easily to stick on the targets.
Yeah.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Pocketing the Radiance for now. Shad has that Aegis, almost has level 25 too, so one big final upgrade. And then he'll start peaking a bit. I'm not going to say like he doesn't grow any stronger. Obviously, he has Aghanim Scepters, the Moon Shards be given away. There's a lot more late game possibilities and growth than there ever was in Dota.
Yeah. I do feel, though, this game gets to a super late game.
Yeah.
OG just wins the game. That's just the way that their heroes work. But I think that Viking is going to be sure to press the issue forward and not allow OG to just stall the game out. I think they kind of have to also. Like 20k gold lead, they're still in a fine position, but if they don't want this game to get to like the 55-minute mark where it starts getting really difficult to actually take team fights versus this insane team fight lineup. So this is a good move here by them.
Stomp misses.
Radiant's bottom tower.
The Alchemist and one of the Siege Wagons continue their siege on the Tier 3. It's going to be opened up here. See if Viking GG how they continue to push this. Midwan meets him in front of the barracks. Starts laying some damage into the Alchemist, but he can't stay there for long.
175 per second at the moment.
Trying to slow him down as much as possible. Poke at him. If they get him low enough, maybe they can go. His Chemical Rage is about to wear out, and I think OG, they may try and take advantage of that. Mid one, jumping forward. He time walks into the Tiny with his Aghanim swinging in. There, Aramis is going to jump onto the Io once again, trying to lay onto him. First Splitter is going to go down on a Shad. He still has that Aegis.
The
A good
exit
Supernova. It's going to explode successfully here, but not before No-Tail dies. He is going to be able to buy back, come back in, but Shad, he's also back with his second life thanks to that Aegis. He immediately pops BKB. Not sure if that was the play, though. Now with the BKB down, he's going to be caught inside a Chronosphere with the Cataclysm. Celery's certainly dead, and, well, this is going to be an Alchemist and half health now. With no Chemical Rage, they can't quite keep up to him, thanks to the Surge, though. But the rest of the team is trying to go in and make some space for the Alchemist to get out, trying to finish off Thompson. Couldn't quite get him, though. The Bloodstone keeps him alive. Boom, he pops the cheese, but there is a wealth of damage coming from OG because Boom's got no one behind him. Everyone else is dead except for the Alchemist, who's already abandoned his post.
Oh man, such good buddy system there by OG. Just pairing themselves up with each other, making sure like they protect like one by one, guiding each other. The Bloodstone heal coming into play there from Thompson, almost getting burst down. And yeah, like you said, Chemical Rage was popped. They saw that ticking down. They saw the moment that they could jump forward there, and the BKB was used early too.
Yeah, that was so. I felt like that was unnecessarily greedy.
Yeah, it
they
did
had
look like it.
lots of time where they could just slow play that. You know, use one Chemical Rage, take the Tier 3, wait, use the next one to go for a melee barracks.
They get punished. OG with that high ground defense. This is like one of their specialties, right? Always about that. Always about taking the game to the later stages.
You know, maybe I missed it, but I wish Viking GG had done their smack. Oh,
there you
boy. Catching mid one.
He wants more.
Out from the jungles. They're going to look for more here. Aramis, he pops his Aghanim Scepter there to be able to refresh and go for another hook shot. Only finds creeps, though. But yeah, I kind of wish Viking GG had done their smack talking before this series against OG, because whether or not they win this first game, they're certainly putting up a much better fight than they did last time they met OG.
Oh, definitely. This game is still in the realm that they're in a comfortable spot, but they cannot if they make another mistake like that one, OG is just in the lead. Right now, I think it's getting pretty close to being that 50-50 mark, even though they have that 15k gold lead. But they cannot make another mistake like that on the high ground.
Havoc Hammer. How much strength do you have to make that item worth over, say, like the Spider Legs for our Tiny here? Because that would add to his burst damage, right?
Yeah.
But it never feels like it's quite enough.
No.
It's never enough damage from that active.
Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa.
Relocate
Is that
right
an Alchemist
on
ball?
top of an Alchemist, but Aramis is here right next to him. Unstable concoction onto the two of them, and what a disaster! What was that relocate? That was a shrine relocate, right? Where they tried to get the 40-minute shrines?
Or I think they thought he was alone and they could maybe go for a play onto him there, but uh-oh.
I mean, they brought in Saksa. It's not like he was bringing in mid one. Okay, BKB active turns around,
mid one
in the face. Immediately gets a bash. Unstable concoction. That's going to be stunning him as his BKB wears out. Aramis comes in. Hookshot one, hookshot two. Bye-bye mid one. He's going to have to buy back. Aramis, unfortunately, is going to be stunned underneath the supernova from his Aghanim Scepter. A worthy sacrifice, though. They forced the buyback out of the carry of OG.
Absolutely. All right, now we shift that favor again here. There's some great aggressive moves coming out from Viking. Well, I guess, I don't know if we want to call it aggressive or defensive because they've reacted and OG kind of poured it into them, but that's really big plays there. They slow down mid one an insane amount. He dies earlier and then also buys back. Yeah, that's brutal.
Yeah, now for the next 7 minutes, we've got ourselves a clear endgame opportunity for Viking GG. They kill mid one once. This game very likely is over.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, that's a pretty decent pickup there. Magic Lamp. Could be nice versus the combo.
Yeah.
A little bit of something.
Yeah, put it on Celery.
Yeah.
You'd certainly appreciate it.
Little fake Aeon Disc a bit here. Boom, as we said, he's scaling pretty hard. He does take the Havoc Hammer. He does want that extra little bit of health and push away.
All right. See if it makes the difference. See if that is just enough for him to be able to maybe burst down the void before he gets a time lock off. Hell, it really hasn't been him, though, too much. This Alchemist with his chain stun combination.
My God.
And then the Clockwork with that double hook play. They're going to be able to catch Saksa here inside the jungle.
You see his health when he has Ion Shell? 5,200. It just
I forgot about that.
A little bonus HP. No Tail gets spotted outside. And he just gets evaporated as well. They're losing big heroes right outside of the base.
Yeah, with no buybacks on either of their supports, so may have to give up a lane. I mean, they still have their bottom tier 1 tower. So if they really wanted, they could be very chill. Let them take the top lane. They're feeling OG. Not really ones to give up buildings. It feels like they fight for every little thing that they have. And yeah, even with just the 3 cores. I feel like this was the time for Viking GG they could be a little bit more aggressive, but they choose not to back down, and maybe that's rightly so. Roshan is coming up.
Yeah. I think it was Roche is coming up and Chemical Rage still had like 10 seconds remaining. I think he was just feeling a little bit afraid of just pressing the issue forward after what happened before.
That'd be like the biggest throw to like give OG Roshan after you force the buyback out of the void.
Yeah. Hook shot defensively gets him out of that scary position. He's going to continue to rocket the bottom lane out.
Yeah, one of the underrated aspects of Clockwork game, right? The global pushing power that he has. Relocate back to be able to defend their melee barracks as the creep wave was pushing in by itself. That relocate, though, serves an opportunity for Viking GG. They're going to set up a team fight around this. Thompson is going to try and intercept. Sep's going to be in some trouble, though. Aeon Disc doesn't get an Icarus dive very far away. A pushback from Saksa, thanks to that hammer, may actually save Sep for a little bit. Thompson, though, stuck inside with the Clockwork. Great combination there. He actually refreshed up. There's going to be that Chronosphere with a buyback. Where's the Cataclysm? They do have the Earth Splitter, but no Cataclysm to follow it up. So Boone, he's actually going to be fine inside that Chronosphere. And now, Thompson! That's a dieback for him. The Supernova goes down with the Sunray. It's up to mid one now to try and finish off Shad. Shad limping away, gets Sun, and is going to fall.
Oh my God!
Aramis! He might have just bailed him out there. Mid one was not able to keep that pursuit and has to back away. Aramis sticking in front of them right now. Stay inside. All 3 of these heroes looking for another opportunity. Look at that Tiny laying in the damage. Mid one trying to life seal up. Goes on a boom. He's doing a nice job putting out the damage right now, but he needs to get rid of the Phantom. Time walk up. Shad's back in town, though, and the damage is there as well as the control. No buyback for him, and that is game. Viking GG, they know it too. They lay out the box.
They are just taking these fights so damn well. Thompson in the front line gets caught out, unable to get any spells. And I believe when he bought back and the Chrono went out, he was TPing back into the fight, so he couldn't actually do the Cataclysm to contribute the damage for his team. And but yeah, they can just end the game here now. I mean, such great team fights coming in. And I'm really loving the way that Aramis, Toby, and Chad, like these three together, and boom, like the 4 melees really just felt like they were on top of the right heroes every single time.
Yeah. Seriously, some sick combination and teamworks from Viking GG. It's a pretty simple process now of just hitting buildings. As without their cores, don't think OG can put up much of a fight. They're gonna try though. But look at Chad go, man. Even when Chemical Rage is down, he can just stick on top of Saksa pretty easily here. Toss up, nice combo from Boom to finish him off, and GG. Let's hit that ancient. GG is called from OG. Mike and GG, man. They showed up to this series.
Relentless aggression.
Yeah.
I like it. Dude, they just ran at them nonstop, took every single fight that they could. I mean, Boom played out of his mind. Boom and Aramis just absolutely crushed in this game. Every single time, it's like, oh, team fight's happening. Both of these guys are just leading and always finding the right targets. They played phenomenal.
Yeah, what a godly clockwork for sure, Aramis. He definitely carried his share of that first game. But this is going to be a fun series. This is the reason why we're looking forward to it. Fogged, Viking GG versus OG. It's going to be a fun one. But we got to take a break, head to our panel, and wait for game 2.
What an incredible game that we got to see there today. Finally, they have done it. Viking has been trying to beat OG for a while now. They've been sending out some tweets. My boy Immortal Faith calling out, and today's the day. One game, not the series though. We'll have to find out. Let's go to our panelists here, of course. We've got Lacoste and Jenkins, and one of us is actually right for once. Well done, Lacoste.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen them play, and this team could actually win games against any team in the world at the moment, the way they're playing. Like this team has a very, very bright future ahead of them if they just stick together and do what they're doing.
All right. Well, we certainly saw that here today. Jenkins, why were you so wrong?
Listen, okay, I feel like there was a bit of a throw situation that happened there. You know, Thompson dying back to back. I think that can happen. I think especially with OG, sometimes maybe they're feeling themselves and they, you know, kind of go ham. I mean, obviously, Viking GG being able to capitalize on that, that's good for them. They're really able to do that. The Alchemist completely popped off once he got some farm. Like Fogged was saying, I really love the relentless aggression. I feel like every single time that they could take some sort of fight on the map, they would take it. It's like, oh, 2 people are out of position here. Let's go on them. Like they never let up the pressure.
Yeah, blah, 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 yada, yada, yada. So what you're saying is that you're not bad at predicting stuff. It's just OG's execution.
Yeah, exactly.
So you're blaming OG here? Okay.
Yes, 100%. It's definitely OG's fault that the prediction was off.
Well, let's take a couple looks at the gameplay that we had here. Now, one of the things to really poke out are these chronos. We thought that this would be this huge, cataclysm, all these follow-ups, Phoenix ults. We didn't really get to see it too many times.
The combo was still there, but one important thing is, and what Viking is really strong at, is having their buybacks ready at all time. Man, Aramis, I think his Clockwork performance, I've seen him play during the qualifiers in the Divine League, and I was really amazed. He played some insanely good Dota, and in this game it shows once again. Like, it feels like they're all on the same page, what they need to do, when they can be aggressive. Like, they know the Chronosphere is on cooldown, they're gonna run at you, invade the enemy jungle. Like, we were just talking during the game, last like 5-6 minutes, they had no vision. OG had no vision in their own jungle. Like, it was just 3 observer wards, couple of sentries from Viking, and they were in control.
A standard problem for pubs, no vision at all.
And I think they played around the vision really well. Like like you were mentioning with the Clockwork. Obviously, every single opportunity he could go in, he would.
This fight looked like it's gonna be so bad for Viking, but they managed to, I'm not gonna say turn it around, but they got the most out of it. And even the trades at the early stages of the game, like Alchemist dies because OG understands where the threat comes from. Like, if you kill him before he can get Radiance 1 or 2 times, like, it just cripples the hero. Same goes for heroes like Meepo, who tend to flash farm the jungle quickly and the lane. And this is what OG has been doing, but Alchemist is going to recover, and all these other heroes that Viking had, they can easily run at you. You have Surge, Iron Shell, and Inkswell. You have like a 1,000 move speed hero running at you. What are you gonna do? And they have like no real escape mechanism. What do you have? You have relocate, that's it.
Yeah, not much, honestly. To me, I mean, I don't know if I want to call it impressive because it's not some like sick, flashy thing that you're doing, but just the draft, the itemization from Alchemist, like how many fights do we see, just like this one, where they just Chrono and then Cataclysm him, and he's fine, you know?
This is the same build that he went when he played Spectre against the Morphling in one of those games during the qualifiers. You get Scotty, you get Heart, and you get Abyssal Blade. Suddenly you have like level 25 Spectre who's sitting at 5,000 HP. Same goes for Alchemist. How are you going to kill him?
And then the Iron Shell too, giving the 400 HP.
400.
Like that all helps. I mean, literally all you need to do is survive the burst. That's it, and you're fine. Like after that, there's nothing else that OG has left. So just having enough raw HP to do that. I mean, sometimes in a game, there's literally not enough farm, and there just isn't enough HP items that you can buy in order to do that. But with these items, he could, but just barely. Like, there were some fights he would be 10, 20% HP, and then he would just pop BKB, pop his ult, and all of a sudden, Alk kills your entire team.
Well, it was pretty exciting to watch here, and as you said, it was just this unstoppable force of Alchemist with so many things running at you. He's so huge, there's nothing really you can do. I gotta say, though, wasn't really feeling the Invoker on this one, you know? I mean, a couple of missed meatballs, Bloodstone Invoker. Are we talking about that? What's that?
That was interesting. I mean, I like the idea. You know, you're playing around this Cataclysm in the Chronosphere, so you just amp up your spell amp. It seems kind of cool, and also there were a few times he was tanking some stuff with the Bloodstone cooldown, which was pretty cool. But you know, obviously, it didn't end up winning him the game. But I still think it looked pretty good. I don't know. Do you guys agree or disagree?
What do you mean, in inventory? There looks like good.
Yeah, just like
some 20 charges.
Like
on
physically,
the red
I really like the red. Like, I just think that looks very beautiful. Like placed in an inventory with like Invoker's items.
I still feel like it could have been a different kind of item. Gonna give them more control.
Sheepstick something?
Sheepstick, yeah. Especially against the Alchemist. How many times we saw him just running away with 10-15% HP, and you needed some bit of extra control to lock him down. They were very limited. That's
definitely true. Like the fact that he could get off his BKB and his ulti after Chrono is definitely I think that's good analysis. And they probably think the same thing.
The matchup up here, you know, him and then the guy she told you not to worry about there. That's pretty rough.
But if they won that game, we would probably saying, yeah, this is new meta. This guy is changing things. Bloodstone Invoker. Hope to see it more in my own pubs.
This is true.
He has his own style, that's for sure. You know, he tends to break the game with the item build. Sometimes it works. Sometimes you look dumb at the end of the day. I'm not saying this was the example, but you know, you're still learning. It's the first day of the tournament.
Surprisingly, mid one actually did quite a bit of damage on Void compared to the Alchemist, right? That's what that was, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I'm actually surprised because I was thinking like Invoker's doing all the damage in the Chrono, but
mid one was frontliner. Like with his item build and Io behind him, like it's actually a decent combo. I think you said it when we were talking in our green room that that combo is much better than you would expect it to perform, because all the attack speed, the healing coming out from Io. Void is not just a Chronosphere. Like you could see him manning up, keep fighting like 30, 40 seconds after the Chrono is done.
Yeah, even before, like I think mid one, I mean, obviously he ended up losing the game, but he was doing an impressive job like holding the Chrono until the last second, which I think against Alchemist, especially when he's got in Aegis, like you have to play like that. You can't just use it willy-nilly. You just lose the game if that happens. So that was, you know, impressive, but it obviously didn't work out. Viking just, man, they played really well.
Yeah. It was a very impressive game. I mean, we've seen OG do so well before in Lacoste. I mean, you know, you said these were your boys. You were excited by them. Me too. Watching a lot of them, and it feels good to watch these guys succeed. I'm ready for a new Tier 1 team in this scene, honestly.
Yeah, it looks like, I'm not going to say that they're going to come into the tier 1 scene because they already are.
Yeah.
They've been playing together for quite some time, and I've been impressed. Like the way they itemize, the way they move around the map, and it's one of those teams where like decision making is in a split second. Let's go, let's smoke straight into Roche pit. They exactly know what they're doing if you look, if you watch them play closely.
You seem like a guy that's hard to impress, Lacoste.
True.
What is the most you've been impressed by anything? Have you ever seen
that's private. We can't talk about
yeah.
that. I mean, that's...
Really?
I mean, both of us.
I would need to call out some names.
Oh, my.
That.
I mean, when I'm sitting right next to you, it's just...
Gracious.
Embarrassing.
For more of a PG answer, maybe a beautiful sunset,
Okay.
not automatically go into some deranged shit.
That's not deranged.
What?
Hey, I was playing Pudge the other day. That's all I was talking about.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
fantastic.
you just have a twisted mind. Slash.
Not at all.
Come on.
I mean, you guys are being creeps as usual, but no big deal. Anyway, we do have another game coming up for the series. I mean, I don't want to choose sides here or anything, but
You already did.
OG had their time. Two-time TI. Get over it, boys. Let's get Vikings to win here. Vicken, excuse me. I feel a little biased. I want to see some more from this team. I'm very excited. Do you think we're going to see a boring game, though, next time? Are we going to get that Doom, Viper, Veno, Spectre stuff? I mean, because that was a refreshing game. We did not see any of those.
Like, after watching the qualifiers, a lot of the teams were, just picking Venomancer. The hero is extremely hard to counter and very, very boring to watch. You try to push a tower, you are relying on some of the timings. You group up, and there he is, solo defending a tower. It's really unfun.
You know what, though? I don't mind seeing a Venomancer if there's actually a solution to it. If it's like, I'm going to let this Veno through, this boring hero that I hate playing against, because I want them to play this hero. I want to make them bored. I want to make them regret picking this. Pick something like a Lycan, complete dog, garbage hero, but against a Venomancer. Yeah, well, exactly. Is he garbage? I don't know. You tell me. But great against a Venomancer. I'd like to see that. And that'll be interesting, but, that's about it. Other than that, here's pretty boring.
Yeah. You know what I'm most disappointed was Sand King. I thought he was going to have this cool new meta with the new Caustic finale, the AoE from Percentage Explosion.
Okay.
Yeah, I was watching the pubs after the patch came out. Like, a lot of people were testing out Sanking. Like, this looks good on paper, but at the end of the day, Sanking Epicenter is just shit. Like, it's not ulti. It feels like it could be his second ability, just, tweak the numbers a bit.
Jeez.
Yeah, he had I remember when the patch came out, he had like a 42% win rate in pro level pubs as one of the most picked heroes. So a lot of people were losing MMR with this. And then everybody started going back for the Sandstorm build instead of this new like points in Q and points in the Caustic build.
And it went down to 32.
No, it went up. It went up. It's, it's decent. It's okay. But it's the same old Sand King. It's the same hero.
Sure.
Basically.
Well, anyway. It's a sad story, I have to say, gentlemen. A lot of heroes, they've taken these patches pretty tough here. Anyone that you're missing in particular? Who do you really wish we could see?
Pudge.
Oh, God.
Come on.
Pudge is awful.
Yeah, you're totally cool with the patch because Techies is actually good.
Shut up.
You're playing this psychopath serial killer hero Techies where if you took... Okay, I'm not going to go there. But let me just say, if you can have your fun with Pudge, okay... with Techies, we can have our fun with Pudge.
Everyone is having fun with Pudge. He's in literally every game.
It's not fun to play. It's not fun to play against. It's not fun to have on your team.
What?
He's feeding relentlessly, 2-17. Techies is doing that, but he's killing himself. Because you know what? He can, and Pudge can't.
Yeah.
What's with that?
They took away the deny. Yeah.
Why did they do that?
Well,
that mechanic kind of killed the hero where you can't deny yourself.
Oh, man. And, with the change, the strength and the strength that you get from the flesh heap, it's like you can... Everybody's like, wow, like you get so much strength from Flesh Heap.
But you need to kill the heroes.
You need to get a kill a minute to equal the same strength that he had before.
Yeah, these are two, Pudge spammers. How many games of Pudge do you have, Jenkins?
It's like 1,600. Wait, I could have a PhD.
What?
Yeah,
I could be a doctor with the amount of time.
like 1,200 games of Pudge. That's disgusting. But
that's great.
If we talk about Pudge, that he's not in a good state, he's not.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
The hero just doesn't feel like pickable in pro matches.
No. Have you seen the new Wraith Band build? Everybody's like, Wraith Bands. Spend 1,000 gold, you get 4 armor. Wow, that sounds like a great investment. Let me invest in Bitcoin in 2020 as well.
Okay,
how's that sound? I should have brought this up.
I'm so sorry,
do this
Jack.
to you.
I didn't know. I didn't know.
Keep going.
Production
out
says,
there.
"How can you die from your own fart?"
What?
Well, I would.
I don't think you should have said that. You know, production.
That was a private message to you. I did not get that in my ear.
I would beg to differ. I would beg to differ. Okay.
Has anyone actually died? Can you die from
Absolutely.
odor?
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Methane. That will happen to you. You know? You're in a very small room, very gaseous. I don't know if you guys ever been to
I don't
Chipotle.
think you
It
die from
happens.
odor. You die
It
from,
sucks the oxygen out of the room.
Yeah.
because it smells so bad.
It does. If you were in a, if
Smell and
Man,
oxygen
I'm
are
gonna
not the
test
same
that
thing.
out. I'm gonna eat some beans. What else do I need to eat?
there was a man. Okay, there's a story of a man who was in a boat and it sunk. Right, and it went to the bottom of the ocean, and for 3 days he survived in there. And you know what he said his secret was? And they saved him. He didn't fart. That was what he did. He held in his gas the entire time, and they say that's the only thing that saved him.
And
How
he
could
actually thought about it. Like, what should I do right now? I'm under
Yes.
the sea. Maybe I should not. I don't think
How could that
happened.
possibly explain anything, Jenkins?
And in
That
those
doesn't make any sense.
in those moments, that was what he thought.
Great. Well, I hope when I'm on the verge of death, that's definitely not what I'm thinking about for 3 days. Informative.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen at home, we are not experts in any medical field. If you're on the verge of death and you feel like letting one rip, do it, is what I say. I mean, Jesus, we're on the top of Mount Olympus. We got Mars smiling, Zeus behind me. You think they're happy about this conversation? This is a shameful display.
I mean, somebody's got to talk about it, right?
No, nobody
No,
has
no,
to
we
talk.
really don't.
Literally, no one has to talk.
I didn't bring it up. Somebody else. is
You
methane this,
literally
methane
did.
that.
Despite to say. All right, we got another series, another game coming up in this bad boy. Players are taking their time, relaxing a little bit. They've got a lot to talk about. We talked a lot about Seb on OG before. Let's talk about some other guys. Thompson, we saw his Invoker before. Anybody else notice him?
Saksa. I mean,
Saksa?
before he joined and after he joined OG, he definitely looks like the player that fits in. You know?
Yeah.
He does his job. He's quite silent, doesn't talk too much.
It's true.
But he gets the job done. And like, how many stomps did he get in the previous game? Like multiple hero stomps. Like his positioning was extremely good. Maybe he didn't read the patch notes. We were laughing because he was trying to, resummon the spirit with the ET.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Sometimes, the old habits die hard.
And indeed. I mean, he's always been that solid player. Remember,
Yeah.
he used to be on DC a long time. Kind of a quiet guy, really did his stuff. I remember back in the day, DC was en route to win TI. I was a substitute, and I had this dark thought. You know, they call that intrusive thought, where you have like a dark thought you
all
can't
the
control.
time. All the time.
And I thought, I'm a sub on this team. If I just kill one of these guys, I guaranteed to get a lot of money.
Yeah.
Since I was a sub, and I thought, who would I push down the stairs? And I think,
He was the guy.
well, he's so tall, it would seem like.
I mean,
he could,
if you think about it, someone who's taller, like when he falls down, it's gonna hurt much more.
oh,
right?
he would not recover. I mean, he's just
Like if a dwarf falls down, that's not gonna hurt a lot.
No, they.
well,
The,
well.
the what do they say? The bigger they are.
I don't, Jack. Is that one of those thoughts with the boat?
Well, which boat?
All right, thank you very much. But I'm just saying, he's been a dependable guy. He's quiet, he's reserved, and on some teams, that's oh my goodness gracious, we have
definitely
a draft.
great
Don't
murder
know.
victim. Yeah, you're totally right.
We'll have
Okay,
to
so-
stop this wonderful conversation and talk about the game. So here we go. IO once again picked up Darkseer on the IO's team this time, and the anti-mage that we've talked so much about. Look at him, he's dancing.
Oh, look at him.
Look at him go. Hey, oh.
He probably has the persona.
Oh, he doesn't like us talking about it. All right, keep it. Will we have the Arcana, though? That's the big question.
I think so.
All right.
Most AM players.
Oh, there he goes again. Oh, he's having the time of his life. Okay, anyway. Back to the draft here. So, Clockwork seems to be getting a lot of picks here, boys. Before it was a Clockwork in response to a Magnus. Is this a denying pick now to make sure that people
Clockwork
don't?
is just a solid position 4, can be run as 3 and 5 if you need it, and he gets the job done. He can disrupt the team fight, choose where you want to take it. It's easy for him to, counter a lot of the heroes that like. Some position 4 or 5 heroes are going to be strong at every single meta, but Clockwork is good against many of those, you know.
Yeah.
Like just zoning them out, you can't really trade the hits. You have nothing to escape the cogs, and these two heroes are really not great against the Clockwork. Like Vacuum is okay, but do you want to spend it just to get out of the cogs? That's the question. And now they have Anti-Mage in the first phase. Like, it would definitely be banned out in the second one. You said it in the previous game. Great laner against the Darkseer, doesn't care too much, and all they have right now is magical damage. This could possibly also be an IO core, huh? What do you think?
I hope not. But
Without Ana? I don't know.
it's been a long time. Gentlemen, I can't believe I'm saying this, but Spectre has not been banned or picked.
Yeah,
An incredible shift.
That's interesting. I mean, I mean, obviously, Viking aren't going to pick it. They have the anti-mage already, unless you want to run some crazy AM mids. No, there's no way. That's impossible.
No.
OG, I think with Wisp, it's quite awkward. But, you know, we talked about the Void is not a hero that you would typically pair up with the Wisp. I think, you know, if you just think Wisp is a good hero and a good answer to a lot of the heroes in the meta, maybe you just pick it willy-nilly, throw it with any carry. Whatever, it's going to make them right-click faster. That's always good. So you could still pick Spectre. It's good against anti-mage, I think.
Sure. Could happen. Hope not. Slark going to be banned out in the meta as well. And the Sven. Do we see a lot of Sven these days? You've seen a lot of
We did. BSJ was kind of impressed that no one in NA plays Sven. Is that correct, Jenkins? Or
That is
line?
correct. Yeah, no,
Correct?
nobody plays it well. That's definitely true.
That could be an issue, you know. If
Yeah.
you're not playing the hero well, don't pick it.
We got
and-
Sumail back, though, so that's going to change.
True. Grimstroke picked up again. Grimstroke in this series seems to be pretty popular. I mean, Lacoste's talking about how he thinks it's a pretty good hero, especially in combinations with those big initiators. You know, Clockwork and a little bit of Inkswell action on.
Yeah.
Feels pretty good.
Yeah, the thing about Grimstroke and Clockwork, these two heroes are going to be good at every stage of the game. You have Silence, you have 2 stuns, you have a leash mechanic. Like, they're going to scale no matter
Bubble
what.
for the Clockwork to
Yeah.
run in and be a madman. Yeah, that's always really nice.
Hello.
Okay, so they're taking the
Okay.
one from Vikings book. They really love to run Spirit Breaker, so this is one of those we're gonna run at you strat. Iron Shell, Surge on a Spirit Breaker.
Ooh, it's dirt.
Loving it.
Yeah, that sounds terrifying. Not only that, but global initiation as well, you know? You get a nice carry, Spirit Breaker connects, and then IO in secondary there. Scary stuff, man. That's pretty nuts. We'll see what the response here is. I mean, Spirit Breaker, though, pretty easy to predict guy, honestly. You don't see him, he's coming for you. I mean, that's pretty standard stuff. So I doubt that they don't know how to deal with that.
Pretty garbage in the lane, too. You know,
Yeah.
Doesn't really provide much. But you do have the Darkseer to work with, so that does definitely change things up. And you see the full lane that you're up against. It's going to be Grimstroke Anti-Mage, and I feel like Grimstroke can 100% feed in that lane every single time to the Iron Shell charge combo, as long as they get a couple of levels and don't just lose in the first little while. If I'm Viking GG, I'm maybe thinking tri-lane. Maybe tri-lane for a first little bit against this Darkseer Spirit Breaker. Just shut it down and then...
So they're still not showing anything. Both of these picks are kind of flexible. You can have Phoenix as position 3, which we saw in the previous game. You can have Clockwork as your 3. And they definitely need a mid hero last. I don't think you want to run AM as a mid. Okay, so they just went with, you know, hero that has attack speed. These 3 heroes didn't provide any kind of attack speed against the egg, so they needed to have something.
Well, we haven't seen too much Troll without Magnus, though. I mean, Magnus, the big modifier, helps beef him up. Troll running some solo. We've only really seen that from 5 men, so OG might be taking a page out of their book there. But I ain't classic counter to, you know, stuff like the Phoenix, right? High attack speed. Guess he doesn't do that ult anymore, so maybe not the counter anymore.
Does it work on the egg? The attack speed, the passive?
I guess not.
I feel like it doesn't.
I feel like it doesn't.
No.
as well.
It used to
So,
be the counter.
yeah.
But they changed his ult 3
You
years
can-
ago.
You could technically use the ult to purge the fire spirits and then hit the egg, but
Wow.
but then what if your guy just attacks some other hero? Then you're very sad.
That would be hilarious.
So-
But yeah, probably not going to happen there. And then Void is your last ban.
They need something that's just gonna buy time for AM that is good against Troll. Either Yule Scepter Carrier or, like, whenever I see Troll, Pugna's the first hero that comes to my mind. Like, you have Tower Pressure, you have the Cripify against them, you have Saving Ability on your Anti-Mage on top of that, Double Suck, which is always gonna be good.
They banned Kunkka. That's interesting. Huh. I mean, do we really have a lot of egg hitters on this team? Honestly,
I don't think so. I don't think any of these heroes really hit eggs. I mean, the thing with Wisp is, I mean, Wisp gives attack speed. Wisp can hit the egg too. It's like it's hard to get the IO with the fire spirits. You know, you're probably not going to hit an IO with that spell. So it's not that bad. But Spirit Breaker and Darkseer definitely don't do anything.
Yeah.
It's so hard to get used to the new pick and banning stage. The drafts feel so long.
Does?
They do, yeah.
Hey, drafts always feel long to me. I'm too dumb. I never know what's
having
coming.
this extra ban.
Most people, analysts, have this exciting moment where they're like, yes, my thought was correct. I just stare at it. And I look at the pictures and I say, oh, there's one.
I'd like to have that moment. I've yet to have that one.
Yeah, no.
Wrong about.
Very sad.
Yeah.
And our last ban coming out here. Could be any suggestions, analyst panel?
OG is hard to predict. They might run IO as their mid hero, so you never know.
I was going to say Void Spirit, but OG just banned it out. I do feel like Viking needs something to... They need some, like, to use a buzzword, they need like a tempo controller. They need a hero that's going to do damage. They need a hero that's going to run around with the Clockwork, with the Phoenix, make space for the Anti-Mage.
Interesting.
So maybe Ember Spirit? Ooh.
Abaddon?
You're calling for it. You still don't know what the roles are going to be. Like, these heroes are very flexible. IO, Abaddon can be played at multiple roles. Same goes for Troll. Could be mid. I mean, look at what Viking banned out. It was Lifestealer last ban.
I'm very confused where they're putting their heroes.
That's the key, Jenkins.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's definitely going to help. I mean, what do you pick to counter this? What are you countering? Mid. Okay, what's good against Abaddon and a Troll mid? Both of them. Can't Queen of Pain anymore.
Nah.
I feel like Ember is rough as well.
One of the reasons why they banned out like Void Spirit, Queen of Pain, because like these heroes are hard to gank. They don't care too much about Spirit Breaker ganks, and they can easily avoid them.
Yeah.
But they go with the Ember Spirit. Okay, he's the hero that can create space for AM. Like this combo
100%.
is pretty sick. Grimstroke, Inksweld, Ember Spirit going in.
Yeah, fills the gaps, I think, in the lineup. Gives a little bit of extra damage they need, lockdown, some guy to actually run in and pop off while anti-mage farms. But the thing is, like, if you run a Troll mid, I mean, honestly, I feel like Troll and Abaddon are going to do fine against Ember.
They just unpick their heroes.
They should be, I mean, they should be
It's
banned for
legal.
this. They can't do this.
No, it's the Omega
repicking.
League. They're allowed to do it.
They should lose gold.
Bets are just up there. EGB, of course, saying that I believe OG has the G2G, their ability to win. So looking pretty good there. Do you agree with those odds? That seems pretty stacked.
Those are... I think it's a... If I'm betting my money, I'd put it on Viking. I mean, those are good odds. I feel like it should be, after watching the first game, it should be closer to even.
Someone was not watching the first game for sure.
Yeah, the guys over there, I mean, I don't want to tell you how to do your job, but they did pretty good there.
Yeah, that's
better guys. Watch out.
They might lose some money on this
I mean,
one.
I'm not trying to, shit talk the sponsor.
Let's hold on here.
Let's move on very quick, as quick as we can there. But yeah, impressive performance that we saw so far from Viking, but a much different draft. Both of these very run-at-you drafts, very aggressive, very crazy. And we'll see if our casters can keep up. Fogged and Capitalist, are you ready? Deep breaths, boys. Here we go.
Do we let Slacks know that odds makers usually determine their odds based off of the people who are putting money down, or?
I don't know. I don't think you should respond to him because he didn't call you Dota capitalist.
That's true.
So.
Put the Dota in the name. I'm proud of the game that I work on. Unlike you schlubs. Game 2. Viking GG versus OG.
Who's playing carry?
Yeah, we're talking about it. Is it Abaddon 1? Or IO 1?
I think, thinking like OG, IO 1, right?
Yeah.
Abba support, Troll mid, Darkseer offlane, Spirit Breaker 4, right? That's the way when I think OG, that's what I'm thinking of. But then I'm thinking, like, IO core versus AM doesn't sound so great. But Troll is pretty good to, get that counter matchup. I don't know. It's going to be an interesting one, for sure.
Like, if it was Abaddon 1, I wouldn't feel good about having IO. Like, I just... For me, it feels better that you would have 5 Abaddon to babysit an IO for, but show it to us.
It's very OG, right? That's what they did in TI. They picked IO Abba and IO ET, and that's what they did in all of their games. So
We clicked on the event
It's an
for a
IO with
second
it.
there.
IO has a crown,
Yeah.
so it has to be a carry
Cool.
IO. So all right, we got it. We got
Yeah.
it. Stupid panel.
Got him.
I mean, it's
Don't know where these heroes are going.
it's definitely a crazy draft.
Yeah. It's an OG draft for sure.
Yeah, limited stuns, but they do have like these little ones that can be annoying. Vacuum sometimes can be obnoxious. The vacuum into the charged, you can connect that one very easily versus like AM a lot of the times. The troll net versus AM, but besides that, Catch is not the best for an anti-mage if he has a pretty good. And they finish up their draft with an Ember Spirit, another elusive hero that he plays very good against Spirit Breaker. You're not going to get successful charges versus an Ember very likely.
And I have seen some EU carries playing this IO, practicing it in pubs. I think I've seen mid one. Can't swear to it, but I think I've seen him try out IO carry like recently playing it. But a former OG member, the stand-in ILTW, I watched a pub where he was playing the IO safe lane.
Okay, cool. So me and Owen got to do a couple of the like SEA leagues and stuff. And we saw Miracle with an E.
Yeah.
Miracle with an E played it. I believe one of the other players they have also played it. Which, I mean, they won the game that I saw when they did it, and then they got smashed the next game when they tried it because they didn't have a good lineup around it. But it definitely did look strong. I mean, he just farmed farmed super fast. It's not the same as it was before, though. It wasn't the Ags. He just went for straight damage with Dominator.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
LTW and Ags. I remember that. One thing I noticed, though, is that hero is actually so hard to kill with its core.
Yeah.
And it's got like the damage reduction going on, the buildup of items that it has makes it pretty tanky.
And he's going to have heals in this game for the sustain. He's going to have,
Yeah.
They're going to have a lot of different fun things that they can do in this game because also the way that Ion Shell works with a tethered target, your IO is going to be zooming around whoever he's attached to with the Surge. So yeah, lots of different potential. While Viking, I feel like they have a much more straightforward draft. You look at it and you can kind of tell what they want to be doing is play around as 4 heroes very aggressively, just like they did last game, and have that AM be that farming beast.
Yeah, I feel like it's one of those lineups where there's a lot of cool things that could happen with the IO. And it could look pretty much near broken, or it could just fall apart, the entire lineup.
Yeah.
I'm not expecting that because it's OG, for God's sakes. Like, you don't expect them to really miss with this kind of strategy, especially the one that they patented themselves. So, Courier saved.
They did struggle a bit though last game when they had like one of their very practiced and very tested combos, or all that. Even though, as we did see reviewing the clip, the toss appearing inside of the Chrono for Topson was a pretty detrimental thing for their game, but overall, it did seem like Viking GG had their number.
Chat wheel spam coming out nice and early from Sub.
Yep. Wonder if he goes for the point in his passive at 3. Probably not if they're having a good time bottom, but he might on the AM just to negate a lot of the damage. And Sox is just going to start pulling waves.
I heard you guys talking about Spirit Breaker before. Is that hero any good? Because I tried playing it once, and it didn't feel amazing.
I think
say that.
I think Darkseer can kind of change the hero quite a bit, right?
Sure.
I think it just enables you, not only with Ion Shell now, how insane Surge is across the map.
Yeah.
And I have seen the new item build now on the Spirit Breaker. Noto might just be
Are they
dead.
going to win this fight? They are. Aramis gets the first blood, and Midwan is chased away by Toby.
I've seen the new build for those Spirit Breakers, though. They go the Aghanims build, and it's like a 6 or 7 second cooldown, so you can get like sometimes 4 or 5 charges off in a fight. It's still a similar hero as what he's always been. It's RNG. You get lots of bashes, he can look amazing. You get no bashes, you're probably not going to look so great.
Yeah, unfortunately, he's in a matchup that he may not be able to really gank mid lane very well. We'll see.
Yeah.
It's as an Ember, you've got 2 different options, right, to be able to dodge that. Slide at the right time or chains.
Looks like Topson's having a good enough time in the mid lane anyway. Just a great matchup versus the Troll Warlord versus Ember.
Yeah, he is really owning this matchup right now.
Yeah, 23-9, just the 12. Top lane we see, the IO isn't free farming, but he's farming pretty decently.
One person we certainly expect great things from, Aramis, is Clockwork.
Oh yeah.
He did a lot of the heavy lifting in game 1. I remember at one point he was like 8-0. Absolutely insane late game impact as well, including that one time where he actually just straight up got the kill on mid 1's Faceless Void because of the Aghanim Scepter.
Oh, Courier.
Oh, Courier's going to go down, and mid 1 is perfectly healthy because he's got an Abaddon. Pro players and their Couriers, man. The getting Courier kills got buffed up too. There's more value than it was, right?
Yeah, nobody can control their Couriers. It's actually insane. Nobody can. Everyone just. I also feel they changed some pathing with Couriers where they just intentionally run into enemy heroes or something. Like they take the route that they're gonna go around to make sure that the enemies see it.
Yeah, I've noticed that too.
No tail again. Heavily pressured. The extra slow coming in too. They've got the shield. Looking to try to turn here.
Yeah, Toby really committing there. Going for the Icarus dive out. Fortunately, the Aphotic Shield is pretty good.
Speaking of Courier, oh, he just hit level 4. It's flying at least.
They could heal each other here, but, well, No Tail's going to be run down to Sunray, but Aramis really wants this IO, and it's a good kill to get to. That's the core. Got him, and No Tail is going to be chased away.
Yeah, Aramis is a seasoned Clockwork player for sure. He knows what he's doing. Nice little tool lane.
Shed doing a nice job of continually pulling the creep wave into the tower for him to be able to get some last hits, not trying to play underneath that Ion Shell too much.
Yeah, very tough to pressure AM. Like, that's one of the few melee heroes that he always has been known. You're fine versus Darkseer.
Yeah.
And you're always going to have that really good mana void potential later game. But then also, Darkseer has his own good thing versus AM where he can, he gets the wall illusion, and they both can be kind of good versus each other. As Thompson will get lucky, get the Arcane Rune to spawn bottom.
Boom's not going to be too happy with that. He's got to be careful of the ensnare, especially since Spirit Breaker is in town. He actually completes the charge here. Boom. Low on mana, but Celery's actually going to come in just to make sure Boom's all right. Can't afford to have an Ember Spirit that gets too far behind.
Yeah. Good little rotation to help him. I think that because of the Arcane Rune, they felt like they might be able to dive because you just throw out the axes constantly to slow and follow up.
Mid 1 being chased, he did have No Tail coming in from the side, though, so he was able to tether away.
It's not farming so great up here, though.
No. Those levels are particularly bad.
Yeah.
That's one of the things that a lot of supports try and do right now is when they can stay out of experience range. You can't do that with the IO combo. And No Tail pretty much always has to be there. Soxet gets burned out of his mana.
Praying for the bashes. He has not been getting the best luck with his bashes so far.
Yeah.
Top, we see them, they're trying to push the lanes in constantly, trying to find an opportunity where they can actually look to fight and bring down Toby, but Aramis, he's constantly sticking onto No Tail in mid 1.
No Tail getting a little bit low, but so is Aramis. Zio the ball is chasing him down. With the Aphotic Shields, he could actually get this kill onto Toby very close. Wasn't quite enough, though. And Aramis will look to pull the creep wave off the tower while mid 1 and No Tail pursue. We want to make sure this is an opportunity. They managed to break that tether into the Supernova, and with the battery assault to stop the tether back into play. Aramis and Toby, they scripted that one perfectly. That was beautiful.
He just hit 6 off that creep, too. Perfectly done.
Soxa, he managed to dive in, get the kill onto Celery, and it looks like Shad, well, he went the wrong direction. In the loop-de-loop, Soxa does get away.
Will he get the Mana Void? Will he be able to get the Blink Mana Void? Soxa's trying to hide. Nice play.
There's so many different directions he could have gone.
Tranquil Boots kick
now
back
he's going to run right into Shad, and Soxa's like, damn it all.
Oh, he's got the stick, though. It would have been close anyway. I'm not sure if it would have... Actually, it probably would have gotten him.
You think so?
Right, because it's a little bit stronger now than it used to be in the past.
Yeah, I think they upped level 1, right?
It's like 0.6 now instead of 0.4 or whatever it was. Yeah. Yeah, it would have been close anyway.
Yeah, he probably thought to himself, like, Spirit Breaker's just a low mana hero, so...
Yeah. But he's done a great job bottom, as we said, going for that like point in his passive and just having the early ring of health. He's getting that free farm up, while in comparison the IO is not. But we see that mid matchup disparity, that 900 gold. That's pretty much the gold differential. And they're gonna, what, are they filling up the bottom mid? Yeah.
Question is like how great a use are they going to be able to make of these cores? Because Darkseer, Troll, and Core IO doesn't sound like it's going to be very good at moving around the map. And like, you know, like actually going for ganks and stuff like that. Compared to an Ember Spirit who does what all three of those heroes do combined in that aspect.
Yeah, it definitely does feel like it'll be a bit hard for them to make the movements. I mean, maybe Seb's going to be the one that changes it with the Ion Shells, just at least the damage, but I mean, yeah, the Spirit Breaker is really all they have to go for that catch. That's why it's just awkward.
They get aggressive, but the wrong time to do so because Thompson is actually making a rotation as the mid troll. No Tail's going to join him here, so he's kind of free to dive the tower if he wants to. Mid one, though, he's had a bit of a rough start here as the IO. The Helmet Dominator's protecting him for now. Boom does manage to get ahead of it here, and Shad will connect a sandwich in mid one and make sure he goes down into the grave.
I mean, they chose to make this IO the core in this game, and it doesn't feel like it'll be that fantastic, but the other two heroes, they're still farming well. Just this Ember and Anti-Mage always, it feels like for IO, it'll be tough for him to stand toe-to-toe with them at any point in the game.
Yep. He certainly needed a good laning phase to have that kind of survivability. Inkswell, Ember Spear popping in, but Soxa does manage to get the pop back there, pushing the Ember Spirit out, and with that missed battery itself, things are looking a little bit better here for OG, who continue their aggression with the help of Midwan and No Tail. Right-hand side, they're still trying to chase down that Spirit Breaker. At the same time, Seller's going to get dove underneath his tier 2. Soxa, he goes back in, but chainsed up nicely by Boom. Make sure to stop that. The 5 position does go down. At the same time, looks like bottom tower died to just a creep wave push.
Yeah. I mean, this looks like some standard OG, so I guess that's their style. You don't have to move around the map. Just move together as 5 with somebody tethered with the creep too, and just constantly abuse the Darkseer plus that Spirit Breaker to catch.
They're going to go for Shad here, but he's going to need a lot of bashes to be able to kill that Anti-Mage. She just doesn't take a whole lot of magic damage there. Thompson being helped out by mid one right now.
10 heroes mid.
That and the Aphotic Shields, he can just keep on fighting constantly. I think he's still holding on to 11 of his ultimate as well. Aramis gonna be caught here, tries to turn around, hook shot right before he dies. Doesn't even hit that. It's a creep. A pesky creep walks in front of him like that. They are just diving past the tier 1 tower because they've got so much sustain between all of them. They kind of can't do that, but Boom, thanks to the Inkswell, he is able to get on top of some of these heroes. Really nice use of the Meteor Hammer there from Toby. Lands on top of the Spirit Breaker +1. They get a kill and return vengeance for Aramis's death, at least.
Okay. Hey, this looks like this might be one of those games where it's just non-stop aggression. It's just going to be 10 heroes duking it out for the majority of it. So, I mean, I think that's exactly what we want. I mean, this looks great. This has potential to be a very exciting game to watch. While Anti-Mage sits on the sidelines farming the whole time.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. It's like, it's not the most convincing thing for me. Like, it looks really good. They were just rolling over mid, but AM was kind of farming during that time.
Yeah, I think OG's plan is really going to just be about the five-man ball up, right? Probably look to force an early Roche. I see Thompson went for Vlad's very early on, so could be potential where if like, oh, Phoenix Eggs get popped, okay, we go straight into Roche with our 5-man and AM can't join. So could definitely see OG try to look for one of those like timing kind of things.
They just hope that they have like such an insane amount of sustain that they could just kind of push through any team fights. And that is kind of where Ember Spirit's going to have some issues, is that he may find it hard to be able to burst heroes down. Fortunately, Ember Spirit very often does not lack for continuous damage as long as he doesn't overcommit.
Yeah. Straight to the mid lane to push, over and over again. Ion Shell on bottom lane from Seb. Aramis doesn't want to commit forward with his hook shot. With No Tail right behind, he knows he can't really do so.
They really want to protect this mid tower. And Thompson Well, he really wants to get into any kind of decent fight he can.
They got good information out of this though now, right? The Grimstroke showed. They know there's 3 heroes in the mid lane.
Yeah. Man, it's crazy how fearless he is. Because if he gets hookshot and then the cogs push them back, he'd be like underneath the tier 1 tower, separated from the Abaddon. But he's like, nah, I'm good.
I think they're just
got battle trance. I've got an illusion rune.
I think they're just afraid because they don't know where IO is during all. They probably assume that he's farming, but he could just be sitting. You know, he could just join really quickly right behind too. He's got to relocate too.
Same goes to the Spirit Breaker, who can show up at any time.
And they don't want AM to get involved, really. Like, they want him to just sit back and farm. So they stall the tower for some time there, but eventually, from OG's persistence, they will be able to get it down. Now they have another aura picked up. That drum is finished on the Spirit Breaker. Shad will have his Battle Fury after this tower. About 15 gold away.
Well, it's always going to be annoying for him that Spirit Breaker can kind of just chase him down.
Oh! Aramis survives! Oh my god. 30 HP.
It's a value bracer right there.
Dire are scanning.
Celery. Warding play. This is the spot Spirit Breaker charge ward when my anti-mage is trying to split push.
Yeah.
I think that's definitely really necessary to have at least one of those down. They already had the one in the river below, but one up higher. Anywhere closer to the base is always what I always say. It's like when you're playing with Spirit Breaker, a ward close to base is just key.
Yeah. Very often that's the kind of angle he's going to be looking for, right?
Yeah.
He's not going to charge straight down river. That becomes fairly obvious.
Mm-hmm. They want to try to defend their towers, though, as best as they can. They bring the same 3 that were at the mid lane.
Getting some early damage onto Toby. Saksa threatening that ultimate. Now being chased down by the Inkswell. Stun, though, is going to be trapped inside the cogs. Made short work, it looks like, by Boom, but they're going to be able to get off a Supernova on the right-hand side.
That's
really
a nice
nicely
hack.
placed by Toby. They can keep OG inside of it. It'd be massive, but he managed to get out. Looks like no ultimate for Saksa. He gets caught by the hookshot and ends up going down, but his troll is still decently healthy. They gave him the surge, and he's just going to keep on trucking. The cogs actually push them out, but not enough to be able to get the kill onto No Tail. Still stuck, though. Toby should be enough to finish him off. Double kill there for Boom. Again, Viking GG just trying to kite back OG deeper and deeper into their side of the map. OG, though, even though they are kind of being kited, they have enough sustain to make it look good.
Absurd amount of sustain, too. Darkseer now having his mech finished up, so that tether heal is that much more significant. And they went for aura build this game, right?
Yeah.
Drums, Vlads, mech, they're looking to battle, looking to just keep the aggression going, because they know if this game gets to a point where AM is going to have this crazy peak timing around as usual, right? Like that 30-minute mark. OG needs to have a lead, or needs to have the troll at least be able to have a chance of just fighting in. Here we go. So they go for this Roche now. After that egg was used, as we were talked about earlier, Boom's going to try to slow it down.
This feels like such an all-in, high-risk, high-reward sort of strategy, because in this context of the Roshan, let's say, like Viking GG, if they win a fight around Roshan, say they even take away the Aegis or something like that, I feel like this whole lineup just falls over at that point in time. Like, you have heavily committed your troll, no SNY, satanic sort of build. He went for a team fight build. He's been running around with his allies. Like, he gets like 1 or 2 deaths on the board, and it starts becoming anti-mage time.
Definitely. Thompson. He's looking for Shad. Spots him, but Blink is back up any minute. Yep. Okay, well, they do kill that camp who's holding a Ring of Aquila, so they get the Ring of Aquila.
It's a pretty nice item.
Yeah.
He wanted some more auras.
Yeah.
They just found one.
Stack them all up. Everyone looks relatively healthy. Io mid one a little low on mana. Ooh, Aramis. Rare miss.
Yeah, he's, despite having a baller game 1, missed a couple of hook shots now. He still gets the 200 gold off of the Helmet Dominators, some creep, so maybe that's not what he wanted all along. Boom. Using his Eula Scepter to keep that troll at bay. Looks like they're going to be able to catch Aramis, though, thanks to Saksa.
Instant smoke. It looks like it's spotted, though, Darkseer. And is it going to be smoking to the Roche? Yes, it is. They also have a ward scouting where the AM is. Buyback from Aramis. We'll push them out of the pit.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Still only level 1 egg on the Phoenix. Still has not quite hit level 12. So that egg's still very likely to get brought down if it does get utilized, but we're seeing the levels coming out from Viking. They're 2 level 13s and a level 11 in comparison to, 2 level 11s and 113 on OG. So OG might have the gold lead, but doesn't really look like the experience is so much in their favor.
Yeah, an experience pretty big.
Yep.
For a lineup with Ember Spirit, Phoenix, like these heroes can operate without a whole lot of net worth.
Yeah, just their skill set alone is super potent. And that's why that Thompson has BKB, right? Pretty much finished.
Boom. Well, he does have his shackles coming up, so he should manage to get this kill. And jumps away rather easily, so nice pickup there for Boom. There's the BKB from Thompson.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. You always love that combination where you're Sand King or Clockwork or something. I'm going to go in stun. You put Inkswell on me, we've got a nice chain stun, and there is not a damn thing that enemy opponent can do.
Splitting them up across the map very quickly there. Aggressive move by Boom. He's so confident, especially when he sees Spirit Breaker. This is what we said, right? Boom sees Spirit Breaker. He's like, okay, there's no chance of me really getting killed because that's the only thing I have to be concerned about. And then top, they know the AM can make an aggressive play onto the IO. Now they claim the gold lead, and I'd have to imagine the experience lead as well. OG not really pressing the issue forward as much as I feel like they have to versus this AM. This is a pretty good AM game. Constantly scouting out that Roche makes it very difficult for OG to actually commit.
Chasing after Aramis here. Does have the hook shot up if he wants to try and hook to one of his allies here. It seems that distance that he had in the first place was just enough.
Oh, nice. Sakse is going for the Axe build. Love it.
All right, let's see if he can actually complete it.
Yeah.
See how much it pays off for him. Obviously, it would be very value against all of these hypermobile heroes.
Back to the Roche. It's going to get scouted by a rocket any second now. They're already aware of it. It's a good place for Viking to fight, too, with Phoenix. He's got the Meteor Hammer dropping down. They'll dodge it.
At the same time, I think this is a fight OG really wants Viking GG to take. After all, they had that BKB on Thompson, but he was forced to use it as well as his ultimate there out of fear. Nice catch from Erebus, intercepting Sakse as soon as he goes for that charge in, keeps him inside of the Supernova. That's going to be an easy pick, and Boom is going to look for more. Look at that on the other side. They do have Shad caught inside the wall of Replica. Couldn't burn out quite enough mana to keep him from blinking away, though. Boom. He's going to be caught by the AM illusion. He did not think about this so much. Now he's been burnt out of his mana, and he will not have the same luxury of escaping like that Animage did. Aramis is trying to create the space for him, but OG, there goes that surge. Look at him boosting away. Thompson, running at the speed of light, overtakes the Clockwork for a secondary kill.
Ooh, that looked like it was going to get a little dicey there for OG for a second, but yeah, that illusion just comes out. Ruins poor Ember, and now they're continuing to chase with that buyback from Sox, so they're going to get another kill. And now they can go for the Roche. Egg was used. Everything was pretty much committed. This is an easy cleanup now for OG. That looked like one of the scariest starts of a fight ever, with your troll popping battle trance and BKB and just unable to do anything.
Yeah. But a good read by Sebs. As soon as he sees the Animage, throws out the wall of Replica. Once he gets that illusion, AM has to blink away. So, okay, he's going to have no impact. And then Ember Spirit just ran right through that area, and I don't think he realized what he was stumbling into.
Immediately, Shad getting charged up again, too. Keeping tabs on him, and now Troll, the objective taker.
Yeah, if Viking GG lose this game, they can probably look back to that one fight around the Roshan pit as being maybe one of the moments that turned this game as OG now are able to take this tier 2. It looks like they're going to commit and try and go for the Aegis. He does manage to get off his ultimate. He's still going to be Yulesed up in the air. He can get 80 damage on Innie, but he still has the heal coming out from the IO. But yeah, looks like he's going to go down here inside of the Supernova as well. Is he going to come back into Explosion? Immediately gets done. Perfectly timed up with the Sunray. Beautifully lined up and laying into the IO. Nice vacuum in, though, with a charge on through. A 3-man stun. As a result, a bounce back onto the AM. Brought him back into the Troll, and the Troll got the root. Even though he bounced back the Spirit Breaker's ultimate, he immediately was repositioned into an ensnare.
That actually worked out in their favor pretty nicely. 40 seconds, AM's dead. And that vacuum charge, something that we did mention about before, catches perfectly onto 4 heroes. Saksa will pay with his life now for going a little too aggressive. Thompson burning too, but trying to stick on Boom.
OG. You gotta chill out just a little bit more here, friends, as now the Troll has overcommitted himself, and Boom seeing that. Okay. 2 down. We can chase the rest pretty easily. They're going to catch Sab and all these TPs out. Okay. The mid one, IO, and No Tail were able to get out, but still, it was OG who had a really nice lead for themselves, took a nice early tier 2. We could have just gone, okay, we're going to get shrines and stuff like that, but no.
I'm surprised they actually stayed and persisted there.
Yeah.
Even though AM wasn't up, like the egg, you know, everything was coming back for Viking to be able to look for that fight. Look how much the Ember got out of it. He's level 18 now. It was like a pretty massive swing, actually, in the grand scheme of it all. Look at these levels. 18, 18, 16 now, just off of that.
Did the aggression just get the best of him? The Heaven's Halberd will disarm the AM for now.
Boom.
Six, 1, and 2. Is the Ember Spirit 0, 1, and 2. Animated, you can see what kind of game Viking GG is trying to play right now. It is a game of 4 versus 5 while our Animage tries to get big. Problem is he can't do that normal, annoying split pushing thing so much because of fear of the Spirit Breaker plus the relocate.
Yeah. And he's almost got that big item, the Basher, finished up. But we see the IO. This is, I think, almost a similar build that I saw from the SEA guys. Halberd into Deso.
Oh.
I think in SEA it was actually a Maelstrom in the game, but he wasn't versus an AM. He was versus something that, you know, he actually wanted magic damage instead. Saksa. Go back away. Meteor Hammer will connect on the tower, though. Nice little chunk of damage.
Yeah, force TP rotation. Good amount of damage. We know where the Spirit Breaker is, which means the AM can play a little bit more freely.
Mm-hmm. I liked what I actually saw Seb. We saw queued up for a second there. Seb, not only does he have a clumsy net, which is phenomenal with wall versus an AM, but he's also going for Hex, and he was not too far from it when I last saw. He had like 3,200 towards the Mystic Staff plus Ulti Orb. They get the charge on the AM with the wall down.
Wall replica, the vacuum back in, and they get the bash. He was halfway through that animation for Blink. But considering the ensnare as well as the bash opportunities, there's no way he should have been able to get out. Now they're going to look for more. The Animage is dead. Saksa looks to find some more. He's going to try and chase down Boom, who already has a Remnant out on the side.
They saw him
that far away, though.
Saksa's here with
got another Remnant up by the BKB. Now he's been ensnared. Sorry, Bash. Bash first, then ensnared. And OG... They are just non-stop 5-manning at you with the Spirit Breaker.
It's working. He's finding the opportunities. They've claimed great map control, and they've actually taken out, looks like almost all of the wards from Viking. They only have that one ward in the mid lane, so Saksa, he's free reign to move around here. And all this movement speed and mobility, they can easily catch up to him. Deso, plus that Troll. Quick racks getting brought down. They're actually going to have to buy back. Quick BKB, and Thompson just wants nothing to do with that. Mid one is definitely preparing for the super late game too, right? The attack tethered target as well at the same time, right? Yeah.
That'll add so much damage to the Troll.
That's way later on, but
yeah,
there is always potential for this insane scaling that they can have because of this item build that he's going for too. And now we're seeing, you know, AM, he may be pretty farm, but he is fragile if he gets caught by a charge.
So what do you do to fix that after the Abyssal Blade? So I feel like if you try and go Butterfly, you're not going to have much of a timing window. before Troll gets MKB.
It's like, do you want to go for BKB? Like, ugh.
Yeah.
He might have to. Now there's also a Hex, like we said, finished up on Seb on that Darkseer. It's a lot more for the AM to play around. He's just gonna have to be careful.
Thompson thinking about going back for that SNY, and then I presume the Satanic after that. So a bit delayed, but like a heavy team fight build, making use of a very active Troll. And then with the map control that they bought off of that, he can continue to non-stop farm and go back for that traditional carry build.
Yep. He'll get it all pretty quickly, too. Sock's also about to have Aghanims finished up. A couple big items, definitely for OG, going to be finished in the next few moments. They do have double outpost claimed at the moment as well. You see, yeah, Shad not quite yet going for the outpost if he wants to, or their base. Starting to get pressured.
Thompson just keeps it up. The Animage has not been forced back yet.
Sustain holds his ground though. Meteor Hammer.
Meteor Hammer comes down on the Troll's head. He quickly shakes it off though. The sustain offered by Lifesteal plus that IO, and is Viking GG.
Shad wants his Abyssal before he goes for anything like this here.
Yeah.
It makes you have just such an easier way to go for targets. It's not quite gonna have it before the Rax is gone though.
No, it's not. Mid just got taken for free. OG, despite this kind of tower lead they have, they're only up by 2k net worth, so it's a little bit deceiving that they're taking the mid lane of Barracks already. And yet, you could probably still call this an even-ish game. I'd give it like, what, 65% to OG?
Yeah, it's all dependent on a few quick catches that can change his. Oof. Okay, he gets out.
Dota Plus doesn't believe so. 88% to the favor of them.
Wow.
I mean, at the end of the day, like, Troll has many answers to the AM, and he's shown that he's not falling behind in net worth.
Yeah, I guess it must be counting a few things in. It's like the core matchup of AM versus the IO is great, but versus Troll versus Troll is not the best. Darkseer has his ways to play around him because when AM gets stronger, Darkseer gets stronger.
Yeah.
So it does seem like OG does have quite a lot of solutions, at least for that anti-mage.
There's a hook shot to start things off, catching No Tail and isolating him from the rest of the team, but they have to stay back to borrow time. Allows No Tail to shrug things off. At the same time, AM trying to make his initiation onto the Darkseer. Force out the wall of Replica before he goes away. Now he's going to try and sandwich back in. Aramis making use of those spider legs, trying to get away from Soxa right now. Should be able to do so over the right-hand side. Ember Spear gets locked down by the Troll. Boom has got to be careful of that deadly Troll.
They're so
Once
fast.
He goes down, man, there is so much catch thanks to a Darkseer with an IO. Hey, at least Shad does manage to get the kill on No Tail, but it's still not a happy occasion because it's still the cores that are up and alive. They do manage to get off the ultimate. He's going to jump forward, manage to get the bash. The Supernova looks like it may just explode. They're still going for it, but yes, it successfully explodes onto the Troll. Now they're going to try and chase down mid one. Shad catching up to him. That tether takes him a long, long ways away, but Shad's not going to let up just yet. The Phantom onto him. The Scythe goes out. They tether up, sharing that movement speed. They get away, but No Tail. Well, he did buy back for this. They managed to get the silence onto the AM with no Manta. Maybe they could actually turn around and kill him, but both sides de-escalating here, though it may ramp up again with the double damage picked up by the AM. Who knows what could happen? Well, apparently he didn't feel that good about it because it just TP'd home.
Yeah, he's just resetting, it looks like. Not going to cut any waves or anything like that. Just wanted to get. Okay. Now they're going to look for their own aggressive player. Ember not up for about 15 seconds, though.
And his confidence, by the way, in your Supernova positions.
Ooh.
He's going for a refresher instead of an Aghanim Scepter.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Shad jump forward, using the Abyssal Plane, trying to blow up the Darkseer. He's already burned so much mana. If he can get off a good mana void here, it'd be excellent. And he has it up, but he's being stunned up for so long, and now the Scythe went down. Chain stunned up, and no opportunity for that big mana explosion. 2 dead, and probably a little bit more. Celery, he is no doubt He doesn't have the movement speed to get away from this, but the one hope would be Toby. But Saksa, he's so damn fast thanks to the Surge charge combo. They easily catch up with him as well. 2 turns to 4, turns to a free Roshan for OG.
Some pretty game-winning item builds coming out from Seb in particular this game. Just this Hex, like that back into Hex Rush is just so impactful. 7, 1, and 10. He's been perfect with his play so far. These vacuum walls, the vacuums into the charges, it seems to be getting, he just gets the AM every single time. He's got his number.
Yeah. Instant disables plus disables through right clicks. They're just able to ignore that whole spell shield thing.
Yeah, he just nets him, then he hexes him inside of the wall with his full team beating on him. Saksa.
Look at that. They're just going for the tier 4s right now. 30 seconds on the clock for the Anime-Age. Viking GG, they're going to have to fight this out 3 versus 5, and I don't think they can. I guess we'll see. Aegis is up on Thompson. Because it depends on how much OG wants to be able to dive. They're going to go for it right now. They're going to bring Aramis down. He does have a buyback. There goes the Meteor Hammer. Supernova, #1, going up. But the BKB activated by Thompson. Quickly deals with the egg. And tears Aramis a new one with his ultimate going off. He's going to chase down Ember Spirit underneath the shrine. And he goes in just as fast as he goes out.
What was that movement speed there? 1,000?
Yeah, something like that.
Oh my
God. Something that is straight up broken. And sure enough, we said kind of at the start of this is really cool synergies here with the IO and stunts, but it could go terribly wrong. It's OG though.
Yep.
You don't expect them to miss on these kind of strategies as they are the innovators of such.
Yeah, and I do really like to see the relentless aggression. That's the biggest thing from OG.
Yeah.
Just like some of these teams would be like, you know, knocking on this tier 1 mid is a little bit weird right now. The AM's kind of getting farmed. Let's go look for the AM. No, they were so persistent in just being like, we're taking this mid tower. We're taking this top tower. They got them. They were able to at least get good map control and then hunt the AM because of it a lot of the times.
And I think that that's a change from Game 1 and Game 2 for Viking GG, right? It felt like they couldn't fight back as well as they could in Game 1. I'd like to see them step toe-to-toe against OG like they did in Game 1.
Yeah.
Heading into this Game 3, I guess we're going to see what they choose to do, though. Our panel, a lovely panelist in slacks. Look at that smile. It's gorgeous.
Thank you so much, Cam. Thank you. A man who does not understand how cameras work. He consistently talks about things off camera, like my beautiful smile, while the camera's not pointing at me. So capitalist, he just shows up to these shows and believes that magically the viewers are shown images. But here, we saw some magic ourselves. That was the magic of OG, baby. Going into fights, going into disasters, coming out on top. The OG everyone knows and loves. Gentlemen, what did you think about that slam jam?
Yeah, pretty solid performance from OG. Kind of what people expected them to do, where they just run at people. Like, you have your IO as your position 1, but your true position 1 is your mid troll. Like, who goes for different kind of items. Like, he gets Vlad, so he can fight early on. He gets the second item, BKB, and he's just tethered all the time. He has the shield, and he's just running at people. You know, you don't necessarily need to do stuff, but provoke any kind of action coming up from Viking GG. You know, you just poke them, see what they're doing. Like, do something. You're thinking of that picture when everyone is bored, you know?
Yeah.
Guy poking the world, do something, we're bored. But not in 2020. In 2020, we've had enough. Stop poking.
Please.
Well, you can
Stop
poke.
the pokes.
I mean, Wind Ranger Arcana, give that a little poke there. You know, any content you can poke there. That's good. But anyway, so Troll Warlord worked out, Janky.
Yeah, that was pretty nice. I mean, you had the Darkseer Surge for it. You had the Abaddon to buff it. You had the IO to buff it. You could Surge the Troll. The IO would get the move speed. You had a Heaven's Halberd on the IO. You had, like, and you had even a Deso on the IO. And here's the thing. We both play Aghanim Trials. We know how good a Deso is in terms of actually helping your team. Like, a Deso is mandatory in terms of damage. So I would honestly consider that a support item. This was a support IO supporting Thompson on Troll given core farm. That's basically what this was.
You heard it here first. If you're playing position 4 or 5, just get Deso.
That's
you
it.
You can quote Jenkins.
Every time, rush, no boots, Deso build.
I'm not against it.
And after that, you can message Jenkins to play your low priority games.
Well, anyway, as we saw from these replays that we're seeing right now, pretty interesting fights here. Just a lot of beatdowns going on, but man, just keeping an eye on the Troll Warlord and the Wisp. It's terrifying. They're just tearing it up. I mean, a few times it looked like Anti-Mage had something going on, but he just couldn't keep up with the pace.
Yeah, the way they itemize and the way Gaben itemized for them, getting them Clumsy Net against AM and Ember Spirit, like that's just insanely good value you get from that item. And Seb Blink Dagger into Hex, like Anti-Mage,
nice.
yeah, Anti-Mage's
really
not gonna
nice.
have a game. I think this is the biggest strength of Seb. Like he knows exactly how to itemize.
I think if you go, pipe or some standard boring Darkseer item in that game, it goes completely different. But I feel like most people would feel pressure to go for that standard build.
Sure.
And so that was super nice. There was absolutely nothing these two cores could do, the Ember Spirit and the Anti-Mage.
Oh, wow. There you go. Carry Wisp, so they say, and the Anti-Mage.
Look at the damage.
Times are real tough when you're comparing the Anti-Mage to the Wisp. I mean, that's not
rough.
great. That's not great.
That's rough.
Oof.
This Anti-Mage, it kind of seemed like what was basically happening for the entire game is, Viking GG, they would farm a bit, they'd take a fight, they'd lose horribly, they'd farm a bit, they'd take a fight, they'd lose horribly, and every time they farmed, the gold lead went, it was going fine for them, and then they'd fight, it would go horribly, and it would go the other way, and it just slowly kind of teeter-tottered back and forth, because he could farm, sure, he could split push, sure, they weren't going to catch him, but they could never fight, and at some point you have to fight in Dota.
Yep. And I think that's OG's big strength, right? They know when to take fights, they know how to take fights, but really they just go for the jugular. When they sense weakness, they don't stop. It's horrific, but very fun to watch.
Yeah.
Makes me happy I'm not a pro player. But yes, as you can see from this head-to-head, quite the battle there in that last one.
Oh, there he is.
Ooh, yeah.
No, this is where the difference comes
Oh
from.
my goodness gracious.
It's very hard for Ember Spirit, he's more of a hero that goes in, chips in some damage, he's not the burst kind of a guy. And against all these healing, all this sustain that OG had, it's very hard for Ember to actually play the game.
I mean, Anti-Mage too, I feel like, he's kind of in and out, especially against like a troll. Like you need to kite his ulti, and I mean, like you said, any long engagement against Abaddon plus Io is going to be so difficult. I loved that duo in that lane. Like I feel like the fact, like this was just such a good draft from OG that the Io always had somebody that was good to tether to. You had it in the lane, it was Abaddon, and then they were, doing pretty well with that. And then outside of the laning stage, you had Thompson. And then with the Darkseer giving the surge, and then Io was getting the move speed. Like it really feels like their draft had synergy between all 5 of their heroes. Sometimes it's like 2 heroes synergize. You have your Invoker, you have your Chronosphere, that sort of
It's all about the move speed. We saw in game number 1 where we had, Inkswell, we had Surge, was it, I believe?
Yeah.
On top of that.
Surge, Inkswell.
Yeah.
Yep.
So whoever has more move speed wins.
Movement is life,
Yeah.
or death in the case of the last series.
Was that Nietzsche that said that?
I believe that was Brad Pitt in World War Z. Terrible film. Great book, though. Gotta admit. Audio book. Mwah. Check it out, kiddos. But anyway, back to the show here. The best thing has happened for us. A Game 3 between these both rival teams, looking to see who's coming out on top. We saw such a great performance in Game 1 from Viking. We saw classic OG in Game 2. And now the question arises. Who will take the series? Who will be showing up for Game 3?
We have to look at the draft.
I mean, you analysts always want to look at the draft. Just give me a gut prediction right now.
Right now, right
being a
here,
coward
it's
and
going
do
to
it.
be EG.
Bok,
taking the Game 3.
EG. Wow, out of nowhere.
Wow.
Gracious. But no, I mean, obviously we've seen both these teams do so well. It's going to be exciting stuff. But now the time comes where both teams might start to get a little nervous. We might start to see some meta picks, Is it these the two teams that pick on meta?
No.
Like meta picks, we have not yet seen tier 1 teams play. Like OG, they're going to be the one defining meta, So other teams will start copying them. You can't really say. Some of the heroes definitely are looking very strong, like Doom, Spectre, Veno. Yeah, I think everyone's pretty sick of watching those heroes and pretty bored. I don't think Undying, for example, on top of that, like these are the most unfun, at least for me. I'm speaking for myself.
No, I think that's an objective thing. I think you're definitely right about that. 100% of Dota players don't like playing with or against Doom and Venomancer. I think. And so if you're OG, you have this IO that now we're afraid of. what happens if you get Doom and there's no IO available because the IO is spent with the ban? What do you do?
Danger. You lose.
It's a good question.
Yeah, I mean, you lose. So maybe you're right. Maybe this is when they start bringing out the meta picks just because they've kind of swapped up the meta. So new heroes are going to get banned, and all of a sudden they can do these like crazy, ridiculous drafts with the Spectre, with the Doom, with the Venomancer, and just pop off, you know?
Absolutely. In our last panel, we talked about the Greek gods, of course, with the Omega League, you know, talking about who would be who. And I realized that we have yet to assign a Greek god to Lacoste. Now, of course,
What am
Jenkins
I?
is Jesus, the greatest of the Greek gods,
Yes.
I believe. And Lacoste, who would you be? Do you have Greek mythology knowledge?
Some. I could be. Who could I be? Hercules? Nah, not really.
Hercules? What kind of... Way off.
I could be someone cunning. Who's cunning?
Loki.
Loki.
That
yeah,
was a
good.
Norse god.
Oh,
But never mind. He
Okay.
somehow he's so sneaky that he
made
went
his
from
way in?
Norse mythology
Yeah.
to the Greek one.
What's the emperor that he killed his dad and then he became the emperor?
I think that
What
happens
are
a lot.
Yeah. Well, what are we,
Oh,
what are
is
we
that-
talking about?
I
Is
don't
it
know,
mythology?
Some dad
Some
killer.
dude.
I think you're. I think you.
I think you're more of an Oedipus, personally.
Could be.
What?
What?
Why? What is it?
Nothing. No, just, you know.
Do you know what Oedipus did?
No? No.
He wasn't doing great stuff.
I mean,
I don't think anyone in Greek mythology is like doing great.
Well,
there wasn't one guy that's like, yeah, I'm the guy.
I don't know. Poseidon was pretty cool. He's chilling in the ocean.
No.
Eating fish and.
Do you know how many sailors died in the ocean? They were terrified.
Yeah,
of
well, they
Poseidon.
shouldn't be riding boats in big waves and storms and things like that. It's their fault. They're putting their lives at risk.
They had to for the spices and such. You know, trade's a thing, bud.
What about Zeus? Like Zeus is the daddy. Like,
Yeah, but have you ever heard the
you know.
stories with the gooses? You know,
what do you mean?
I'm not gonna get into it on the show, but you know,
Oh, that he was doing
he had relationships with
With everyone, pretty much.
with
yeah.
with
everyone, everything,
with,
including
with family, right?
gooses. Yeah. There's actually references in the Dota 2 lore. If you look closely, Zeus does reference several times geese for reasons that you could read about
Zeus and Goose.
in your own private time.
Who would have?
He had sex with them, Lacoste.
Really?
Yeah, no.
That's where you're going with that.
Oh!
I thought he was like eating them or something.
No, I'm afraid not, Lacoste.
Like
It's
breasts
just-
of.
No. But
geese.
anyway, with that settled, we will be calling you... I don't care anymore. Zeus, sure. Lacoste, you got that, no problem.
You're the goose that Zeus.
whoa.
Got it.
Cut it,
Abort
Jenkins.
mission.
Jesus. We got this last game to talk about here. So, anything that you think we could be seeing from these teams that we haven't seen yet? OG, we saw their famous Wisp. You know, they've had some other picks in the past.
I'm surprised that we haven't seen Thompson play Zeus. If you look at his picks on Dota 2 Pro Tracker for the last like couple of weeks, it's just every other game is Zeus. This guy is feeding
Really?
this hero right now. I don't know why.
Really?
Speaking of Zeus,
Yeah.
by the way, I don't know. I don't exactly know what. Like, I feel like the hero, it was a pretty big nerf. The Ags having 10 extra seconds on the cooldown.
What about the extra 30 seconds on his ult?
Yeah, but he gets more damage. That's kind of like a side.
Yeah.
If I could compare 30 extra seconds to damage that he got on ulti,
It's
it's a pretty big difference.
It's
for
hard
me.
to balance these things, like damage for seconds. Like, what is, I feel like you weren't using the Zeus ulti off cooldown anyway.
Yeah.
Am I crazy?
It's hard to balance. Do I go for a duck? Do I go for a goose this
All right, well,
day? You know?
we got to stop with this
You go
reference.
the goose. 100% the goose. we talked about this.
But it is interesting. I mean, Zeus was a very meta pick, and he's particularly good against a lot of these like global heroes, right?
Yeah,
Like,
I've seen some Zeus position 4s and 5s. Some of the high-level players, are experimenting, and it works out. You get a couple of null talismans, extra spell damage. It's working out. If somehow you manage to survive through the laning stage, like you have an extra core, I would say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But of course, I always look at Zeus and I look at Yapsor, and I say, is Yapsor playing Zeus? If he is, he's good. If he's not, he's bad.
Is he playing Zeus? Does anybody know?
I don't think so. I mean, it's been a while. Old Yappy Hot 4 has not touched the Z-Man in quite some time. So we'll see if he makes his return back into the meta. But another hero I'm very interested we haven't seen in a while, Prophet. You know, you see Spectre can be anywhere. Prophet has so much impact, and people kind of sleeping on Nature's Prophet. I don't think he's that bad.
That was a very interesting one to me because his win rate right after the patch went down to like 42%, which is abysmally low. That's like Pudge level win rate.
Whoa.
That's like Techies in a bad patch level win rate. That's very bad. And then slowly it just kept going up, and now it's sitting around 50%, so it's kind of back to like a good hero, I guess. It's almost like people were over-adjusting or they were playing it in the wrong role. People are playing more like position 5, Nature's Prophet or something like that, and the win rate's going up. I don't know. I see people playing core Natures, though, still.
Yeah, he's still viable. Like, the beauty of the Nature's Prophet is that you can pick him early on, and he can be played at every single role.
Yeah.
Like, you can just shift whatever you
Literally
need
any.
to.
Yeah.
Exactly. I think he is the only hero in the game that can be played as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah. Yeah.
Think of another hero. Don't at
Techies.
me.
Well, I mean, you know, he can do anything. But Prophet, though, I think I can explain that massive loss rate. It was when the new couriers came out. Everyone got their own courier, and everyone thought this is the dankest idea. I'm just going to kill couriers all game. Turns out that's a really bad strategy.
Yeah.
But I saw a lot of Prophets just diving fountains for couriers.
Oh, that was me. I was getting spam pinged and placing wards, and they would immediately get dewarded because they're actually like within tower vision or something like that, or they saw me with the trees. Because you do see the trees with the guy TPing. You see him in there,
Yeah,
even if there's fog, which is very unfortunate for anybody who's trying to snipe couriers. But
Sure.
People are kind of playing not like idiots anymore, which is
A shame.
it's very shameful. Very shameful.
I have to admit, probably one of the best changes to Dota in a long time. Do you guys remember like the archaic days of sharing one courier, begging your mid to let you fly out your boot? Oh, please let me have my boots.
And people back in the days were refilling a bottle with their couriers.
With the one courier.
The one courier.
Oh.
Those were, I mean, we were in an ancient
You had
time.
more couriers back then. Like, you could buy more.
You could buy multiple.
Yeah,
you could buy multiple.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah, that would be like the late game strat. You'd buy like an extra courier. It's like, oh, we'll sit this one in Roche, or this will just be like Eternal Envy. We'll keep a refresher shard on the courier. Because that was before backpack, too.
Yeah.
So I guess that made it so
How
that...
did we play Dota before?
I have
don't know.
idea.
I
have
cannot
no idea.
imagine not ferrying out clarities every 10 seconds now.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
And
I
as a
from knew.
support, it was tough. Like, TP was 150 gold. You had to bring sentries. You had to bring observer wards. You had to have TP. These are 3 slots.
yeah. It's the greatest thing about being a Dota fan because you like wait a year and you get to have that old man talk where you're like,
yeah.
you guys remember back when
Back in
You
my
know.
days.
Troll Warlord attack quickly? They're interesting.
You know what's an interesting one to me? Shrines. They were around for long enough that there's like a period of Dota players that know what shrines are, but old Dota players that haven't played in a long time are like, what the hell are shrines?
We had 5 shrines in the base.
Yeah.
Yeah. We had
And
a
one
side
outside.
shop.
Sieging mid. Imagine trying to siege mid. You have like 3 shrines and the tier 4s. Like, how are you gonna take mid? It was impossible.
It was hard.
Some sniper sitting there. Hey, shrapnel. Like, great, dude. Fantastic. What do you get? Where do you get off playing sniper as a hero? I'm glad that hero has a 39% win rate.
That can't be accurate. 39%?
Go spam it at your pubs. You try it. See how it feels.
I don't want to. I have morals. I'm not a sniper player, for God's sakes. That's disgusting.
I'm with you there, man.
Yeah.
Do you think that guy that came up with the shrines actually got fired?
I think they killed him.
I mean, I haven't heard from him since.
No.
So
We get messages. I remember I got a DM from a guy. He's like, yo, just made shrines. Happy. Got my wife, got my kids. Gone.
and he doesn't give the blue check mark. He
I went
doesn't check
over to his
messages.
house. There was a crater. I don't even know how that's possible.
Really?
They took everything.
He's like in the middle of like the city too, right? Just a crater there.
Yeah, Valve is powerful. You think your Battle Pass money is going towards TI? It's for eliminating people that make bad patches. Do you know how much that costs?
That sounds very expensive. Hundreds of millions at least.
At least.
You can get it cheaper on dark web.
What informative panels we have here as we make our way over to the draft. It is time to see who will take this Game 3. Viking and OG, the up-and-comers, the 2-time champions. Who will be the winner of the Omega League group stage? We'll find out. Let's take a look here. Magnus, Banned Out, Enchantress, and the Bat Rider. Again, kind of off-meta bans, although we have seen some Magnus. I wouldn't say he's the highlight of any of these drafts, gentlemen.
No, definitely not. I mean, he's always he's a very good sits in the trees and watches his course, have fun sort of hero. So if you're really into that, that's it's 2020. You can do whatever you want.
Sure.
And so it's very great for that, but nothing stellar so far. Although we've seen it against Spectre, which is a very difficult matchup. So maybe that's why it hasn't looked all that interesting.
Now, of course, if we had a standard panelist, they'd say, here comes a Doom, a Veno, or a Spectre ban, but Lacoste, you're anything but the standard panel.
Yeah, so maybe they don't ban any of these 3 and just leave 2 in the pool and get 2 of those. Maybe even 3 somehow. I'm not sure how that's possible.
God.
I mean, so they'll figure it out.
They're in their heads. They're going to get it, I think. Do you think that the annoying Agnum's Labyrinth announcers has increased OG's win rate? Because they are quite possibly the most annoying things I have ever heard.
Yeah, I mean, I could see it. I could definitely. It's just traumatizing.
The endless sea of Box could only have, upgraded OG. And here we go, Morphling ban. Morphling?
Huh. All right.
I remember that hero.
That's a hero.
Huh.
Why? This is my question. Like, what are... Oh, okay, so what probably they're trying to do is get IO Gyro. That's my guess.
Everyone's been saying IO Gyro.
But they're not getting IO, and if you don't have IO, I don't think you should be getting Gyro.
Oh, okay. All right.
Spirit Breaker possibly for them.
All right, Dark
Tiny, Tiny's still available. I mean, that went well the first game for them.
And there you go. Oh, the snipe. That's why we hire him, gentlemen.
Right under their noses.
Well done. It wasn't that hard, but it was still.
Oh, okay. Doom in
somehow.
Hey!
Somehow Doom's still available. I mean, they can. I've seen some position 4 Darkseers, but Doom can also be played as position 4, and this is a pretty strong lane. Like, just having these 2 heroes, the overtime damage is insanely good.
I'm super excited. I actually have not gotten to
excited
witness.
about Doom.
I haven't gotten to witness him yet, He's been banned every series that I've watched so far. This is the one. Get to see Lucifer back in action. Heck yeah.
I feel like you have to ban Grimstroke right now. You cannot give Doom Grimstroke with an IO on your team. Oh, there it is.
Nice call again, Jenkins. And the Anti-Mage banned out as well.
Yeah, the Anti-Mage actually counters Darkseer, by the way.
Yes, thank you.
Gentlemen.
We've been over it.
Just letting you know.
Got it again.
Yep.
If you're just joining us, we've said that
we've
8
seen
times.
that in the previous game. It was super efficient.
Excellent counters. All right, so lots of meta heroes still in the pool, but we'll see if we got anything
There's
special
still
here.
Venomancer. It's a possibility for OG. Viking, they can't really fit Venomancer into their draft.
I feel like Veno's kind of countered by both of these drafts a little bit. Like, you have Darkseer to surge through the Veno slows, and you have an IO who can just move at max moves, or whatever the person's move speed is through the Veno. Also Sustain, which we've talked about.
Max unlocked move speed.
What?
What?
What was that?
What did you say?
Oh, nothing.
Great panel, guys.
Just hanging out here. Having a good time.
All right, Clockwork going to be banned out as well. Sad to see him go. I do love the good Clockworks. I mean, he's always keeping these games very action-packed, which I really appreciate. A lot of initiations, cross-court, and Void. I mean, knocked out as well.
The possibility against Doom, Faceless Void, one hero comes always to my mind. That's Raid King. You know, just having a hero with 2 extra lives is kind of a counter.
It is nice being a Darkseer against Wraith King, though, because you just get like if he goes Radiance, you get a Radiance illusion. And you also
But what if
have the wall.
You click on Radiance, turn it off?
That's genius.
Like one click.
I don't know. They've got like way too much ping. I don't think they can do that.
You know, if you were in my booth as a player and you were talking about how we should pick Darkseer to counter the potential Radiance, I probably would let you go as the coach. I mean, that is just...
Would you push me down a set of stairs?
No. I wouldn't make any money doing that.
Oh, well.
And I didn't kill the guy in the end of the story. I'm a hero. How many times have you could have made $1 million and by a small murder and didn't do it?
Quite a few.
Wow.
Yeah,
Unexpected answer here on the panel.
Considered.
Spectre actually banned out on this one. That's a little late. Do they actually think someone's going to pick Spectre in this game? Or are they just doing it for the memes?
I don't think you want to play into Darkseer, Doom, Spectre.
Yeah, that sounds-
just
Yeah.
feels
That sounds
way
like
too
just
strong.
3 of the best heroes right now. Not necessarily like good with each other for any particular reason, but not bad with each other either. They're just like 3 broken heroes.
Yeah, you did not see a combo once, like these 3 heroes paired up together, because most of the time, 99%, at least one of those are gonna get banned.
Yeah. What's really interesting, speaking of combos, to see Darkseer back in the meta in just a completely different way. I mean, you used to see this be this wombo combo hero where it was all about vacuuming into something. Now he's just completely different, but he still finds his niche. In
Yeah,
the
he's
game.
like a buffer almost. Like he just makes one guy super powerful, kind of like an IO, honestly. Very similar.
And hey, a Snapfire. Goodness gracious, a Sven. This is what I'm talking about. I love these 2 teams. We're seeing the new meta being developed right here. Snapfire, we're not seeing too much of this hero now, are we?
No, I think the hero's still very decent. I wouldn't really rate it highly, but she does the job, you know? Like, team fight ulti, you need to have a setup for it. You need to have some kind of a stun, not necessarily a faceless void, but you want to have something to set it up.
Yeah.
And they can also go back to something like a Nyx Assassin. There's it's great Nyx Assassin game for OG if they want to shift things around. You know, a lot of uncontrollable damage from Snapfire, just stopping the ulti, Iron Shell, Scorched Earth, and once again they go with Alchemist.
Man, these are some greedy cores though, like Darkseer, Doom, Alchemist.
Like, do you get, I don't know, Nyx or Ancient Apparition, shift Tiny as a core possibly?
Then you have IO, AA, I suppose.
Yeah, which is pretty weak.
It's rough, but you do have 2 stunners as your cores then, so it's not the worst.
Oh, and we see the Titan again. This didn't really work out last time. They got handled. Maybe they're a little upset about how game 1 went, and they're sure that they can make it work. I mean, IO, though, with Sven, Tiny, and ET, those are all some beefy boys.
Yeah.
I mean, all great targets.
Yeah, definitely.
OG's lineup's a bit vulnerable to mobility heroes. What did they ban out? Spirit Breaker? Looked like a storm to me from here.
Yeah. No, that is a Spirit Breaker.
Oh, there goes the draft.
No, it's okay. Just give it some time. Sometimes the teams draft so powerfully, the game itself cannot register it. It is almost like if summoning Exodia. The perfect combination. Ice Frog himself tries to pull the plug, but we will make sure the game happens. Don't you worry about it.
Oh, we can still see it there, though.
Oh, hello,
There
boy.
they are.
Hey!
Wow.
And they're all tiny. Oh! Angry little boy.
I think Darkseer's a cute little guy.
Darkseer?
Even though he's like an old man.
Definitely not anyone I would want around. He's just very pointy.
Slacks, how old is Darkseer?
Darkseer is a old man.
How old?
Well, I don't know.
This year.
Doesn't specifically say his age.
What are we paying you for?
I mean, can you guess who's the God King Demathic's most loyal general's age? I'm not sure. 62.
62? He
Wow.
looks like 400 to me at least.
In Darkseer
I mean,
years.
these days, 62 is not that old. Healthcare has been, quite upgraded in the last.
Well, depending on
few
the country
years.
where
Yeah,
you're
I
coming
was
from.
just about to
Well,
say.
he's from some planar realm or something like that, right? Where was he from?
The land beyond the wall. in
Oh.
fact. Don't know anything about that, but hopefully their health care is better than ours. Shout out to the land beyond the wall. Anyway, back to the draft here. Necrophos banned out as well. And we're waiting for those last picks. Any snipes? You've been killing it, Jenkins. Final snipe.
Say
for the
something
draft.
stupid
Oh.
or a change.
I think this is a really good Pudge game for OG.
Oh, thank you, Jenkins.
I think they need another melee strength hero to go with their 3 melee strength heroes. That would be good.
That's a pretty great point. We could probably use a ranged hero here on Team OG.
Yeah. Man, Viking GG, if they had the space to pick a Timber, this would be an insane Timber game.
That is a fantastic point.
That would be nuts.
Probably not a good
1,
draft.
2, 3, 4 strength heroes.
Yeah. I mean, you could run Doom as a support. I feel like you just, if this is a tier 2 game and they're not like...
Well, you can put a mid.
Yeah. I'm just thinking Doom support, pick a Timber.
Yeah, that's what we've discussed, Jenkins. 5, Snappy, you have Doom 4, Darkseer 3,
Yeah.
Safely Alchemist, and you need a playmaking hero.
If you snipe that pick, I will forever consider you the truest god of the Omega League.
Okay.
All right. It won't happen. I mean, great! Wind Ranger! That was a fun series. Congratulations. No, but we have seen OG kill it with this hero. OG has played phenomenally with Wind Ranger, so much so it's not even the word phenomenal. I like to call it phenomenally. And the final pick from Radiant, what will it be?
They have no heroes that so far that's gonna dispel Windrun.
Oh my god.
They have no heroes that build into Yule Scepter.
Oh my god, how could they Tempo! Oh my god! The real Lord! Zeus stepped down, Mars go to hell. Jenkins is the Omega League genius. Well done, you were called it immensely.
I am Jesus.
Yeah, explain to the viewers why.
There's 4 strength heroes over there.
Okay, that's it.
So even I know this one. Timbersaw does great against strength heroes, right? Able to deal this damage based on their attributes, as Purge taught me long ago.
Something, damage, yeah, strength.
Yes, extra damage against the strength.
Yeah.
So these guys are going to melt to chakrams. Should be pretty interesting here. But will he be able to survive the Wind Ranger?
I mean,
What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, he builds into Yule Scepter eventually. Like, it's a great defensive item, even though Sven has a Dispel as one of his level 15 talents. But I mean, just looking at the drafts, I really like the Timbersaw last pick. They have tower damage coming in from this Alchemist. Not the best setup for Snapfire ulti. They're a bit limited on catch and stun. Like, when you have Doom, you need to have a lot of stun, otherwise they might just, TP out, and Doom's target needs to be IO. Otherwise, he's just going to relocate out.
Well, let's take a look at those odds again. It looks like, again, it is in OG's favor on this one. Gentlemen, your final thoughts. Do you agree with those odds? Do you think they are right this time? Does OG have it in the bag with the 4 strength heroes and Wind Ranger?
I don't think so. I feel like if I'm Timbersaw and Wind Ranger is like the best counter to me in the game, like she literally hits you, 10 times within a second. That's 10 reactive armor stacks. Like I'm totally cool with that. And sure, when she gets an MKB, you can definitely kill a Timber, but at that point, Timber should have like a Heaven's Halberd or a Blade Mail or a Yule Scepter, like something to deal with that.
Absolutely. Real quick, what do you got?
Real quick, I'm going to go with the Viking. Their lineup looks much better overall, and with the Alchemist, I feel like they can do it once again.
Fantastic. Okay, well, it's time to find out who's going to take this series. We will throw it over to the casters. Gentlemen, can anyone be more competent than Jenkins? Probably not Fogged. Here he goes.
I'll be honest with you, Fogg. I was a little tired going into this one. I was kind of nodding off there. But, nothing really wakes you up in the morning like the screeching sound of Slacks talking about Wind Ranger. Goodness gracious. I am wide awake and ready to go for OG versus Viking GG.
I can't wait till she wins as well, and Slacks looks like an idiot. No.
Are you feeling it? you feeling this, OG, for Game 3?
I mean, this is a really good Timbersaw pick, honestly. Of course, it's into the strength heroes. They also don't have great damage in laning phase to really slow him down. So, yeah, I do think they have a lot of potential because of that. But knowing OG, they're going to look to just run at them and try to take advantage of the fact there's an Alchemist, right? They're going to try to make sure that they can actually just play with this number advantage at all times. But right off the bat here, see Viking GG, a very good chunk of aggression.
Yeah, that they attempted that aggression. Game 1 didn't actually work out for them in the end. And their the idea of running a bunch of aggression straight into a Timbersaw, with all of these strength heroes, that's a bit concerning to me.
Yeah.
I guess we'll just see how it plays out for them. Is there a chance that they does their lineup, because it was such a good Timbersaw game, I'm sure OG may have exposed themselves a bit to that, but did they mess up with their lineup a little bit by drafting the Timbersaw? It's an amazing Timbersaw game, yes, but are they lacking anything as a result of that last pick?
I think it's exactly what the panel said. It's just the catch, the extra amount of lockdown, because the one thing that can happen in this game is just, even if you doom a target, maybe the IO doesn't even just relocate, he can just heal the target, and they can just back themselves up. So I do think that their catch could be quite limited because of this Timber. And it's their initiation, it's like they lack a couple things now in their draft now because of it. Sure, they're going to have crazy amounts of damage provided, but like, who's going to make the moves around the map, right? Like, it's going to have to be the Timber, but those can be a bit awkward when you don't have great setup in your side lanes. At least he's got Snapfire, but...
Frenchman of OG finds the first blood, thanks to that Wind Ranger power shot. Nice opening there from Soxa to set it all up, so he's already going all right. Boom actually forced to use the healing salve, but this is pretty typical of Timbersaw. He's going to have to use 1 round of regen, but now that he's level 3, has that second level of reactive armor, he should just be fine to trade out with Thompson.
Yep. Only way they can get a kill is with some type of rotation and toss back or something like that now, unless Boom makes a very big mistake versus this Tiny. Shackle connects again. Can't actually chase forward though.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
It's something that Thompson is going to have a chance to maybe try and show up Boom a little bit here in this game 3 with a Tiny performance, because he is matched up against Timbersaw, who can't make those same kind of rotations like the Tiny can. Thompson may have kind of a free game in that regard.
Yeah, and it's a Thompson Tiny. I mean, we've seen what this man can do, especially at TIs where he just runs rampant, and that's what he likes to do. He likes to just play incredibly aggressive. Toby will be able to survive up here, but this top lane is not doing well. The Sven IO is crushing them pretty hard. They expended a lot of mana on the initial, right? I think they used, what, 2 Ion Shells, maybe more than that, just to pressure OG, and OG now just sustained through it. They're going to do pretty well up here. They have the Ice Armor now. That's actually very nice to stop any type of aggression from OG, and they're actually glyphing the wave. I think that may have been a mid-glyph from the Timbersaw, actually.
Yeah, how do you fight into a Doom that has an Ion Shell on him? Scorched Earth and that Frost Armor. That's quite a hefty amount to deal with. Thompson already being pushed out of his lane. He's going to be feeling the pressure of that Tier 1. Similar situation to what we were talking about before, which is the fact that one hero may have all the rotations, but there's going to be a lot of pressure on his mid tower if he chooses to try and move around to those side lanes, and we're already seeing that amping up with the Timbersaw.
Yep. Bottom lane, the OG. I guess it's just like they're just going to deal with it, right? They're going to be like, okay, Timbersaw's going to have a game, whatever. We're going to do what we do and just pressure the Alchemist, play our own game. And Shad is getting pressured pretty hard as well, too. I mean, those 2 side lanes, like we said, OG's looking to have a really solid start. The one thing that we are looking to have, though, for OG is some stacks. Even though the Sven's having a good time, I think that's what Sven just needs to be a Sven.
Thompson, he wants that power rune so badly to refill his bottle. He needs it too, and it's a regen, which makes it that much sweeter for him. They do manage to kill Sox in the bottom lane. He's been getting super, super aggressive, and it looks like he got his hand caught in the cookie jar.
Yep. Looked like they were maybe attempting to do like a pull there from No Tail. Midwin wanted to stun him to stop him from catching it, but unable to get it so much.
You and BSJ were talking backstage about the Sven. What was the conclusions you guys came up to?
I mean, this hero just needs stacks. He's picked a lot in NA. Not so much, I guess, in the EU region, he was saying. I haven't played that many EU pubs, at least, but yeah, this hero looks really good in NA pubs because NA pubs just hit creeps. That's all they do. They stack and hit creeps, so Sven just gets these crazy item timings early, and then he's too tanky for people to fight, and they run into him. I mean, I think that's just always tends to be the best strategy for that hero.
I remember one thing they talked about. Celery, he's gonna die here. Just gets out with damage he can. The change up to the Dispel talent, which was always ignored at level 20, even though it was always theory crafted like, oh, it can be really good, but it was like, at level 20, I don't remember what the other talent was at the time, but the other one was just too valuable. Now, it's at level 15, and it feels so good.
Yeah, I think it was, what, it was 25% life steal or something, I think
Something
it was?
like that,
yeah, it was something crazy that he would get. But yeah, now you get it at 15, and then you probably have an Aghanims, and it's so hard to actually play around it, because usually it's like, oh, an Ag Sven is flying at me, I pop Ghost Scepter, I pop Yules, but no, he brings you out of it and then just smashes you down anyway, so that's definitely a great point there, Cap.
And it, I believe how pretty much all abilities work is that the disable happens first. So he dispels you, and he's also going to get the Aghanims hit in, as well as all the stun damage.
Oh, nice vacuum, pulling him back.
Yeah, and they're going to try and stick on top of him with the Ion Shell. Of course, with the IO, it makes it a little bit more difficult to do these things.
Yep.
All right, this is going to be one of those times where OG's probably going to have to do something to answer this Timbersaw.
Yeah.
He can just tank the tower and let the Siege Wagon do all the pushing.
It's a rotation. I was going to say, Thompson has to start either making moves or I'm not sure what he does because he can't play in that mid lane by himself.
Yeah, it's not like he's like, guys, come gank the Timbersaw for me. Elder Titan and Io. That's not the duo you're looking at to kill a Timbersaw.
He'd have to call in the Wind Ranger, in particular, just for that extra magic damage. But, boom, he's prepared. He's like, okay, they do have decent burst damage at sometimes versus me, but at a raindrop on top, no way they're going to bring him down unless he is insanely far forward and OG
he already lost
a ton
the
of
Siege
heroes.
Wagon. When did that happen?
Oh, yeah, you're right.
I saw the Dire one was up, and so I assumed his was still alive as well. Mid one, he's going to be chased down here. The Scorched Earth, it's taking him down. 2 HP, caught by the vacuum. That'll bring him down, but Thompson is here with a reprisal. Managed to kill Aramis.
He wants the next. Toby, very low. Surge still on CD. Trying to speed toward him. He tosses in the IO.
Over the IO. Yeah. That'll get the kill.
And to get the courier, maybe?
The courier?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, that's quite a big chunk of gold. Wards coming into play too now. We see Elder Titan starting to ward up the Alchemist jungle, and I believe that's the bottom tower taken by this Wind Ranger.
Okay.
That's very early.
Yeah, we're talking about like how Timbersaw is going to take this mid tower early if OG doesn't do something. Well, they are doing something. They're putting a lot of pressure on the side lanes.
Oh,
and
no way.
Shutting down Shad's game.
Oh, I mean, Thompson's game is just complete. That is such a big kill because the Alchemist is farming really well, even though he's pressured bottom. He jumps up to level 8 top net worth just because of that. That's crazy significant. And he gets a courier. Okay.
OG just pulling out W's everywhere here.
Yeah, and look at their warding that they have already down. This is the anti-Alchemist warding. We see all your jungle. Alchemist has no free place to go except for just in the bottom lane, and he's going to be versus Wind Ranger, who's pretty damn farmed. A Javelin already coming out on the courier, so could definitely see Seb +1 go for these kills onto anyone.
Well, Celery, he's been a bit of a punching bag for OG, and it doesn't seem to be changing anytime soon as Seb finds a free kill inside the jungle thanks to all this aggressive vision that they have down. One behind the tier 1 tower in mid, another one deep inside that Radiant jungle.
Well, they know they're here. Thompson, they're going to cut the trees with the tether.
Revealing all of them, they managed to get the avalanche toss combination on Toby, easily killing him. Aramis is still going to fight this out. Do they have a stun anywhere? Boom's going to come in with the damage, but it's not quite enough. No tail, he'll also TP out, seeing as the Infernal Blade is still on cooldown.
I think this is where Aramis goes and you eat a Centaur creep as soon as possible because this is immediately you already start to notice this is the problem with their draft that's going to come into play is lack of disables in a lot of these situations. Right there, early on in, we do see that coming in. Chad. Gotta get hit by the stomps here. Tiny Thompson, he's getting close. Can't quite get on top of him there, though. Nice little pickup from Shad. This is small, but going for the treads, double bracers, and he gets a shovel. Any type of HP you can get on this Alchemist, I think, is pretty damn nice.
Yeah. It's all about surviving through the Tiny's burst. Mid one.
Yeah.
Surprises Toby, pops the ultimate, and fights into this duo with the power shot over Aramis. It's almost enough to get the kill. Sadly, Stormhammer not up for quite some time as he does only have a 1-level. Thompson's going to come in from the side. No Tail switches partners now. Gets the tether to Thompson to help get that kill.
Looks like a Thompson Tiny to me, right?
Yeah.
Had a bad mid lane, almost top net worth anyway because of his movements.
And it looks like they're finally maybe going to get this mid-tier 1 tower, but they have lost so much ground in the side lanes at this point in time that I'm not sure how much of a difference it really makes. Look at that, Thompson just going right back in. He's not going back to mid.
Oh my god, to get the freak. Oh, Toby's game is over. Hit poor Toby. Just getting slaughtered up in that top lane over and over again.
It's certainly being canceled.
It's, yeah.
2-9, 3,000 net worth lead for OG. And Timbersaw, I mean, he's taking it out, right? He's like, I gotta, like with Timbersaws, you feel like you kind of have to get that first item. You need to be able to take that tower, whatever lane you're in. It feels like you kind of need to take that 1 tower before you start rotating around. But it feels like Boom may not have the time to just kind of chill out in mid lane any longer.
And like he desperately needs a hood now in this game. You know, we were talking about how tanky he is, how tanky he is, how tanky he is. He's not that tanky anymore. They've got the levels where their burst damage actually comes into play. A Tiny who's level 8, 9, Sven level 8 as well. Like all these spells are starting to get to their level 4, so that high magical burst will be there. So it's definitely a different game than Viking expected.
The one-man smoke.
He's like, I'm gonna doom him. I'm gonna purge the win run.
Oh, where's Timbersaw now? Celery's there to be able to pull it. Aggro. Relocate up to the top lane to be able to sandwich in Toby.
Oh man, they don't want him to have a game. Playing
They really don't.
Oh, playing
they
versus so many stuns is really tough.
They did stop that TP, I think, from Saksa, so it looks like they might be able to kill him. He's going to try and juke Boom, and he had a lot of charges there, so he's actually good.
And the Doom bottom, wasted very quickly. As we said, this is going to be the name of the game, probably, is you Doom, and there's no one else to follow up and catch. 2 to 10, OG. Running away with this early game. He's got the hood finished up now, though.
Pops him over. Cookie does land onto Seb. One of the few spells they have to help the Timbersaw keep his damage on the members of OG, but it's not enough, especially with the lead that they have. 3,000 net worth up. They're able to just play
Shad.
in and out non-stop.
Okay, it looks like he just stole the creep there. Shad has to be very careful of OG just constantly running in.
Blink Dagger going up, Thompson. It looked like for a moment, like, oh, maybe he's in a bit of a trouble, but no disables. Nothing to stop him when he's got a bunch of heroes nearby.
And they're doing this all the meanwhile. The Sven just farms. We see mid one starting to tick toward that top net worth. Same thing with the Alchemist. Sven matching the farm of an Alchemist is a very good sign for OG.
Yeah, certainly.
Mid.
And they finish up this tower finally. And they do get the deny.
Oh, poor Boom. He worked so hard.
He did. He's been trialing at this for quite some time, but in the end, doesn't get the full subscription. Aramis dove behind the tier 1 tower, and boom, he's gonna teleport over, and they do manage to get the stun. Maybe this is enough to actually kill Seb, but No Tail heals him up so much and relocates him out. And again, the problem is even as they see some of these heroes, like Thompson here, there's no real threat keeping him locked down. If anything, Thompson's gonna use this Blink Dagger aggressively to catch Toby, and boom, is left wandering around, watching OG do things, but can't really have an impact.
They can't catch anybody. They can't stop OG from just running around in circles.
Yeah.
They're actually just dancing on them. And mid one's like, thank you, I'm farming this entire time while you guys are just goofing on them.
Literally running circles
Even
down on Viking GG.
and just stealing his creeps. I think that's like the third one that they've taken from him at that hard camp. Bullies.
5,000 net worth lead for a lineup that's up against an Alchemist.
Uh-oh. Sorry. Thompson. He wants the bigger target.
He jumps down and does manage to hit Thompson, and as a result, Aramis managed to get in the trees. Now, he's still dead. I was going to say, oh, they're going to have to dive really deep, and maybe Viking GG can do something with that. Well, they're going to try. Vacuum in. Mid one going to be slowed down. Here comes Snapfire Ultimate, and there goes that effectiveness of the Timbersaw. You saw how he was able to just cut down that Sven. Goes from half HP to nothing. Dodges away from Sox's attempt at a stomp. Boom. The higher levels of Timber Chain can still catch up. Soxa knows he has to juke this Chakram, but Woom does manage to get the kill. Just ever so barely, thanks to the Ion Shell.
I think he would have lived it without that Ion Shell.
Yeah. Oh, the illusion from Toby with an Ion Shell on him killed No Tail.
Game slightly recovered.
Yeah.
Still slightly. He's got, I think he has mech at least finished up now, but he's still very fragile versus the burst combo that's coming out from OG.
Yeah, I mean, they killed the Sven. It's not just about the kills, right? But during that time, Alchemist was farming while the Sven died, so he can actually catch up and maybe get the lead that he's supposed to have on the opposing core.
That's one thing that I'm glad that was just brought up, though. Look at the hero levels. Sven, almost level 13. Alchemist is level 9.
Yeah.
So he might have his Radiance finished up, but look at that comparison. It's 2,000 HP just because of these raw stats. He's going to have S and Y finished, so it's going to be even higher than that. Alchemist not going to be near that point. Level 9. That is actually level 9 16 minutes is something you don't see very often on your safe lane carry.
They're going to try and fight with this Radiance. They do manage to lead off with a stun on mid one, pulls him back inside the Chakram.
Nice.
They do make pretty good mincemeat out of good old Sven. Chop him up to size. OG are still willing to fight because, of course they are. They're OG. They're going to toss back the Timbersaw into the rest of the team. Try and go for the stomp. He's stopped from being able to Timber Chain away, but that reactive armor is still doing him a good amount of work. And if they're focusing on the Timbersaw, it means Shad is free to run and play with this Radiance. A two-man stun thanks to the unstable concoction. No Tail managing to dodge a couple of those shots will survive. And it looks like they're going to have to back away. Thompson, he's here. No Blink Dagger up for another 6 seconds.
That could have been close for them. If they got the shackle on the Timber, if it connected, he probably would have died there, but weren't able to quite get it.
Still
They're
gonna catch
looking
up to
for him, though.
Boom here. Boom. Taking a lot of damage, relocate in. Seb, he's here. They're going to try and chase down Boom. Now, he's still got enough HP to survive through a shackle combination, but the Alchemist, that's a better one. Shad in serious trouble here. Saw the relocate, but still got caught by the shackles instead of Boom. I thought that would have been an easy retreat, but it looks like not. And Aramis, who had been farming this top lane the entire time, TP's in, immediately dies. Seb laughing his ass off here as he realizing that Viking GG have just made critical back-to-back errors.
By the way, this was a tiny version of Timbersaw in the mid lane. Godlike at the 17-minute mark, just running around. Seb, as we pointed out, full MKB, so he actually does damage.
Yeah.
This is looking very strong from OG. This is just OG's bread and butter. Constant aggression, mid one dying here and there a couple times during that aggression, but he's still top of net worth. And it's big Viking. It's just the catching problem. They can't get good catches. I mean, they're probably praying for a clumsy net. So they do need some other forms to be able to just have these heroes not be able to just walk away.
Yeah.
But yeah, win run, tether, everyone's moving so fast.
And the worst part is like, nice. Invis Rune turns into a toss back onto Toby. He's close enough to Seb that Seb will finish the job.
Jeez.
These, it's not like they can naturally build into an item to solve that disable problem either. Like, what are you gonna do? Get a Rod of Atos on Timbersaw? That sounds real booty.
Yeah.
You try and get like a Blink Dagger Centaur stun onto Doom, but he's a support. Like, that's not gonna be that reliable anyway.
Yeah, definitely starting to see, even though, you know, you see 4 strength heroes, looks like a glorious Timbersaw game, we're starting to see the flaws. We're starting to see what they're really lacking in the grand scheme of their draft. The lanes also, as we said, they got pressured hard. Shad shows himself in lane. Easy kills versus that relocate. They're starting to really snowball.
And thanks to this relocate, Sven is not only joining in on some of these fights and getting kills, but he is keeping up his farm at a pace that is well ahead of the Alchemist at this point. Once he gets his BKB, that may just be go time for OG to put some real pain on him.
Already
go
is.
for some objectives. Boone's not getting out alive. Reactive armor is nothing to Seb now that he's got MKB plus the Grove Bow.
Yeah. And Thompson looking for more. He'll be able to find Celery. Can he get the toss back? He sure can.
Throws him over to mid one. Gives him the old alley-oop for the double kill.
This actually feels like unfixable here from Viking.
Yeah.
This is one of those games where everything has gone far too wrong. Your off lane and your safe lane have no game.
Yeah.
And then your mid Timbersaw, who could have had a good game, just doesn't have the heroes to play around him to make him look good. So he's suffering every time he shows.
And a big difference between the Alk versus Void matchup, where there is, thanks to Abyssal Blade, plenty of opportunities for Alk to 100-0, even through BKB perhaps.
Yeah.
But here, Sven is an entirely different story, right?
Yeah. Sven can stand toe-to-toe pretty easily versus that Alk, especially with this type of farm.
Yeah, the only thing that was really making him squishy in this game was the Whirling Death, the Timbersaw. Now that he's got BKB, he deals with that pretty easily. A stomp goes out. Toss over! The two of them
Toby.
trapped inside the Avalanche, stun from the Stormhammer, finishes them off, and look at that, into the back line. Seb just fearlessly goes in, cleans up at least some of the supports. They're going to buy back here in Viking GG. They're all in on this fight at this point in time. Min1 still has his BKB. He's still ready to turn and fight with the relocate coming in from No-Tail. They're going to try and do just that. A heal comes out, and Min1's up to full health. They're going to continue to buy back. Viking GG, they are going to throw everything they have to be able to win one good fight against OG. Now the BKB is worn out. It's a good opportunity. They need to be able to get him out of this. The Earth Splitter pulls him back in, though, and Shad gets torn to pieces. Boom! He's gonna have the same fate as his Alchemist, both dead, with OG closing in.
They call it. Yeah, I think this game was just, everything went out of hand. Shad dying all over the place. They just got, I mean, them getting these towers so early, the OG aggression, like 7-minute tower bottom, they could just, it opened up the map so much. They were like, we don't need to play in the lane anymore. We're just gonna run at you, kill, 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 and Toby, up in that top lane, he got massacred. I actually have no idea how many deaths he had at the end there. It had to have been like over 8. Like, it really felt like he was just dying every time he respawned.
It was real nasty. Props to Viking GG for putting up such a strong game one.
Yeah.
Again, we're not terribly surprised by that because they have taken down some of the best teams in plenty of best of threes in previous tournaments. But against OG, it seems to be a consistent problem for them that they just have a bit that maybe something about the matchup doesn't seem to work quite right. But, you know, they had a strong game one, got demolished, though, game 2 and 3.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing I'm really looking at is just them with their 4 Protect 1. It doesn't look like that's like their bread and butter. It looks like they're better when they're actually just able to match the aggression easier. Sure, Spectre, he can be looked as that 4 Protect 1, but Spectre just feels broken. So he's always able to just like, get involved and have some type of, adding to the fights for his team. So yeah, I feel like for them, probably stick away. If you're playing versus a team like OG who's just going to run at you, stray away from the 4 Protect 1 because they were so good at when they were actually matching the fights and able to match the fights. This game, they could not match the fights.
Yeah, we said that for game 2. I thought that was the lesson we took away from game 2 was like, don't shy away from fighting OG. You proved you could do it in game 1. Do it again. And unfortunately, they thought maybe the Timbersaw could do it. The panel thought the Timbersaw could do it. It was a dream Timbersaw game. Unfortunately, they weren't able to pull it out, huh, boys?
No, Camp. No, they were not able to do it. OG with a complete domination of that game. I gotta talk about that Timby. Jenkins, you felt it so hard. I called you the god of the event, and he got pooped on, Jenkins.
Okay. To be fair,
they were listening to you.
Like, OG played really well around the Timber.
Granted.
They did the classic just never go near him strat. And it worked. Anytime he showed up to a lane, everybody just TP's out. And there's no TP cancel. It's like he's the big bad wolf, and you just, I don't know, have like wolf repellent.
I'm not sure how
very
that's...
horrible analogy. But
I don't think
I hope
that
you can
exists.
get what I'm saying here. Okay?
It's a gun.
Imagine there's wolf repellent.
A gun, a shotgun, and wolf repellent.
They didn't kill Timbersaw. Okay? This is a PG stream. We're not violent.
We've never said anything
if it's PG stream and it's not a shotgun, it's a crossbow.
Yes.
Just brutally bleeding out the wolf
My
for
God,
for
why
hours.
do you have to go that far? All right.
We went there.
All right, let's stick to the anti-wolf pellets, if we may.
Okay.
So, yes, they just ran. No stuns, nothing to stop Timbersaw, and there was just no catch.
No.
I think this is the classic game, like how to play against Timbersaw. Like just stay away from him. Don't go to his lane. If he TPs, you play the other part of the map. And I mean, 17 minutes in, Vendranger had MKB. Like, you just shred through Timber, so you don't care. He uses Timber Chain, he's dead. Like, the timing of their items, everything was pretty much perfectly synced for OG. You had Blink Dagger on Tiny, he was all over the place. He was godlike at one point. Like, Vendranger was getting too much out of the lane.
Yeah. Look at this damage. I mean, and just when do you go in as Viking? You try to go in, you gotta deal with ET ults, you gotta deal with Tiny just tossing everyone around. It's an impossible situation.
Yeah, what was their stun, actually? Concussion or, like, Infernal Blade? That's not a lot.
Yeah.
Cookies are not
when
easy
Cookie's your
stun.
best stun, that's you've definitely got some issues. I kind of feel like, and if we were to, hypothetically interview them, this is definitely what I would have asked. I feel like in the draft, they didn't want the Timber, and then they saw 4 strength heroes, and they were like, oh shit, guys, we got to find a way to work Timber into this draft.
Yeah.
And then it just kind of didn't work.
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking up this Doom so much. This was his first appearance here on the main stage, and he just didn't have any room to do anything. I mean, who cares who you Doom? Who cares what you do when you got all these heroes just running at you? Look at the Sven just tearing up right now. Oh, just a lot of damage, boys.
We see more and more of these earlier buybacks coming out from position 4s and 5s, not just to, secure something, go for Roche, but just to, win the fights.
Yeah.
Visp, 15 minutes in, uses buyback, heals Sven fully, and then they just shred through them. We've seen that coming out from Viking in the first game, where they were just completely dominant. You see Clockwork, who was buying back constantly whenever it was off cooldown. Like, he doesn't care. He threw his body before the hook shot, then he buys back, has hook shot ready, full combo to pull off.
I almost feel like if you're like a Nature's Prophet or a Wisp or like any sort of global hero, valuing your buyback is almost like an extra item.
Right.
It's like you want to just have that buyback so you can just globally come back, and they've already used a bunch of abilities to try to kill you, and all of a sudden they can't fight anymore.
Yeah, I remember an old interview I did once. A pro player said, biggest change that we used to have in TIs back in the day, TI4, TI6, was that buybacks were seldom ever used for anything more than a last-ditch rack save. And you're completely right. As the meta grows, we just see all these guys just buying back as almost an item,
People started buying back more after we started playing against AI. We've seen that from them.
Oh,
That's
my
true.
God.
That was that developed quite a few things, actually.
Open AI.
Yeah.
Innovators.
Yeah.
Better than humans. They probably could have beat a win rate.
Not anymore.
Well, okay.
Well,
why? What happened?
We managed to beat them. What do you mean?
Just once?
No, multiple
a
times.
couple times. Just a few, but that's enough.
Yeah, it's just like the
I
Terminator.
mean, we're still better, so we can talk about it. We can brag about it.
Yeah. Until, the AI completely take over. In fact, they'll probably deep fake what you just said and said that, the AI is great. You never know what's real anymore, kids.
I'm not turning on my PC tonight.
No.
I'm actually Sheever. You have no idea. Am I? Who knows? It's a deep fake. Anyway, that series is out of the way. And we do have our winners. OG, moving on, of course. And we will see Viking again.
I think the heroes that they won with are particularly important, actually.
Yes.
For just, honestly, one big reason that stands out to me.
What's that?
Oh, just the Wind Ranger that was on the team.
Oh, you're so stupid. You're so stupid and wrong. But yes, it was a powerful hero.
Great performance.
I mean, not bad. It's pretty hard to lose a game with a Sven and other heroes.
I honestly feel like the hero carried the game, not necessarily the player or the players, just the hero. Like, it was so powerful.
When you have a team that is so good as OG, a two-time TI back-to-back winner, I mean, it's almost impossible to lose no matter what hero you pick.
Oh, you think they were kind of just like flexing, like, oh, we can pick this complete
Absolutely.
dog trash hero, and we're going to win with this.
I'd challenge any other team to win with a Wind Ranger these days. I mean, it's honestly garbage, Lacoste. But if anyone can do it, they can.
I wouldn't call it a garbage. The hero still shines. I see it a
That's
lot.
so
See it a lot in
That's great, Lacoste.
What?
Nothing can.
I think you were supposed to bail him out.
No.
No, the hero is actually pickable. Like, it's also a flex pick, could be played at multiple roles. I don't think there's a position 1 Wind Ranger, but she can be flexed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Great opinion. A strong opinion. Absolutely. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we have a fantastic interview for you. The winning team. It is time, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the one, the only man from the mid one. How you doing, mid one?
I'm doing good.
Oh, mid one. Come on, you got to be doing better than good. You played fantastic in that series, man. Congratulations.
Yeah, it's just a group stage game, nothing hard.
All right. Gentlemen, any questions for the powerful mid one?
I believe you're in Europe, right? At the moment, boot camping? Yeah, so how is it playing with the lower ping? You're kind of used to playing with 150 ping.
It's definitely feel nice. Like, at first, like, I feel like I was super good at first when I was playing with low ping, but now it's like kind of got used to it. Like, there's no more the after effect of the higher ping game.
Yeah.
Mid one, we thought you guys were screwed when we saw that Timber Saw pick. Were you worried about that at all? Did you see the Timber? Were you guys expecting that with your 4 strength heroes?
I mean, we didn't expect that, and we because it's not in like inside our world, so we don't care. And we knew like we can do a lot of stuff in the map, so the Timber can be annoying in the early games, but if they cannot do anything, then it's hard for them to win.
Exactly.
Yeah, true. All right, I have a question. This is more of a kind of general meta question, but how much do you value fun when it comes to picking a hero? Is that something that you actually consider?
Fun?
Yeah.
I mean, I think we play heroes that we like it and we have fun with it. If you have fun with the hero, if you like it, then you believe in it, then it's good. So I think fun is pretty important, yeah.
Okay.
For sure.
Wow. Your original reaction to that was the most Dota pro player thing I've ever heard.
It really was.
Fun?
I thought that was such a good question.
What is this?
I was so excited to ask that question, and you crushed me.
My God, what are they doing to you over on OG? The poor man. Well, thank you so much, Midwin. Fantastic experience. Watching the games, fantastic job. Great work. And thank you for your fantastic interview. It was a pleasure.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Wind Ranger sucks. Have a great day.
Yeah. See ya.
You had to just put that in, right?
Well, you know, he'll pass it along. But yeah, great series, great time. And gentlemen, I mean, I feel complete. We got to see Viking win a game. They still got the grudge match against OG. We got to see traditional OG kicking ass, taking names. And we got to see a couple of upsets. But we do have uno más series for you. That means one more coming up later today. Gentlemen, it is the European, what's the opposite of the El Clasico? The class, who cares? It's
El
Alliance
Thrashico?
versus, no. That's NA.
That's the opposite of it.
We have Alliance versus VP, an old grudge match. After a short break, gentlemen, are you ready? Let's put it in here over the fire. Oh, we'll be right back.
Omega League.
Ladies, gentlemen, and everything in between, welcome back to the Omega League for our final match of the night. You know him, you love him. It is Virtus.pro versus Alliance. But before we get to the teams, we must get to the talent. May I introduce the one, the only, Banana Slammer Jammer, Brian. I don't know his last name. Welcome, Brian.
You can call me BSJ.
Wow, that was needlessly creepy. And Fogged. Welcome, Fogged.
I don't get my name introduced?
I don't know how to pronounce it.
Well, that's just rude.
Can you say it?
Yanis.
Yanis.
There you go. You've said my name before.
I know.
You did great, though.
Thank you so much. Welcome to the panel. Welcome to the show. BSJ and Yanni. So good to have you here, gentlemen. Are you ready to watch some action?
Yeah, I just watched
Don't
it.
answer that, because we have a video for you. In fact, before this series took place, we got to go on a fantastic little documentary-style trip with Team Alliance. This is behind-the-scenes footage, so pay attention, and let's play that footage.
Что, блядь? Чувствую, пахнет медведем. Став капкан. На ужин будет медвежата.
My goodness gracious. Alliance has laid the trap for Virtus.pro. They smell bear, and they're going to fucking eat them. Terrifying.
Oh, is that what they were going?
It took me a moment
they're-
as well. Yeah, it took me a second. Yeah.
Until you mentioned the Virtus.pro in there, I did not process like why the bear was relevant.
Analysts, I swear.
Yeah, I'm thinking about Dota heroes. I'm like, are they gonna like pick Ursa or something?
They
you know,
put
like,
a mango down to trap the Virtus.pro bear. You get all right. Anyway, we're into the draft.
So
I
it
thought
took me a
was
couple
hilarious.
moments as well.
It
I
took
was
him
like,
longer than me.
Slow.
What?
Slow. Gentlemen, let's head straight into the draft. Game one, we have the very popular Dark Seer. The Coney Head Man returns yet again, but with a newcomer. The Fairy Dragon Puck rears its head.
They do already have more stuns in this draft than the last Darkseer draft.
That is true.
I would say when your offlaner is a Darkseer, one of your main concerns is actually getting on top of people. Usually you pick a carry like Slark or Sven, something with a stun or lockdown that usually has the problem of getting on top of them in the first place. So
I do like the fact that they picked Puck first with it. A bit odd, though, that they picked Puck.
Yeah.
Thoughts on the Puck pick?
Is that just an Alliance thing? Because I don't think I've seen it a crazy amount.
It's definitely not usually first pick material. I'll say that. Maybe they like it against the Shadow Demon specifically. Tiny's like a nice response pick. One of the few heroes that can just burst Puck single-handedly in the mid game if you get the Avalanche Toss combo off. Also pretty tanky if you want to put it against the Puck mid. If that is a Puck mid, is that a Puck mid? That's
Something they'll decide depending on what it's against, right?
Support
Probably.
Puck?
I think probably, but do they play it as like support or something? This is where it's like I'm not too sure. 'Cause
Yeah,
this is a very weird. Just you open with the puck, it's gonna get counterpicked.
Yeah, I'm down for some odd openings. I like that. Usually the openings in any meta are relatively stale.
Yeah.
We definitely seen a huge mix-up, at least since I was on the panel. Last series was quite different, seeing IO every game. I did think IO was super good, so it's nice to see teams like OG that are known to play IO. We're prioritizing it. Last series, it just felt like we saw a lot of tankiness, a lot of sustain.
True.
And here it's kind of a bit different. You have a lot of bursts so far.
Gentlemen, I'm seeing Demon, and I want to talk about it. What is up with Shadow Demon? Now, whenever I see this, I think, okay, here comes the follow-up. We're going to have a Marana. We're going to have something stupid like, I don't know, a Kunkka or, God forbid, a Pudge. But do you actually, is that what's still happening in the meta?
It could be set up also just for a carry too. Like if they do want to go for some, it's a save always at the end of the day. So I mean, I don't know how much teams are picking TB lately, but I mean, if they do want to go for something like the SDTB,
it's a solid deny pick to a lot of the heroes you're talking about in the carry role, but I also think it's pseudo deny pick to the Darkseer that they actually picked anyways. The Purge from Shadow Demon ulti is pretty damn good against the surged target, pierces BKB as well. So very reliable. I played with a Darkseer on my team. I believe I was a Slark that game, and we played against Shadow Demon, and I just got ulted, and it was super frustrating. Like, you just can't. There's no like item you can build. Like you don't want to go Lincolns or anything like that.
What was the draft order, though? They picked the
Speedbreaker first and then Drow.
No, I'm saying they picked the Darkseer into the Shadow Demon, though, right?
Yeah. Shadow Demon was absolutely first. That's why I'm saying, like, I thought it was like a deny pick-esque, because, like, sometimes you can start prioritizing supports if there's, like, 2 or 3 offlaners you don't want to ban, but you also don't want to give them, like, a good game. And in this case, I was surprised they still picked the Darkseer.
Definitely. Okay, so Spirit Breaker again, just like last game. Darkseer Spirit Breaker, very strong.
What do you think about Drow into it, though? It's a bit scary if you don't get the Gust off, right?
Yeah, I feel like that's really risky. You already have heroes that can collapse onto this Drow very easy.
They need a bit more peel, I believe Kyle would call it, for this Drow. Like, they have the disruption of the teamfight initiation with the Shadow Demon, but I think as of now, you disrupt the Drow, he's just going to come out and die anyway, so...
Is that face? Oh, God damn, there's a lot of purple in this draft. What's going on here?
Very nice,
looks nice
pastel bluish purple on the right side here.
Beautiful.
I like it quite a bit. Another hero gets on top of Drow. Drow hates that, but at the same time too, Drow can work versus Void pretty
good
decently.
against Void,
yeah,
actually.
The Gust is pretty damn nice, and there's a talent that makes it last an eternity too. But I don't know if everyone takes that one.
And the mischance on the level 10 talent is actually pretty good against Void. You probably take that actually.
Yeah.
Void will probably go the SNY Manta Halberd build, I would have to guess. He's almost certainly going to go Manta this game. If you pick Void and Drow and you don't buy a Manta, I don't really know what your game plan was there. But I know Nico Baby is a huge fan of the Manta Halberd build. I think Void is one of the best carriers for it, especially when you have like a Darkseer on your team where you kind of have somebody that enables you to do damage without having actual damage items. So maybe like Midas Manta Halberd is what I'm thinking for the Void. And then this Earth Spirit's like nice for disrupting the fight, but I think the Drow still needs to do damage here, and I don't think she's quite set up for it yet, so...
The Earth Spirit gives them like more ways to be aggressive to utilize like the Drow if they're the ones dictating tempo, right? But the save, like if Drow gets gone on, like it does not look...
Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. They have to start the fights themselves as of right now, and I've seen these games go both ways, and they were during the Divine League. I actually saw a decent amount of Drow, and I'm more curious to see these caliber teams play out the Drow. I think it's potentially quite a good hero this patch, but it's also quite vulnerable to just consistently getting ran at. She does need like a 5 to 10 minute window to hit creeps, so it's not as much in team fights that I'm talking about. It's more so in like the early to mid game, because eventually she's going to buy like the Hurricane Pike and the BKB and the Manta, and it's going to be hard to lock her down and stay on top of her, but in the mid game she doesn't have any of that. So,
question: are reliable stuns worthless now? I see many slows, I see many silences, but not so much. I click on you and now you're stunned, guys.
There's a Chrono.
Tiny.
There's a Chrono. There's a Tiny.
Yeah,
I mean,
Coil.
Reliable, but okay.
Those are reliable.
Coil's reliable.
What? How the hell's that reliable? What the?
I miss Coil all the time, right?
Well, that's
click
not
on
the hero.
Stun the hero is.
The only time I missed Coil was when I played Abaddon.
Oh wow, that's really great, BSJ. Keep those coming. Everybody loves it.
alley-ooping our casting crew.
No, it's not sarcastic at all. I mean, Reddit loves the puns right now. You're just like those fucking bottom feeders. Anyway, next up, please get a draft. Please, our last hero picks here. Now we've got a lot, more pressure, but you guys said that we need some peel for the Drow.
I think they need team fight. Okay,
fight.
I think this is the big thing that they need. They need something to get the attention off of the Drow, and the Ravage can work, but now they pick Tidehunter into Void, and you can't Kraken off Chrono. You know, you're stuck in Chrono.
I don't actually know if they have the damage to kill Titan Chrono.
That's true.
That is what I like, unless they pick Invoker here, which I think would be fine. It's not the best against Drow, but it gives them the damage. They actually just need some damage to dump into this Tide, because yes, you said he can't crack in the Chrono, but he can just not die in the Chrono, and he can be in front for the team. So this Bat Rider is gonna run pretty rampant, I think.
Woo!
Yeah. This is probably a mid bat, right?
probably
Yeah.
5 puck.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm really liking Alliance's draft. Like VP just feels like if they don't have Ravage up, they can never take a fight, and Alliance is going to always have some type of ultimate available for them to just have better team fight.
I said there's one thing I don't like about Drow, and it's getting ran at from like the 8 to 15 minute mark-ish. And Batrider is like the perfect hero to do it. And even though they have Kraken on Tide, so you can't really lasso him, they have Disruption to save the lasso target. None of this stuff applies to a Batrider who's just fireflying and stickying everybody for like this 10-minute window.
Yeah.
And that's the part where I think a lot of the viewers at home think of Batrider as a lasso. He's actually a firefly and a sticky napalm running around the map. And if you can't kill him, he's just super obnoxious and constantly threatening and kind of like separates these lineups and forces them to kind of just not have enough men for every job on the map. So I think I'm going to go for Alliance's draft for that last pick, Bat. I think Bat's super powerful this meta, and they gave away a pretty damn good back game.
I think they have a super fast pace, like besides the chrono and everything, like having those cooldowns, the way that their heroes move around the map can be insane too, because it's not just a Batrider.
Yeah.
It's a surged Batrider maybe.
I was going to say surged Batrider.
With a Spirit Breaker too, like maybe behind you, and you also can just get the aura too. Like I feel like this Batrider is going to be going like 900 movement speed, trying to find situations on the map, and they do have great ways to be able to
Void's
going to
have space to farm, and I don't think Drow is. That's
Yeah.
pretty much how I look at this game.
Well, you know, our EGB bets agree with you. It looks like Alliance is favored in that as well, so it could be a unanimous whole studio. The sponsors, the 2 analysts, all believing the same thing. Alliance got it in the bag.
Yeah. This during the second series off camera, I actually predicted all 3 of those games correct.
Oh my God, Brian!
Back to even.
You do.
So this one's to go above even.
You're so competent off camera. It's
Yes.
incredible.
I have somebody in the back that will vouch for me.
Oh,
He just did really well too. I thought. I mean.
Oh, that's really great, guys. Everyone's super happy for you. But you know what? They'd be even more happy is if you'd stop talking and we got to the game. So let's throw over to the casters. We got a real treat for you today. It's Lacoste and his co-caster.
Yeah, I can confirm that that didn't happen, what BSJ just said. I was sitting there and he was playing Hearthstone on his phone, wasn't even paying attention.
But if he did predict,
yes,
he would have gotten it right.
Probably. Most likely.
Probably not. Well, some of us have to be competent on camera, and we're going to try and do that in Lacoste with this series between Virtus.pro and Alliance. Do you agree with our questionably competent analysts? Do you agree that Alliance has this in the bag? Apparently the sponsors as well agreed with
Seems
that.
like everyone's on the train. They have so many heroes that can run at Drow Ranger that could be an issue, but one thing I like about Virtus.pro's lineup is having Shadow Demon. I think this hero was not used at all during the Divine League, and it's also Faceless Void into Shadow Demon, which could be a huge problem. They don't have the biggest damage against the Tidehunter. Yes, you can crack in the Chronosphere, but everything else you're pretty much good against.
Yeah, I was kind of curious. I felt like maybe they needed just a bit more damage to pump into the Chronosphere. It didn't feel like the guaranteed, like, Chronosphere, oh, we're definitely getting these kills, right?
Yeah.
But I guess we'll have to see how it kind of plays out. Yeah, for me, it just all comes down to the Drow Ranger. I'm just not that confident about that hero.
I really like Drow Ranger as a hero, but really, I believe it was the first phase or second phase Drow Ranger.
Yeah, it was picked up like third, right?
Yeah, which is pretty counterable. You have like 2 of the best heroes that can run at you. You have Spirit Breaker with the Iron Shell, with the Surge. You have Puck, Batrider. Like, I really love Batrider as a hero right now. Like, the build usually is just Boots of Travel into BKB. And they have no abilities that go through BKB besides Demonic Purge, which is not that big of a deal.
What do you think about this 5-position Puck as well? Just as a general concept, I mean, they just straight up snap picked that right at the start of the draft.
It's been a while since I saw it. It's been popular like 6 months ago, I believe. But not really sure. I think teams are getting greedier in what they're picking right now. Mid lane,
nice
these were 9 stacks. Like, what do you do? How do you run away with a hero like Tiny or try to turn? Lemp, he just wants to die. Like, please kill me so I can respawn.
Yeah, I thought for a second he was just going to keep tanking the tower shots, but I think he looked at the creeps remaining and he was like, I can't.
XP. So yeah, if we go back to Puck, I think teams are getting greedier and picking like more scaling position 4s and 5s, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, we just had the Clockwork, who, again, a month ago started off as like, oh, he's back to off lane, and then now he's a 5 position.
I think we're going to see more and more of these. I think a good example is Zeus. I think that's the hero that we're going to see much more. So right now, Drow Ranger's in a lot of trouble on the top lane. You see 2 minutes in, Shadow Demon already using Disruption defensively.
Yeah, like, even if he survives here, it's still the problem of he just missed 2 different creeps, and now he's surrounded and is very likely going to be dying here. Running down by the
Fairy
Ion
Fire.
Shell.
No.
Yeah.
That's a mistake. Like, you're gonna die anyway, so just save it for when you need it. So far, so good. Already 1k gold advantage for Alliance.
Yeah, I haven't been seeing a whole lot of Drow Ranger, and for the life of me, I just cannot see why they felt it was that strong. I'll pick it up early on in the draft.
You can't judge just by seeing one game 3 minutes in, not even 3 minutes.
Yeah. All right. We'll see how, we'll double the timer then. We'll wait till 6 minutes.
Okay, I think your outcome will still be the same, maybe even worse. If she dies 1 or 2 more times, like, never pick this hero.
Yeah, 9-4 right now in CS compared to 18-0. You can see our Faceless Void has a very, very free game. And, well, it's not looking a whole lot better in that mid lane where Batrider, similarly, having gotten to the first blood, is also pretty far up there in the CS chart.
And the most important thing is your Faceless Void is free farming on the bottom lane. They might even grab a kill if Nico Baby gets the bash, but no luck today.
Denied.
And a combination that doesn't really represent very much kill power against a Faceless Void. So he feels very free just to keep running at you and getting those free right clicks in, hoping for a bash.
If it was a different position 5, you can easily just leave Faceless Void, something that threats a kill. On a mid lane, for example, and you can see like position 4 and 5 just securing the rune. Batrider is going to grab that haste, so that's a pretty big deal.
It's going to make no one's life even more hellish than it already was.
This is how we play against VP, try to tilt no one.
Yeah? Is that that's the playbook?
That's it. I mean, we've seen it multiple times. He's one of the greatest mid players, but also known, you know, to lose his temper sometimes.
I've certainly heard many a pub story about no one. But surely after this much competitive Dota and playing and losing against teams like OG who really specialize in trying to tilt you, surely that's something he has gotten better at, right?
I don't know about that. It's part of your identity. Oh, man.
Oh, what a beautiful flame break. That was just real purty right there. Fairy Fire will actually keep him alive. No one is able to stay up, but he's not happy about it. Begrudgingly stays alive. He's still kind of kicked out of lane, misses out on his bounty rune, and, well, the list of bad things kind of goes on and on.
Puck right now can't do anything to Tidehunter, like unless Faceless Void somehow manages to get 4 bashes. So both of these heroes on the bottom lane are going to keep farming. Can't really stop them, and we can see in the CS department, 31 on Faceless Void, 31 on Tidehunter, pretty even. Oh man, no one's really under-leveled. Level 4, 5.5 minutes in. I believe Batrider's going to hit 6 soon. Yeah, just needs 1 CS.
And Ponskin doesn't, yeah, he's going to charge into that mid lane real soon. I was going to say, there's nothing really stopping you from just keep on running and no one over and over again. He doesn't have Avalanche to stop the charge, plus he was lassoed up as well. Solo TP's in a bit too late to save his long-standing teammate.
So they force a rotation on mid lane, no tower damage. That's one thing that Alliance's lineup is not great at. Like, you need to play around the catapult timings. Can't really just group up and try to take the towers. Hans can, and he's been really annoying. Now he's going for the Drow Ranger. I want to see if Drow Ranger has a point in Gust. Yes, she does.
Pretty much the best answer he's got for it, and Hanskin will pay the price, it seems, as Zayat perfectly positioned to stun him underneath the tier 1 tower. So a little bit of good comes out finally for Virtus.pro in this laning phase.
Tidehunter is level 6, while Faceless Void is level 5. If somehow they manage to rotate... it's very hard to kill Faceless Void right now. They need to get Earth Spirit plus maybe even one extra hero to actually get a kill on him. You also need to be very careful about diving the tower. Batrider has a TP ready, and he's one of the best heroes, you know, to just punish when you try to deep dive the towers.
Resolution. He's got the top net worth of his team right now. How do you think he's transitioned into the offlane?
When I first saw him playing the offlane, it wasn't that great.
Yep.
But man has experience, and I think right now he's like getting the most out of it.
Coming back in. Oh, if they could get this kill on Limp, it would be really big, but he's going to fly to the other side of the cliff. The last few seconds of Firefly plus the stick. That'll keep him alive.
Oh, he's still saving a point on that puck. No phase shift yet. Just going to heal up. Also, I love Nico Baby. He's just going straight into Mask of Madness. No shenanigans. Does not want to go any Hand of Midas. They understand that their timing is going to be much earlier by having Darkseer, by having a good timing on Batrider's Boots of Travel. Plus, he also decided to go for Drums, so even more move speed. Drums right now, I don't know how you feel about it, Cap, but feels like one of the best items in the meta right now.
Yeah, I think it was T-Governor pointed out to me when like OG was getting 2 drums in every single game that they played. Yeah, seems a little overtuned, perhaps. Back to the old drums. That's what it feels like. Phase shift, able to dodge the roll-in from Zayat. FNG should be fine here. And that's a whole lot of heroes from Virtus.pro, and nothing really gained for it.
4-man rotation gets nothing done. At least Drow Ranger's getting some farm on the top lane, like both of the heroes actually getting the farm. Faceless Void still has that Chronosphere. One thing you can do if they decide to pressure the bottom lane, you TP top, get a kill on Drow Ranger.
Feels like it could be a nice opportunity for it quite soon.
Oh, Solo doesn't even have a point in Shadow Poison, so no stacking for him. Just a pure defensive build coming out from position 5.
It's kind of curious. I would have figured that would be the way you would attempt to win a lane that is rather tough. Especially up against 2 melee heroes like that. They're going to try and pop out, go for ILTW. It's not the rotation from the Faceless Void, but rather our Batrider. Now the Disruption's going to be able to buy a little bit of time for ILTW, still stuck underneath the flames. Limp is chased away, Zayat actually gets the kick out. There's the gust to push these heroes away as well, but ILTW just cannot seem to get enough space. There is going to be some rotations though, no one coming in, but Hanskin's already charged his way out. Limp, he's going to be the one left behind, and probably chain stun down. We still have the Ravage up if needed. Oh,
Hanskin gets the courier.
Cheeky little courier kill from him.
Ravage him just for the lulz. Nope, not going to happen. Like, you can see that Virtus.pro needs to rotate more heroes to actually get the kill because of the bad start that they had. Like, Shadow Demon is purely defensive. 10-minute mark. Oh man, it's going to be 4 Bounty Runes for Alliance.
Yep, that's what happens when you have to over-rotate like that.
What surge is this?
FNG, look at that. I did not realize that he colored his hair. He's looking like a real anime boy now.
Oh, remember FNG with the long hair?
I remember.
What do you think suits him the best?
The long hair look was a good one because of how unique it was. Where there just wasn't any really long-haired dudes. Smoke up, rotate into mid. They still have that Ravage, and this is the Siege Wagon push. You can see FNG is trying to deal with the Siege Wagon right now. They're going to ramp into the triangle, maybe ramp behind the Tier 1 tower. Still not the easiest.
No points in Gush on Tidehunter. Interesting. Like, you would want to have at least 1 point just for that one extra slow.
Yeah,
okay, I'm
so.
taking back what I said about Resolution a couple of minutes ago. Just kidding. Like, they can't find the Ravage.
Yeah, they're just walking around, man. And oh no, the Avalanche doesn't quite hit Hanskin. He charges away to safety.
Also, if you look at the observer wards from Virtus.pro, like 4 of those are just on the top part of the map, so they don't have any vision on the bottom. I think Alliance is fine with that. Like, they would want to use the Chrono, but Faceless Void is just fine with farming.
Solo going to be pushed back by Hanskin. Now Limp is still trying to keep his distance, doesn't want to dive too deep into Tier 2 tower. They're going to drop the coil to try and let Hanskin get out, but ILTW was on the other side of things. He TP'd up earlier to the Tier 2 after being pressured by that Spirit Breaker, found that the Dire jungle would perhaps be easier for him to farm.
A lot of the way Alliance is playing right now, they are putting the pressure, and whenever they see Tidehunter showing up, they just instantly spread. And on the top and bottom lane, 2 heroes are constantly farming.
And that's where I would say, like, okay, then utilize that strength to actually take a tower, but they don't really have great building hitters in that regard. Draw Ranger wants to keep on farming, so it's just kind of Tide chilling here. Slowly but surely, wailing on the tower. Does actually manage to bait in Hanskin, almost getting the kill, but instead they're met with a Chronosphere on to 2. Now they don't have the best damage to throw into this Chronosphere, so as a result, looks like maybe everyone's going to get out. A beautiful Ravage on to 4 with ILTW pumping out some damage, but it doesn't matter. Nico Baby shakes it off with the Time Walk. With the Ion Shell, he's going to be able to run down 1, and with the Lasso, ILTW, he's going to be snagged up. That's going to be free food for Nico Baby. Hey, look, Hanskin's back into play, and they can chase even more heroes now with the Wall Replica slowing down no one. A coil on the 2.
Team wipe.
It is looking like a total wipe. They're going to chase down Resolution first because they know he's the harder kill to get. They're going to just let Solo die to Limp here. One more kill, 10 damage at a time, but they finally do get it. A team wipe at 13 minutes.
This is why the panelists discussed about, you know, last hero possibly being Invoker. You need to have... Oh, it was for the enemy team. Never mind. Like, they don't have enough damage, actually. Like, Tiny's not having a good time. Sometimes, Cap, you need to say something stupid so the chat can make fun of you. Yeah, I do it more times than other people, but...
If you guys didn't know, we actually get paid based off of the chat lines per minute. So that's why you have some analysts, Kyle, BSJ, Lacoste, who frequently attempt to be wrong, so that chat will spam a little bit more often. That's an insider secret for you.
And every single time someone says Kek W, I get a raise. So keep spamming it. All right, Tiny. Oh man, he's so far away from that Blink Dagger. Like, at this point, do you even go for it? Like, you definitely need the item, but right now, he's at the bottom of net worth. Puck position 5 has more net worth than their mid Tiny.
Yeah, that's pretty disgusting. And it's also pretty disgusting watching Hanskin get away with murder time and time again, simply just charges away from Virtus.pro, even though he's surrounded by 3 or 4 heroes. They're gonna try and go again, this time without the Ravage. It didn't go so well the first time, Lacoste, and I can't see how it's gonna go well this time. No Ravage means no chance at stopping the tide of Alliance heroes running at you.
Limp knows what's up. Go with that tip.
With the Surge, he'll just be able to run down the backline heroes here. Now, no one's going to come back in. Don't think his combo actually kills Limp. He's actually offering the high 5, but thanks to the silence from FNG, his aggression is quickly stopped. Resolution, he may take a long time to die, but it doesn't really matter if there's no recompense. Virtus.pro, they just have to kind of sit there and take it.
I would not be surprised if Virtus.pro just takes 2 bad fights and just call it, because their Tiny's really not having a good time. 9k gold lean, 15 minutes in. It's looking rough. There's the Chrono.
2-man Chronosphere with Limp barely making it in with the Boots of Travel, but he does make it, and he'll be the damage that they need to be able to finish off no one. This is
looking rough.
Yeah.
LTW. A lot of pings.
Got him trapped behind the tier 2. Trapped like a rat. Not going to be able to go for the dive, though. FNG may have overexerted himself here. Gives away mega kill streak to ILTW, so it's a healthy amount of gold.
What I like to see on position 5 players, just getting that Veil, which insane amount of magical resist removed from the heroes, and it's pretty easy to make.
Yeah, the build-up is a lot nicer, right?
Yeah.
Than it was before.
So the next time Virtus.pro loses a team fight or just misuses the Ravage, that's the opportunity for Alliance to go in and secure the Roche. They're still trying. This tier 1 tower is very important.
Do it up again. I mean, I saw OG take the same tactic.
Yeah.
3 times in a row, you just run at the mid tower over and over again.
Only this time it's fail, repeat, fail, repeat. Third time you're gonna ask yourself what's gonna happen, and they bail.
They finally come to their senses, but what else can you really do? Because they should have superior team fight, right? They've got Ravage plus Mech from the Tidehunter.
I love what they did. You know, we're trying to go on a mid tower that has 200 HP. Just go for a different tower. 5-man rotation on the bottom. That should be more effective. Feels like Alliance doesn't care too much about losing their bottom tier 1 tower.
Yeah, they're like, it's whatever. You take that bottom tier 1. We'll get aggressive on the mid lane. We'll push in top. Maybe we'll take a tier 2 up there.
Tiny getting very close to a Blink Dagger, only 1,700 gold away from.
So close. And I can't believe how underfarmed. I think this is the worst game I've ever seen no one have.
And it really is tough. He also doesn't have a hero that enables him in any kind. Like maybe Soul Catcher on Shadow Demon, just to lower the HP, but I don't think that's going to be enough. Like Darkseer, I believe he has full Greaves, plus building into Pipe. There's also a bunch of magical damage coming out from Virtus.pro. Nothing yet.
So be real with me, Lacoste. Is this just... Do we just put this on solo? Was this just an utterly garbage draft? Or was it something that...
Is it simple yes or no?
I mean, it can't be multiple things. It could be a garbage draft and terrible execution. Is that what you're implying?
The top lane didn't go well, mid lane, it's just a bad matchup for their heroes, I would say. So, yeah, I believe they picked some of their heroes way too early.
Maybe they really bought into the puck being mid, and that's why they thought Tiny would be a little bit better positioned. But because Tiny had such a bad lane, they do it up again. They're going to be lasso one, coil the other. Both the supports are going to die here. And Virtus.pro on the run. Seems like that video was correct.
Yeah,
they're going to be having bear for dinner.
I love that video.
Oh,
so they just swapped the targets.
Yeah, Hotskin, he's like, let's go for the other one. Let's catch everybody here. Uses his ultimate onto no one. No one kind of stuck in the side here. They're going to be able to Ravage, turn around, and kill S4. Now, they've kind of run out of damage at this point in time, so it's free for Nico Baby to come in, get the Chronosphere. Lock down ILTW, they're going to buy back, they're going to mass TP in. ILTW, having been already dead, it means they're going to be a little bit lacking in the damage department here. FNG trying to dodge as much damage as he can. Phase shift doesn't last long enough. Underneath the tier 2, though, I guess when your carry is dead, you let the buildings put the damage out for you. Hanskin, though, no, there's an avalanche to be able to stop him.
He's still alive.
He's still up, and his Soul Catcher is going to wear off, so he gets a little bit more HP. Now he's stick charges as well.
Tiny's low on mana, phase boots.
Charges up. Oh, we got silence. Oh, no.
It's chasing him, but it's not going to be enough.
It's not going to be enough. He's going to regen
up. Yeah. Stick, just in case. Yeah.
Not even close.
That fight, they still managed to kill the Drow Ranger. They're going to once again pick up 4 bounty runes, and Tidehunter bought back after using Ravage, so not much value getting out of that. So Batrider pretty much fully equipped. Blink Dagger, drums, boots of travel. Right now, Alliance can easily just go into Roche Pit. In the previous fight, Fizzwood didn't even bother to pop a BKB. He never felt threatened. And if we look at the graph, the graph says a lot.
Yeah, the real disappointing part is like, Alliance is better late game, too. So it was like, by 5 minutes, we were like, okay, kind of see where this game is going. And the chance at a comeback for Virtus.pro is incredibly low because this entire time, Nico Baby is just getting stronger and stronger, and he is the ultimate hero in this game.
The only hero he needs to care about is Shadow Demon. Like, if he lands a sick chrono, like, you want to catch Shadow Demon, but there's a bunch of heroes that can deal with Shadow Demon or just force him to use that disruption defensively or on himself. You know, just try to pressure him. One of the reasons why Solo just maxed out disruption, to have a lower cooldown, and this is what I just talked about. Go into Roche Pit, you know there's no Ravage, so this is a freebie for Alliance.
You're a smart man, Lacoste.
Yes, I am.
You say it and it happens.
Sometimes it's not that hard to predict when one team is 13k gold ahead.
All right, we'll get an Aegis. I'm not even sure if Nico Baby needs it. You know the real
just
flex?
Just don't take it, kill it.
That'd be the real flex. Just pull it a KYXY, just deny it. You get the chat pop up. I was going to say just give it to Hanskin or somebody, you know? Nico, maybe just be like, I'm not going to die. Give it to a support that may actually be like the one in a 1-for-5 trade-off.
I could see something like that happening in 2015, but in 2020, with all these stuff happening to us, it's better to play safe.
It's true. Gotta stay safe, chat.
Tiny, does he have a Blink Dagger? That's the question. He does, and he does have a haste.
That looks like such a nasty combo. Pulling somebody alongside the wall of replica. Get the coil, immediately snaps it, but well, he's dead one way or another, snapping it or no.
Well played. I thought that was GG.
Yeah. Maybe if Resolution uses his Ravage somewhere.
Con cracking out of that one.
You look ravaged. I don't think they look ravaged at all.
Yeah. I believe it is time to call it.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
You could not be winning team fights even with Ravage, now without Ravage.
Are fortified.
Aegis on a Faceless Void. I mean, what you can do is try one more fight. That's it.
Lacoste, are you one of those people who's like, I just want to GG out and move on to the next game, or you like, you fight hard?
There's nothing you can learn from this game anymore, and your chances are extremely low. And every single time no one dies, they're closer to calling it out.
Well, no one has certainly died plenty of times, and nobody has died on the side of Alliance. And now they're charging past Tier 4 towers. Maybe this is exactly what Virtus.pro needed to turn this game around. Hubris. Or maybe that's just confidence from Alliance.
So what do you do here? Do you buy a 4-staff, push them out of the fountain? Nope. It's
sell all your items, buy 4 staffs, chain force them into the fountain.
So yeah, pretty one-sided game. Alliance with the much better draft and the execution. I never felt like Virtus.pro was in control, and our graphs just proved the same thing.
Well, I would like to be able to say good things about both sides, but really it was just Alliance looking incredibly good. I mean, shout out to Virtus.pro though. They did give me like one of the most disgustingly one-sided games of my career to ever cast. So that's it's like a standout, you know?
Yeah, glad I was part
of it.
It's
an achievement. It's a moment in history. Well, hopefully they're going to bounce back into Game 2 rather. A little presumptuous that it's going to a Game 3 with that Game 1. But we'll see. Hey, some things just come down to draft, right? Right? Let's hope so, anyway.
Wrong! No, maybe right, potentially. Gentlemen, what a game that was. It would appear that Alliance was correct. They laid the mango trap, and they are indeed eating bear tonight. Virtus.pro, just not a great showing. Can we talk about what went so wrong?
Well, by the time we made it upstairs to watch the game, Tiny had already died in the mid lane, and I think it was at like the 1-minute mark or something. So that's not a great start. It seemed like things just were disastrous from minute 1, right? Like they just got outplayed everywhere.
So I want to take this moment to talk about like pub drafting for a bit, because I feel like this situation is very similar, because in pub drafting it goes 2-2-1, right? And a lot of people will ask like, hey, now that people are picking at the same time, I feel like sometimes I'll just get RNG countered, right? Because I'll pick 3rd, 4th carry, and they'll pick like 2 counters to me. The goal is that when you 3rd, 4th pick, you have to see like what the game plan of the pub team's first 2 picks are. Like say it's like a lot of push or a lot of team fight or whatever, and your hero has to be good against that. Because if your hero's not good against that, there's a decent chance the other 3 heroes that they then pick will make that game plan even better. Like if I have a Darkseer as my offlaner, that hero represents running at somebody, right? And so I'm going to pick a carry that runs at people. Yep. So if you pick Drow into an opening that says, we're going to run at you, and Drow is really bad at getting ran at,
yes,
you're now going to have 5 heroes that run at you. Like, it's not just the 2. Like, that's why it's so important to pick a hero that's good against what you currently see, because you're not only bad against the 2 heroes you see first, but you're bad against every hero on the draft. Like, you just can't carry that way. You can't be countered by 5 heroes, and that's, like, something people can use in their pubs, too, because, like, I feel sometimes my teammates will just make a pick. I'll even sometimes do it, and I'll be like, wow, what did I expect to happen? I feel like that pick was just ass. So.
And you also try to fix your whole draft based around it, right? So
Yeah.
they're like, all right, let's try to think of what we can fix. Okay, Tide can try to like pull some attention
Into
away,
Void.
but it's not a good Tide game at all. Like this Tide, we see even in the off lane, he's having a really hard time because it's all magic damage really popping him, and everything else is all magic damage too. They have so many different solutions. It just felt like the game. I mean, it really felt like the game was over like 6-7 minutes.
You just have to pick a carry that doesn't mind getting ran at. You know, something like a gyro, something that like stands its ground and mans the F up, and that is not what Drow does. And like, there's no kiting here, right? They have Spearbreaker, they have Darkseer, even Faceless Void, Batrider. Like, there's just no kiting going on, and that seemed to be a part of their game plan. And
in general, confused about the game plan with the Shadow Demon first pick. I really thought that they were going to funnel that into something, and then didn't really seem to have any impact in the game at all.
Pick a hero that benefits from it, right? Like Drow, you can save, sure, but Drow illusions like don't really do too much.
She comes out of disruption, she's just gonna die.
She just dies.
Like maybe save her from the initial, or save your carry from the initial burst, and then your carry's gonna stand its ground with a Satanic and you know, battle its way back to full health. It's like Drow's just never gonna do that.
Yep.
And I think your mention of the death from no one, like whenever your game plan is out drafted here, the only way to really win is like get momentum super early and like turn that into some snowbally map that you have more space than you're supposed to have. And once he died mid, I would actually say it's GG. Like the second,
like that early.
you cannot die in a game like this because your carry needs time and space. You're the one responsible, and you just got slaughtered in the mid lane.
They also, I mean, they picked Drow, not the most popular hero. Sure, some teams are still playing it, some people are still playing it, and they left Void.
Yeah.
They one of the best, if not like top 2 carry heroes right now from this region. So it's just very surprising to see them craft this way.
Yeah. I mean, look at that craft there, comparing that Drow and that Void. Stark difference there, gentlemen. It is, I ain't too good with numbers, but I know lines, and those lines ain't looking too hot.
They look better. The green line looks bigger than the red line. Slacks. I'm just speaking down to your, I mean, at your level.
Speaking down,
at your level. At your level. Slacks, at your
level. Wow.
Speaking up to
well,
your...
thank you so much, Brian.
Yes.
It's always good to get the opinion of washed-out pros on these panels. As we move on to look at some more comparisons here.
I mean, these numbers are all just, it just shows how the game. I mean, 28 to 5, 59.3k damage. The gold, they had double their net worth as well. It just, across the board, it was, I mean, like Cap said, it was a disaster across the board. Like, nobody had a game.
But, you know, you got to take a game like that. Is it even that tilting to lose? I mean, it's just over so quick and with such ferocity. I mean, just move on to the next game, right?
The problem is, though, that if they had a concept where they were like, oh, man, we've been playing tons of scrims, Shadow Demon's just crushing it, man.
No.
And then they go in this game and they lose in the first 5 minutes. It's like, oh, God, who did we scrim?
Oh, no,
like, you know, it can really just mess with your entire mentality of what you're doing. But we always do say, like, forget the game and try to move forward. But, yeah, there's things that do linger.
Sure.
I really get confused with these types of games just because, like, you know, I played against ILTW in a pub, like, 2 days ago, and he picked, like, a perfect Void game, and like, he picked Void in a perfect Void game. Like, meaning he saw our draft, and I'm like, please just don't pick Void. I was playing Slark 4th pick, and I'm like, just don't pick Void. And he picks Void, right? And I'm like, okay, he clearly, like, if I'm in a pub and I'm playing against ILTW and my team has Darkseer Spearbreaker, there's no way in hell he's going to pick Drow.
No.
There's literally no way. I refuse to believe that a guy that's ranked 10 EU, like he's ranked 10, I think, is going to be like, yeah, guys, give me Drow. Like, did he really say that? I feel like there has to be some team dynamic that's affecting that. There's no carry that willingly wants that matchup. That's why it's so confusing. I'm like, who made this call? Like, was this a game plan coming in? Like,
You guys are painting a pretty concerning picture here.
Yeah, I'm a little worried. Like the way that it's the way that they drafted, because especially with, like you said, it's just the way that pubs work now. I feel like it teaches people how to just straight up counter, and you can learn pretty quickly what these heroes work, and that's the way that was the decisions that they tried to go for in this one. It's
Danger then for the next game, but we'll see if they can pick it up, though. I mean, it is only game 1, and again, these teams know each other quite well. We've seen a lot of VP versus Alliance, so could they get some more things up their sleeve? But we've been talking a lot about VP's rather regrettable performance. How about talking a little bit about Alliance? Those guys nailed it. Easy draft. Everyone executed pretty well. Any standout guys from you?
I mean, Limp. Right, I guess.
Yeah,
Limp always. I mean, Limp is good. And
having a nice 10th pick mid player like that can be a pretty big deal. I think in the past he's had like underwhelming performances on heroes that like aren't his top 4 or 5.
Yeah,
and I haven't seen too much Limp bat like historically. So it's nice to see that he can be able to take over the game in a way that he is. He's a very mechanically gifted player. So.
Yeah.
I think with the right leadership, he's a player that could really come into his own, and we saw a bit of it with like the first iteration of this alliance, and looks good there. But to be honest with you, I think the weird thing about Alliance's draft was they established their game plan, like we said in the first 2 picks.
Yep.
And Virtus.pro literally said, just keep doing that. Just keep, just stick to your plan. No adjustments are needed to be made. And Alliance was like, well, okay. And I think all their heroes went really well together. They had a solid game plan. But usually in like tier 1 team drafting against each other, you'll see like one team establishes a game plan, the other team kind of counters it. So then they have to throw a little curveball themselves to adjust the way they're approaching their idea. And right there, it's just like, okay, you want us to keep running at you? Okay, we'll pick another hero that also runs at you.
Like, okay. The game of chess.
If you insist.
I mean, that's what makes Dota so great, though, right? Chess in the beginning, basketball on the field, right?
I've actually made that comparison.
Kyle?
I've actually made that comparison a lot. I don't think I've ever done it on stream though, so I think we just came to that conclusion naturally, which scares me a bit more.
Oh, he's taking your credit, so he's saying he saw it.
Yeah. Oh, you said something smart.
I've said that before, years ago.
You weren't around, or any camera, but
when I was a kid, I played a lot of chess and basketball, so I always thought that Dota was a lot like chess and basketball.
He's really trying to sell it right now.
Chess and basketball?
Yeah, I played chess because like I got made fun of.
For playing basketball?
No, for playing in the chess club.
Who the hell gets made fun of? Oh, you play basketball in response to the chess club?
No, like I played basketball like as my sport, but like as like a you have like clubs or whatever in school. Did you guys not have clubs?
I understand what you're saying.
No,
I don't know how he's not getting it.
We have clubs.
He was in the chess club and he got bullied by others.
Yeah, like 6th grade, everyone was like,
not the chess club. People were bullying him.
No, like the
No, I get it. Yeah.
So like in like 6th grade, you get to that point in America where people are like, like you're such a nerd for being in chess club.
And here we are.
Yeah, suck nerds.
Dumbasses.
Not a nerd anymore.
Did you play any sports, Funked, when you were a kiddo?
Yeah, I did soccer.
Soccer?
My mom forced me to do tennis. Sorry, football. For the cultured folks.
I played wrestling. That's what they give the unathletic kids. They're like, go lay on that kid. And it works. I mean, had a lot of tap outs. A lot of violent memories. But anyway.
I can see them in your gaze there.
Yeah. But here we are in Dota land now, where we can all be in a united chess club of nerdiness, and no one can ever know, and no one will ever mock you for being a Dota player, because at least we're not Valorant players.
I get made fun of all the time.
Wait, what are those? What's that?
At any rate. So great game. If you're an Alliance fan,
yeah.
Not so great if you're a VP fan. But the next one is coming up any moment now. Our players are getting ready. Anyone that you'd like to see? What happened to Ursa? Wasn't that a good hero?
Trash.
It's dead now?
Get him out of here.
What happened?
Pub hero.
No, it's not even a pub hero. It's not even a pub
I still
hero.
didn't mind.
So like people go, oh man, the nerfs weren't that bad. Where are they? If you look at his Urshock, it has a 4-second slow, and it previously was a 6-second cooldown. And it was a 55% slow, and now it's a 40% slow. And now it went from 6-second cooldown to 8. So the downtime went from 2 to 4. And the slow is worse.
Yeah.
Basically, you just can't keep up with anybody anymore. They were slowed like a 2-second downtime to get away from you, and then you jump on them again. Now it's 4 seconds. Between like the difference of gap creation in 2 to 4 seconds is like pretty massive. The hero just gets kited to oblivion again, even though they gave him the leap.
Yeah.
I feel like also people like learned how to not like fully learned how to play him. He got nerfed, but also these other heroes just became popular. Right?
Well, that's
like
what happens, right?
Spectres,
Is
your
like
boys just start becoming insane. They're also good heroes versus Ursa if they get to the point too. And
it's a perfect example of how finely balanced Dota is. It's like a hero becomes slightly worse, and you're like, okay, they're not able to accomplish their job quite as well. These heroes that previously struggled against them in this one window of the game now don't struggle anymore, and now they outcarry them. So it's like, here we are. They suck now. Go from completely broken to unpickable in one small patch.
Yay! We all like that. I don't think anyone enjoyed seeing the battle.
Nobody wanted to see Ursa anymore, honestly.
Nope,
like I love Ursa, one of my favorite heroes, but I was pretty freaking tired of it.
Techies next.
What? No pros have caught on to that.
I don't know why
Let's
they're
keep
not.
It that way. Shut up.
How's your feeling?
No, we don't need to talk about
I
it.
still hate techies.
I think it was broken. He just does so much.
When I'm playing against the good techies, it changes the game. In EU, it's not nearly as bad. In NA, it is unplayable to play against a good techies player. Because what happens in NA is both carries hit creeps for the first 25 minutes.
Yeah,
and then there's just a massive clash of like 4 items at 25 minutes, and whoever has better items or better hero or whatever wins.
Yeah.
Against techies, the guy on the other team dies once or twice randomly to a bunch of bombs.
He has no
and that guy has 3 items while the other guy has 4 items, and then you lose. In EU, though, I've noticed that like
everyone's fighting so much that the team with techies just doesn't have a hero at the fights.
Brian, shut up. You know, one of the reasons I don't like Pro Dota is because I'll finally get competent at something, and then the asshole pros steal it and start winning, and then it's nerfed again. Omni Knight was so bad.
Poor baby.
So bad in pubs, and I single-handedly
climbed to 5K.
Climbed to 5K, and then the pros are like, oh, if this idiot can do it, and then it's dead for years. Don't do it to the only other hero.
I want to be clear that there is historical proof in Dota that hero spammers dictate, like they teach pros in a way that like people don't understand. There was the Abaddon spammer, like 6 or 7 years ago, and it was the only Logan Bro.
Oh no, Logan loved.
He was the only player playing Abaddon, and NA became the only region to play Abaddon, and they would do well at LAN tournaments because, lo and behold, if you had to play against Abaddon 3 times a day and you lost to it, you're like, wait a minute, I think this guy's trash. He can't play any other hero than Abaddon, and he's beating me with it. Let's try it ourselves. And suddenly, and you know, we're not going to name any more recent ones, but there's some other heroes that have been nerfed as well that we may not see anymore. Something like, you know, Pangolier or, you know.
Well, yes. I mean, everyone gets their specialties, you know. I mean, ET for you, Fogged. We saw ET kicking ass, though. You better be careful. You thought that hero's garbage, and now EG's winning with it.
I think he got nerfed for no reason.
Oh, okay.
I mean, maybe he is just broken because I said he was broken before TI, and then people really started spamming the hero. But I don't know. I just hate seeing my heroes nerfed. But.
I know your feeling where there's a mechanic you relied on, like it's your favorite hero, right? You've used that mechanic for like the 6 or 7 years you've played this hero, and then suddenly it's gone, and you're like, you can't look at the hero objectively anymore.
No, I'm like, why?
You're just like, this was such a crucial part of his kit, and I loved abusing it, and now it's gone.
I can't refresh my spirit.
Yeah,
I mean, can't do it.
And you just can't be objective against. Like, there's so many times where I'll think one of my favorite heroes that got nerfed in a way, and I'm like, you know, Mars, when you can't butt spear anymore, you can't send the spears backwards. I just lost faith in the hero instantly because I actually relied on that mechanic.
I mean, imagine being a Clinks lover. You know, you love Clinks. They change the entire hero. And then they go back, and you're like, can I love again? Can I go back to the old version? I don't know.
No, they go back to the old version, and he's super busted for like 3 days, and then they nerf him to the ground. Clinks has been on a wild ride.
He has been having a turbulent time, I must say.
He's on the line, you know, he's gone to hell and back back again. Or I'm saying like he's, you know, Lions put him on that journey somehow. I don't know how, but
that's disgusting misuse of the lore, BSJ.
Well, he's like a skeleton. I feel like he belongs in hell.
No, Clinks is a hero. He killed a demon.
Is he really?
Yeah, a demon from 6 hell was rising, and Clinks kills him, and the reward for hunting the demon was eternal life, but the demon killed him at the exact moment that he killed the demon, so he got eternal life, but he's on fire forever. He used to be a hero, and the pain is so intense, it drove him crazy.
That's actually kind of cool.
That sounds legit. I actually believe you.
Why would you not believe it?
He wouldn't have been able to make
this shit up.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It would have sounded much more BS.
Just kidding. He's actually just a skeleton. No. But that's the true story of Clinks.
That sounds dope.
It's a sad tale.
Honestly, I look at Clinks completely differently now.
Yep. If you guys want to, you can vote for him in the Arcana vote, and we could get fleshy Clinks, just a small little child running around. Be like very cool.
Like hunched over with, dude, imagine
Vote for it, guys. The new Clinks persona, Flesh Clinks.
No, straight up. I think if they give him a persona, it should be Cupid. Like 100%. He's just shooting like hard arrows.
Clinks of love? Oh,
yeah, instead of on fire, he's just full of love.
I've always dreamed of the reverse Naga persona. Imagine, you know, just human legs running and then a grotesque fish just screaming every time that it ults. Imagine how horrifying that would be. That's the true Naga.
Slack should make the cosmetics in this game.
When he said reverse Naga, I was like, what do you mean reverse Naga? Like, how do you reverse her?
Well, I know.
I was like,
human bottom.
I'm like,
where's the draft gone out?
Wait, that would actually cause some problems that we would have to deal with if we had
pants.
Huh?
Pants.
Oh yeah.
So are you talking like these SpongeBob characters where they're like fish with pants and legs and stuff? Is
perfect.
That like, but it's gonna be with,
you can't tell me people wouldn't buy that shit. Come on now.
As long as she's wearing skinny jeans, that seems more realistic.
What the hell's wrong? Any good persona? What's a hero that you think deserves some cosmetics, Fogged?
Jakiro.
You got one. You got a pretty good one recently.
I mean, it's okay. Yeah, it's decent.
The Macropyre cosmetic looks pretty cool.
Yeah, I don't know, actually. Undying, I guess. I mean, his are all kind of like the same. I don't know.
I'm not gonna lie,
I- this
Slark's
is a
cosmetics are
support person.
pretty bad.
Yeah.
There's a lot of them, but I think they're pretty bad.
Remember Visage? Not only do you remember him, but do you cosmetics for Visage? Maybe
Okay.
that will get people.
Okay, we're gonna
picked
talk about this real quick.
Okay.
I don't know if this is too much behind the scenes action.
Oh,
but I remember
shit.
talking
Uh-oh.
to somebody that deals with this. I'm not gonna name drop.
Yeah.
But it's like, if you release it, like cosmetics for a hero like Visage, there's gonna be like those 6 people that are like, hell yeah, I finally
Yeah.
got my Visage set, and the rest of the world just doesn't care.
Yeah.
And that's the sad reality of Dota. Like,
That's
the
why
reason
we
why
get
you see so
Pudge.
many jug sets,
Yeah.
the reason why you see so many Pudge sets, you know, we are simple human beings, right? Like, they want to play their Pudge, they want to play jug, they
Oh.
want to play
In
PA,
that
you know. There's no Beastmaster cosmetics, there's no Chen, there's no Visage.
Holy
That's just how it
moly!
is.
We
Thank
got
God
a
for
draft
the
and we got a Venomancer. Interrupting our cosmetic talk, but I will take that,
Thank
you
you.
toxic little snake. Welcome to the draft.
Wait,
and
you're excited about the Veno picks?
I mean, I'm excited to see this stuff. I haven't seen it yet. Everyone's been whispering about the horrors of Venomancers. I ain't got to see that little snake man.
I like
So this will be
Darkseer
good.
against it. I like Darkseer pretty much all the time now.
Yeah, that pointy
Yeah,
headed.
he's really. I mean, Darkseer. We were talking about it before before we actually started doing these the tournament. And I was just like, wow, this hero is like just crazy. Like you get your 15, everyone just has this extra. Well, everyone's Iron Shell does 400 HP.
Oh!
Builds Mac. Mac is super good right now.
I want to be quite clear, though.
Yes.
I have only played NA pubs my entire life up until this last month or so.
Mm-hmm.
And I always thought Darkseer was just hot garbage because he loses lane pretty much to anything that, like, counters him on paper, like the jugs, the anti-mages, all these types of the Svens. And you would just lose your lane, and then in NA, everyone hits creeps for the next 15 minutes, and you're just a Darkseer that's like level 7 at 14 minutes in the game.
Sure.
In EU, this hero's broken.
Oh.
Why? Because you get level 6, and your carry rotates to your lane, and then you just surge him at the opponent with Ion Shell on him. They get booted out. Suddenly you have, like, you're just farming jungle behind your carry. You get, like, a pretty early mech, and then you just follow the guy around while you're farming jungle and shelling him, and he's just killing everybody. And you're like, oh, this hero's pretty sick. But
Yeah.
that just doesn't work that way.
Teamfight King.
However, one of the worst feelings in Dota 2 is when you're playing Darkseer and you're surging a carry and then they stand still. I've never felt more betrayed than surging someone and then they walk 2 feet and stand still and you just see, go! I mean, it disgusts
That
me.
doesn't happen in my games. But I would hope that. What bracket are you in
Shut up,
against?
Brian. God, you're always talking. You stupid.
That is
Anyway.
He's stupid.
that is a really good Clockwork pick.
Yeah, against ET, it's super annoying, right?
Already?
Love Clock versus both Veno and ET. You just get on top of him, but get on top of both these heroes. You have no way out of it. Clockwork versus most heroes is that way, but you just interrupt anything, and ET can't play out of it.
Do you like ET with Veno? Like, it's the idea that the Spirit amps damage, I think, is what they're going for. But I would much prefer a stun like Clockwork to protect my Veno.
I 100% agree. I was literally
Like
gonna
Earth
say the same
Spirit,
thing.
Clockwork,
Oh, that's
something
so
like Earth
cute.
Shaker.
good.
You know, like, I'm thinking of all these heroes that, like, you go on the Veno, boom.
It's in the same page.
Nice.
Now continue.
Yeah, I don't think Elder Titan's like a reliable source of protection for Veno, because the reason why I mentioned this is Veno's just one of the key heroes that they're gonna go on him. They're gonna try to kill him full to 0, and you just need to prevent that so he can push R.
And they're
like,
gonna-
then his job's done.
And honestly, it's like now you're showing either you're 4 or 5, your disable is not guaranteed. You know what they might just pick? Anti-Mage.
Yep.
AM versus Veno. It's been like
Yep.
forever that hero just always loves to play versus Venomancer. Sure, lane can be a tiny little bit annoying, but come mid game, come late game, you just win because you're playing versus a Venomancer who's probably the core 3 position, and there's no disables.
It could be a 5.
Could be a
But
5.
against Darkseer, that doesn't seem great.
Yeah, that seems pretty bad.
Yeah. I've seen it rotated as a 5 though. It has to be like against like a Doom offlane though, or like a Mars offlane, like something just beefy that hates getting poison stinged. And Darkseer, I don't think is really the case.
No. Definitely not.
What's coming off of Darkseer? Are those stink lines? What's going on with him?
Yeah, he hasn't showered.
Yeah, that is a lot of materials coming off of that little man. I wonder what the hell he's gotten into. Stinky little creature.
He has some of the best voice lines. I like Darkseer's voice lines.
Yeah?
They're just all about his pointy head, you know?
Please do an example for us.
No,
I like our Spirit's definitely my favorite.
Earth Spirit?
Yeah. Especially when Tsunami posted that tweet where it's just, put the stone over there, a stone here. Oh, this is a nice spot. It's just like, another nice spot. Oh, this is a good spot. It's just, everything is just about his stone.
To be fair, I've just like never played Earth Spirit other than when he got released.
It's very distracting when you're playing him. He's literally just always talking about the same thing. You're just like, all right.
Okay, chill.
Audio down.
I remember back when Night Stalker was super broken and I'd play Night Stalker, and he always bought phase boots.
Yes.
And it's not time yet!
It's not ready yet! Yeah.
Because with that hero, you're literally just spamming phase boots.
All day.
And I'm like, okay, I've definitely, my chat, I just remember that. That was some funny stuff.
I mean, legitimately, he does have one of the angriest, it's not time yet! Like, he gets pissed.
Have you not seen the Owen's whole stream thing? The whole joke is Owen literally mashes his phase boots the whole time when it's off cooldown, so he has like a little emote thing in his chat too that's not ready yet. And I feel like and whenever I hear Night Stalker, I hear Owen just mashing the phase boot and it's not ready yet. Like,
well, we have Grimstroke yet again. Oh, guys, what? I'm terrified. I'm not even in this game. Grimstroke, Darkseer doing anything to a clock and then him going on you, that's death already. They don't even need to finish the draft. What do you do against that?
Any hero that just goes in, Ricky, Anti-Mage on the carry roll look like really good with this Grimstroke. I think that's what they're picking it for. It's like, okay, you've got Shell, you've got Inkswell. Get him, buddy.
Oh, my God.
And they're going to save it till last pick for Nico, baby. And obviously, Tiny in the mid-game is okay at this. Not a huge fan of Tiny against Venno Rubik. I actually think Rubik's loves playing against Tiny. The Toss and Avalanche are incredible steals. So.
But they're squishy, right? These three heroes can be potentially burst down in a lot of times.
Yeah.
Venno, of course, if
Venno
he
always
lane,
builds
he'll
tanky.
build tanky.
Yeah.
But I think he'll have a pretty tough time because the lane matchup he's going to be against. I think it's going to be like you said, Grim Ricky or Grim AM. Very likely, 90% chance it's going to be that one of those.
I would have to assume they're going to ban Anti-Mage. I don't like.
But
they
then
have
Ricky
two more
goes
bans.
out, and then Ricky's Ricky's pretty scary here.
They do not have any tower hitting if they pick Ricky now, though. That's my one concern.
That's true.
Because they pick Tiny, yeah, the tree does damage or whatever, but he's not the guy that hits the throne or hits the tier 3s and the racks to end in the game. So
now Ricky looks better though. There's an Ember.
Yep.
Mobility-based core like Smokescreen looks pretty damn good right now.
So hard to imagine the heroes when you can't see them.
Yeah.
I'm loving. Always an option.
I'm excited for the Inkswell movement speed bonus plus surge, and then you take the Inkswell talent that gives you move speed as well.
What level is that at? I actually don't know.
I think that's just it's at. Oh, is it 10 or 15 now?
So it's one of the earlier ones though.
It might be the 10 one. It's one of the early ones.
Oh, okay. It's not like level 20
move speed. It's a lot.
I didn't realize that was so early.
All right.
He also gets a cast range challenge at 10 too.
Ember is able to get away from these guys though, whereas everyone else is squishy. They don't really have any escape mechanisms. Maybe Ember has the ability to get in and get out. It's something that a lot of these have been missing. Yeah.
I think it's way better setup for no one to actually have impact this game. He's in a pretty decent lane matchup already. It's hard to bring him down mid-game as long as he has mana for Remnant. I can't really see how this lineup ever kills him if he has Flame Guard on, which whenever you're being active on Ember, you're going to. You're good against the Darkseer Surge because of chains. Yeah, I like the Ember pick a lot.
Yeah, Ember definitely can be pretty strong. Ooh, they banned the Sven. Okay, I guess because of the Sven Darkseer combo. Yeah, I mean that is pretty insane. Yeah, very fair.
Not just the Surge, but also the vacuum into Sven stun.
It's also the Sven versus Ember too. It's just, I mean, you dispel the shield instantly too in team fights. At 15 is actually pretty.
Dude, that 15 talent's sick.
It's insane. Honestly.
What is it?
It's dispels.
Oh, the Stormhammer.
The Stormhammer dispels talent.
Oh, fantastic. By the way, if you're playing at home, great skill to use against Wind Ranger. Dispels Wind Run, instant
it ruins
Necrophos. Just
Necrophos.
ruins her.
It ruins Necrophos too.
Necrophos. You don't get it. It sounds lame. Most pub players don't know what a dispel is.
Yes. It's
But,
actually funny. I mentioned that recently, and that's the first.
Oh, you did it again? Well, were you on camera this time? Is there any evidence of that, Brian?
No, it wasn't when you.
Oh, well,
it was a
I'm
few
so sorry.
days
I
ago.
made an intelligent comment, and you had already done it.
Yeah.
So sorry again,
That's a
Brian.
compliment to both of us.
Oh, that's really great, Brian. Thank you for your
I'm letting you know we're on
compliment.
the same page.
Oh, that's
That's
know
important on a panel.
My dream is to be at your level, BSJ.
Can VP steal the AM?
You got to aim at least a bit higher than that. So.
Brian, you're a catch, man. I don't know if anyone's ever told you this, but your chat is fuck, honestly. You look like a 1950s
I don't know what to say to that.
FBI agent, in my
Do I? Would
When
I
we
be
were
like a
at
good
TI,
Man in
you had
Black
that
guy?
black suit on, and I imagined you knocking on my door and telling me that aliens didn't exist. You look Chad as hell, Brian.
Thank you.
You know?
I'd be glad to knock on your door anytime.
All right. Hell yeah. Last pick coming up.
Hell yeah.
Fog, you don't look like anything.
What? Well, that's not nice.
You just look like Fog.
Thank you.
Nothing to be ashamed of. A lot of people would kill to look like Fogged. I wish I had your voluptuous hair still. Hey, Dragon Knight, that's a boring-ass hero. Let's talk about him.
So does that mean it's Ember Carry or what?
It gives him a guaranteed lockdown, so I guess, yeah, it's Ember Carry?
It's Slark, right? They like have to pick Slark.
Wait, Slark?
This is Nico Baby, man.
Yeah, it looks like a very good Slark game, too, yeah.
What about Mr. Maru? You guys were so hype on Mr. Maru.
It's like a bit annoying to play Slark into like ET. There's like a lot of damage, but man, they have so many buffs to just throw on
You
him.
can ignore the question.
I mean, yeah, I like Slark so much. It's so good versus Ember.
Oh,
DK.
shit!
Yep.
I know
Nico, baby, this guy knows.
This is a beast Slark game with all the buff ups, too.
I think without steroids, he would struggle here. Like, without things that enable him to do his job on Slark. But you want to have a hero that kind of just feasts on DK, threatens him to take towers in the early to mid game. Like right now they have burst, but if they don't kill him with the burst, the DK can kind of just BKB and not care who hits him with the first 4 heroes. So they had to have a hero that, like Ricky goes down in value because he's all physical damage against DK. That's not really that great. And yeah, just Nico Baby Slark. I've seen it. I love it.
It kind of ticks.
Inspiring.
It kind of ticks both boxes too, because it's good versus the DK, and now it provides you a catch for the Ember. It's annoying to play Ember versus the Pounce. It actually can be pretty frustrating.
Looks like EGB agrees. Our bets are on Team Alliance. Gentlemen, would you recommend the the sneaky bet? Is this the one for VP?
No.
Do they have any chance?
They do have a chance. Like Slark does need a lot of enabling. If he has a slow start, he could not be able to hit that threshold. But if he hits a threshold where he doesn't die to like just random damage on the ground, he's just gonna kill everybody. So
let me see.
Yeah, I have to go with Alliance this time again. I really like the way that they set up their draft. They prepared their draft. They didn't rush the anti-mage. They didn't rush anything. They waited till they got all the information so Nico Baby can be like, all right.
Yeah.
I got the pick of the litter. Zitter, exactly. I can just go for exactly whatever I want, whatever best hero fits. And yeah, he has 2 fantastic core matchups, so I have to side with them.
I can't blame you, seeing a Slark running at you with an Inkswell and an Ion Shell, I don't know what you do against that. Seems pretty horrific to me, but anything could happen. This is Dota 2, and this is the Omega League, where simple mortals are made into gods. Will we see VP ascend to godhood? Or will they be plebs like most of our viewers at home? Find out soon by 2 plebs I know personally, a Dota capitalist and Lacoste.
Sounds sound like the French version of Lacoste.
Yeah.
Well, now that the alphas are done on the panel, it's time for us betas to take over here at the Omega League Lacoste. And, well, hopefully Virtus.pro doesn't look like the betas that they did in Game 1. Jesus.
Yeah, this game, once again, Slark is their win condition, and it's a 10th pick Slark with the 2 steroids, actually 3 steroids. You have Inkswell, you have Ion Shell, and the Surge, so any kind of trouble that you might be facing, I don't know, it just feels like a free Slark game. And every single time I see it, the thing about Slark is don't buy Aghanim Scepter, because Pounce is hard to hit, and you have 2 charges, which means that you're going to be further away from your team. So that's a game-losing item. Like, pretty much never get it. If you see Aghanim's Blessing dropped by Roshan, don't pick it up. You might lose a game.
I feel like, though, that's not the point of playing the game professionally. Lacoste is like, if you suck, it's going to be really bad for you. Isn't the point that they're not supposed to suck?
I saw Miracle doing it when the Aghanim Scepter was first introduced, and man, he was doing the opposite of closing the gap,
Make it a little bit wider than he intended. Well, fortunately, it feels like Silver Edge is right up Slark's alley nowadays, now that they switched it over and changed the components to whatever, that Echo Saber. That's the item.
Yeah, you naturally build into that item. You can break Dragon Knight. I was waiting for Echo Saber to get an upgrade, and finally we got it.
Yeah, I was talking to Fogged about that earlier. Feels like most heroes unhappy with the new Silver Edge. Certain ones, though, like Slark, you just think it's the bee's knees. Well, it seems our panel definitely, especially BSJ, since I know BSJ was a proficient Slark spammer back when he played carry. His advice on this was that he didn't feel like Slark would actually succeed in this game, except they have a ton of good steroids for that hero, and he certainly can't be wrong in that, right? You got Inkswell, you've got Ion Shell, lots of good options for this Slark to be able to leap in and create some chaos.
They don't have the real save on Alliance's side. Like, you don't have something like Oracle, Shadow Demon to get you out of the trouble when you're too deep. But if you're playing correctly, seems like we're gonna have a first blood.
Nice.
First blood.
You got the bounty on him too. Nicely done by S4. Excuse me, ILTW. It's a little late here in Ukraine.
I thought you were just being sarcastic.
Yeah. Nice job, S4. Real smooth moves.
Most of us do that in the pub game. Someone dies, you do the well played.
Yeah.
From your team, of course. I don't know. ET just feels like a feared hero at the moment, where he can't, recast the spirit. He can't refresh it. It's just taking away mechanic that's been there for such a long time. I know Fog doesn't like it.
Yeah, he's frequently complained about it, and yet the hero is still being picked, so maybe it was exactly the nerf it needed. It's mid lane matchup, man. 8 and 7 right now. Limp is really taking it to him when it comes to the CS department. It seems like Limp is, well, I guess that last matchup was unfair. It was Batrider versus Tiny. Of course Limp should own that, but...
Okay, what's your excuse now?
What is the excuse? I don't really have one for no one. Then again, I'm not the one who needs an excuse. Virtus.pro, they're the ones who need a lot of excuses after that game 1, which was a rather sad affair. They need to pick me up in this game too, and well, fortunately, this laning phase seems to be going well. That's a bit of a pickup there. They're up by 1,000 net worth. Hanskin's going to get aggressive here in the bottom lane. Fortunately, playing into a Rubik is always a little bit annoying. Simple toss away completely negates the power of the hero.
Solo is one of the few players who actually play Rubik as position 5. Most of the time, Rubik is 4, kind of a greedy guy that steals a lot of the kills. Also, this combination of Dragonite and Rubik paired up together, I really like it. Breathe Fire, sometimes you even take the talent on level 10 to reduce the physical damage, plus a Fate Bolt on top of that. Like, it's extremely good, but do you care too much? Like, Slark can just dispel that, and Tiny doesn't rely on dealing physical damage, at least not through the mid game.
Yeah, it's like Slark's the only real right clicker in this game. Everyone else is going to be out putting some magic damage. Telekinesis during the surge, ILTW doesn't even bother. We saw Resolution go very, very early on for the wards. Guess feeling like there's not much point in going for the Gale and trying to pressure the Slark that way, just because of the Dark Pack.
Oh, nice glyph from no one.
Yeah, it was real smart and does manage to get at least one deny on those range creeps.
You have been denied.
Speaking of that, we saw a bit of that earlier, not for very long. That is one of the downsides of the Darks here, right? That constant denies that you're giving up for free, and LTW is doing a really good job of that. 30 and 8.
Yeah, he's not the hero that destroys his lane. He's just a hero that tanks up, gets a lot of farm, enables a lot of position 4s or other cores in your team, and builds a tanky items. Like, I think he's pretty much the last hero right now played on the offlane that goes into like Pipe and Guardian Greaves. We don't see that often.
You see no one hanging out there right at the easy camp, just in range of the range creep to get that experience. Managed to force Nico Baby away here. Pounced into the trees, does have a healing salve, and 10 stick charges. So Resolution, he's going to be in some serious trouble as Nico Baby pops back out from the trees. Limp, who teleported in to make sure they could successfully punish Rezo.
That was such a good bro salve from FNG while he was in the trees to heal him up. Also nice bounce from Slark. They got the kill. Also, you can't afford to TP like that when you're playing against a Dragonite if the lane's not pushed in and if there's no siege creep. I believe there is a siege creep on the mid lane, but Tiny's already back.
LTW in some trouble here. The Flame Guard can only protect him against so much magic damage, fortunately. So where Solo comes in, they do manage to get the Shackles there up onto S4 underneath the tier 1 tower. He cops a couple extra shots as a result. But yeah, hopefully we'll get an eye on that mid lane and see how much damage this tier 1 tower has taken between the Dragon Form and the Siege Wagon pushing in.
So far, so good, and no one already used the glyph to deny a couple of the creeps, which means that he can't keep the catapult alive, so there's going to be a bottle refill. Limp does not want to go for it. He instead goes for a kill.
Oh, tried to get the avalanche. Didn't actually have enough mana for the toss, it looks like. Nico Baby getting a real aggressive early on. Making a rotation like that as a Slark is surprising to see.
Yeah, I can already see chat typing EU gank, those who are not from the region, because this one looked funny as hell. 2k gold lead for Virtus.pro, 6 minutes in, not too bad. They're getting a lot from that bottom lane. 3,000 net worth on their Ember Spirit, same goes for Venomancer. As you pointed out, there's no Gale, like you're playing against the Slark, no point in getting it. It's just much better to, you know, level up your wards, more damage, more pressure on the tower. You also can easily farm the side camp.
Yeah, it's a little bit more of a chill laning phase for a Venomancer where he just focuses on getting as farmed as possible. FNG going to be in some trouble here. I actually thought they were going to look to run him down. I thought you would just keep casting wards on him, but no. Rezo just wants to focus on that sweet, sweet farm.
Yeah, when I said he's the only one, like Darkseer, who can get Guardian Greaves and Pipe, I think Veno is the second like hero who benefits so much from it. Venomancer is the hero that can get pretty much any single item in the game, and it's gonna look good on him.
Veno is quite the threat right now. I don't know what it is. I thought the workaround with the healing reduction being taken away from his Poison Sting, I was like, oh man, I kind of like that aspect. Did not expect Venomancer to come into this patch and be so strong.
They buffed level 1 wards. I guess that's one of the reasons, and they gave him more damage on Poison Sting, so they had to give him some buff after that huge nerf of region reduction.
Sliding it on through up the river, Hanskin dodging the stomps. Another Dragon Form used, though. Time to get some more chip damage on that mid lane. Seems like Alliance's response to every single one of these Dragon Forms is to bring a large number of heroes here. And for good reason, because Dragon Knight,
combo.
He'll push the combo a little bit and be tested by the Inkswell Tiny Avalanche combo. Nice stomp coming in. Can they actually bail no one out? And sadly, the answer to that is no. Hanskin's going to go down, as is Limp. This is a big turnaround from Virtus.pro. May have lost their
double bottle.
They get a lot of kills for it.
So yeah, I thought that you can only fit 3 heroes inside the cogs. There was 4 heroes somehow. So yeah, very costly rotation from Alliance. Dragon Knight's pretty tough nut to crack, even with just a Bracer, Magic Wand, and Power Treads. They're also putting some pressure on the tower. Siege creep unit spawning in 50 seconds, so this is where another push from Virtus.pro is going to come.
Alliance just chilling around this mid area. Goes to show that they definitely want to punish no one when he does go for these kind of pushes. That's typical Dragon Knights to like pop Dragon Form and just like tank a couple of tower shots in exchange for getting some damage
this is
in.
A huge stack.
Yeah, they got some stacks going on. Maybe that's why.
Didn't see too much out of FNG. I guess that's the reason why he's been in the jungle. Don't quote me. Don't say I was in the jungle. That's good when you're playing your pub games. If you're not stacking for the team, if you're just jungling, doing nothing, that's pretty useless. Bounty rune spawning in 5 seconds. Seems like it's gonna be 3 for 1. FNG gets it. But
FNG gonna try and go for the
down.
deny on the Ancients. Hoping for the best, but he won't get it. You know, I played against a jungle Legion commander like the good old days.
Oh, that's still a thing, huh?
Yeah, in NA, you know. I think he was trying to grief, but he won anyway. Pretty sad, right?
I think when you're playing Legion Commander jungle, you're still hoping to get the Iron Talon. Then you're not gonna leave the jungle for the 5 more minutes. Did he go for Shadow Blade or Blink?
I don't remember. I try and block the rest of that game out of my memory. I remember just yelling at my team, we're losing to a Jungle Legion commander. And it looks like Virtus.pro, they're going to be losing no one here. It's going to be trade-off for Hanskin. That's not that big of a deal. If they can get a little extra out of it, though, it'd be maybe worth it. FNG, yeah, he'll get cleaned up by Solo, who managed to steal that stroke of fate. ILTW was looking for just one more. Didn't quite find the connection, though.
All heroes from Virtus.pro can easily push the waves, especially if he steals something from Grimstroke. Like, he's a bit low on mana, so needs to have clarities running all the time. Still a bit under-leveled for this time of the game, but still doing okay. But Venomancer, man, he's on top of net worth. I've seen some games where Venomancer is just taking over, and now they have a very good timing until Slark comes online.
Hook shot. Kongs push back. ILTW, though, still has plenty of time left.
It's a tough kill to get.
Yeah. At this point, it feels like Flame Guard is, unless you have some sort of Dispel, it's so hard to be able to eat through.
Love the build on Nico, baby. He maxed out Pounce instead of going for his passive ability. Like, he wants to be able to go in and out multiple times in a team fight. He understands that there's no real save. There is a steroid, which enables him to, you know, move around freely, but also wants to be able to take care of himself.
Speaks a little bit to why he also rotated into that mid lane,
What is
right?
that? Royal Jelly on your position 4. I've seen it in pubs. Whoever finds it, I guess, takes one for himself.
Yeah, that's the rules of Royal Jelly. I hold by that. If you're very generous, maybe you'll give up your charges, but that's your right.
And he gave one to Venomancer. Yikes.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. Pretty sure Ember Spirits would appreciate that, but I guess he got his TP back. Support for support trade-off here, and it is going to be the Dragon Form used. So what is Virtus.pro going to find with that? Well, it's going to be a slowdown here on the Darkseer. S4 looking to get out, but the Surge, he won't be able to get away because he's stunned too many damn times.
And now Virtus.pro putting some pressure on the towers. Dragon Form not up yet. Bottom lane constantly being pushed in. We see a drawing on a minimap. Elder Titan will take all that farm, so there's going to be a couple of waves for him.
It's funny, I feel like Alliance is trying to have their cake and eat it too. They're trying to like farm up. The Tiny and Slark are always like farming up the jungle, but they're playing like they also want to be able to 5-man into Virtus.pro. That they want to be able to defend their side of the map and such, and VP is just punishing them for it every single time because they're just straight up stronger right now. They got DK Venomancer. Those are some nice 15 to 25 minute heroes.
And Tiny, once again, like we saw in the previous game, does not have a good timing on a Blink Dagger.
Wall goes out, so they're going to be able to catch Limp here. Now the Surge is going to be able to save him, so that toss back over. Nico Baby steals a few stats there, but looks to play around the Wall of Replica as much as possible, even if it wasn't the best positioning for it. Run forward, Hanskin, that Surge, man, he is zooming on, and the Inkswell is going to allow him to stun up Resolution, but Rezo is very, very tanky. He's got the mech, he's got the Hood of Dom, and now Solo, having stolen that hook, is going to be able to get on top, and look at that, he stole a little extra just to be able to help ILTW get in position for that double. A nice Surge pickup that allows them to run down the rest of Alliance.
Oh, what a play from Solo. The rest of the team understands who they need to tip after that beautiful play. Like stealing 2 very important spells. He actually held a hook shot from before. So now Dragonite, you see, he goes for Mana Regen talent. If, let's say, he had Royal Jelly, he could have gone for other talent, which is pretty big deal. Actually, 25% of physical reduction. Nico Baby pretty much always goes for the same build on Slark, like Echo Saber, and he really loves the status resistance, especially with these 2 empowering heroes, Surge, Iron Shell, plus a Grimstroke. So far, the execution from Alliance was like not the greatest. They try to kill Venomancer, and that's not the target that you want to go for. Like,
no,
you can't really stun him, so no matter what, he will get the ulti off, he'll get multiple snakes off in that fight, and he has a Hood plus mech, so definitely not the target to go for.
Yeah, the tankiest of most of the heroes. Maybe DK is a bit tankier, but he's got so much magic resistance thanks to the Hood. Soon to be Pipe, I'm sure.
Radiant are scanning.
Smoke up for Virtus.pro. They're going to make their way into the triangle. I think that's one of my favorite things about Venomancer right now is with ease. How he just takes over the enemy triangle thanks to his wards and just kind of can camp there as much as he wants to. Hanskin tries to go for a tricky play here where he hooks shot and TP's out. But sadly, there's too many heroes here from Virtus.pro. They just keep on running 4 or 5-man mid. I'm waiting for Alliance to try and abuse that with some heavy split pushing. Maybe they're going to do it now, as looks like Solo's going to be cleaned up. Managed to steal the wall of Replica and got a Slark illusion out there. Nico Baby is going to go for the next support. Zayat, he throws out the Earth Splitter and runs the other direction, and Alliance know that they're beat in this fight. Whenever ILTW shows up, they can no longer go for it. Nico Baby had to dodge the Dragon Tail there, so he pops a Shadow Dance to escape back to the Tier 1.
It feels like right now Alliance is just playing for Protect 1, where they understand that Slark is their ultimate carry. And Tiny has his Blink Dagger 16 minutes in, not the greatest timer, but still can do so much with it.
Yeah, my question is, who's he going to be able to pop?
Yeah, I think he needs to kill
one-shot?
Solo. That's his target. I don't think other heroes can go down. Like, they're way too tanky.
Yeah. Most of these heroes have at least one value bracer. Throw some raindrops around and things become really difficult.
What the Alliance needs is a spread out fight, like having one hero, like a Darkseer, who can survive through the initial burst, survive while the fight is split, where Slark will get a couple of stacks, take out one of the heroes. So right now they have like 2 waves of initiation, actually 3, with the Surge, Blink Dagger on Tiny plus a hook shot, so they can choose who they want to go on. Just get better vision, lol.
Yeah, you've got a Slark after all. Why don't you just have better vision?
The way Virtus.pro is itemizing is, you know, building against the Slark. Blink Dagger into Heaven's Halberd, something that he can't dispel. And also, like, amplifying your region, having a miss chance against him. Like, Heaven's Halberd is probably the top 3 item, at least in my book.
No one on the hunt, just pushed down the bottom lane with that Dragon form. Looks to make use of the remaining seconds of that with his Blink Dagger. Did not find the freebie, though. And now an Arcane Rune for the Ember Spirit. It's good time for Virtus.pro to keep it up.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Playing around Resolution right now, as he can probably show himself in the mid lane and start hitting that tier 2. And they're going to see if Alliance responds. Now, Alliance won't, because they're trying to play away from Virtus.pro as much as possible right now. Farm up some Ancients where they can. Maybe they'll get a Courier. Seems like the Dragon Knight knew what was coming.
Oh.
Until he didn't.
Actually, 3 very nice items that Slark likes to have. Pupil's Gift, Vambrace, or Ring of Aquila. So he's just deciding to keep more stats for himself.
Yeah, he's just trying to get all statty.
Yeah.
Solo puts the wards on the high grounds. He sees them here, and with the TPs coming in from his allies, he thinks it's time to initiate on this fight. With stolen Inkswell, he gets a little bit of disruption. He'll eventually go down here, especially with a BKB from Nico Baby. Now starts laying the damage onto the Venomancer. Venomancer doesn't have a way out of this pounce because he didn't go for the Force Staff. He went for the sustain instead, and that's what Slark takes the most advantage of. Nico Baby still got to be careful on this high ground. They do have vision thanks to those wards, so he's not going to be kicking up that replay. But
here it
oh dear, they get a little bit too far. The Inkswell actually stuns the 2 of them together. Now no one is going to be body blocked up, and Nico Baby racking it up, stacking them, baby, getting those stats, and diving all the way into the tier 2. And all of a sudden, what looked like Virtus.pro was getting a nice, clean grip on this game. It slips through their hands.
Len doing stuff at enemy tier 3 tower.
Yeah,
but that was a nice S4 seconds body block. So Nico Baby is enabled. Like, look at the stacks, 32 and 6 permanent coming out of him. He actually changed his item build, went for a BKB. Usually he just wants that status resistance as soon as possible, but they have no abilities that go through magic immunity, so he is pretty much invincible with the BKB, which I really like.
Yeah, and with Surge and Inkswell, it means that like they can't just disengage from this hero. They like he gets on top of them, he stuns them. They again don't have like those Glimmer Capes, Force Staffs, Ghost Scepters that really protect a lot of these squishier heroes.
And they also have no ways of dispelling those 2 spells, which is a pretty big deal. Like you want to have a Yule Scepter carrier, or you want to have any kind of dispel.
I was very surprised that Redzo didn't go for a Force Staff.
Yep.
Somewhere in this mix, you know, like I understand Hood really value, you get the mech for the extra sustain, but he's going all the way out for Guardian Greaves before he goes for the Force Staff.
Have to agree on that one. Also, Solo, he's building, like, he was building Spirit Vessel, now he changes to a Force Staff. I don't think you need to have Earn on the hero. Like, this is extremely greedy build. There's no need to go for it. Just get either fast Glimmer or fast Force Staff against these heroes. You're going to get so much more value out of it.
Well, Heaven's Halberd for the Dragon Knight, so that'll certainly help against the Slark. We'll have more options when he just kind of runs at them.
When someone says you're playing Venomancer good, what does that mean? Is that a compliment or a flame?
Yeah, I feel like it's one of those, like, you're doing a good, like, you as a Dota player, you're doing a good job, but you're a terrible human being.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Like, look at him. I think the problem with the Venomancer right now is that Vords are lasting for way too long, and they're providing way too much vision.
Yeah.
So you can't really approach into that area. You're always going to be seen unless you use a smoke.
I think that really mixes with talent that you can get at 10, and then on top of that, Vords, that other ability, Poison Sting, well, it feels abnormally strong right now, in part because of the changes that happened, but then also the level 15 talent. The percentage-based slow, it's just insane.
Not the spell that you want to have on Rubik. Having Dark Pact, not that valuable.
Well, there's going to be
Radiance.
Yeah.
Oh, he still does not have a defensive item. This is full greed coming on from Ember Spirit. And now there's going to be a backstab.
Cutting in from behind, but immediately the initiation is stalled as the Dragon Knight managed to get the opening onto Limp, and Limp is going to be able to get some stuns out there, but it's all leading for Nico Baby to try and come in. He's going to stick onto no one, and Fed, he actually gets the stun onto the Ember Spirit and sees it a beautiful opportunity to bring down the hero that just picked up his Radiance. Now, no damage being output by him whatsoever. Maybe he should have gone a defensive item.
That's why I said full greed coming on from LTW. Like having Yule Scepter, where you have a defensive tool for yourself and ability to dispel both Ion Shell, Surge, and Inkswall, sounds very good to me.
Virtus.pro is going to be kicking themselves after this game, I imagine. Win or lose, it doesn't really matter. They have to know that they gave up control of this game.
I thought you were going to say kicking and then name one of the players. I was like, what?
Yeah, Solo's gone.
Solo's gone?
Bring back Ramses. Ramses was right. 17-11, 23 minutes in. Virtus.pro, man, they had such a good lead in this game too. Just 5-6 minutes ago, it was looking like 3 to 4K. They were taking a lot of towers. They were pushing in, pressuring Alliance nicely. So that's all falling apart as soon as Nico Baby picked up this BKB, which seemingly has just done wonders for them.
I've seen this so many times, like Ember Spirits not having a defensive item. When you play something like a Leash, when you have heroes that build into fast Orchid against you, and then like you might be on top of net worth, but still, like look how far he is from BKB. He's sitting at 400 gold, so the next like 4 to 5 minutes, he's gonna have some serious issues.
There it is, that 15 talent, the 10% Poison Sting slow. Interesting that Rezo actually skipped past the 10 talent, though, for now.
Yeah, if you didn't know, you can skip the talents. You don't like it, but you need to click it manually.
Which is fair, I guess. In Venomancer's case, all of your abilities are really valued. 25-minute bounty runes are coming up soon. Looks like we may just have an engagement here in the top lane.
So the next fight, whoever takes it is gonna take the Roche, man. Nico Baby, what is this move speed?
That was 952, I think. Cruising, but no one finds the opening here onto Limp. Now, they went on to Limp last time around, and what the problem was, he was so damn tanky that they focused too much on the Tiny. And Nico Baby just kind of had a free game, so they don't overcommit this time around.
You know what we need? I just thought of something, because we've seen this combo so many times. We need a spell that you know, deals damage equivalent to your move speed.
Not based on how far you move, but your movement speed, straight up. Like a mana burn equivalent with speed. Well, we're going to have a beautiful backing wall replica that actually brings Virtus.pro all grouped up together. And you can see Nico Baby, he's putting in the pain right now. No one, he is just a big old bag of juice that Nico Baby is slurping on out. He gets a ton of stats. Fortunately, he's able to get away from ILTW there as he dropped a little bit low, a little bit fast there. But a haste rune, this is an opportunity for him to go back in if he wants to. Whoa! Jump in from Limp as he punishes the Rubik for trying to grab that haste rune away from Nico Baby. Time to go back in. 24 stats stolen.
Well, at least Solo picked up that haste, huh? 0.01 seconds. Oh man, Ember Spirit's still very far away from that BKB. So what Alliance needs to do is just keep fighting. Right now, they feel so much stronger. If they had like one extra hero left for them, I think they could have easily gone to Roche. But they need to kill Ember Spirit because Ember Spirit causes a lot of issues. And every single time, like they kill Venomancer first pretty much, so he can't be using his spells multiple times, like having all these snakes. It also comes down to the bad itemization that we had talked about coming out from Virtus.pro side. Like, this is the 4-staff 27 minutes in on Venomancer. I believe Solo also has one at the moment.
What brought Nico Baby down so quickly? Was it just the Ember Spirit's damage? Because it felt like his BKB ran out, all of a sudden he went from like 3/4 HP to almost dying.
Yeah, there was also a couple of illusions, so wall stolen. So two 4-staff, which is going to be much easier for them to kite around Slark.
Slark, meanwhile, it's almost at 3k HP, plus he's got the Darkseer giving him that bonus HP. He now has the level 15 talent, so he goes well over 3,000.
Dire are scanning.
That's not even 4,000 HP 28 minutes in. The problem is they don't have enough burst damage. Like, Slark is not afraid of any of these heroes because they can't really kill him every single time. He's going to be able to either pop a BKB or pop his ulti.
Take the tier 2, Virtus.pro. Don't get anything in return. They're currently playing around the Roche pit. But they can't really do it themselves very easily, I think. I don't think either lineup feels super good about it.
So ILTW switching his item build, not even going for BKB. I saw Aghanim Scepter for a second.
Yeah. Maybe he thinks because he's such a high level, he's already level 20. So if he can get to Aghanim Scepter with level 25, maybe that's his thought process.
He still needs to be careful about like silence coming out from Grimstroke, any kind of stun. Like, not necessarily as the initiation tool. I don't think they want to go and just jump the Ember Spirit, but they will take it if they see no defensive items. Once again, Venomancer it is.
Tried to get the 4-staff out, but the Pounds followed up afterwards to catch Resolution. And they just kind of ignore that ultimate that went out. Nico Baby, ooh, here he comes. He coming. Zayats. He gets a defensive 4-staff from Solo to help him out. And they're actually going to pop the BKB here to try and run down Solo.
Chase.
Nico Baby, he's got a grudge or something. Jeez.
I don't think this was necessary, but you know, sometimes when you're feeling it, you're making a comeback into a game. Players tend to do it.
Yeah, I can't believe ILT. Like, he's got tiny combination that could catch him at any moment. He could get hook-shotted into Cog's pushback. Pounce gets on top of him. Soulbind and Silence from Grimstroke. That's a long list of abilities that you have to dodge all of them and stay alive in a team fight.
Maybe we're wrong here, Cap. He only has one death to his name.
That's true. Like, at least he's been playing it correctly. He's on the precipice, you know? Just like one death, one catch, one disable, and like, his damage output quickly goes away. Like, one disable, he's gonna die real quick. And then everyone else from Virtus.pro is kind of sitting there going, okay, now what? But if he never gets hit by that disable, he's a god.
Yeah, just don't get hit. Evade all the spells, dodge them, you're gonna be fine. Still can't believe we did not take a Roche yet. Alliance just cutting things out with the rocket. Like, some of these changes that we had in the patch were really random. Like, rocket flare from 10 to 8 seconds. Like, why?
Yeah.
It's not like it's OP.
And then all of a sudden, Clockwork starts becoming one of the most popular heroes in the meta.
I think the
Lining up
biggest
some iron
part
shells.
was his, hook shot still going through Magic Immunity. Level 15 talent is also cool.
They spot ILTW. He does throw out a remnant. Inkswell is up. Oh no, the avalanche doesn't actually catch him. There was a small window there, but now maybe they're going to get punished. ILTW still gets hit by the pounce. The toss up in the air is there as well, but he's tanking up to survive through that. But now he's been silenced. The Soulbind's going to be put on. He's still controlled up, but they don't quite have enough to be able to finish off Nico Baby, who just keeps on trucking through everybody. Once that Ember Spirit's gone, there's nothing left in the tank. And the cogs just don't matter, it seems. It's Nico Baby. Another one. Dark Pack trying to deal with the Dragon Tail, hops it to the other side of the cliff just in time. Still has his ultimate if he wants to pop it.
I like how FNG just used everything he could because he understood that he's dead. Even throws that silence onto Ember Spirit. Well, now Ember Spirit, I believe he finished off Aghanim Scepter, but you're still sitting at, what, 0 gold pretty much? Yeah. Going for Octarine, just refuses to buy a BKB.
I mean, the cost, we're harping about it. You get caught by one of those disables, you're going to die. That's exactly what happens there to ILTW. And I just, like, if he's going to build that way, I'm just surprised he didn't play more cautious, you know?
Yeah, but what if he doesn't die there? Then we look like fools.
Yeah, that could be. Nico Baby trying to chase down who he can. The Ember Spirit is still dead for a few more seconds. He feels good about any fight they can take. Hunskin doesn't feel so good about the situation he's in right now, being slowed down by the Poison Sting of the Venomancer and trapped in by the Elder Titan Spirit.
He has buyback. It's very important to keep buyback on your position for Clockwork. Like, once you go in, that there are going to be some spells thrown at you. And if you have hookshot ready after the buyback, you get so much value out of it.
This could be one of those, like, oh, we got a kill, let's go Roshan, but it could be terrible. They buy back on the Clockwork and get the initiation here, which they know they're inside the pit. The smoke spotted out some of them earlier.
All right.
They have the ways to get vision inside. They've got Stroke of Fate. They don't even need Clockwork here.
They
can
also
throw damage in.
The 3 just to have a glimpse of the vision, and they know that there's like not enough damage. Ember Spirit doesn't really threaten the Roach
Put
kill.
the Inkswell onto the Tiny. He actually tosses up Nico Baby in the air, so that's a little disruptive. Not quite what they wanted. Nico Baby's already down to half health, but he's locked down the Ember Spirit like they wanted. The Soulbind's keeping him in place.
Oh, what
a beautiful vacuum with the AoE from Limp, and look at that. ILTW thought he was going to be able to get away to the other side of the cliff, but that's where his grave is going to reside, and that is where Virtus.pro's chances at this game are going to rapidly fall apart as an attempt at forcing things around the Roshan pit turns to a grim situation, and now Alliance will take the Aegis for free.
Man, that play from Darkseer, I don't know. It was a 4 or 5 man bake him into a wall. And now you have a Slark with the Aegis. Also glad that Slark decided to change his item build. I saw Scotty, and he understood that he can't really die. So instead, just going for a Basher. Even more control against this Ember Spirit.
Dude, look how fast he got from the Roshan pit to bottom lane on top of Resolution. There's no way Resu thought he was going to be caught by the Slark of all heroes there. But combination of Surge, Smoke, and just good, clean, fast play from Alliance. They punish another mispositioning from Virtus.pro and take firm control of this game now.
Suddenly, it's a 10k gold lead. Slark just feels unkillable. Level 25, which means stacks are going to last much longer. This game just feels Alliance, like they might end the game. It's one fight, that's all they need. And with all those stacks on Slark, they can just go and end the game.
$50 seconds for the Venomancer. Limp's gonna come in, tries to blow up Solo. Didn't have the attack speed to get that big hit in there, so the double damage kind of goes to waste. Limp, though, is perfectly tanky enough to make those kind of initiations and not be punished for it too heavily. That being said, they've already used their Shadow Dance, and I think it's time to retreat here as the Tier 3 still up. They're split. Oh, there's another vacuum wall combination, and the whole game's gonna shut down as they know Virtus.pro, they just got trounced inside their own base, and they throw as many buybacks as they can to be able to cobble together a couple of kills there. The Clockwork and the Darkseer both go down, but in the end, Alliance are more than happy enough with that because Nico Baby walked away with his second life intact.
S4 so good at the game that he almost crashed it with his combo. Like, you can't be able to catch that many heroes into wall once again. We might see a couple of disconnects. It's full Abyssal Blade on Slark.
And now it's going to be that much easier for them to get the control onto ILTW. Nico Baby may even be able to do it solo. Pounce, Abyssal, get lucky, 1 or 2 bashes. That's a potential 100-0.
They still haven't killed any Raxes. Buyback-wise, how are we standing? 1, 2, 3, 4 buybacks available for Alliance and none for Virtus.pro. It's not looking good.
Not looking good at all. Especially since their heroes just, I mean, compared to Slark, right? Just not going to be scaling quite as well. They're going to try and go, I guess maybe so supports can do something. They're going to try and go for the Aghanim Scepter on the Elder Titan. Aghanim's for the Clockwork, though.
Oh, that's such a sick item on Clock.
Yeah.
Like having 2 hook shots where you can just, you know, hook shot, refresh hook shot after to lock down heroes like Ember Spirit, anything that's very hard to catch. And he's tanky enough. He also has Vlad just buffing up his Slark. The way they itemize, like Tiny, he understands that he's not a damage dealer. He's more of a, you know, that position 2 hero that enables, I would say, Slark, not in terms of giving him any kind of buffs, but itemizing so that Slark doesn't have issues against some of the
Doesn't even look
heroes.
like he's running. He's just kind of gliding. He's got his skates on. You can see the Abyssal Blade put to action here on the BKB. No one. And he just
Tiny
won't be able to
airline.
get away. Tiny tosses him forward. They actually do have the hook shot that pushes back Resolution. Goes for round 2 of the hook shot cogs. Yeah, and Nico Baby ends up on the wrong side of those cogs as he hops forward. But now the vacuum wall controls up that Ember Spirit. They're going to try and stay on top of him. Didn't manage to get the bashes though, so ILTW gets away. He's going to try and play the spacing here, poking back and forth at Nico Baby. Got to stay
Baby
out of the
needs to get
range though. And they also can't afford to let Alliance just walk away for free like that. They've got to catch some of these heroes, but if they get too far forward, Nico Baby, he'll pounce in, finish
He's
them off.
too speedy.
4-step after 4-step, you can't get away from those 4-steps because Nico Baby is just there every step of the way. Ghost Scepter will actually save his life, and Nico Baby, well, he gets a little bit too big for his britches, loses his godlike streak to ILTW, just as Virtus.pro planned.
Yeah, the hero has way too much move speed. You can't control him. Like, if you're driving a car that goes like 400 kilometers per hour, it's gonna be tough.
26-28, 16,000 net worth lead, and yet Virtus.pro still proved they can win fights. Just requires Nico Baby to lose his mind, and lose control of the car that he's driving.
I mean, I can understand him. They're just buffing him, and he's running around.
I am invincible!
At one point, you're gonna be very far away from your team. One of the reasons why Darkseer bought a Blink Dagger, so this combo is easier to execute, and he can follow the adventures of Nico Baby.
Gotta keep up with his boys. Hanskin, you're not gonna let this happen, are you? Okay, all right.
Well, the thing about the hookshot Aghanim is you can hookshot in and hookshot out on your teammates.
Limp, he's gonna have to pop the BKB if he wants out of here. Oh, okay, they do manage to catch S4. Missed hook shot. They should just leave him be at this point in time. Backing up onto the high ground, though. And Virtus.pro, they have some options. I know they've got 4 staff to get this Dragon Knight down, so he should be okay. They're going to use it to actually try and catch up to Hanskin here. And with the Slark still down for 5 seconds, Alliance being kept on the back foot now. As he comes up, 2 of his allies are dead. Virtus.pro can still feel confident about a 3 versus 5.
The lanes are not in a good position. The only good lane is mid, and they should try to use it. Instant smoke coming on from Virtus.pro. Roche not gonna respawn for a minute and a half. Not the good timer for Virtus.pro, at least.
But they're just gonna look for, oh no, the smoke broke. And he already blinked away, had his BKB up too, so. Looks like there's just nothing they can really get out of this with no Roshan, no towers up nearby. Just a bit of farm time, I guess.
Slark still has one extra item, and he's going for that lifesteal plus status resistance. Like, once he gets that, or if they manage to get him next Aegis, I just feel like it's all Alliance.
Yeah. I don't know how they're going to be able to kite out the Satanic when he's surged up and running at people, you know? Like, he's going to get that regen in, so it's like he has 3 lives every fight.
Just dispel his status resistance, lol. Now, there's no way you can itemize against status resistance.
Yeah, there's really not. Just roll, what is that tier 4 item that increases debuff duration?
Yeah, Timeless Relic.
Yeah, that thing. Just roll that.
Dire are scanning.
Just use the RNG mechanics of the game.
I believe they have one.
Do they really? Rolling up. Smoke from Alliance. A one-man smoke for Limp as he leads the way. He's level 25 with an AC BKB Heaven's Halberd. Can jump into any fight. He's probably not going to one-shot anybody, but he will draw their ire, draw their attention, and that's really what he wants most of all. Anything to free up Nico Baby's game. Hanskin positioning himself to be able to break a smoke here if they wrap around. That's exactly what Alliance is doing.
Oh, what
not
a good
smoke,
positioning.
And look at that. No one. He's going to be able to find the initiation onto a Clockwork. That's not really what he wants out of that. The Earth Splitter does land nicely. Hook shot going out, actually hitting up. Double hook shot there onto the Ember Spirit. Ember Spirit is taking a lot of damage here from this Slark, but he's surprisingly tanking thanks to that BKB. He's got all his remnants out. Will be able to jump around and gets away from that Slark just in time, but running away isn't the only way they're going to be able to win this fight. Nico Baby's resetting a little bit here as they go lead the supports behind. FNG back at the back line though. Nico Baby, he wrapped around to the side. He may have been psyched up for a moment, but the Dark Pack quickly dealt with that. And Ember Spirit jumped away, but he jumped into the hands of Limp, who finished him off. Now with that damage dealer gone, Slark, is he possibly in trouble here? I think he's got an Abyssal Blade back up. A lot of stick charges as well. They just don't have the damage to stay on top of him with his toss charges from Limp. He gets them up and down, up in the air. Nico Baby's healing up something fierce now, and there's no way they can keep up with him. Limp tosses away no one. They're going to play this distance. Nico Baby is eventually going to heal up a decent amount, but he wants to stay away just because ILTW did buy back, and he is here. No need to be able to feed. ILTW knows that they need something out of this. They can't just let the Slark get away.
Being pinged out, no buyback on Ember Spirit, but Nico Baby's going to have his Abyssal Blade. He's going to have his BKB and ulti ready once again, so he can try to go in, poke, provoke them to do something. You know, there's 30 seconds with no Grimstroke. Kind of sad that there was no buyback from Clockwork. I don't know if it was on cooldown or not. He's ready. He can just scout things out with the rocket.
Yeah, with that, man, Virtus.pro. I know it cost them their buyback from ILTW, but I'm still just surprised at that they're managing to still win some of these fights. And if they can actually get this Aegis for ILTW, it'd be massive. Hookshot going in from the Clockwork. Roshan is not only that close, and what a beautiful vacuum wall combination from S4 as he is just tearing into Virtus.pro once again, right outside the Roshan pit, and a full retreat going back out. Look at that Cogs push on ILTW. If they can keep the control up on these Ember Spirit, it'd be game over. They have the Soul Bind, and that's what they needed. The double side device. They're going to go for the Dragon Knight first. BKB activated by ILTW. He turns, looking for the fight up against the Slark. He's got the damage, but do they have enough control? Oh, no man up against him, says Lacoste, but they're going to do just that with the Slark, and all their heroes but a vacuum. The control, Nico Baby, he runs right into Zayats, and Zayats with ILTW can get that kill. He immediately buys back though. They cannot afford to give up this Roshan, but how can Slark stop this by himself?
Tiny's ready. There's one more buyback.
He's not going to get here in time.
Nope.
they've got Aegis and Cheese, and this is a buyback for essentially nothing.
The good buyback coming on from Ember Spirit, you know, they had a good read and they managed to get it. Now Venomancer has a Gem of True Sight, which means that they're going to be getting rid of the vision. They're going to see Slark once he jumps in. The problem is not if you're going to see him or not. The problem is, can you click on him? Because he's way too speedy.
Yeah, what is with that? I need to see ILTW's items.
He had BKB, and he was building Octarine Core the last time I saw.
Okay. Because after this many fights, I feel like he's got to be close to that next item after BKB. And, well, they still got to be cautious here.
I don't think Alliance is afraid of Dragon Knight's cheese. They're more afraid of this Aegis, you know. They don't care too much if they can survive. He gets the cheese off. It's not that big of a deal. Ember Spirit's the one who's dealing a ton of damage in these team fights.
Nico Baby stalled out on items. He's been working out in that Satanic for like the last 10 minutes. We said once he gets that extra life he gets off of the active, plus the status resistance and everything, he just becomes maybe an unkillable monster, but he's never gotten to that point.
It's basically a second life with the Satanic. You drop low, all you need is 2 hits, you're gonna be full HP.
Smoke, it breaks, they find Solo. Immediately he's gonna be hit by that Hex from the neutral item of Nico Baby. They're gonna keep up with him. Force-Snap though, actually getting him away. The toss over onto the side. They finally do manage to finish off Solo, but it cost them so much. They blew their BKBs, and that allowed ILTW to get into the back line, kills the Grimstroke, catches up with Hanskin as well. The 2 supports on Alliance are dead, and ILTW certainly has the chase to be able to catch this hero in S4. Managed to get off the wall, vacuum once again. It always looks so pretty, but it just doesn't do the trick by itself anymore. The 5-man of Virtus.pro pushed through this time and time again.
So there's no buybacks. The Virtus.pro can just try to run down on the mid lane. They know that these 3 heroes already bought back, and if they somehow manage to kill Slark, the game just ends.
Well, Darkseer is 100 gold off. So he might be able to get it back in, but he's blowing his wall of replica, right? Like, that's his really big contribution to the team fight anyway, so...
Bounty runes are not spawning, and it's going to take some time for him to collect 100 gold.
Backdoor protection. Stalling up this push a little bit, but they've got plenty of time to work with.
Oh man, look at Venomancer, 50,000 damage. More than anyone on Alliance's side, like more damage than Slark.
Yeah, and he's got his level 25 now, so those wards... I believe that's the talent he took. Those wards are going to be putting in some serious work.
Yeah, I don't think Alliance should take this fight. Just leave the mid-Raxes. They have a repair kit going on, so that's going to give them some extra time. Man,
who would have
he
expected?
definitely needs that Satanic, but doesn't have enough time to actually farm it. He's been just constantly fighting, not hitting creeps.
Yeah, and it feels like he's also the only one putting out damage at this point. Because they went all in on amping up this Slark. Limp is the only other core that can output damage, but his, well, he's just kind of fallen by the wayside. He's really tanky, and that's his upside. Oh no! You approach the high ground against a Tiny that has his level 25. You gotta watch out for those free tossbacks.
Oh, that was such a sick execution. Clockwork. Oh, I believe he already refreshed, does not have a second ulti, and
Nico Baby's knocking down the 2 of them. Nico Baby's taking so much damage, though. They got to be careful of tosses. 1, 2, 3 on an ILTW. They managed to get a bash. Do they have any more follow-up after that? Nico Baby now pops his ultimate. If he got another bash, maybe he could have finished that Aegis. But here in the buyback there from the Dragon Knight, they want to get away. Hanskin, not even risking running back through the lanes, will TP back immediately.
It's still a very good fight for Alliance. You don't care too much about mid-Raxes at this point, and the important thing is your Slark is just 1,500 gold away from that Satanic, and that's a game changer. Having that extra status resistance, extra life steal on top of that, and HP, of course.
Where's our Divine Rapier?
Who do you want to get it on?
Ember Spirit, right? Like, at this point in time, you're all in. You die once, this game's over. You have no buyback right now.
For a minute and 20 seconds.
For a minute and 20 seconds, true,
I think you can wait.
Okay. I'm just saying, man. He's putting out some good damage on that Slark. You get a Divine Rapier, and I think old Nico Baby is going to be shrinking away from a lot of these fights. almost has that Satanic, though.
Radiant are scanning.
Definitely didn't expect this game to develop in this way. It looked like Alliance was just in full control, and our panelists were also coming back 15 minutes ago, which means that they did not have a good read on the game. Yeah, I'm looking at you guys.
You gonna pretend you did?
No, I definitely thought the game was just over.
Yeah, I thought that too. Definitely didn't expect Virtus.pro to be the ones to take the first lane of barracks.
Did not expect Nico Baby to leap into their base for no reason.
I was like, the lad just wants to have a little bit of fun before he wins the game, and next thing you know, he's losing. There's the Satanic, but is it going to be enough at this point? I mean, it would have been enough 10 minutes ago. But since then, Virtus.pro, they've turned around a lot of this net worth lead. Alliance is still up by 8,000. But they're also on that brink here where one bad team fight could cost them. But that's not for very long. If Alliance actually stalls this out for another minute, they're the ones with the huge advantage. Because DK,
no buyback.
You know, God bless him. He got tossed back into the enemy base. Then he panicked. He said, oh, God, I need to buy back to stop them from running over my team.
Yeah, to look like I didn't die. Maybe no one noticed.
Yeah. No, I'm there, guys. You could fight. Smoke up. Mass surge. Oh, that's so scary. Look at him. It's like he's ice skating.
Oh, double damage. Twice. 1.2k move speed on Slark once they use the combo.
Who needs a Divine Rapier when you just get a double damage? Smoke up from Virtus.pro as well. Resolution leading the way here, laying down his wards. So Alliance, they may have an idea of where Virtus.pro is, but they may not be comfortable meeting them in that space. Though with the double damage, they gotta feel a little bit good about it.
He knows. He sees that there's a sentry ward, so he immediately backs off. Like, the thing about this combo is 1 second you're at bottom lane, but 2 seconds after you see Slark at the complete opposite side of the map.
Yeah. They still have the tier 2 up at the top lane, so if Alliance pushes right now, it will force Virtus.pro to defend, because they don't have the same options to go base. Toss over to the side. They're going to go for the Venomancer first, trying to lock him down. They still have a little bit of control left, but it's running out soon. Nico Baby actually sees the opportunity to go for ILTW. Instead, he somehow got caught by a toss, but he managed to get off the BKB, and now Hanskin, he's going to be caught up. They do have the vacuum wall to turn around. They do have the Dragon Knight. No buyback on him, so Nico Baby is all inning on killing the CK right now. That invisibility is not going to be enough to save him. Now he jumps on ILTW. He needs a little bit more control to finish him off, and he should be able to get it too. Nico Baby just has that silence onto him, and that's enough. He gets the pounce. That's going to force the buyback. ILTW has to be able to win this fight pretty much by himself, and he's got the damage to do so, but he's silenced right now, and Slark is stacked up on stats, and he just keeps on gunning for him. Abyssal Blade, one more bash, and it's not needed. He gets it onto Resolution instead. That wiped Virtus.pro 1.5 times. They have a buyback out of the ET and the Venomancer, but that is it. GG is called, and Alliance will manage to pull out the 2-0.
Oh, what a performance from Alliance. All it took was one mistake. I think they were in full control of the game, but once again, they show up what they're made of, like decision-making. Like, late game Dota, especially when you have heroes like this, it's just pure chaotic. All it takes is like 1 millisecond of wrong decision-making. Like Dragon Knight, let's say, buying back in that fight, they think they're winning it, and for the next fight, you're not going to have it.
Yeah, we've had the late game changes, like, say, the buybacks getting longer and longer, tier 5 items coming into play, Roshan getting more and more powerful, what you get out of it, that you got to play clean. And Alliance has been doing that for most of their games. Slight slip up in this one. Hey, they still got the 2-0, and that's what's important here at the Omega League. And what's important is we close out the show with the best and brightest. So let's go to Slacks, Fogged, and BSJ, and their beautiful faces.
Thank you so much. Capitalist, what a great day of Dota Capitalist casting. Always a treat. Thank you so much, Cap, for your wonderful job. And thank you, Lacoste, as well, for showing up. Gentlemen, What a fantastic series that was, and the prophecy is fulfilled. Alliance are bear eaters. They took those bears and they took a chunk out of them.
And in this one, too, they came back, right? They were losing at the start of this game. I think we talked a bit about some item choices that we were a little confused at what VP was going for, because they did not go for like the early Force Staff. They went for Urn on Rubik, right?
Yeah.
And went for Halberd on DK. I feel like if he had BKB at the early stages when they had an advantage, they could have pressed their advantage a bit more. And that's when the line started full turning the game around. So not fully blaming VP on that one. I was a little confused on the item choices from them there, but Alliance overall, they knew how they needed to play in this game.
Sure.
And we talked a lot about how the Slark had all these amp ups for himself and just buffs, and you can see he's moving 1,000 movement speed throughout the entirety of the game. Just the mobility is insane.
Yeah, this is like seeing last patch, like an Ursa that's just unkillable, and you just don't buy Yules. It's the same idea. It's the same idea. You're a surged Ion Shield Inkswelled target. Just boop, Yules. All of it's gone. They didn't have a single one.
Yep.
I actually don't understand. I really, I'm like trying to be objective about it, but it's like I don't understand how you see 1,000 move speed Slark, Inkswelled and Ion Shield running at you, and you don't buy a Yules. Because it's the only item in the game, or anything you can do if you don't have a hero that naturally deals with it, and they didn't. So, yes, the Urn was strange. All these little items add up a lot. I think this is a narrative we're going to see a lot, though, with Darkseer. Just the whole lose lane win game. I think that's exactly what the hero does, opposite of like a Huskar. And you're going to be down by 3-4K at 15 minutes a lot of games, and it's on the other team to just not slip up. You can't give them that one fight, man, because Darkseer... He just enables carries like Slark. Like I assure you, Slark would not be able to carry that game if he's not running at 1,000 move speed. He would not be able to carry that game. And that's like all the Darkseer. It's a part of their plan. They realize that with the Slark. They know like it's not like coincidence. It's not like they got lucky. They 100% understand why Slark's able to carry that game. But of course, got a little drunk at the wheel or whatever on Nico Baby running into their base. Lost track of whose base is whose, and that one death, I thought actually cost them the game eventually. Like, I was really nervous because the BKBs are wearing down. You have Veno, you have a Radiance, you have ET, and eventually Nico Baby got the Satanic, and just that extra life was too much for them to chew through. Eventually, they just didn't have... They were so much damage over time that I was surprised he didn't go for a Satanic earlier, but I also don't think he would have been punished for not going Satanic earlier if he hadn't dove their base. So I think that's something where you, like... Your item choice being a bit more offensive only backfired because you died once. And you're like, okay, I wish I had that defensive item now, but this wouldn't have been an issue if I'd not overextended.
Yeah, and I mean, S4, glad you mentioned, Darkseer overall. He's back to how he was ages ago. The old concept of Darkseer where it was like, yeah, lose lane, king of teamfight. Absolute king of teamfight. And S4, damn those vacuums. I mean, he had some insane turnarounds.
You showed me a clip. Like, you can apparently vacuum Ember Spirit out of his Remnant.
Yeah.
His remnanting.
I guess
you can hit invulnerable units
targets.
now. Because they buffed it originally, I thought it was for
Yeah.
Naga Sleep. Right? I thought that's why they did it. Because like they wanted the old Darkseer Naga from like TI2.
Holy.
Back. But I was like, fuck, you know what I mean? Like, we have to test this with like Storm Spirit. And
the Spirit Brothers are in trouble.
There was two different situations in that game where ILTW was remnanting past the wall, and then he got vacuumed and sucked into the wall during the remnant.
And it cancels like his final destination.
Yeah,
he
it
didn't
can't,
land.
like messes it up his entire. Like, he probably was actually lost in some. Like, now I actually am not understanding more why in like some of the fights. ILTW,
like
I was like, what the
off.
heck's he doing? I think he actually got pulled out of his remnant a couple times and probably was like, where the hell's my hero?
Yeah.
For a second,
I mean, that would be completely...
That extra like half second that you're processing where the hell you are, you're dead on it. You're
Bashed, Prince's knives, you're hexed
Yeah.
up. Like, this is a hero that can really get brought down when you're versus Slark. Yeah, no, definitely saw some...
Dota's a cool game, man.
Stuff.
Random mechanics like that can sometimes just be like, wow, I've never experienced that in the 12,000 games of Dota.
Well, that was honestly incredible. I mean, the back and forth, I would love to see the graph from that game because it was just looked completely stompy, and then they get it back, then a little bit of a throw, but honestly, I think you nailed it, BSJ. It really is. Wow, there you go. Watching those vacuums, beautiful. But anyway, itemization seemed to be the real one of this one. Wrong items coming out from VP, and a little bit late, but the right items coming out from Alliance.
I liked what Rezo was going for, but I think it's like a bit too all-in, where you're going like these Greaves pipe, and the idea of Slark is that eventually if he's allowed to hit you, you kind of just die. So I was kind of surprised.
The pipe was, for me, it's still pretty weird.
Yeah, it's like you want to survive the tiny burst, but you need to dodge the damage. Like, I don't know. You need to survive enough through the tiny burst so you don't just die instantly, right? But then for the rest of you and your team, you need to kite. That's all you like. And you can kite with Yule Scepters. You can.
That too, yeah.
Because he has to be BKB'd, otherwise you can just Yules him. So even if he Dark Packs it off, like the Yule Scepter, you can just Dark Pack it off instantly. The Surge, the Iron Shell, and the Inkswell are all gone. So, like, the hero's just not as scary. We saw him get kited when he was not getting surged. So it's just, I think people are underestimating this Darkseer hero, man. I see it in all my EU pubs, so I know these teams all spam it. And
I don't know if they're underestimating it that much. It's almost been picked in every game.
well, what I'm saying is, like,
Here,
you
no,
have
yeah.
to itemize against it. That's what I mean by
Right.
they're not giving it enough respect. Like, the
I see.
Darkseer is making the Slark a hero. Like, that's what happened in that game, and your items have to not be against Slark the Halberds. I think they have to be Yule Scepters against what Darkseer is giving to the Slark. So that's it's not like I think DK should go Yules, but like Ember or Rubik or.
Well, here we have some comparisons. We did see Limp there, who will be joining us for a post-game interview. Very exciting to hear from our tiny bud. While we're waiting, Nico, baby. So I guess I would say the star of the last game, if you will. Everything being put on Nico and just running at them at terrifyingly fast speeds. Never seen a fish go that fast before in my life. But that head-to-head, I mean, honestly, it doesn't look that different. But it sure did seem different in that game, am I right?
It was like Slark who's going this killing build, right? While the Ember has a very super farm build. Like, he's just naturally farming wherever he is. He has his remnants all over the place. He has Radiance, he has Maelstrom. It's just a very farm-oriented style.
You can see the fall off there towards the end when the casket was being sealed. So anyway, couldn't ask for a better last game of the day. A lot of back and forth, a lot of fun, but Alliance ends up making it through anyway. So gentlemen, congratulations. I hope you've learned a valuable lesson about sharing your pub experience, however, with Alliance. And, you keep that as professional as possible moving forward. But wonderful job, everybody, today on that game. And soon we will hear from the man himself, Limp, brother of Chessie. I love that. The two brothers in Dota thing, it's so good.
I like
They both won today, too.
I like when they both played together, though.
Yeah.
Wait, 5 men won, right?
What? Yeah.
It's been a long day.
Yeah, that was not too long ago.
It's been a very long day.
It has been a pretty long day, but.
Would you be upset if your sibling was like good at Dota and was more successful than you at Dota?
Is that possible?
Jeez. Guess not.
No, I wouldn't be. I don't think they're ever upset that they're like one of the other ones doing well. I think they're always rooting each other on. I think these two guys like push each other. I think it's almost if one of them's being more successful than the other one will be more motivated, if anything.
True.
Probably.
Well, maybe we can ask the man himself. We are here with a fantastic interview from the one, the only Limp. How you doing, boss?
Hello, I'm doing good.
Yeah, fantastic game there, sir. First question, the obvious one. Did you guys think you were going to lose game 2? It got a little sketchy there towards the middle.
Nah, I felt like we're in control. Nico really tried to throw, but nah, I think we had it.
I was gonna ask. So, like, you obviously Venomancer, super annoying offlane for your carry to deal with. You went and ganked his lane and everything. What's going through your head as the space-making mid laner who alley-ooped Nico Baby to carry you, and you just see him drive, swerve into the enemy tier 4s and feet away? What goes through your head right there?
You don't want to know. You don't wanna know. Nah,
It's an interview. We do want to know.
I think him doing some things is fine. He's just playing aggressively. But if we just played like we did, like in the mid game, and we stopped just walking to the mid all the time, earlier we would have been a lot better off just not going to the Ven all the time.
So you guys have some, I would say, I don't know if people would say like strong voices, but you have these very like impactful voices. Like, who's the one who I guess would like makes the most of your guys' like shot calls and stuff in game? Because I know in the past for a lot of teams where S4 played, he was the guy who dictated a lot of the pace. Is it the same for this team or?
It depends. When Nico has a good game, he talks a lot, but I would say it's S4 for sure that has the biggest voice, then FNG and Nico. And yeah, when I have good games, I'll definitely make calls as well, but they make more, or S4 and FNG make more like team calls.
All right. Well, close us out, buddy. You did your mission. You ate the bears. Who's next on your list? Who do you hope to defeat in this tournament or face off against?
Secret, for sure.
Secret. Good choice.
Definitely want to beat them, yeah.
All right. Well, we'll see if that happens, my man. Thank you so much for your time and fantastic tiny plays. Get some rest, my friend.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right. Well, the man was confident. Never thought they were going to lose game 2.
Concise answers, too. He was very confident. Hey, what do you have
He's like, you don't want to hear this.
no.
I do love to watch the evolution of Dota players to become good interviewees. I mean, they're real rough when they're first starting off, but a guy like Limp, he could just nail an interview now, knowing honest answers, quick, concise, doesn't say the F word once. Very impressive.
That's fucking cool, man.
Yeah. Honestly, it's flipping great, Fong.
It is. I don't curse. Ever.
All right. Well, we've had a fantastic day today, but let's go ahead and take a look at those results in case you missed any of this god-tier programming here on the top of Omega Mountain. We had 5 men take off that series with Na'Vi with a victory. Another 2-1 with OG defeating Viking, even though Viking had a pretty good one game that they won, and the 2-0 from Alliance, which was very close to being another 3-game series. So very long but wonderful day of Dotes tomorrow. However, NIP versus Viking. That's right, the Vikings return, and then we're going to North America. It's Evil Geniuses versus those 5 strange men. And last, of course, Team Nigma versus Alliance. Fantastic.
This is good.
Yeah.
I'm excited too because EG they're not playing with Abed, right?
Yeah, they're playing with
GPK,
yeah,
right?
GPK.
So that's probably. I'm excited to see an EG that's not NA, right? It's an EG that's kind of being taken over by different regions and stuff like that. It's hype.
Oh, absolutely. Cool. Anything you're excited about tomorrow, BSJ?
I am very excited about every Team Nigma series. I love watching them play. I think they always have fun interpretations of the patch. I think the coolest experience for me is like getting to play against them or with them in games. I've had Miracle on my team, and it's one thing to watch him in games, but like when you play with him on your team, it's so weird to have a teammate where you're like, wow, this guy just does everything right.
Mm-hmm.
And it's going to be an extra cool experience for me because I've never actually played with these guys before up until this moment. So I want to see like my recent feelings go into an actual series. So I'm excited for that.
Well, fantastic. Well, we will hold you no longer, ladies and gentlemen. Do not shut off your computers. Leave them on. We will be right back any moment now with day 2. Trust me. It'll be like 5 to 10 minutes or several hours. Don't worry. Don't go anywhere. We've had a pleasure being with you here today. Signing out for day 1 of the immortal bracket of the Omega League. This is Slacks, BSJ, and Fox. Have a great night. We'll see you in your dreams.